In 2033, an asteroid hits the Earth. At the moment of destruction, the will of the Earth erupted, forcibly teleporting all mankind to the Dark Night world. Here, there is no steel city, only wilderness and darkness, and everyone has only a lonely cabin. This is the only shelter, and the only remaining safe zone. However, when night falls, the real horror has just begun. Green eyes flicker in the darkness, wild tribes roam and hunt, and unknown creatures lurk in the shadows, devouring all lives that step out of the shelter. I am Ye Feng, a novelist. 1 second before the destruction of the Earth, I was still staying up late typing, but as soon as I opened my eyes, I was thrown into this desperate survival game. Fortunately, I have linked to the survival system. Sign in daily to get rewards, and sign in weekly and monthly to unlock mysterious gift packs. At this moment, I was sitting in the cabin, feeling very excited. Sign in! I muttered to myself. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have obtained a perfect stone axe that can be used to cut wood and has a certain killing power against wild beasts. Obtain a perfect raid trap, which will automatically capture small animals when placed in the wild. Receive a material package, including a small amount of basic materials. Just as he finished speaking, a stone axe appeared on the wooden table. Next to it was an exquisite bamboo trap and a small gift bag of materials. I couldn't wait to pick up these things and examine them carefully. Perfect stone axe, sharpness +4. Perfect tool for chopping wood, wears easily. I gripped the axe handle and felt its heaviness, the sharpness of its blades satisfying. Item grade description: common, good, excellent, perfect, rare, epic, legendary, godly. Items of different grades have different colors. Perfect animal trap, capture +5. Exquisitely crafted, about 1 meter long and wide, extremely sturdy, with barbs on the sides so animals can enter but not exit. This trap is perfect. With it, I don't have to hunt down small animals myself anymore. In this dark world, small animals are not easy to catch, and even the wooden hunting forks in this wooden house cannot provide enough food. Therefore, it is extremely difficult to catch prey. With this trap, I can at least save a lot of time. Material package includes a small amount of wood, stone, flax, rope, and other basic materials. Although the quantity is small, it is necessary to collect more materials in the future. These 3 items, though simple, saved me a lot of time in this strange world. I think I had a much better start than others on the first night. I couldn't wait to open the gift package of materials. Crash! A pile of materials appeared on the wooden table, including a piece of whole wheat bread, a piece of raw meat, a liter of drinking water, 10 wild berries, 5 pieces of wood, 5 pieces of stone, 5 linen ropes, a piece of dark iron ore, and an ordinary stone hammer. Although these materials are not much, they are exactly what I need to survive. Especially the food, which is enough for me to survive for a day. Seeing this, I couldn't help but feel hungry and my stomach started to growl. Perfect! At least I don't have to go hungry tonight. I picked up the hard whole wheat bread, tore off a small piece, and began to eat, while continuing to flip through the Dark Night World Guide on the table. World Trading Platform? I stopped what I was doing and read a message. Human, if you happen to have extra supplies, you can exchange them for the items you need through the World Trading Platform. Trading methods: exchange, auction. This trading platform is simple and easy to use, and you can directly put items on it for exchange. Just when I was thinking about how to use it, some new trading information appeared on the platform. Wooden hunting fork, in exchange for a glass of water. Oil lamp, in exchange for a piece of wood. However, despite posting a lot of trading information, no response was received. All exchange requests seemed to be unsuccessful. I couldn't help but smile. This situation wasn't surprising. After all, this was the first night of the Dark Night, and no one had gone out to collect supplies. How could anyone have extra resources to exchange? Moreover, without a fire on a cold night, who would be willing to exchange their already scarce resources? This gave me some idea of how the trading platform actually works, and I continued browsing without wasting any more time. The guide then introduces some of the functions of the cabin. Although my cabin is simple, it can be upgraded. Upgrading requires sufficient resources, and before collecting supplies, there is no need to rush to consider all of this. However, I still wrote down the materials needed for the upgrade and planned to go out and collect them after daybreak. My cabin, level 0. Human, your cabin is too simple and cannot serve as a qualified shelter. Please collect resources and upgrade it as soon as possible. Expansion 0/100 wood. You can upgrade the cabin to level 1, expanding the area by 30 square meters and adding other functions. Warehouse, level 0. Can hold 300 units of supplies, but will take up living space in the cabin. Furnace, level 0. You now have a level 0 stone furnace and a stone pot. If you want to cook, you need ingredients and water. Please maintain a good hunger value, otherwise you will die directly. Upgrading requires wood and stone. The guide also mentions other functional buildings, such as sheds, which require soil and seeds and can grow vegetables and fruits, and animal rooms, which can be used to raise pets, but these have not yet been unlocked. I carefully looked at the materials needed for the upgrade, and plan to collect as many as possible when I go out during the day. As the night deepened, I turned to the last page and found that the information about humans was basically blank. After all humans had just come into this world, so there was no historical record. It seemed unrealistic to get enough information from this guide. I sighed softly and continued to look through the rest of the content. As the night deepened, the world chat channel began to seem much quieter. At this time, most of the humans who traveled to this world have gradually adapted to this barren land and began to realize that saving physical strength and energy is the most important rule of survival. However, some people have not yet fully adapted to this strange and frightening world. Don't leave, I'm so scared when everyone leaves. I stayed alone in the cabin. The weak light of the oil lamp illuminated the surroundings, still with a bit of chill. At this moment, I just filled my stomach and had no time to pay attention to the interaction in the chat channel. Since the system has given me some basic materials, I can use this time to make some practical tools and take the opportunity to do some work. I checked the inventory. 1 liter of drinking water, edible, but it can easily breed bacteria, so be careful when drinking. A piece of raw meat, it can be eaten raw, but it is easy to get infected with diseases. It is recommended to eat it after cooking. Of course, I don't dare to take the risk of eating raw meat directly. Who dares to have a strong stomach like the Japanese? But drinking ice water in such cold weather is not a good idea. It might even cause diarrhea. Moreover, in this strange and dangerous world, there might not even be medicine. The risk is too great, I can't take it lightly. So, cooking tools became a necessity for me. I remember that the method of making a stone pot was mentioned in the Dark Night World Action Guide. Stone stove, can hold wood for burning, no other kitchen appliances at the moment. Stone pot, used to boil water, requires 5/5 stones. I had enough materials on hand. I immediately took a piece of wood from my backpack and threw it into the stove to make the fire burn more vigorously. In an instant, the bonfire was burning, and the coldness of the cabin was dispelled a lot. After warming up a little, I walked to the table and started preparing to make a stone pot, holding the stone hammer rewarded by the system in my hand. Dang! 20 minutes later, a heavy stone pot was finally completed. Although it was dark and heavy, and the heat conduction was slow, I felt a little disgusted with it, but in this desolate world, it was fine as long as it could be used. I put the raw meat in the pot and cooked it patiently until it was cooked, then poured in a liter of water and brought it to a boil. When the water cooled down a little, I drank half of it and put the rest into the kettle for later use. I ate a few berries. Although they tasted sour, they at least filled my stomach a little. The warmth from the hot water made me feel a little comfortable, and at this moment, I finally realized my progress. I was probably the only one in this world who could make a stone pot and fill his stomach on the first night. I felt very satisfied. Store the remaining cooked meat and bread. Protein and energy are my most urgent needs during the day tomorrow. At least it can save me time collecting tomorrow. We've run out of stone, but we still have 4 pieces of wood and some hemp rope. What can we do? Wood is widely used here, not only for heating, making tools, but also for upgrading cabins. Hemp rope can be used to make clothes or other tools. I had a plan in mind. If I didn't get the perfect trap tonight, I would definitely make a few sharp wooden spears, at least to hunt small animals. But now, I already have a perfect trap, so the need for hunting is not urgent. So, I decided to make a small animal breeding fence first, just in case. I started to work, using hemp ropes to tie the wood together, and soon, a level 0 small animal breeding fence was ready. Although it was small and simple, and placed in this small wooden house, it made the space even more cramped, but at least it could be used. After I finished making the tools, I looked out the window. It was dark and quiet. Looking at the time on the guide, there are still 3 or 4 hours until dawn. It's time to rest, as there is still a lot of work waiting for me tomorrow. I made my bed, covered myself with the straw quilt, and finally felt a little at ease. The wood in the stove was still burning weakly, and the strange noises outside the house disappeared without a trace. It seems that the first night in this dark world is not so bad. I hope I can gain something tomorrow. In the early morning, the sunlight poured into the house through the window, and the warm light woke me up. I got up, walked to the window, and looked outside. The forest was quiet, with occasional bird calls and fresh air. The Dark Night World Action Guide mentioned that the daytime in this world is short and precious. I immediately became refreshed. The work during the day cannot be neglected. Only by collecting enough supplies can I spend a peaceful night. I made my bed, the fire in the stove went out, and the house was surrounded by cold again. But it didn't matter, it was daybreak, and I was ready to collect resources. I packed the cooked meat and warm water kettle that I had cooked last night, put on my wooden hunting fork, and was about to pick up the Dark Night World Action Guide, when I found that the book was emitting a faint light. Curiosity drove me to open the book, and the content on the pages had indeed changed. Dark Night World Action Guide. Day 1 Daytime Tips. Today's weather, sunny, daytime will last for 5 hours, temperature 12 degrees. Important tips, survivors, hurry up and take your tools and go out to collect resources. The daytime is limited, and you need to collect enough supplies to ensure your safety tonight. But don't forget, you still need a pot to cook food and water. Chop wood, make a fire, and upgrade the cabin. Daytime is your only chance. Remember, you must return to your cabin before nightfall. Don't take your chances, the night outside is full of dangers. I quickly flipped through the instructions for today in the action guide, and I couldn't help but wonder, is the daytime in this world really so short? 5 hours? Will we be greeted by another long darkness? Sure enough, the dark night world is worthy of its reputation. Daytime is simply a luxury. I frowned and thought, it seems that time here cannot be calculated in the same way as on Earth, but at the moment, I can't care about that. Now I must go out as soon as possible and collect the necessary supplies. If I delay any longer, time will be too precious. Before leaving, I took another look at the World Chat channel. As the day dawned, many people began to get active and the sound of chatter gradually rose. Great, it's finally dawn. I didn't sleep well last night, it was so scary. It's great, the sun is shining, and it's finally not so cold. Yeah, brothers, stop chatting and go out and collect supplies. Go, 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 we must get something to eat and drink today. Hunting brothers, add me in. Yes, add me too. The World Channel was filled with heated discussions among time travelers, and everyone was full of energy. After reading this, I put away the action guide, put it in my arms, and walked out the door. After all, in this world, this book is the equivalent of a smartphone that not only displays the exact temperature but, more importantly, reminds me to the minute when it will get dark. This was extremely important to us. It would be a disaster if we missed the dark time and didn't get back to the cabin. I cautiously pushed open the door of the cabin and looked outside. I didn't see anything unusual. It was sunny and comfortable outside. The cabin is located on the edge of a lush forest, surrounded by tall trees and the occasional sound of birds. There seemed to be a small animal moving around in the trees in the distance. Upon closer inspection, it was a wild squirrel looking towards the cabin. Not far away, in a bush, bright red wild berries were hanging on the branches. Ye Feng knew that these were edible, but the white mist was still spreading, obscuring his vision. As the action guide said, it was best not to move more than 1 mile, so as not to get lost in the white mist. White fog! I couldn't help but be a little surprised. It seems that this is a kind of visual barrier in the dark night world, preventing humans from seeing too far. Although there are no traces of monsters or beasts now, the monsters from last night have disappeared. Sure enough, it's only slightly safer during the day. I took a deep breath and closed the door of the cabin. However, when I looked down, I found that the base of the cabin was equipped with 4 thick wooden wheels. I pushed the cabin in shock, and the wheels squeaked and moved easily. It seemed that although the cabin could move, it was slow and could only move a few miles a day. Forget it, I won't move. I shook my head and continued to look for useful resources. Right next to the cabin, I found a tattered wooden box. When I opened it, I saw a cheap stone axe inside. I frowned and threw it aside. Now I have a perfect stone axe in my hand, which is much more efficient than this broken axe. That's right! I suddenly thought of something and quickly walked around the cabin to check. Sure enough, there were scratches and bite marks of varying depths on the wooden wall. The monster must have been scratching and biting outside the door last night. Looking at these marks, I couldn't help but feel a palpitation. Fortunately, the material of the cabin is solid, and the wall is not seriously damaged. It looks like it will take some time for the monster to break through this wooden wall. I breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that I was safe for the time being. However, I did not forget the footprints around me. Although it was difficult to determine what kind of beast left them, the most important thing now was to quickly collect resources. After all, food was the top priority. I walked to an open space and placed the perfect grade trapping cage I got as a sign and reward last night there. The surrounding area was lush with vegetation, so it was likely that small animals would pass by. Once they got into the cage, they would never be able to get out again. After putting the trap away, I turned and headed for the bush to pick some berries. Nothing was more pressing than the need to feed myself. Gathering these berries was both easy and filling. After a few minutes, I successfully collected 10 berries. These berries were of different sizes, some of which were slightly concave on the surface and had purple and black colors. I couldn't help but take a bite, and instantly my mouth was filled with sourness and bitterness. It was really hard to swallow. But in order to survive, I still endured the discomfort and forced myself to swallow the berry. Just think of this as breakfast. Even though it tastes terrible, it helps me get through the most difficult times. I ate a few berries, pulled out my playbook, and started checking the World Chat channel. I wanted to see what other people were gathering and adjust my own plans and strategies. At this time, the chat channel was very lively. My hunger bar is almost at the bottom. I have to go out and find something to eat. Ha ha ha, I just picked 10 berries, come and see. I have one too. Who has raw meat? Trade it with berries. Haha, you want to exchange berries for raw meat? Did your head get caught in the door? Raw meat isn't that easy to get. Yes, we have to catch small animals to get meat. Who has ever seen raw meat? I'm just asking, does anyone know where there's a water source? I've been looking around the cabin for a long time but can't find one. I'm really worried. Eat some berries. They don't taste great, but at least they're juicy. Is your cabin in the jungle? I was thrown into the desert. The sun is too strong, it's so hot, and there's no water. I'm on the grassland. There are so many wild horses and bison here. If I can catch them, I can eat their meat. But how can they run so fast? I was going crazy. I couldn't find anything to eat, so I decided to eat grass. But the action guide told me that humans can't eat grass. It turns out that we can't even eat grass. I need to lie down for a while and save my energy. Brothers! I just climbed up a tree and caught a bird, but it flew away. But I found a bird's nest on the tree, and there were 5 bird eggs in it. Haha, now I'm rich! That's amazing! This is such good luck! I'm so envious! The interaction on the World Channel is very active. Although everyone's situation is different, the atmosphere is much more relaxed than yesterday. When we first arrived in this dark world yesterday, we were all trapped in a predicament of unfamiliarity, coldness and hunger, with only the unknown and fear. Now, the sunlight during the day has temporarily released everyone's tension and anxiety. Watching everyone's discussion, I couldn't help but shake my head. Chasing wild horses? How dare you think that? Not only would you fail to catch them, but you would also get hungry faster. Without food to replenish yourself at night, you might not be able to survive. It can be seen that most people had lived a comfortable life before and lacked survival experience. I typed a string of words on the public screen. If you don't have enough protein and calories, try to avoid strenuous exercise. After that, I exited the chat channel and ignored them. I couldn't even take care of myself now, so how could I have time to care about others? Next, I opened the World Trade platform and planned to exchange the raw meat on hand for some water. Compared to last night, there are more supplies on the platform. Vegetables and fruits are easy to collect, in large quantities and cheap. Most people use these reserves to fill their stomachs, and use the rest to exchange for much-needed resources. However, it is not enough to eat vitamins alone. Humans need high-calorie and high-protein foods. Staple foods such as potatoes are more expensive, while meat is the most expensive. On the trading platform, many people tried to exchange vegetables and fruits for meat, but most of them got no response. 100 berries for a piece of raw meat? No one responded. 20 bird eggs for 30 pieces of wood? Was laughed at. Are you crazy? It takes a day to chop 30 pieces of wood. Ye Feng watched these interactions and couldn't help but laugh. It seems that in the future, meat will undoubtedly become the most valuable resource. At this point, I started to feel a little hungry. I took out my water bottle and drank a few sips of water, but I was secretly worried. Is there any water source around the cabin? The half loaf of bread that was left over from when I signed in last night, a piece of cooked meat, and the berries I picked today were all my food for the day. And that piece of cooked meat was simply a delicacy. After eating it, I instantly felt full and my energy was replenished. At this time, I had recovered a lot of my strength. I prepared to pack up and start doing some physical work. I took out the perfect stone axe I had received as a gift when I signed in last night from my backpack. I know that in this jungle, the most abundant thing is wood. However, the efficiency of felling depends on whether the tool in your hand is sharp. As long as you have a sharp axe, your work will be twice as effective with half the effort. At this moment, the stone axe in my hand was a sign in reward. It was 4 levels higher than the axe I found in the box at the door of the cabin. This also means that the efficiency of cutting wood is several times higher than that of others. Ding! A perfect stone axe, extremely sharp, especially suitable for chopping down trees. Chopping down. Harvesting a piece of wood. Harvesting a piece of wood. Collecting stones. Successfully collected a piece of stone. After almost 2 hours, I have collected 50 pieces of wood and 30 pieces of stone. In comparison, if someone else uses an ordinary axe, they can only collect 10 pieces of wood and 5 pieces of stone at most. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but feel delighted. After all, holding a perfect stone axe, the efficiency is really different. These wood and stones are enough for me to upgrade many functions in the cabin. The nights in the dark world are extremely cold, and even in the cabin, the temperature is so low that it makes people shiver. Therefore, every night I need at least 5 pieces of wood to make a fire to keep warm all night. At this time, travelers all over the world may still be looking for suitable stones to make an excellent stone axe. After all, only good tools can improve efficiency. After putting the collected supplies into the cabin's warehouse, I prepared to go check out the perfect trap I had placed today while it was still light. Halfway through the walk, I suddenly stopped and quietly hid behind the cabin. Because I saw that there was a fat, silly roe deer in the cage. The roe deer was walking around in the cage, seemingly wondering why it was locked up. I was sure it had been caught, and I couldn't help but feel excited. Seeing such a large wild animal, I was so happy that I almost jumped up. The perfect trap is really powerful. As I was observing it, I discovered that there was another animal in the cage. An equally fat wild duck poked its head out from behind the roe deer. Oh my God! Buy one get one free! I exclaimed in surprise. I never thought I could catch 2 animals at once. Perfect trap, carefully designed to attract the curiosity of wild animals. Ding! A wild roe deer is obtained, and you can get 10 pieces of raw meat and 1 piece of skin. Wild roe deer, running speed 10 meters per second, adult, cannot be tamed. Ding! You got a wild duck and you can get 3 pieces of raw meat. Wild duck, running speed 8 meters per second, excellent escape skills, adult, cannot be tamed. After looking at their data, I knew that even if I chased them for a few hours, I might not be able to catch them. Sure enough, the perfect trap given by the system is simply a hunting artifact. In less than 2 hours, I had such a rich harvest, and I don't have to worry about dinner tonight. Without hesitation, I stepped forward and knocked both animals unconscious with a gentle knock of the axe. Then I took out the remaining hemp rope to tie them up and threw them into the animal pen in the cabin. I would wait until the evening to process them and cook them into cooked meat. In the next few days, I didn't need to worry about food shortages at all. After packing up the trap, I put it back in place and continued to wait for new prey. At this time, it was getting dark, so I returned to the cabin to rest for a while, eating some cooked meat and wild berries to replenish my energy and water. Then I set out again to continue collecting wood. For me, wood is the most critical resource. Only with enough wood can I upgrade the cabin, and now that I have this perfect stone axe, my efficiency is doubled. As darkness fell, I had gathered about 100 pieces of wood and 60 pieces of stone to bring back to the cabin, so I could upgrade it from level 0 to level 1. I couldn't help but get excited when I thought about it. Those other people might still be using ordinary axes and collecting 20 pieces of wood at most, but I was already several levels ahead. At this time, an eerie atmosphere spread and a cold wind blew, so cold that it made my back chill. The terror of the night came back, and I shuddered. I quickly took out the Dark World Action Guide and looked at the time. Countdown to dark, 30 minutes. It looks like night is about to fall, and I have to get back to the cabin as soon as possible. I opened the World Chat channel and found that everyone had already started complaining. Why is it getting dark so quickly? I just collected some wood and berries. I'm sure I'll be hungry tonight. It's over. Without water, I'm going to die of thirst tonight. What are you guys still complaining about? Go back to the cabin, it's not safe after dark. Although everyone was extremely anxious, they returned to the cabin one after another in order to save their lives. Although the supplies collected by most people were insignificant, in this endlessly dark world, no one could ignore the deep fear. Let's hurry back to the cabin. We shouldn't stay outside for too long. I put away the perfect stone axe, stopped collecting wood, and walked towards the cabin. My eyes involuntarily fell on the perfect gray trapping cage next to me. I was shocked. There was actually such a surprise. In the dim sky, I saw what seemed to be a black thing in the trap. As the little animal in the cage turned around, I could see clearly that it was a chubby little raccoon. Judging from its size, it should be a young raccoon because it was very small. The little raccoon was not stupid. It was obviously curious about the exquisite trap and could not control itself and crawled in. However, it could never get out again. Oh, oh, oh! The little raccoon cried out in a voice of utter grievance, and its eyes revealed a longing it seemed to be expecting me to let it out. Seeing me striding towards it with a stone axe in my hand, its eyes were full of fear and tension. It stared at me motionlessly, as if hoping that I could save it. Good evening, raccoon! I greeted with a smile. Have you eaten? I gave a harmless smile. The next second, I picked up the stone axe and swung it backhand. Bang! The little raccoon was knocked unconscious by my axe. It thought too much. In this world, only the strong can survive, and nothing else matters. Seeing this rare delicacy in front of it, how could it let it go easily? I opened the trap and lifted the raccoon by its neck, feeling quite proud. Ding! A white baby raccoon was captured. You can cut 6 pieces of raw meat and a raccoon skin. The baby raccoon is female and has a high IQ. It is currently in its juvenile form and is difficult to tame. If it cannot be tamed, it is recommended to make broth. I felt a surge of joy in my heart. This trap was simply a cheat, and I easily caught 3 wild animals in one day. On this day, I accumulated more than a dozen pieces of raw meat. I'm afraid no one in the world can compare to me. It's really a huge profit. Meat is a luxury for humans in this world. However, I haven't found a water source yet, and his biggest problem right now is the lack of water. Luckily, I saw quite a few people selling drinking water on World Trade. People who traveled to this world were assigned to different places. Some people happened to be near streams and had sufficient water sources, so they could trade as long as the price was right. I carried the raccoon back to the cabin and put it in the animal pen to keep it together for the time being. Then locked the doors and windows of the cabin to keep out monsters outside. At this time, the night has completely fallen. Fear and darkness shroud the cabin, and strange sounds come one after another: the chirping of insects and ants, the roar of ferocious beasts, and strange cries in the jungle. These sounds sometimes disappear and sometimes sound again. There was a sense of uneasiness in the air. Perhaps a being so powerful that it frightened all creatures was wandering in this jungle. In addition to fear, the cold also made people feel uncomfortable. Many people shivered in the cold night, and spent this long cold night. However, I was not affected by the outside world at all. I knew that my cabin was safe. The thick wooden walls were enough to resist the attacks of ordinary monsters. If you really encounter a monster that you cannot defeat, there is nothing you can do. Even if the wooden house is destroyed, you can only leave it to fate. I opened the Dark World Action Guide and checked the reminder for the second night. Tonight, it is dark, please return to the cabin quickly. The night will last for 15 hours, the temperature is -11 degrees, and it is cold. Have you collected enough wood and food to survive this long night? I read the instructions and felt happy, with a smile on my face. What's so scary about this dark night? As long as we have enough food and wood, we can get through it easily. The fire in the cabin had gone out long ago, so I needed to start a new one to keep warm. I struck a fire with a flint, lit the hay, lit the oil lamp, and finally put the wood in the stove. Boom! A bright flame was instantly ignited, and the warm breath instantly dispelled the coldness in the cabin. Feeling warm and comfortable, I decided to boil some hot water and kill a wild roe deer to reward myself. I was boiling water in a stone pot, preparing to cook the meat, and sharpening my stone axe in a happy mood. In the cabin, the oil lamp flickered faintly. The flame of the stove radiated warmth. In the long dark night, it is easy for a person to feel lonely and helpless. Even so, I have gotten used to the rhythm of this world and accepted its rules. All this is no longer a dream, but a reality I must face. When facing fear, I know that the best way is to be busy and not give myself any free time to think about random things. Sometimes, the loneliness is unbearable, so I might as well go to the World Chat channel to seek some comfort. It is always full of excitement, and everyone can still find some comfort in difficult situations. Obviously, I have gradually adapted to this dark world, but I always feel that time is not enough. Whenever everyone is chatting in the chat channel, I just want to have more time to complete the tasks at hand. I sharpened the axe first and prepared to kill the stupid roe deer. Its meat was enough to fill my stomach first, and then there were other things to do. With a gentle hug, he lifted the roe deer out of the animal pen. It was still in a semi-conscious state, and had no idea what it was about to face. I have to say that this roe deer is extremely stupid, and the other small animals in the pen are looking at this scene with fear in their eyes. Bang, bang! I swung the axe and struck accurately, and the silly roe deer fell to the ground. The stone axe in my hand was shining like new, and I quickly started to skin and butcher the meat with skillful movements. Ding! I got a common wild roe deer skin. Animal skin is an ideal material for making clothes and a good companion in cold weather. Ding! 10 pieces of ordinary wild roe deer meat are obtained. Although it is of ordinary grade, wild roe deer meat is still rich in protein and its nutrition should not be underestimated. I took the animal's skin and measured it. It seemed to be enough to make a leather coat to keep warm. The linen clothes I was wearing were neither comfortable nor warm, so I could just change into this new leather coat. Great! 10 pieces of meat and a piece of skin! I felt very satisfied. I laid the hide by the fire to dry slowly. Then, I easily lifted the duck from the pen. The duck, still in shock, had no time to react and was killed instantly with one blow of my axe. Ding! 200 G of duck feathers obtained. Ding! Get 3 pieces of wild duck meat. I picked up the pile of duck feathers and thought, although this little bit of feathers can't do anything for now, if accumulated, maybe it can be used to make a duck feather pillow. So I put it away. I clapped my hands again and turned to the last raccoon, which was huddled in the pen. It was completely stunned when it saw the roe deer and ducks I had just dealt with fall down one by one. Oh oh! The little raccoon whined, its tail tucked in, its whole body tensed, and it huddled in a corner, not daring to look me in the eye, as if in the blink of an eye, it would become the next meal. Seeing it like this, I couldn't help but smile. I thought, no hurry, after all, I have harvested more than 10 pieces of meat, enough for me for the next few days. Meat is most delicious when it is fresh. If we kill it all and can't eat it all, the nutrients will be lost. So, I decided to keep it alive for now and make plans after a few days. Put the prepared duck meat into the stone pot and slowly roast it. The sizzling sound in the pot makes people feel happy. The aroma of meat in the air makes people drool. Since coming to this dark world, food is in short supply every day. Food at this time is particularly desirable. Soon, the duck meat was cooked. I waited for the meat to cool down a bit, then started to eat it. I ate most of it, burped with satisfaction, and there was still a small piece left. At this time, the little raccoon had already been attracted by the fragrance, and was lying beside the animal pen, staring at me, obviously tempted by the leftover meat. Woo! It made a soft plea, its eyes full of longing. I smiled and looked over, throwing the remaining bones and some meat scraps to it. After all, it hadn't been slaughtered yet, so I couldn't let it starve to death. The little raccoon looked at the food and quickly pounced on it, and began to wolf it down. It seemed to have discovered the most delicious food in the world, and it was very satisfied with the meal, and even made a happy, meow, sound. Seeing it eating so happily, I couldn't help but smile. The appearance of this little raccoon is really interesting, as if you can feel its inner joy. At this moment, an idea suddenly occurred to me. Perhaps, in this lonely cabin, having such a cute little raccoon to accompany me would be a kind of comfort. Little raccoon, what's your name? I blurted out, wanting to interact with this little guy. Unexpectedly, the next second, a gentle response came from the raccoon's mouth. Raccoon. This stunned me. It could actually understand me? It was no longer as stupid as the previous animals. This raccoon in front of me obviously had a higher IQ and seemed more suitable to be domesticated as a pet. However, I also know that if I keep this raccoon, it will also need food and care, and even consume more meat resources. Moreover, even if I domesticate it, what can it do for me? Help cut trees and dig stones? He is not sure. So, I decided to keep the raccoon in the pen temporarily and make plans after 2 days. I was full, but for some reason, I felt even more thirsty. I looked through the water bottle and found that there was only a little water left. In order to meet my needs, I decided to exchange some raw meat for water resources. I opened the world trading platform and picked a piece of fresh wild duck meat and hung it up. When I think about it carefully, the meat I have on hand is enough for me to eat for a few days, so it shouldn't be a big problem to hang out a few pieces. Moreover, even if there is not enough meat, I can still use the trap next to the cabin, which is a magical tool for catching small animals, and easily solve the meat problem. In the next few days, I should not have to worry about eating meat. On the trading platform I wrote, a piece of raw meat in exchange for a large amount of drinking water resources. Please contact me if you have water resources. After placing the transaction, I browsed the other products on the platform and saw a wide variety of fruits and vegetables, but most people always find it difficult to adapt to vegetarian food. Especially for people who have been used to eating a lot of meat and fish for a long time. If they want to eat only fruits and vegetables, their mouths will probably feel unsatisfied. Occasionally, you can see some protein sources such as bird eggs and insects, but raw meat like mine is still rare. It seems that not many people who traveled here can obtain meat resources. Even if they can, they probably won't exchange them because meat is an extremely precious resource in this world. Then, the trading platform suddenly became lively, with people asking about the price of my meat. It was obvious that everyone was eager to try this piece of raw meat. Oh my God! I just picked a few berries today and someone is hanging raw meat on the platform. I also want to know how the seller caught this duck. Can you tell me? I saw a wild duck today, but that guy ran so fast, I don't know how he caught it. Please give me a tutorial. Master, please teach me. However, some people are suspicious. If he has so much meat, why doesn't he eat it himself? Instead, he wants to exchange it. Does he have more meat? I'll give you 30 liters of water, please give me a chance. Among them, there was a person who offered the highest price. His home happened to have a stream with abundant water. Although there was plenty of water, he also faced the problem of lack of containers he needed to make kettles, buckets, etc. to store water. This means that the exchange of 30 liters of water not only requires a water source, but also requires time to cut wood and make utensils. Using 30 liters of water to exchange for raw meat is simply a project. In addition, there are many people who have no water resources and are in urgent need of exchanging supplies. I have wood. I cut 10 pieces of wood. Can I exchange them for some meat? I haven't eaten for a day. I'm starving. I hesitated for a while, and finally decided to trade with the man who offered 30 liters of water. "It's you, a piece of raw meat in exchange for 30 liters of water." Unexpectedly, once the transaction was confirmed, the system popped up a failure message. "Transaction failed, insufficient container." It turned out that the only kettle I had in my cabin that could hold water only held 1 liter of water, which was no way to complete the transaction. Suddenly, I was a little annoyed, and I opened the action guide and saw the material requirements for making a wooden barrel. Fortunately, I had enough wood on hand, and I quickly used a stone axe to make a large wooden barrel that could hold 40 liters of water. After successfully making it, I was finally able to trade for 30 liters of water. The barrel was instantly filled with clean water, enough for me to use for a month. However, the water did not look clean, with some weeds and dead leaves floating on it, and there was no guarantee that there were no invisible bacteria and insects. To ensure safety, I decided to filter it first and then boil it in a stone pot. Following the instructions, I easily made a simple water purification device. I put gravel and charcoal into the device, filtered the water, and then poured it into a stone pot to boil. Finally, after drinking the cool hot water, my thirst disappeared instantly and the feeling of satisfaction was indescribable. At this moment, I am sitting at the wooden table, enjoying a moment of peace and comfort, all my fatigue swept away. The endless night was long and silent, with about 10 hours left. I certainly didn't plan to rest so early. After all, the materials collected during the day were rich enough, a total of 100 pieces of wood, enough to do a lot of things. So I decided to make good use of these resources. I opened the Dark World Action Guide and began to look at the tools and facilities that could be made. Log cabin can be upgraded by 1 level, expanding the interior space, adding new functional areas, and increasing the floor area, requires 100/100 wood. I pondered it in my mind. During the day, I collected 100 pieces of wood and 50 pieces of stone. According to the guide, there are many options for upgrading. I have to choose the ones I need most and upgrade them first. Looking up at the cabin, there is a wooden bed near the window, a stove in the middle, wood and stones piled in the corners, and a wooden table at the back. Now there is a large wooden barrel, which is used to store water. Everything in front of me is filled with space, which feels a bit cramped. It seems that the cabin is too small and there is no way to put more things in it. Let's upgrade it first. I made a decision in my heart. Referring to the blueprint in the action guide, I picked up the perfect stone axe and started chopping wood. Dong dong dong! With the stone axe in hand, the upgrade operation started automatically. Fortunately, this upgrade is fully automatic, otherwise, the complexity of expanding the cabin would definitely be a headache. About 3 hours later, the expansion was completed. Ding! Congratulations on successfully upgrading the cabin, level 1. I saw the system prompt and was excited. After the upgrade, the space of the cabin almost doubled to 50 square meters. Now it finally looks much more spacious. At the same time, I can divide the space into various functional areas: bedroom, living room, kitchen, studio, warehouse, etc. Although the space is not very large, it is enough. I am very satisfied with the result. The 100 pieces of wood were used up cleanly, but the functions of the cabin were enriched a lot. Tool room, 0/10 wood is needed, and tools such as ropes, stone axes, torches, backpacks, etc. can be made. My eyes widened. These functions are so practical. Not only can you make better weapons, but you can also make essential backpacks and torches. In addition, there are smelting rooms, greenhouses, livestock stables, and so on, each of which can improve the practicality of the cabin and further enhance my ability to survive in this dark world. While I was excited, I was thinking, if I could collect enough wood tomorrow, which function should I develop first? However, I didn't rush to make a decision, but went to the World Chat channel. Many players are still sharing their experiences and gains. Hello everyone. Today I made a stone axe, chopped 10 pieces of wood, collected 5 pieces of stone, and got some berries. After nightfall, I burned 5 pieces of wood to keep warm. Now there are 5 pieces of wood and 5 pieces of stone left. Which function in the cabin should I upgrade first? A player asked for help. Others expressed their opinions. Some suggested that he should calmly accumulate resources and not rush to upgrade. Others thought that he could first make some javelins and try his luck in the bushes. I watched these discussions and smiled. Indeed, resources are scarce now, and no one can upgrade the cabin as quickly as I can. Never mind, maybe this will provide me with more unique advantages. It was late at night, and I finally felt a little sleepy, so I turned off the Dark World action guide. Oh, right. I suddenly remembered that I hadn't signed in tonight, so I quickly completed the sign-in. Ding! Congratulations on completing your sign-in tonight. You've received a small gift pack of materials and a rare Mount Yuming. When I saw the introduction of the Mount Yuming, my face was shocked. The original tiredness disappeared instantly. Yuming, a rare mount. Special skills, danger alert, temporary invisibility, automatic search for the way back to the cabin. Running speed 20 meters per second, 100 miles per hour, can last for 2 hours. Because the mount is of a very high level, it is difficult to raise. Feed it with 3 pieces of common meat, or 1 piece of excellent meat, and 5 liters of water every day. Note: loyalty will decrease if you do not feed it food and water. Tip: you can use the spirit wolf as your mount and ride it alone. You can also use it to pull the cabin and move your home from a poor place to another place with abundant resources. This is so rare. It's even higher than perfect. The most shocking thing is that the Yuming in my hand can actually reach a speed of 20 meters per second? This is impossible. Am I seeing things? Isn't this flying? Think about the wild road deer I caught with a trap today. Its speed was only 10 meters per second. It was hard to catch a wild animal. And my Yuming can actually surpass the speed of ordinary beasts by twice. It is simply beyond the reach of those beasts. With this rare mount, my range of activities has expanded several times. And it even has a built-in navigation function, so I don't have to worry about getting lost. No matter how far I walked, I could easily get back to the cabin. I no longer had to worry about getting lost or walking too far to make it back. What's even better is that with such a fast speed, even if I encounter a ferocious beast, I can easily escape. It's simply the perfect mount. The only requirement is a lot of raw meat and water, but I can completely understand this. If you want a horse to run, how can you not feed it grass? But the question is, where is Yuming now? I turned around and looked around, but I couldn't find any trace of it. Could it have returned to the cabin on its own? Just when I was confused, suddenly, I heard hurried footsteps outside. Click, click! Oh, whoa! The sound of hurried running was getting closer and closer. I walked to the window, opened it, and saw a tall and agile wolf. There was a silvery light shining on its body, and it was running towards the cabin like a silver streamline. Is this Yuming is coming? Wait. Why is there a monster chasing after it? I frowned. The sound of my hurried running broke the silence of the night, and seemed to have startled 2 blue lights in the nearby jungle. The monster spotted Yuming and chased after him madly, roaring miserably and trying to bite him. However, Yuming was too fast for the monster to catch up. This made me feel relieved. Although according to the action guide, it was extremely dangerous at night, I had to open the door and bring Yuming in to prevent it from being swallowed by the monster. I rushed to the door, quickly opened it, and welcomed Yuming into the cabin. As soon as the door closed, I quickly locked the small wooden door, and the darkness outside swallowed up the surroundings again. After Yuming entered the house, he rubbed my cheek affectionately, showing a very intimate feeling. The mount I just signed in tonight has already reached the maximum value in terms of loyalty and intimacy. Suddenly, there was a loud banging sound outside the door. Bang! The monster seemed unable to stop and slammed the wooden door violently, causing the whole cabin to shake a few times. Then, it scratched the wooden door angrily, leaving several sharp claw marks, as if looking for a breakthrough. However, the wooden door was strong enough, and the monster did not cause much damage. Finally, it circled the cabin a few times, and seemed to find no way to get in, so it left angrily. I held my breath and nervously watched the movement outside through the window. Although I couldn't see anything clearly, the 2 blue light spots had disappeared. The monster had finally left. I put down the stone axe in my hand and breathed a sigh of relief. Although I didn't see clearly what the monster was, its tenacity was impressive. 2 nights in a row, it tried to raid the cabin, but as long as the cabin was intact, I didn't need to worry. Seeing those blue lights still staring at the cabin in the distance, I decided to ignore them, took a deep breath, turned around and looked at Yuming again. Yu Ming! I exclaimed softly. The long silver fur is smooth and shiny, like a silver light in the night. It's so handsome! I sighed in my heart. Thinking back to the scene when Yu Ming was chased by the monster just now, it was completely fearless with speed and strength, and even the monster couldn't catch up with it. It was really great. I patted Yu Ming's back gently. You are awesome! Yu Ming exhaled hot air, making soft, sounds from his mouth, and bit my clothes affectionately, appearing to be a little hungry. I realized then that it needed food and water, and it had no place to rest. I immediately decided to build a livestock pen for Yu Ming. I took out the sign-in gift package, opened it, and saw that it contained just enough wood and other necessary materials. So, using my perfect stone axe, I began to build the stable. In less than an hour, the animal pen was finally built. I led Yu Ming into the pen and prepared freshly cut wild meat and water for him. Yu Ming was eating with big mouthfuls, which made me laugh uncontrollably. It was as cute as a husky while eating. Okay, it's done. It's time for me to go to bed. I have more preparations to make tomorrow. I lay down on the small wooden bed, covered myself with a straw quilt, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 11: Obtaining a Rare Mount. Rare. One level higher than perfect. Most importantly, the speed of this, Yu Ming, is 20 meters per second? Did he see it right? Isn't this flying? Thinking about the wild roe deer he caught with a trap today, it was only 10 meters/1 second. The speed of wild animals is actually about the same, and it is difficult for them to catch roe deer. And the rare, Yu Ming, horse that he obtained can actually be more than twice as fast as an ordinary wild beast. It is simply beyond the reach of wild beasts. So, now he has this rare level mount. Doesn't this mean that his range of activities during the day has expanded by who knows how many times? Moreover, this Yu Ming has its own navigation system. There is no need to worry about getting lost, you can always come back no matter where you are. From now on, he won't have to worry about going too far and not being able to get back to the cabin. And with this speed of movement, even if he encounters a ferocious beast, he can escape safely. Oh my God! This mount has almost no disadvantages except that it can eat a little. It just requires lots of raw meat and drinking water. But Ye Feng could also figure it out. If you want the horse to run, you can't not give it grass to eat, right? But where is it now? Just as Ye Feng turned around to look around in confusion, when his rare mount was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that Yu Ming could automatically appear in the cabin? Just wondering. Suddenly he heard. Outside the cabin, there was a sound of hurried footsteps. Snap, snap! Ouch! The sound of hurried running came from far away. Hearing the sound, Ye Feng walked to the window, opened the small wooden window and looked out. Sure enough, I saw a tall and agile wolf not far away. It seemed as if the whole body was glowing with silvery white light. In this endless darkness, it turns into a silver-white line, running towards the cabin. This is Yu Ming coming! Eh? There's a scary monster chasing after it? Ye Feng frowned, accompanied by the sound of rapid running. It seemed that the two faint blue lights lurking in the nearby jungle were alarmed. It discovered Yu Ming. The next second, the monster roared, making a terrifying sound. Yobwang chased Yu Ming desperately, trying to catch up with it and eat it. However, it seemed that it was somewhat difficult for this monster to catch up with Yu Ming. Those two blue spots of light were behind Yu Ming, and he couldn't catch up with them. Ye Feng almost cried out in surprise, although he kept in mind what the action guide said. It was extremely dangerous outside late at night. But there was no way, he had to open the door now. Otherwise, if Yu Ming's mount was left outside the cabin, it would be eaten by monsters sooner or later. Ye Feng ran to the door. The door opened immediately, revealing the bright light of the cabin. Call out! The spirit wolf Yu Ming took a leap. All of a sudden, a silver-white, cunning figure rushed into the cabin. The moment it came in, Ye Feng slammed the door shut. Without stopping for a moment, quickly locked the small wooden door. Outside the cabin, darkness fell again. The ghostly wolf rushed into the cabin and stretched out its head affectionately. It stroked Ye Feng's cheek, getting to know its new owner. The mounts and pets obtained by signing in tonight have full loyalty and intimacy. The next second, there was a loud noise outside the door. Bang! The thing outside seemed to be unable to stop and slammed violently against the wooden door. The whole cabin shook. Crack, crack! It scratched at the wooden door angrily. It left behind sharp claw marks several inches deep in an attempt to destroy the cabin. Unfortunately, the wood was very thick and it couldn't do much damage to it. This thing was circling the cabin, trying to find a flaw. After a long time, it finally gave up gnawing at the cabin and turned back to the jungle. Ye Feng, who had been holding his breath and not daring to act rashly, looked at the jungle outside through the narrow wooden window. It was pitch black at this moment, and I couldn't see anything. But the two lights disappeared from near the cabin. Make sure the monsters outside are gone. Ye Feng put down the perfect stone axe in his hand. At this moment, his legs were weak and he was covered in cold sweats. But he couldn't see clearly what the monster was. But this guy is really strong-willed. I have been trying to raid his cabin for 2 nights in a row. Of course, he didn't dare to go out easily. In the jungle farther away, several blue lights could still be seen, staring at the cabin motionlessly. But as long as the monsters can't destroy the cabin, there's no need to worry about them. Taking a deep breath, Ye Feng turned around and looked at Yu Ming. The sound of a ghost. A rare mount. The whole body is covered with long silver hair, which is soft and shiny, with a faint silver glow in the night. What a handsome wolf! Ye Feng exclaimed in admiration. Looking at it at night, it looks like a silver lightning moving. Thinking back to what happened just now, even if it was chased by a monster, it could still escape safely. Its speed is much faster than that monster. Marvelous! Ye Feng patted Yu Ming's back gently. This is an extremely rare mount that he has seen since coming to this world. Yu Ming stuck out his fiery tongue and made a "wuh" sound from his mouth from time to time, gently biting Ye Feng's linen clothes. Ye Feng finally reacted. It must be a little hungry and want to eat. That's right. The key is that it has no place to live. Ye Feng then remembered. I need to build a livestock pen immediately. Requires wood 0/20, rope 0/5. After the cabin expansion was completed, there didn't seem to be enough materials left. But Ye Feng thought about the sign-in just now. It seems like a small gift package of materials was given as a gift. Let's see if there is any wood in it. If not, you may have to exchange it for raw meat on the trading platform. Thinking of this, Ye Feng opened the small gift package of materials. Ding! Obtained 20 pieces of common wood, 10 pieces of common stone, 1 piece of common copper ore, 1 piece of coarse bread, 5 portions of concentrated feed, 1 liter of cold water. Then, a pile of materials fell onto the wooden table. Ye Feng was delighted that there was just enough wood to build the animal pen. He didn't wait and picked up the perfect stone axe. Used the donated wood to start building the animal pen. About an hour later. Done! Small livestock stables. It takes up 5 square meters and can raise 5 livestock, 1/5. Currently, we only have 1 rare level Yu Ming, and there are still 4 vacancies. Ye Feng led Yu Ming into the animal pen, then took out a piece of freshly cut roe deer meat and 5 liters of water and placed them in front of Yu Ming. Yu Ming was really hungry. In the animal pen, he lowered his head and ate meat in big mouthfuls. Finally, not so hungry anymore. Ye Feng looked at the wolf in front of him and felt a little amused. In front of him, this was not a ferocious wolf at all. It clearly looks more like a husky. Okay, I've done what I need to do. It's time for me to go to bed. I need to go to bed early and get up early to be fully prepared for tomorrow. Ye Feng walked to his small wooden bed and lay down. Cover with a straw quilt. Chapter 12, Little Raccoon Becomes a Pet. I added a few logs of wood to the stove before going to bed. There is a fire in the cabin. Although it was freezing outside, the indoor temperature remained above 10 degrees, which was still very warm. Such a night is extremely cold and lonely. Living alone in the cabin, there was no sound or movement around. For people with poor self-regulation ability, it is simply a bone-eating mental torture. Nearly half of the humans who came here were suffering from this torture, wanting to go crazy and almost collapsing. They have to rely on frantically showing their presence in the World Chat channel to relieve this feeling of loneliness and discomfort. Fortunately, Ye Feng is not so lonely. There was a new wolf in his cabin, which was mute but very smart. There was also a silly and greedy little raccoon in the animal pen. Inside the animal pen, the little raccoon blinked his round eyes and threw aside the bone that he had chewed clean. He lay at the door of the animal pen and looked at Ye Feng. Is he asleep? This human is so stupid. How can such a rope in the animal pen trap a cunning and clever person like me? Humph! The little raccoon stretched out its tiny claws and scratched at the door of the pen a few times. The next second, the rope loosened. The small door of the animal pen was pushed open with a creak. Yu Ming, who was originally resting in the stable, heard the unusual noise in the house. He immediately looked up vigilantly and stared at the strange raccoon. What if this raccoon does something dangerous? It will immediately neigh loudly to alert its owner to be on guard. But the raccoon seemed to be dismissive of Yu Ming. Humph, you stupid mount, what kind of beast are you? How can you compare with me? I am a pet that enjoys the love and care of my master. It jumped onto the wooden bed nimbly and crawled into Ye Feng's arms. It is a cute and smart raccoon. It only sleeps on the bed, so why would it sleep in the animal pen? At this moment, Ye Feng was half asleep and half awake, feeling a little confused. I felt something furry in my arms. I felt so comfortable and warm against its fur that I couldn't help but hold it in my arms to keep warm. The raccoon shrank into Ye Feng's arms. He squinted his cute round eyes in satisfaction and gradually fell asleep. Outside the cabin, the two blue lights were still staring at Ye Feng's cabin motionlessly. From the jungle not far away, there were occasional hair-raising screams, biting and fighting sounds. But these noises did not affect Ye Feng's sleep at all. The sky gradually turned fishbelly-like. The sunshine arrived as promised. The warmth passed through the small wooden window and fell on Ye Feng's face. He had a smile on his face at this moment, looking very comfortable. He slept soundly last night. In his dream, it seemed as if a small furry ball crawled into his arms. He felt very warm holding this soft thing. It's like holding a hand warmer all night. Thinking of this, Ye Feng tightened the straw quilt around himself. Etc. This feel, this temperature. The next moment, he realized that he was not dreaming. But there is really something in my arms. Hiss, what the hell? Ye Feng opened his eyes subconsciously. The first thing he saw was the little raccoon sleeping soundly in his arms. Huh! Ye Feng almost cried out. But that's strange. He remembered that he had locked the little raccoon in the pen before going to bed last night. Why is she in his arms now? How did it get out? Ye Feng frowned and turned his head to look in the direction of the animal pen. There was nothing in the empty animal pen. The rope that was originally tied to the door of the animal pen had long been untied. Ha! This little thing can actually jailbreak. Amazing! Ye Feng frowned and picked up the little raccoon who was still sleeping. I felt like I had left a warm embrace. The little raccoon slowly opened his sleepy eyes. He squinted his eyes and saw Ye Feng in front of him. It held its chubby face in its two little hands. His eyes looked both innocent and aggrieved. It stared at the person in front of it, as if saying that it didn't know what happened last night. Ding! Thanks to the raccoon's company last night, intimacy gained +2. The raccoon has a high level of favorability towards you and enjoyed your care last night. May I ask if you would like to keep it as your pet? Ye Feng was speechless when he heard the voice coming from his mind. I originally thought it was a silly little bear cookie. I didn't expect him to be so smart and cunning. He could even run out of the pen by himself. But looking at this little thing in front of me, Ye Feng sighed. Forget it, this is similar to the stray cats I fed before. Just think of it as having a pet. But I wonder if I can sell this thing as a pet? Ye Feng thought about it, picked up the action guide, and flipped through the trading platform. However, I watched it for a long time. There is no such thing as trading pets. It seems that everyone is the same. I can't even support myself. Who has the time to keep a pet? After all, pets are just like you. Need to eat, drink, defecate, and urinate. In such a period of material scarcity, it is impossible to divide your food arbitrarily. Forget it, it seems I'll have to keep it for now. Helplessly, Ye Feng tilted his head and looked at the pitiful little raccoon in front of him. See Ye Feng's actions? The little raccoon also imitated him and tilted his head. The man and the beast looked at each other. Ye Feng was amused. Well, let's keep it and see what this little thing can do. Ding! Congratulations on getting a baby beast pet. Perfect level raccoon, with quite outstanding evolutionary abilities. Female, juvenile period is 10 days, and adults are stable. Cute, lively, witty. Raccoons have high IQs and strong learning abilities. You can learn life skills through the owner's teaching. It helps in daily development. Learning skills requires a skill book, 0 to 1 inch. Raccoons have weaker fighting abilities and are small, so they can't really stand up to the pressure. Tip: raccoons can evolve after reaching the middle and late stages. Ye Feng was a little curious about the last tip. Evolution? What will it evolve into? From a small raccoon to a big raccoon? Nobody knows. Ye Feng shrugged. As usual, I took out the action guide and looked at today's weather. Tips for the third day of the Dark Night World Action Guide. Daytime. Today is a sunny day, but the warmth will be short-lived. Daytime will last for 40 hours. Temperature, 8 degrees. The temperature has dropped significantly in recent days. It's an important reminder. As time goes by, we are about to enter a colder winter. Food has become scarce on this continent, and wild beasts are frantically searching for their prey. As vegetation dries up, resources will decrease. What follows is an even more severe test for human survival. Take good care of your life at night. This way you will have a chance during the day to consider all the resources you need. Humans, please work hard to survive this winter. Otherwise, you will die of hunger and cold before it comes. Ye Feng looked at today's reminder thoughtfully. Chapter 13, Constructing Functional Buildings. For humans, cold is indeed a difficult problem. After all, the human body's comfortable temperature is not low, and even the temperature at night like this is enough to make humans shiver. Not to mention, winter is coming. However, Ye Feng has his own way to solve this problem. His perfect grade trap can automatically help him catch small animals. The skin of the roe deer caught yesterday was enough for him to make a coat first. The furs of wild animals are natural protection against the cold. Ye Feng lifted the straw quilt and prepared to get up. Because several pieces of wood were added at once last night, a small flame was still burning in the stove. He took out the wood and put it in the stove. Make the flame inside a little bigger. Then put the stone pot on it and prepare to boil some hot water. Ye Feng took out the bread he received as a gift when he signed in last night and ate it with hot water. Ye Feng felt a burning gaze beside him. It was as if a bird was staring at him. Suddenly remembered something. Ye Feng glanced to the side. See the little raccoon lying on the side. It was staring at the bread in its hand with its big watery eyes. Ye Feng couldn't stand this look, so he quickly took out the half of the bread that was left from last time. Throw it. The little raccoon saw food. He ran over excitedly, picked up the bread and started eating it. Ye Feng smiled. Ding, feed the raccoon, intimacy value +1. Looking at the extremely happy little raccoon, Ye Feng touched its head. It seems that this little raccoon is not that bad. At least you know who is good with it. Ouch! Yu Ming protested in the stable nearby. Humph, the master is partial. How can you be so nice to this little thing of unknown origin? What about it? It hasn't eaten either. Don't worry, you have your share too. Ye Feng took out 2 pieces of roe deer meat. I put a piece in the stone pot and fried it, intending to replenish my energy. He took the other piece to the stable and threw it to Yu Ming inside. There is enough meat in the cabin for now. He also doesn't plan to be too frugal. After serving the 2 little ancestors, Ye Feng took out the action guide. Flipped through the world chat channel. Although he hardly speaks in it, but I always go there every day to see how the humans who come here are doing. Because it's daybreak, the chat channel is extremely lively at this moment. Today is the second day since I traveled through time and space as a human being to this dark world. Everyone has more or less some experience in collecting. I also started to share my plans for the day crazily. Countless people were interacting excitedly, and were full of energy. After these 2 days of adaptation, most people begin to adapt to this world. Everyone knows it in their hearts. If you want to survive, you must collect enough useful resources. Of course, my only refuge. That is, your own cabin also needs to be upgraded to defend against wild beasts from outside. Good morning, everyone! Brothers, today is a very energetic day. I'm going to chop wood. Fuck, I was so scared last night. A monster attacked my cabin last night. It made a hole in my door. I need to collect wood and repair the door. Alas, I don't have any monsters here, but I don't have anything to eat either. I think I want to eat you. Brother, let me share with you a way to find meat. Don't think about chasing rabbits or chickens. Just find a river and catch fish. It's much easier. Where is the river? Yes, why is there no river here? Seeing that everyone seemed to be full of energy, Ye Feng closed the action guide. After dinner, I'm ready to start working. Ye Feng took his axe and went out. After all, I'm not the only one who needs to eat in the cabin now. He now has to support a family of 3. Who can stand this? We can only work hard and keep trying. Go out and close the door of the cabin. Ye Feng first came to the vicinity of the perfect animal trap where he had placed last night. I want to see if I can gain anything today. You won't know until you see it. As soon as I saw it, I was so happy. That's so awesome. Now, in the animal cage, there are 4 silly little wild animals squatting neatly. It's a great harvest. They are all huddled together at the moment, and none of them can get out. A field mouse. A chicken. And 2 squirrels. Wow, that's several days' worth of meat. Knock them all out. Ye Feng felt happy holding these little animals. First put them all back into the animal pen in the cabin. Lock him up. Wait until you need it, then kill it. After everything is settled. Ye Feng went out again. Come to the jungle and start cutting wood. He spent all his lumber upgrading the cabin last night. However, the newly added functions are not yet perfect. So, he will collect more wood today. Fortunately, these new features were slowly developed at night. The perfect axe starts working on its own. Ye Feng plans to develop all the functions of processing, planting and smelting today. After all, these are all the supplies around my cabin. Nothing is as stable as growing your own vegetables, fruits and melons in your cabin. What if I fail to collect food one day? At least I can grow my own crops in the cabin. Also, the durability of this perfect stone axe of mine has decreased after working for 2 days. He didn't want the axe to be a disposable tool. A tool room and smelting room are necessary to repair tools and forge new tools. Ye Feng understood it in his heart. Now he is considered one of the leading ones in this dark world. He wants to keep this trend going. Always in front. It took about 2 hours. Ye Feng collected 50 pieces of wood. This amount of wood is enough to build new functional buildings in my cabin. Ding, the tool room is completed. It covers an area of 5 square meters. It can be used to make some tools with lower difficulty. Once you have enough materials, you can make bows and arrows, axes, knives, etc. Ding! The smelting room has been completed, covering an area of 5 square meters. A lower-level furnace that can smelt lower-level ores or materials are required. Ding! The indoor greenhouse has been completed, covering an area of 5 square meters. 20 units of plants can be grown. This way you can grow the food you need right in your cabin. Of course, you also need soil and seeds. Water resources are also indispensable. Seeing this, Ye Feng began to look for soil and minerals nearby. Follow the instructions in the action guide. The planting time and effects are different for different grades of soil. The higher the grade of the soil, the shorter the planting time required. Normal grade soil, normal planting time and speed. Good grade soil provides 5 times more time and speed than normal. Perfect grade soil provides 10 times the normal time and speed. Chapter 14 Perfect Seed? Ye Feng based his experience on what he had seen on TV before. You know that black soil is often more fertile. So, ordinary grade soil is easy to find. However, it is difficult to find good quality soil. In order to find soil, Ye Feng led Yuming out and rode it to search the soil around the cabin. It was difficult to find some good quality soil. Just this moment. An hour passed. Ye Feng brought the good grade soil he found back to the cabin and put it all into his indoor greenhouse. But the soil is there. I don't have any seeds in my hand. The action guide mentions that, like soil, higher grade seeds have higher nutritional value and growth rates. Wherever there are fruits, there are seeds. Ye Feng thought that going into the jungle to look for seeds would be time-consuming, and there was no guarantee that he would find them. So, he rode Yu Ming and searched roughly within a mile of the cabin. I didn't find any seeds I wanted. There were only the wild berries I saw on the first day. Recalling the taste of those berries, Ye Feng frowned. Tisk, sour and bitter, not delicious at all. Forget it. Finding seeds still depends on luck. Ye Feng gave up looking for seeds on his own. He took out the action guide and opened it to the world trading platform. Since there are no high-level seeds around me, maybe others may have them somewhere else? If there are seeds he wants, he is willing to exchange them for his own raw flesh. As people all over the world are collecting supplies, the types of transactions on the platform are increasing. Search for torrents. The next second, about 100 search results appeared in front of Ye Feng. 10 ordinary tomato seeds, rich in vitamins, sweet and sour taste exchange for 50 g of raw meat. 10 ordinary cucumber seeds. Ye Feng was not very interested in ordinary seeds, so he quickly slid down. 10 good-grade watermelon seeds, rich in sweet juice and full of vitamins exchange for 200 g of raw meat. 10 good-grade potato seeds, high-yield, high-carb exchange for 200 g of raw meat. 10 good-quality rice seeds. There is a rich variety of seeds. There are a lot of good-quality seeds available, growing fast and at low prices. Of course, there are also many people who post advertisements directly in the communication column of the trading platform. I have high-quality seeds here. I just want to exchange them for raw meat, if anyone wants to exchange, Good-grade pumpkin seeds, high-yield, exchange for meat. Bird eggs are also okay. Good seeds, PM if you need them. The higher the grade of seeds, the greater the yield. The most important thing is that it is easy to raise and grows very fast. However, the best grade available on the trading platform is currently only good grade. The price is quite affordable. Anyone with high-level supplies can exchange them for a lot of good-level seeds. It seems that the prices in the seed market are all like this. Many people are selling, but few are asking. Ye Feng was a little confused. Why are good seeds sold at low prices? Wouldn't it be better to keep it and grow it yourself? The next moment, Ye Feng's eyes lit up. I have the answer in my heart. Maybe it's because they haven't built an indoor greenhouse yet. There are very few people like him who have upgraded their cabins to level 1. 100 pieces of wood is not a small amount. Some people may store them for more than half a month, or even nearly a month, in order to collect such a large quantity. There are limits to the amount of resources a person can gather in a day. Moreover, in daily life, wood is also needed to make fire for heating. Only a few can stay. If Ye Feng didn't have that perfect stone axe in his hand, I believe it is impossible for him to expand the cabin by now. Only 100 pieces of wood are needed to upgrade the cabin to level 1. Planting can only be carried out after an indoor greenhouse is built. If a person does nothing but cut wood for a day, he can probably only collect about 20 pieces of wood at most. Besides, you can't just do nothing all day and chop wood. While collecting supplies, you also need to consider consumption. Therefore, if they want to build these functional buildings, they may have to wait half a month or a month. Without a private greenhouse, seeds are of no use to them. Today is only the second day. Of course, very few people have greenhouses. Therefore, these people would rather use these good seeds to exchange for some supplies they urgently need. It is more practical to eat first, and then work to collect supplies. There are only people like Ye Feng who are ahead of everyone else. I think seeds are useful. Ye Feng had a lot of thoughts in his mind at this moment. Look at the low price that makes your heart beat. He knew that this was the benefit he gained because he was ahead. In other words, he can buy things that others don't have use for a low price. You know, once most people build indoor greenhouses, the price of seeds will inevitably rise. By then, such a low price will no longer be available. He calmed himself down. Start the operation. Several pieces of roe deer meat were taken out from the warehouse and cut into packages of about 200 grams. Hang it on the world trading platform, ready to exchange seeds. Although 200 grams of meat is not a lot. However, for someone who only eats vegetables, fruits and melons a day, it is also a luxury. After a while, Ye Feng released the transaction information. 200 g of raw meat in exchange for 10 good-grade seeds. No limit on seed variety. 1 piece of raw meat in exchange for 10 perfect seeds. If you have perfect seeds, you can chat with me privately and the price is negotiable. In fact, Ye Feng didn't know if anyone had a perfect seed. The reason he hung it up was just to try his luck. Wow! Boss, I have it! Even though 200 g of meat isn't much, it's better than insect eggs. I'll trade with you. Me too. Boss, I submitted the transaction application. After a while, many people came with their high-quality seeds and asked to exchange them for Ye Feng's raw meat. Ding! You received a friend request from a stranger. Would you like to check it? Suddenly, the trading friend box in the lower right corner of Ye Feng's page started jumping. He clicked, agree, and opened it to read. Friends chat January 1st. Li Manman's information, female, 20 years old. Personal profile, being born is luck, living is courage. Ding dong! After agreeing to the friend request, the other party immediately sent a message. Brother Ye Feng, I have 3 perfect seeds here, not as many as 10. Can I exchange them for a piece of raw meat? Ye Feng clicked on the voice chat and heard a sweet female voice. 3? Is there anyone who actually has a perfect seed? Chapter 15, Catch the Bag on the Spot. When Ye Feng heard that there were 3 perfect grade seeds, his heart beat faster with excitement. Miss, can you tell me what kind of seeds these are? Ye Feng pretended to be calm and replied in a very calm tone. A few seconds later, the other party sent another voice message. I remember it was a perfect potato seed, a perfect Ganoderma seed, and a perfect melon seed. Li Manman's voice was sweet and her tone was a little nervous. Perhaps he was afraid that he only had 3 seeds and could not exchange them for raw meat. But after hearing the voice, Ye Feng became even more excited. Oh my God! Perfect potatoes. Perfect grade Ganoderma lucidum. Perfect melon. Think about it. One of these 3 seeds is potato, a staple food that is filling and high in calories. One is Ganoderma lucidum, which was also a precious medicinal material before. If you get hurt here, this thing might save your life. Another one is a fruit rich in vitamins and nutrients. The quality is still perfect. Ye Feng's hands were shaking with excitement. He felt that he could exchange a piece of raw meat for these 3 perfect seeds. It's a huge profit. Take a deep breath and calm down. Replied in a calm tone. Hiss, the number is not too many, but since we've added each other as friends, it's fate that we can meet like this, so I'll trade with you. There was a hint of regret in the ending. Wow! That's great, you're so nice, brother! Thank you! After hearing Ye Feng agreed to the deal, Li Manman exclaimed happily. Of course she was thrilled. She had asked some people who sold meat before, and they simply didn't care about her 3 seeds. She didn't expect to meet someone today who was willing to exchange a whole piece of meat with her. Li Manman was ecstatic. What a luxury a whole piece of meat is. You know, she has never eaten meat since she came into this world. As for seeds, she did so because of the environment in which the cabin was located. Still easy to obtain. The two hit it off immediately. Click trade. Redemption successful. After the transaction was completed, Ye Feng put away the 3 perfect seeds he received in return. Miss, can I ask you a question? Ye Feng still couldn't help but feel confused. At this moment, the happy Li Man was immersed in the joy of receiving Ruru. Yes, brother, please speak. I just want to ask, where did you get this high-grade seed? After all, if you have a perfect seed, I can still understand that. Maybe it was just luck, something I got by chance. But there are 3 in total. It can't be a coincidence. I don't know actually. It may be because there are vegetables and fruits around my cabin, and I can eat a lot of fresh fruits every day. I also got these 3 seeds when I went picking fruit yesterday. Although there are always more vegetables to eat every day. But I still want to eat meat. But those wild animals ran so fast that I couldn't catch up with them. Fortunately, you are a kind person and are willing to exchange with me. Li Man explained with some grievance. I see. It seems that it depends on everyone's luck. It is fortunate to be born in a place where fruits and vegetables are everywhere. But everyone has their own troubles. Although Li Man had more vegetables, fruits and melons than she could eat every day, she still envied herself because there was no meat as she wanted. And there are many people who can't even collect food. In comparison, it is even worse. Brother, you are awesome. I have been working on the trading platform for many days. I found that there were only a few people selling meat. But you were so generous, you must have caught a lot of small animals. What if I found other perfect seeds later? Can I still trade you for meat? Li Man's voice was full of envy. Of course, you can contact me anytime if you have any questions. Of course Ye Feng would not refuse. The seed market is not hot right now. While everyone has not built their own indoor greenhouse, there is nothing wrong with stocking up on some high-quality seeds. So he agreed to Li Man immediately. Ye Feng ended the conversation with Li Man. Then he used the 10 pieces of raw meat he had just cut. I exchanged 100 high-quality seeds with others on the trading platform. Because it's cheap. Ye Feng thought of buying more so that he could use them as backup food in case there was a food shortage in the future. If the seed market continues to rise in price in the future, you can also resell it yourself. Maybe you can make some money. Ye Feng looked at the sky and it was getting late, so he rode Yuming back to the cabin. The daytime in the dark world always passes in the blink of an eye. The night is always cold and full of fear. The man and the beast soon returned to the door of the cabin. He asked Yuming to go back to the cabin first. He turned back and prepared to take another look at the perfect animal cage placed next to the cabin. When he came to the cage, Ye Feng saw that it was empty. A little disappointed. How come there is no catch in the trap today? Think for a moment. Tisk, have all the wild animals around been caught? Ye Feng tilted his head and looked at the animal cage in front of him. Maybe he really caught them all. The environment and resources around this cabin are mediocre. All we can say is that the necessary supplies were able to be collected. But some things are missing. Over the past 2 days, apart from timber resources, all other collectible materials in the vicinity seem to be running out. Ye Feng pursed his lips and returned to his cabin. He needs to think it over carefully. Then your own survival plan. After all, he couldn't stay in this place forever. Sooner or later, all the trees will be cut down. Ye Feng had just stepped into the cabin when he was almost stunned the next second. Otherwise, everything that should be there is still in the room. He thought there was a thief in his house. The whole cabin is in chaos now. The door of the animal pen creaked, and I don't know when it was opened again. The voles and squirrels that Ye Feng put in this morning were running around everywhere, racing back and forth in the cabin in a hurry. The pheasant was about to flap its wings, preparing to take off. Yuming lay in the stable, grinning at the round figure beside the wooden bed. What happened? Ye Feng quickly glanced around. Suddenly, he also discovered that figure. Ouch, it's this ball again. At this time, the little raccoon was staring at the pheasant flapping its wings with its round eyes. It seems like it's ready to attack at any moment. Are you destroying the house? Ye Feng took 2 steps at a time, walked forward and picked up the little raccoon. Woo-woo! The little raccoon, who was about to enter a fighting state, was suddenly picked up by someone. Immediately lost all momentum. Made a sound of grievance. Round eyes, looking at Ye Feng. Woo woo, I'm just too bored at home. The owner is not here again. No one plays with it. I just wanted to play with them, but they were disobedient and ran around everywhere. It has nothing to do with me. Why is the owner so fierce to it as soon as he comes back? Woo woo. Why, I scolded you and you feel wronged? Chapter 16, Raccoon Becomes Butcher. When Ye Feng saw the raccoon's expression, he almost laughed out of anger. This little thing is really full of tricks all day long. If you don't pay attention, it will cause trouble for you. Don't you like killing chickens? Come, I'll give you a chance to perform. As he said that, Ye Feng grabbed the pheasant that had nowhere to escape. He handed it to the raccoon along with his perfect stone axe. Come on, as my pet, you can't just eat and not work. Today, you have to finish this job of slaughtering and skinning for me. Otherwise, you'll have no dinner. At this time, the raccoon was holding an axe in one hand and a pheasant in the other. Ye Feng didn't know how capable the pets in this world were. If you can't complete these simple tasks, then raising this little raccoon is really just like raising a kitten. Might as well stew it into broth. The little raccoon looked at Ye Feng, who was standing in front of it with a look on its face that seemed like it was crying but not crying. Woo woo woo. The master is so cruel. You actually wanted to kill a chicken? Wasn't it good that I was his hand warmer last night? Let yourself do the rough work. It doesn't know how to do that. The little claws swung the stone axe, not knowing where to start. However, raccoons have very high IQs. While letting Ye Feng teach him, he also explored on his own. After a while, it learned how to pluck hair and cut meat. And then that's it. A man sat on a bench and looked down at an animal working hard. This scene is really weird. About an hour. The raccoon successfully butchered several animals it had captured this morning. All the remaining fur was thrown over the stove to dry. Several whole pieces of raw meat were placed in front of Ye Feng. It doesn't dare touch the meat. It just stared with big eyes, looking at its owner innocently. Woo woo woo. After doing all this, my master won't be angry with me, right? Ye Feng didn't say a word. Pick up the pieces of raw meat cut from the raccoon. Put 2 pieces in a stone pot and bake. Then he took a piece of chicken leg and threw it to Yu Ming in the stable. The rest I saved for myself. It seems that this little raccoon is not bad. Able to do some work. This can also make yourself feel more relaxed. After all, I have already worked all day. He also wanted to go back to the cabin to relax. After a while, the meat is roasted on the stone pot. Ye Feng picked up a small piece and threw it to the little raccoon who had been sitting obediently beside him. You did a good job just now. This is a reward for you. Ye Feng ate the remaining piece himself. By the way, I rubbed the raccoon's head. Wow! The owner praised it. Great, the master is not angry anymore. The little raccoon instantly put on a happy expression. It picked up the cooked meat that Ye Feng handed to it and began to eat it happily. Very nice. It seems like it wouldn't be a bad idea to be this person's pet. At least I won't be hungry every day. Ye Feng and the 2 animals in the cabin finished their dinner. It was getting dark. Ye Feng remembered the 3 perfect seeds he had exchanged with Li Man Man during the day. He came to the indoor greenhouse. Carefully, 3 perfect grade seeds were separated and placed into good grade soil. Good grade soil can increase growth rate 5 times. Perfect seeds can increase growth rate 10 times. By this calculation, the entire plant cycle is increased by 15 times. Perfect grade potatoes, growing period 6 days. The perfect staple food, providing plenty of energy and can be paired with anything. Perfect grade Ganoderma lucidum, growth period is 11 days. High quality medicines with a wide range of applications and strong therapeutic capabilities. Perfect grade cantaloupe, growing period 5 days. Sweet and delicious fresh fruits supplement vitamins and add a little sweetness to your life. After placing the 3 seeds, Ye Feng placed good grade seeds in the remaining 17 grids. It is calculated that for good quality seeds, the growing period will be about twice as long. However, planted like this, won't there be more food in the future? Then won't the food in this dark night world gradually become saturated? Ye Feng frowned. The possibility is not high. After all, this is a place full of unknown risks. Food is always the first thing that humans and beasts compete for. An environment where everything is scarce. How could there be so much food? If humans can only grow crops in small cabins, there will only be so much they can produce. Maybe I can barely survive alone. But it won't be saturated. Therefore, humans are destined to need to collect them from the outside world in addition to growing them themselves. The planting cycle limits humans from easily obtaining food every day. Furthermore, want to obtain meat resources? Or can it only be captured by going to the outside world? Planting is not enough. Ye Feng took a look and found nothing unusual in the greenhouse. He walked to the wooden table and sat down. He opened the Dark Night World Action Guide and read the third night reminder. Tonight's weather. Night, it's completely dark. Are humans staying in their cabins? Tonight is still long, lasting more than 10 hours. Temperature, minus 13 degrees. At this temperature, wouldn't you add 2 more logs to your stove? Important reminder. The temperature is getting lower day by day. Unable to find food outside, they were almost going crazy with hunger. It seems that when it sees prey, it will rush forward to bite and plunder. Weak human, it's time for you to think about how to deal with them. Don't be taken for a delicious dinner. Ye Feng looked at the reminder of tonight and felt a little heavy. Is this guide reminding them what will happen in the next few days? But tonight seems to be relatively peaceful. There are no other abnormalities. Ye Feng ignored the reminder and turned to the world trading platform. He planned to hang some of the raw meat cut from the raccoon tonight on the platform for sale. In addition to the indoor greenhouse that has been set up, there are also smelting rooms and tool rooms available for use. He wanted to exchange some ores to make some more useful tools. The durability of my perfect stone axe is almost gone. If we can make some copper utensils, they should be able to serve as a substitute. There are no mineral resources that can be mined around Ye Feng's cabin. Can only be searched on the trading platform. Sure enough, a wide variety of mineral resources appeared before our eyes. Ye Feng began to scroll slowly to see if there was a reasonable price. 10 pieces of ordinary iron ore can be exchanged for unlimited living resources. Food is best, and meat is even better. If you are interested, you can chat privately. 10 pieces of good-grade iron ore in exchange for meat resources. I just want to exchange meat. If you need it, you can chat with me privately. 10 pieces of good-grade copper ores can be exchanged for unlimited living resources. Bring something you think matches and chat with me privately. 10 pieces of perfect copper ore in exchange for raw meat. Just meat, PM me the price. After rowing for quite a while, I found quite a few people selling minerals. However, there is a lot of information, but very few people are asking. Really. Just like the seed market. If we don't build indoor greenhouses, we won't be able to build other functional buildings either. That is to say, as long as your cabin isn't upgraded, you basically don't use these things. Chapter 17 Exchange for Copper Ore. Upgrading the cabin requires 100 pieces of wood. Not to mention the new buildings to be developed later, which will also require other materials. So, these people who own mineral resources, they don't have time to cut down trees while collecting minerals. Just having these supplies on hand. I have no way to use it myself. Today is the 3rd day, and survival is difficult. Who would build a smelting room that seems to be useless? Therefore, the ore market also has low prices. Maybe even less useful than a stone. Ye Feng's mouth corners raised. It seems that I did the right thing by upgrading the cabin myself. For him, now is the time to buy some supplies that others don't need. The price is really low. He chose carefully. Suddenly, he seemed to have discovered some treasure. His eyes lit up. 10 pieces of perfect copper ore in exchange for raw meat. I quickly clicked on the seller's information and requested a private chat. Excuse me, are you there? Can I add you as a friend? I want to ask you about the price of this copper mine. Ye Feng went straight to the point without wasting time. Boss! Do you want to exchange for ore? Right now, I agree to your friend request. Ding! Successfully added a friend. Ye Feng looked at the other party's information. Zhang Tao, male, 24 years old. Personal signature, mining boy. Friends list, 2 halves. Immediately, Ye Feng received a private message from Zhang Tao. Boss, can I exchange 10 pieces of perfect copper ore for 1 piece of raw meat? Ye Feng did not reply immediately, he was thinking in his mind. Boss, don't worry, perfect grade copper ore is scarce, you will definitely make a profit. Seeing that Ye Feng didn't speak, Zhang Tao immediately added. He is very excited. He put these 10 pieces of perfect grade copper ore on the trading platform today. Waiting for someone to inquire. Now someone finally asked me about this, and of course I was very happy. Where did you dig this? Ye Feng didn't answer him and asked other questions. My cabin is on the edge of a cliff. There are many rockeries and mines here, so there are a lot of mineral resources. Zhang Tao explained to Ye Feng. Although he was on the edge of a cliff, there were many abandoned mines here, able to collect rich mineral resources in large quantities. Zhang Tao also thought that the ore would be a very useful material in the future. So, even if there are few other resources around, he didn't want to move the cabin either. Every day as soon as he got up, he went out to the mine to dig. But ore cannot be eaten. Moreover, mineral resources are not popular on the world trading platform. Few people asked. Zhang Tao was also helpless. Fortunately, there is a jungle and a lake below the cliff. So he would go there from time to collect some wild fruits. Of course, he didn't dare go down to the river to fish. After all, in this dark world, who knows what terrible things are under the water? Since Zhang Tao traveled to this world, he has been relying on some wild fruits to survive every day. Not to mention eating meat, he has never even seen any other living thing. So, he thought about it. If Ye Feng thinks the price is too high, if you offer him half a piece of raw meat in exchange, he will accept it. So, does your copper mine have any special properties? Ye Feng asked again. Sir, I don't know about this. Because I didn't remind you when I found it. I think we may need to smelt it before we can know if it has any special properties. Boss, have you built the smelting room yet? Zhang Tao's voice was excited. He had already studied the construction categories in the action guide thoroughly. I want to have a smelting room of my own. However, for him who mines every day, he has to collect at least 100 pieces of wood. This is simply out of reach. The big guy he was chatting with not only built a smelting room, but also had raw meat in exchange for copper resources. Be good. This is a development speed that is simply like cheating. I'm afraid that there are few people like him who come to this dark world. Yeah, so I want to exchange some ores to make something. Ye Feng did not deny it. He didn't think that anyone would inexplicably exchange raw meat for ore that they had no use for. These are things that don't need to be hidden. Wow! Boss! I'm jealous! You are so awesome. I really want to follow you. But our 2 cabins should be far apart. But it doesn't matter, I have to lick your ass. If you need ore in the future, I will definitely give you a discount. Ye Feng trembled when he heard Zhang Tao's voice. I couldn't help but chuckle. This excites the children. You know, Boss Ye Feng already has his own smelting room. I will always make the tools I need. Therefore, we will definitely continue to purchase mineral resources. Then it is very likely that the big boss will be his long-term buyer in the future. We must grab this thigh. Okay, since you said so, I'll give you a discount when I exchange with you next time. Ye Feng replied calmly. So boss, you agree to this deal? Zhang Tao shouted excitedly. Well, just click to confirm. Ye Feng didn't bargain with him. After all, a piece of raw meat is worth 10 pieces of perfect grade copper ore. Besides, no one can tell what happens next. If more people own smelting rooms, I'm afraid I won't be able to find such a cheap price again. Anyway, this exchange is profitable for both of us. When Zhang Tao learned that Ye Feng agreed to the exchange, he immediately clicked the confirmation button happily. Ding! Congratulations on the successful transaction. The next second, 10 pieces of perfect-grade copper ore appeared on Ye Feng's wooden table. Perfect-grade copper ore. The surface color is bright. It is the best choice for making perfect-grade tools. Now hurry to the smelting room to smelt it. Ye Feng picked up a piece of copper ore. I looked at it carefully for a long time, but couldn't see any special features. Forget it. It seems I can only know the result after smelting it. Pick up these 10 pieces of perfect-grade copper ore. Ye Feng walked towards the smelting room. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He stopped, turned around and looked towards the wooden bed. I saw a little raccoon who had just had a full meal. At this moment, he was lying on his bed, enjoying himself very much. He stretched himself and touched his round belly. A face full of satisfaction. Ye Feng curled the corners of his mouth. He turned and said to the raccoon, "Little raccoon, are you full?" The little raccoon had just eaten a piece of delicious meat and was in a very good mood. When it heard its owner calling it, it quickly sat up. She jumped off the wooden bed obediently and came to Ye Feng's feet. "Aha! I'm so happy that I can eat delicious food again tonight. The master is so nice. It just loves him so much. When we moved into the cabin, we didn't have to sleep in the open air every day, and we had a warm bed to sleep on. Don't be too satisfied." Chapter 18 Perfect Bronze. Now that you're full, let's get back to work. Digest it. Ye Feng saw the little raccoon with a happy face. A sentence came out of the blue. By the way, he pushed all 10 pieces of perfect-grade copper ore in his hand into the raccoon's arms. "Come with me to the smelting room and smelt the copper ore. From now on, the work of the smelting room will also be under its jurisdiction. It's still early. I just ate and have plenty of energy." He just wanted to take a look today. What exactly can this pet raccoon do? What? Did it hear it right? Was the owner talking to it just now? The little raccoon holds 10 pieces of perfect-grade copper ore in his hand. He stood there in confusion, looking at Ye Feng in front of him with some disbelief. What's going on? The good mood just now was swept away in an instant. Didn't it just kill a few small animals? How come it hasn't been long yet? Now she's a stove girl again? How could a weak little raccoon be allowed to do that kind of work in the smelting room? Woo woo woo. How could the master be so cruel? Woo woo. The little raccoon pursed his lips. Start to act coquettishly. It doesn't want it. It doesn't want to smelt copper. It just wants to help warm the bed for its owner when he sleeps at night. It shouldn't do these things. Little raccoon, do you know how stressed your master is right now? In the past, as long as I was well fed, my whole family would not starve. Now I am raising 2 animals at the same time. During the day, Yu Ming can also help me do some things outside and assist me in collecting supplies. But what about you? You're playing at home, right? After finishing work, I also want to have a good rest. If you could take the initiative to learn more skills, it would help me relieve some of the pressure. I might like you even more, little raccoon. Don't you think so? When Ye Feng finished speaking, the corners of his mouth curved into a beautiful arc. He reached out and placed his hand on the raccoon's head. The little raccoon was a little dazed for a moment. Ye Feng did not notice the expression of the little raccoon. He just stuffed the piece of copper ore that was about to fall to the ground back into the little raccoon's arms. The little raccoon sobbed twice. He held tightly the perfect-grade copper ore in his hand. Woo woo woo. To reduce the pressure on the owner. In order to have delicious food every day. It can only work hard. A man and a beast entered the smelting room. Soon, under Ye Feng's hands-on teaching, the raccoon first took out some wood. Throw the wood into the smelting furnace. Wait until the temperature in the furnace reaches a certain level. Then he threw 10 pieces of perfect-grade copper ore into the smelting furnace. Increase firepower. Waiting time, the copper ore is melted. Remove impurities and purify. After the copper is completely melted, pour it into the mold. Then put it in a large bucket of water to cool down. All I could hear was a hissing sound. A large amount of hot steam came out of the bucket. The copper block also solidified. About a few hours passed. The little raccoon slowly mastered the technique of smelting ore. Ye Feng felt relieved when he saw this scene. Ding! Congratulations on successfully refining 10 pieces of perfect grade copper ore. Obtained, a piece of perfect bronze. The little raccoon wiped the sweat from his forehead. She turned her head and blinked her big round eyes happily. It's exciting now. Finally, bronze ore was smelted. It's so awesome. The owner saw how powerful it was. You will definitely praise it. The little raccoon quickly took the perfect piece of bronze that he had just refined and brought it to Ye Feng as if he was presenting a treasure. With an obedient face, he waited for praise. Good boy, good job. You see, smelting copper ore is actually not difficult, right? From now on, these tasks will be handed over to you. Do your best, and I will reward you with delicious food if you do a good job. Ye Feng took over the perfect level bronze. He rubbed the raccoon's head again. Well, it seems that this little pet is not completely useless. He can work and is considered obedient. It really saves him a lot of effort. It can be said that it was not in vain to raise such a naive child. The little raccoon was very happy after receiving Ye Feng's praise. Dancing with joy, Ye Feng smiled and shifted his attention to the bronze ore in his hand. Perfect grade bronze ore. It takes 10 pieces of perfect copper ore to smelt 1 piece of perfect bronze. The surface is extremely hard and is the material for making very sharp tools. Ye Feng didn't expect this either. It was actually possible to smelt a piece of perfect bronze. He is very excited now. Because he knew bronze mine, not copper mine. Copper ore is relatively soft and easily deformed. This bronze ore is hard and very sharp. Thinking of this, Ye Feng had some doubts in his mind. To confirm my idea, Ye Feng opened the action guide again. Dozens of good-grade copper ore and a large amount of ordinary-grade copper ore were exchanged from the World Trading Platform. He wanted to try and see if only copper ore of perfect grade or above could be used to smelt bronze. Then, get the materials. Ye Feng still let the raccoon operate. The copper ore is smelted step by step. About a few more hours passed. The raccoon refined good-grade copper ore and ordinary-grade copper ore respectively. After seeing the result, Ye Feng had the answer in his mind. Because these are smelted from lower-grade copper ores. They are ordinary-grade copper blocks and good-grade copper blocks. It's not bronze ore. Such copper ore cannot be used to make sharp tools. I can only make some ordinary household tools. For example, copper pots. It is not suitable for making tools for work. It seems that only copper blocks of perfect grade or above can be smelted into extremely hard bronze. Ye Feng understood. However, he now had a guess in his mind. If you can get above perfect level. For example, can rare or epic copper ores be used to smelt more powerful materials? But now, the quality of the ore is like this. Not to mention him, he has never appeared on any trading platform in the world. For now, I can only draw a question mark. Ye Feng holds this perfect grade bronze ore. Prepared to craft a perfect bronze axe. He went to the tool room and started working. The stone hammer on the table moved. After a while, the stone hammer stopped working. Ding! Successfully crafted a perfect bronze axe, sharpness +9, durability 60/60. Congratulations, human! This is the first and only perfect bronze axe in the dark night world. A green glow emanates from the entire body. Extremely sharp. A perfect bronze axe that can be repaired. You can do a lot of things with it now. Ye Feng looked at the description of the axe. Secretly excited. Originally, he just wanted to make an axe. I used it to replace my perfect stone axe which was about to be scrapped. I didn't expect that this bronze axe would be so powerful. There are also more ways to use it. If it could be used as a weapon, it would probably be no problem. Chapter 19 It's coming. Ye Feng held this perfect bronze axe. Keep watching it in your hand. Can't put it down. You know, to have such a high evaluation, it is many times better than the previous perfect stone axe. The weight is just right in the hand. The most important point. It is this axe that can be repaired. It was not disposable like his stone axe. Being able to repair means At least it can be used until you find the next axe of better quality. Ye Feng waved the perfect bronze axe in his hand. This feels really good. It feels like chopping 200 pieces of wood a day isn't a big problem. He couldn't wait to try out the power of this axe. But it's dark now. It's impractical to go outside. Ye Feng looked around the cabin. His eyes fell on some wild animal skins lying by the fire. Looked at the time. It's not too late anyway. Why not make the leather jacket I mentioned earlier tonight? Ye Feng didn't delay there. He went straight to the wooden table with the bronze axe. Placed the baked-dried animal skins on the table. I made a rough gesture. One axe strike. Sizzle! It was the sound of a sharp blade cutting through fur. The dried skin was easily cut open. Divide the fur into sections. Then start making it. About half an hour passed. Ding! I have successfully made a roe deer leather jacket. It can withstand temperatures above -15 degrees Celsius, and the covered part of the body will still be warm. Ding! Successfully made a pair of volar muffs to keep your ears warm. Ding! Successfully made a pair of squirrel leather boots, resistant to cold above -10 degrees. The world of night. The temperature is extremely low at night. Normal people outside are exposed to the dangers of being attacked by wild beasts and lacking food. It's also difficult to spend a peaceful night. Sub-zero temperatures can be enough to destroy you. Now Ye Feng has animal skin clothes and some equipment. At least, I don't have to experience this cold feeling again. This garment made of animal fur is very warm. He must be the first person in the world who has traveled here to wear animal skin clothes. Next time I hunt other animals, I will slowly improve my equipment. The oil lamp on the wooden table was still dim. Ye Feng was carefully making his own outfit. At the corner of the table, this silly little raccoon lay there quietly, watching Ye Feng's every move. It was also curious about what its owner was going to do. Are you making something for yourself? She looked at the young man in front of her with an infatuated look on her face. And Yu Ming was lying in the stable. After dinner, it stayed quietly beside Ye Feng. At this moment, he was snoring very comfortably. Everything is going on normally. Such a quiet and peaceful night. It seems that the night in the dark world is not so scary. At least, in the cabin, all was not well. Sizzle! Suddenly, a sharp sound that gave people goosebumps came from outside the door of the cabin. Ye Feng frowned when he heard this. Turn around immediately. It seems that there is some monster outside the door of the cabin. It is currently using its sharp claws to destroy the outer wall of the cabin. This sound. Just like when I was in school. There was the sound of naughty students scratching the blackboard back and forth with their pointed nails. Boo-hoo! The little raccoon was originally sitting quietly at the corner of the table admiring Ye Feng's serious expression. Suddenly I heard this voice. I was so scared that my hair stood on end. It stood up suddenly, and looked outside the cabin vigilantly. The eyes that used to be round and innocent. It becomes sharp at this moment. His ears moved as if he was trying to determine what was making the sound. Ever since it became Ye Feng's pet. The cabin is its home. Anyone who comes to destroy or invade is its enemy. Yu Ming, who was lying comfortably in the stable, was also awakened by the noise. It bared its teeth and sent hostility towards the outside of the door. What's causing trouble outside the door? Ye Feng was a little nervous. He put down his sewing. He took his perfect bronze axe in his hand. He walked carefully to the wooden window. Slowly opened a corner of the small wooden window. He wanted to see through the gap what was causing trouble near the cabin. The biting cold wind blew into the wooden house through the cracks. Ye Feng shuddered. In addition to the biting cold wind, what blew into the cabin was the fear of the unknown. Just looking outside with cat-like eyes, Ye Feng couldn't see anything clearly. It was pitch dark at night. I can't see anything at all. However, the red light flashing from time to time in the distance attracted Ye Feng's attention. It seems to be the eyes of a monster. Ye Feng quickly and subconsciously closed the small wooden window. He didn't know if he had made eye contact with the monster. However, he didn't dare open the window to confirm. He didn't even dare to open the wooden door to investigate. Next second. Bang! ZZ! There was a loud bang outside. Then there was the sound of tearing at the door or wall. Sure enough, the monster with red eyes outside looked at him. The monster seemed to have gone mad. They launched wave after wave of attacks against the outer wall of the cabin. However, the monster kept hitting and biting the walls of the cabin. There is no intention of stopping at all. It seems. It wanted to smash Ye Feng's cabin tonight. The sound comes one by one. It made Ye Feng terrified. He took a deep breath. Try to keep yourself calm first. Think about the solution again. He looked at the bronze axe in his hand. A dangerous thought emerged in Ye Feng's mind. Since this perfect bronze axe can also be used as an excellent weapon. That's better. Should I go out now and fight the monster outside the door? Otherwise, I might as well hide in the cabin. Sooner or later the monster outside the door will destroy the outer wall of the cabin. By then, I still can't escape death. However, Ye Feng is not a reckless man. He thought about all the factors that needed to be taken into consideration. From the sounds heard in the house, it is not difficult to judge that the beast outside is very strong. Moreover, its claws are sharp. A monster like this that can even destroy a small wooden house must be very cruel. If you go and fight it yourself, even if I win in the end, I will probably be seriously injured. That is in such a harsh and cold environment. Can I survive? If you are unable to carry out normal supply collection during the day due to injury. So what about the next few days? After all, one's own inventory is not enough to sustain oneself while bedridden. It seems that we can't act rashly. Take another deep breath. Ye Feng tightly grasped the perfect bronze axe in his hand. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. What we need to do now is not to be impulsive, but to use our wits. Alone. Can't risk charging. Otherwise, both sides will suffer losses, but losing your own life will be the biggest loss. Chapter 20. Calm down and get ready to fight. Ye Feng's heartbeat was pounding at this moment. While my brain was working fast, I was thinking about the best way to solve the big problem outside. Suddenly, Ye Feng remembered the key reminder he had seen in the action guide before. The temperature is getting lower day by day. They couldn't find any food outside and were almost going crazy with hunger. It seems that when it sees prey, it will rush forward to bite and plunder. Weak human, you should think about how to deal with them. Don't be treated as a delicious dinner. That's right. The beasts outside must be too hungry to bear it, so they attack the cabin like crazy. Ye Feng now knew the reason why he was attacked. He was thinking in his mind, while listening to the noise outside with his ears perked up. The monster continued to ram and scratch at the outer walls of the cabin. There is no intention of giving up. In this situation, it is impossible to allow the wild beasts outside to continue attacking the cabin. And it was such a huge noise. It's impossible to just go to sleep without caring about anything. Not knowing what to do, Ye Feng took out the action guide. He was ready to see what others were doing at this time. When I opened the World Chat channel, it was simply exploding. Countless time-traveling humans are flooding the screen. Everyone seems to be suffering from the terrifying monsters in this dark world. Help! I don't know if you have encountered this. There's something scratching at the door of my cabin. It feels like the cabin is about to collapse. Fuck! Bro, me too. What should I do? My door is about to be knocked through by it. Woo woo woo! I'm so scared. That ghost thing outside keeps barking, scratching and biting. What should I do? Stop howling like a ghost. The more scared the monster is, the more excited it gets. What kind of pervert are you upstairs? Family members, don't panic, stay calm. Look at your hand to see if you have any weapons. If a monster breaks in, you must fight it anyway. It seems that Ye Feng is not the only one being attacked by monsters. Human beings all over the world are in disaster at this moment. In this situation, few people can remain calm. The entire World Chat channel was filled with everyone's fear. Suddenly, he found 2 messages in his friend list were flashing. He pursed his lips. Click to view. I found out it was a voice message from Zhang Tao. Boss! Boss! Is there anything wrong with you? This is so scary. I almost got killed. I feel like there are several monsters banging on my door. Is there any way to deal with them? Bite! Just finished listening to Zhang Tao's voice. Another message came. Ye Feng clicked it, and found it was sent by Li Man. As soon as I opened it, I heard Li Man's crying voice. Wow, woo, little brother Ye Feng! What should I do? There's something scratching the wall outside my door. This sound is driving me crazy. Brother, can you come and help me? Woohoo! Hearing Li Man's voice, Ye Feng did not feel distressed. He did not respond to either of them. Turned off the world chat channel and chatting with friends. There is no way, he is now in a difficult situation and can't save himself. There is no spare time to help others. Everyone's mental state is on the verge of collapse and they can only save themselves. Ye Feng looked solemn. Up to now, I have occasionally heard people in the chat channel say that monsters will come to harass me. But this is the first time that there has been an attack on such a large scale as tonight. Moreover, there is no news of anyone successfully defeating the horrific monsters in this dark world. Once upon a time on Earth, everyone lives a law-abiding life. How could this happen? Just 3 days ago, they were all normal people playing different roles in various fields. Ye Feng is just a college student who just graduated. New to society. There are quite a few monster-killing games on the internet. But there has never been any actual combat experience. Now they have to take up their weapons and fight against some unknown monsters outside. This is harder than climbing to the sky. Besides, the Dark Knight World Action Guide reminds us of this every day. It tells us all the time how terrifying the monsters in this world are. Who else can just charge forward and fight? Certainly. Among so many of them, there must be some who are former soldiers or warriors. But they used to be equipped with advanced guns and weapons. Now you give someone a broken wooden stick and fork and ask them to fight the boss? Any normal person would know that it means going to die. After all, this dark game is not the computer game they have played before. Once dead, you are really dead. There is only one life. Don't be reckless. Besides, it's dark time now. The beasts outside have the upper hand, so they can act rashly. Don't talk about others. Take Ye Feng for example. He is now holding the world's first perfect bronze axe in his hand. I didn't dare to rush up and fight the monster. He just wanted to keep his cabin. Only. The strange thing is that in the previous 2 days, the monsters outside tried several times. Just don't continue. He left the vicinity of the cabin in shame. I don't know what happened tonight. It seemed as if it was determined to fight the cabin to the death. Until now, they are still tenacious and find ways to destroy the cabin. Ye Feng didn't dare to relax his vigilance at this moment. Keep a close eye on that thing outside's every move. Just as he was concentrating on listening to the noise. Sudden. Crack! A big hole was dug out in the wall of the cabin. A black claw stretched out. On the thick claws, 5 sharp nails like scimitars appeared in front of Ye Feng. Ye Feng was so scared that he took 2 steps back. What is this? Almost caught him. My heart beat faster, and I swallowed twice. The claw came in and waved wildly. It seemed like they wanted to catch the people in the cabin. Fortunately, Ye Feng reacted quickly just now. Otherwise, you would be in the devil's clutches now. I searched for a long time but didn't find anything. The monster moved its claws to the wall where a hole had been opened. Go ahead and start wreaking havoc. It wants to enlarge the hole. Woo-woo! The raccoon saw a huge claw reaching into the cabin. I was also shocked. He quickly hid behind Ye Feng. His eyes widened. Oh my God! This is the beast of the jungle. Help! It's still scratching the wall. Is it going to rush in? Master, what should I do? Yu Ming, who was behind, saw the scene in front of him. A warning whistle was sounded. It seemed as if it wanted to use this sound to warn the things outside to stop their actions. It knew that this thing was the monster that was chasing it last night. Ye Feng clenched the perfect bronze axe in his hand. Just from its claws, it is impossible to tell what kind of monster it is. Take a deep breath. I'll fight you! Chapter 21 Successfully Conquered. Ye Feng clenched the axe in his hand. With one move, he rushed forward. Fuck, if I don't show my power, you think I'm a sick cat, right? Even a rabbit will bite when it is angry. Sweat remained on Ye Feng's forehead, but it did not affect his momentum at all. Take a deep breath. The perfect bronze axe was raised above his head. Next second, Ye Feng directly waved at the black claw. Kill you, monster! Ye Feng exerted a lot of strength. The perfect bronze axe is very sharp. When the axe touched the claw, there was no sense of obstruction as imagined. Instead, you can hear the sound of flesh being cut. Puff! The white axe goes in and the red axe comes out. In an instant, the walls of the cabin were covered with blood. A huge black claw was chopped off and fell to the ground. Oh no! The monster outside the cabin felt one of its claws had been cut off. He immediately pulled out the remaining body parts, accompanied by screams. It seemed to be jumping up and down frantically outside the door of the cabin. It seems that the pain is quite severe. However, what made Ye Feng a little strange was the wailing outside the house did not disappear, but remained nearby. Why didn't the monster run away after being so badly injured? Ye Feng frowned. I feel like something is fishy. Holding the bronze axe tightly in his hand, he walked carefully to the small wooden window. He opened the gap a little and looked outside cautiously. All I saw were two red lights howling wildly outside the cabin. It seems like he was tripped by something. Not far away, another equally terrifying voice was heard. It seemed that it heard the noise here and was running towards the cabin. Ye Feng was a little flustered. However, he still wanted to confirm what was happening outside. After thinking for a while, Ye Feng suddenly thought that he could temporarily make a torch and look outside for a better view. Think about this. He quickly took out the materials he had collected previously. Torch making: wood 1:1, rope 1:1, animal fat 1:1. Torches only require a few simple materials to make. Ye Feng has all these things. So, it only took him 5 minutes to make the torch. After lighting it, he threw it out of the window. Wow! The moment the torch fell outside the cabin, the raging flames illuminate the area within 10 meters outside the house. Ye Feng regained his vision and stared outside intently. I only saw it outside the cabin. A black tiger with a jet-black body, shiny fur and a ferocious look. At this time, the black tiger was trapped in Ye Feng's perfect animal cage. One of its claws was chopped off by Ye Feng. Bleeding was constantly oozing out. It seemed to be a combination of pain and being trapped. The black tiger kept struggling. It was very large and much more ferocious than the tigers Ye Feng had seen in the zoo before. At this moment, the black tiger bared its teeth and tried to destroy the cage with its other paw. Ye Feng half closed his eyes. I have the answer in my heart. It seems that this black tiger was caught off guard. He chopped off one of its claws. In a panic, he tried to escape from the cabin. However, I didn't know the direction of escape. Accidentally, he bumped into the animal cage that Ye Feng had placed outside. As a result, I got trapped after entering. Oh my god, a black tiger? The tigers Ye Feng had seen before had yellow stripes on their bodies. I've heard of a similar mutated black tiger. I never expected that I could actually meet you in this world. It not only opened my eyes. It was even more frightening. Although one of the black tiger's claws was cut off, it was obviously not fatal. Still struggling fiercely. The whole body was scratching and biting in the trap. The durability of the perfect grade animal cage, which had been used several times, had already decreased. How could they withstand the torment of such a huge monster? Animal traps can only trap small wild animals that have little fighting ability. For such a ferocious beast, it's simply vulnerable. Besides, this black tiger could even chew a big hole in the outer wall of the cabin. Such a trap has no durability. There's no way to trap it. The animal cage had begun to deform after being bitten by the black tiger several times. Maybe in the next second. This ferocious black tiger can completely destroy the cage. Then run away. Ye Feng looked at the scene in front of him, thinking of a solution quickly. He certainly wasn't going to let this troublesome beast go. I've been struggling with him for so long tonight. It's too easy for it to just cut off one of its claws. The black tiger is currently trapped in the cage and cannot get out. It might be a good opportunity. A good opportunity to kill a wild black tiger. Ye Feng took a deep breath. Keep calm. He looked at the perfect bronze axe in his hand. Knowing that you only have this one chance. Open the small wooden window completely. He looked at the direction of the black tiger not far away. He took aim, and threw the perfect bronze axe in his hand toward the animal cage. Used all the strength in my body. As long as you can hit it. Then the beast will die. Boom! A perfect bronze axe, impartial. It fell straight into the animal cage. If it weren't trapped in a cage, there is no way this axe could hit such a nimble beast. But now the black tiger was trapped and became a sitting duck. No matter how agile you are, you can't move it. Just before the cage was torn apart, the perfect bronze axe hit the back of black tiger's neck directly. The next second, the axe cut through the beast's fur, straight to the meat and bones. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere. This axe is enough to kill the black tiger. The black tiger cried out in pain after being hit hard. The axe directly cut off all its tendons and bones. If Ye Feng could get closer and swing the axe, I'm afraid he could even cut off the head of this tiger. The black tiger whimpered a few times in the cage and then fell to the ground with a thud. The body that was originally floating up and down stopped moving. There was no movement. Blood soaked the grass. Ye Feng saw the black tiger fall to the ground, dead. Finally, I breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, what he had in his hand was a bronze axe. If it was the perfect stone axe from before, I'm afraid it won't be harmed at all. Just as Ye Feng was wiping the sweat from his forehead, the two faint lights that I had just seen not far away were rushing towards the cabin. Ah! Torches illuminated what was coming. It turned out to be a smaller black tiger. The little black tiger ran straight to the big black tiger lying in a pool of blood nearby. There was a constant wailing sound coming from its mouth. It seemed like it was trying to wake up the big black tiger lying on the ground. It's a pity that the big black tiger has a bronze axe hanging around its neck at this moment. There was no sign of life any longer. Ah! The little black tiger seems very sad. It was angry. He turned his head and looked towards the lighted cabin, sprinting towards this side. Chapter 22, Dark Night World Beast Warriors. Ye Feng wiped his sweat and stretched out his hand. Quickly closed the wooden window that was originally open. Then he collapsed to the ground. He is now exhausted both physically and mentally. Although the temperature outside is below zero at the moment. But after a fierce battle with the big black tiger, his whole body was almost soaked. Outside, the little black tiger was scratching and biting the wooden wall, roaring. However, its strength is no match for the big black tiger. It's just impotent rage. Anyway, the big black tiger has been killed by Ye Feng. He no longer needs to pay attention to the little one outside. The little black tiger struggled outside the cabin for 20 minutes. But there was nothing he could do about Ye Feng in the cabin. Finally, the attack had to be abandoned. He left the cabin covered in dust and dirt, back to the pitch-dark depths of the forest. At night, everything became quiet again. Outside the house, only the torch was still burning fiercely. Light up a small field of vision. Ding! Congratulations, human! You have successfully killed an adult male black tiger. Human, I didn't expect you to do this. This is the first beast from the dark world that humans have killed since their travels through time. And as a reward for this heroic act, you will get the achievements and buff bonuses given by the Dark Night World Action Guide. Ding! Be awarded the title of the first warrior to kill a beast in the Dark World. The achievement will be published in the honor column of the Dark World Operation Guide. At the same time, an announcement will be made in the global chat channel. Title of Dark Night World Beast Warrior, currently the first warrior to kill a wild black tiger. Buff bonus, gain damage bonus against wild black tigers and tiger people. A human hero is born. I hope you can create more glory. Ye Feng heard a cold voice surrounding his ears. Dark Night World Beast Warrior? Is there a special buff bonus? He was a little confused. I didn't expect that I could get an achievement by killing a black tiger. Of course, he didn't miss a single message from that conversation. That is it. In this dark world, in addition to wild black tigers, there are also tiger people? So, this world does not only consist of humans and beasts. There are also some mysterious races. Ye Feng turned around with confusion and looked at the excited little raccoon. Woo woo! At this moment, the little raccoon saw Ye Feng's great victory. I'm so excited already. He jumped up and down while clapping his little paws. It was as if the person who had just killed the black tiger was not Ye Feng, but it. That's great. He really deserves to be the one it likes. It was so easy to kill that ferocious beast. Since there are tiger people in this dark world, then. He thought about it in his mind, but he didn't delve into it further. After all, now is not the time to think about these things. Ye Feng stood up. The torch he had just thrown out was still burning. It's just that the flame is a little smaller than before. Ye Feng calmed himself down. He used the firelight. It was confirmed again that the area within 10 meters outside the cabin was temporarily safe. No other wild animals were found. He came to the door. Holding my breath, I carefully opened the wooden door. Throw a grappling hook toward the trap. The hook caught the trap. He exerted himself. The black tiger trapped in the cage in the distance was dragged to the door of the cabin. Then he acted with lightning speed. The deformed animal cage and the dead black tiger were carried into the cabin. Bang! Ye Feng slammed the door of the cabin shut again. He saw the black tiger in front of him. It's really horrible. The black tiger's blood is almost drained. The body is smaller. His perfect bronze axe was still on his neck. Pull out the axe. Ye Feng dragged the black tiger out of the cage. Little raccoon, come here, kill him and cut up the meat. Ye Feng dragged the corpse in front of the raccoon. Tell it to. He began to study the deformed animal cage. Perfect animal trap, durability 0, damage, cannot be repaired. Ye Feng looked at the scrapped cage in front of him with heartache. So angry. That stupid tiger just now destroyed his own treasure. This made it impossible for him to catch small animals in the next few days. Well, what a heavy loss. Heartache. But there is no other way, I can only throw it away if it is broken. Ye Feng threw the cage aside helplessly. He took another look at the palm-sized hole that had just been destroyed by the black tiger. Although this hole cannot prevent the ferocious beasts outside from entering the cabin. However, in order to prevent other strange creatures from entering the cabin, Ye Feng quickly took out the wooden board and started repairing it. Bing! The little raccoon received the task from Ye Feng. He swiftly dragged Hei's body onto the table, holding that perfect bronze axe. According to the techniques Ye Feng taught her before, he cut the black tiger's fur very skillfully. At this point, it has already accepted this setting. You can only eat if you work. You have to work to stay in this cabin. So, don't slack off for a moment. Cutting diligently. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 25 pieces of perfect grade wild black tiger meat. Perfect grade black tiger raw meat is a real treat for your taste buds. It is rich in nutrients and fills your body with energy after consumption. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a perfect black tiger skin. Perfect black tiger skin. Extremely warm, tough, and has a certain degree of defense. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a perfect grade black tiger tendon. Perfect grade black tiger tendon. This material is only found on large wild beasts and is not easy to break. It is absolutely the best material for making bows and arrows. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 4 perfect tiger fangs. Perfect tiger fang. What kind of powerful weapon can be made from such a sharp tiger fang? Ye Feng, who had just renovated the cabin, came to the wooden table. I saw a lot of things on the table. His eyes lit up. So many? The bad mood from losing the perfect grade animal cage was swept away. Seeing so many things in front of me, my mood improved immediately. With so many perfect grade materials, it's worth the perfect grade animal cage that I lost. Ye Feng studied the supplies on the table. I didn't expect this black tiger to be able to cut out so much raw meat. It is several times more than those small animals before. But what really made him curious was, this black tiger can actually drop things other than hides and meat. Black tiger tendons and tiger teeth? It had never dropped from wild animals before. Animals that are too weak have no materials to use. This black tiger is actually a perfect level ferocious beast. No wonder he is so fierce. With these two things, he can make a perfect bow and arrow. I was originally worried about the damage to the animal cage. I thought I couldn't catch small animals anymore. But it would be different if he had a bow and arrow. A perfect bow, powerful and easy to use. In this way, there is still a chance to hunt animals. Look at it this way. It's acceptable if the trap is broken. Chapter 23 Perfect Black Tiger Bow. Just do it. Ye Feng hurriedly prepared the materials, planning to make a perfect bow and arrow. After battling wits and courage with the beast for so long, he should be exhausted. But now he was completely excited. Prepare the black tiger teeth and black tiger tendons. The more powerful the weapon, the more beneficial it will be to his current development. Ye Feng opened the Dark World Action Guide. He remembered that it contained records of the steps for making a bow and arrow. Perfect grade black tiger bow requires 0/1 perfect grade wood and 1/1 perfect grade black tiger sinew. With the perfect black tiger tendon, the bow and arrow become more resilient, easier to use, and have greater shooting power. Perfect grade black tiger arrow requires perfect grade wood 0/0.5, perfect grade black tiger fang 4/1, feather 5/1. A perfect black tiger arrow, with sharp tiger fangs as a reinforcement and light feathers as the tail, it has extremely strong penetrating power. He now has all the rare materials. There just isn't perfect grade wood yet. However, as long as you want it, World Trading Platform will definitely give it to you. It happened in the blink of an eye. Ye Feng directly exchanged a piece of roe deer meat for 15 pieces of perfect grade wood on the trading platform. Everything is ready. Start making bows and arrows. Use a perfect bronze axe to carve out the bow. Then go to the stove and fix the bow shape. Black tiger tendons fix the two ends. Ye Feng is very serious and careful. He didn't want to waste such good materials because of his mistake. About an hour passed. A perfect black tiger bow and 4 perfect black tiger arrows were all produced. Just seeing this bow, you know it's nothing ordinary. As a delicate boy, Ye Feng used a piece of wood to make a quiver specifically for black tiger arrows. He played with the black tiger bow in his hand with joy. I can't put it down. I'm really itching to try out the power of this perfect bow and arrow in the house. Ye Feng found a piece of wood and scratched it a few times. As a temporary target. Standing about 10 meters away. Prepare to shoot an arrow. Draw the bow and aim. Call out! An arrow hit the edge of the target directly. But it was embedded. Ye Feng doesn't know how to shoot arrows. This was his first time trying out a bow and arrow. Therefore, the power and accuracy are relatively poor. Archery requires constant practice. Not everyone is a gifted boy. One arrow can hit the bullseye. Only through sufficient practice can one improve his skills. Shot a few more arrows. Ye Feng shook his head. It seems that this technique still needs more practice. I can't use it in the house. It is also different from being interfered by other external factors. So Ye Feng decided not to practice for the time being. Wait until daytime and try it outside. With more practice, it should get much better. After all, now in addition to the perfect bronze axe, he also has a perfect black tiger bow. Both short range and long range can be taken into account. As your archery skills improve, you can also hunt animals. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Ye Feng put away the perfect grade black tiger bow. Came to the stove. The black tiger skin that had just been placed aside has now been dried. He picked up the hide and felt it. Sure enough, it was much thicker than the roe deer skin he was wearing. This tiger skin is more like a leather armor. If only it could be made into a leather jacket to wear. It can not only keep out the cold, but also resist some damage. Spread the hides out on a wooden table. Ye Feng picked up the perfect bronze axe and slashed it. Except for a small cut, it was not completely cut. It seems that the black tiger skin is really thick and hard. Ye Feng took a lot of effort to cut the animal skin, then prepared to sew. About half an hour later, a perfect black tiger leather jacket was completed. Perfect grade black tiger leather jacket, resists -15 degrees cold, defense +6. Ye Feng took off his roe deer coat. Put on this leather jacket. Instantly, I felt warm and comfortable. The roe deer coat is good, but it is not as good as this leather coat, which is both warm and protective. When Ye Feng put it on, he felt more energetic. Now I have shoes, earmuffs, and clothes. I looked at the roe deer coat that had been replaced. He was going to turn it into a hat and gloves. This way you won't waste anything and you can also complete your equipment. Marvelous. Even the cold winter is coming. He is not afraid at all. Tonight wasn't as bad as he thought. Just when Ye Feng was excited. The other humans who had traveled through time were still being tortured by the wild beasts and hid in their own cabins, not daring to move. They don't have the weapons and courage like Ye Feng. I dare not go and fight with the wild beasts outside. I can only pray that this long night will pass quickly. Looking forward to the day coming soon. The beasts outside the door continued to attack their cabin. Hunger drove the beasts mad. Destroy the cabin. They can have food. All human beings are struggling in pain and crying for help. But no one could save them. At this time, a striking red announcement appeared on the World Chat channel. It shocked people all over the world. Announcement from the Dark Night world: the first hero who successfully slaughtered wild beasts has been born. Congratulations to Ye Feng for successfully killing a perfect black tiger. Obtained world-class achievement, title of Dark Night World Beast Warrior. All of a sudden, everyone in the chat channel went wild. At this moment, everyone almost forgot their fear and focused on the human who successfully hunted the beast. FCK! Oh my god, is there really anyone who can successfully kill the beast? Boss Ye Feng! How did you do it? Everyone! I just flipped through the last few pages of the honor column and found that Boss Ye Feng is on the list. Got a title, and got a buff bonus. But I just threw a stone at the beast outside the door, and there was no reaction at all. It's roaring even louder now. So how did he do that? Everyone was stunned by the announcement. They were a little excited but full of doubts. I was eager to know what method Ye Feng used to defeat the beast outside the house. The information in the World Chat channel continued to jump. Boss Ye Feng, are you there? Come out and say something. Yes, I also want to pay my respects to this great man and want to know what happened. I only have the wooden fork and stone axe that were given to me as a gift, and I can't even kill a pheasant. How did he kill a black tiger? Yeah. I'm curious too, did you use any tricks? Please say something, big boss, and share your experience with us. Originally, everyone was almost on the brink of collapse. The man named Ye Feng who suddenly appeared successfully resisted the attack of the beasts from the Dark Night world. This undoubtedly gave them new hope. Since humans can really defeat the beasts outside. Who knows, they can do it too. People hiding in cabins around the world are thrilled. Although still shrouded in darkness and fear. But the success stories have obviously boosted their confidence. Chapter 24 Speech pinned. Although, they didn't know how Ye Feng killed the ferocious beast. But this undoubtedly gives everyone the courage to fight again. The beasts out there are not invincible. Can be killed. Human beings all over the world stood up. He vowed to stay in his cabin until the end. This is their safe haven. We can't let wild beasts invade. After successfully killing the black tiger, Ye Feng has been closely following the developments of humans around the world. Facing the doubts of everyone on the World Chat channel, Ye Feng was somewhat calm. How did he kill the black tiger? This says. The first important factor is that he upgraded his cabin. It has the function of a smelting room. Thus, he exchanged some perfect copper ore for himself. Refined a perfect bronze axe. This is an important weapon for killing wild beasts. The perfect bronze axe cannot be compared with other people's wooden hunting forks, stone axes, and other weapons. In front of such a ferocious beast, wooden forks and stone axes could not cause any fatal damage. High-quality weapons are deadly to wild beasts. Secondly, because I have a system of sign and rewards. So, there is a magical artifact called a perfect animal trap. Just after he cut off the black tiger's claws, it broke into the perfect trapping cage. This gave Ye Feng the opportunity to kill it. It's all coincidence. With the right time, place, and people, Ye Feng just did what he could according to the emergency situation at that time. But then again, these two things. Nowadays, 90% of people don't have it. Therefore, he told the whole world the process and method of how he killed the beast. I'm afraid it won't be useful. So, he didn't say a word now and remained silent. As for his title published in the last few pages of the Dark World Action Guide, he has also studied it himself. However, it is still unclear how useful this buff is for him. So I can't really say anything for now. However, he thought about it and decided that there were some things he could still tell everyone. After all, he is now a person at the center of controversy. Maybe give them some hints or information. It could be of some help to humans in fighting against the ferocious beasts in the dark world. Well, everyone can take a deep breath and keep a calm mind. All problems are solvable. The monsters outside are actually just wild beasts that are slightly more powerful than the wild animals we usually see. As long as they can't get into the cabin, they don't pose much of a threat to us. The stone axes and sharp wooden forks in your hands can cause damage to them. However, these beasts are not our real enemies. Because my title reminds me, there are other races existing in this dark night world. That is to say, something more mysterious than the beast awaits us. We just need to calm down and get through this night together. Then speed up your resource collection process. Because we always need to be prepared for more difficult troubles. The tiger people might be targeting us too. Ye Feng thought about it and said these words on the World Channel. At least he will still tell people what needs to be reminded. After finishing speaking, Ye Feng saw the private chat area with friends in the lower right corner flashing. Click to view. It was a message from Li Man Man and Zhang Tao. Li Man Man, brother Ye Feng, you are so amazing! How did you do it? You are simply a god of war. Zhang Tao, boss, you are really awesome. Is it because you used perfect copper ore to smelt and make high-grade weapons? Just after he uttered these words, his words were pinned to the top of the World Chat channel of the Dark Night World Action Guide. Now he has received the highest honor. There are privileges in speaking on the public screen. People all over the world immediately noticed this statement. At the same time, Ye Feng's profile picture was also seen. The originally ordinary avatar is now wrapped in an avatar frame emitting a faint golden halo. This is what the title of Beast Warrior in the Dark Night World brings. So, everyone can see it at a glance. This person is the one who killed the ferocious beast. Those who were browsing the World Chat channel at this time also saw the pinned message at the top. Fuck! Guys, check out the pinned post! This. Is this boss Ye Feng himself? You are talking nonsense! If there were other people with the same name, there would be no way they would be pinned to the top. Wow! Master Ye Feng! Tiger people? Master Ye Feng, can you tell me more details? Oh my god! So these beasts outside are just minions? Are there some other races waiting for us? What kind of world is this? Families, don't worry about the details. Didn't you see what Boss Ye Feng said? All we have to do is to hold on to our cabin. After daybreak, we will speed up the construction of the cabin. As long as we can create more powerful weapons, we won't be afraid of these things. Yes. There are so many of us humans. Could it be possible that he would be defeated by these mindless beasts in this world? Victory will surely belong to us humans. Ha! One day, We will be the supreme commanders of this dark world. Of course, now Boss Ye Feng is leading the way for us. As long as we proceed step by step, there is no difficulty that cannot be solved. Go, brothers, kill these beasts! Everyone saw Ye Feng's speech. My confidence increased instantly. Countless people were flooding the World Chat channel, cheering themselves and others up. People's morale suddenly rose. They grabbed whatever weapons they could get their hands on. Mustering up his courage, he observed the movements of the ferocious beasts outside the door. Once the ferocious beast is discovered, it will hit and destroy the outer wall of the cabin. They used their weapons to make a hole in the cabin. He stabbed the ferocious beast hard with a wooden fork. Although the lethality of stone axes and wooden hunting forks is too small. But they attacked the beast again and again. It is still possible to cause damage to the limbs of these beasts, so that they no longer dare to attack the cabin easily. Be sure to stick to it. As long as they can hold out until dawn, they will win. Compared to the noise and panic outside the other human's house, Ye Feng's cabin seemed peaceful and warm. He watched the developments in the World Chat channel for a while. People seemed to have a desire to fight again. Maybe this is a good thing. He took a deep breath and closed the Dark Night World Action Guide. He closed his eyes and nodded slightly. My mind is full of thoughts. He is the one who gained the most today. Chapter 25 2 Skill Books. Ye Feng was thinking about what to do today. Several functional buildings of the cabin were successfully built. Perfect grade bronze ore was smelted and a perfect grade bronze axe was created. By the way, used the good copper blocks smelted in previous experiments. Made some household utensils. After owning your own indoor greenhouse, 3 perfect seeds were planted in it, and it will be harvested in a few days. At night, he fought with the wild beasts outside the cabin. Successfully killed a wild black tiger. Obtained the resources from the black tiger. A more warm-keeping coat was made from animal skins to complete the complete set of equipment. He also used some tiger teeth and tiger tendons to make a perfect black tiger bow. At the same time, he also won the title of the first warrior in the Dark Night world. I learned that in this world, besides wild beasts, there are other races. These things alone are already advanced developments. It is estimated that it would take many people more than a month to reach his level. You know, the humans came to this world. This is only the 3rd night. Ye Feng obtained these things. He is very confident about this progress. Suddenly Ye Feng opened his closed eyes. A lot happened tonight. I almost forgot, and haven't had time to sign in tonight. Quickly open the action guide and click to sign in. Ding! Congratulations on signing in successfully. Choose one of 2 for the sign-in reward. Option 1. A large number of basic material packages. Option 2. Provide a reward that is appropriate for you based on your existing resources. Please make a choice, host. Ye Feng was a little confused when he heard the sign-in reminder. Can I choose my own rewards? This is too invincible. Ye Feng pursed his lips, thinking about which option I should choose. The first is a large amount of base material. That should be a lot of the materials he needs. But, as mentioned in option 2, you can directly match the rewards. In other words, will the system reward him based on what he currently has and what he lacks? Anyway, he now has a perfect bronze axe. He was not too worried about collecting basic resources, because the speed will definitely be faster than before when there was a perfect stone axe. So, after thinking it over, Ye Feng chose option 2. Ding! Reward for successfully selecting option 2. We are matching you with the right rewards. Matching successful, rewards have been issued, please check. Upon hearing that the rewards had been issued, Ye Feng hurried to see what good things there were. Ding! Congratulations on getting a copy of the archery guide. Perfect books. After learning, you can quickly improve your archery skills and also acquire the skills of mounted archery. Within a certain range, it is always effective. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the basic guide to smelting. Elementary smelting skills. After learning, you can improve your smelting technology and increase the success rate of smelting. 2 books emitting a faint glow were placed on the wooden table. Ye Feng looked at the two books in his hands, his face full of excitement. That's great. One is a weapon skill book, which can directly teach him how to use the perfect black tiger bow. He was still worrying about how to improve his archery skills. This gave him the book directly. I can't say I'm proficient at it, but I've gone from a novice to an expert directly. Moreover, it can also teach you archery while riding. In other words, when I ride Yu Ming in the future, you can also shoot arrows. Instantly double your combat power. This will be of great help in the future, whether it is hunting or killing wild beasts. Without hesitation, Ye Feng clicked to study. The next second, the book that was originally surrounded by luster gradually dimmed. Then a series of images of archery and mounted shooting appeared in his mind. As if, these are the operations that I have performed before. Restrain your excitement. Ye Feng smiled, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. It's a pity that it's night time now and I can't go out to try it, and the cabin is too small. Otherwise, he must feel how advanced his archery skills have become. Calm down my mood. Ye Feng set his eyes on another book. The life skill book can directly improve the quality of smelted ore. Even if the raw materials themselves are not of good quality, they can still be smelted. This. He thought for a moment. His attention shifted to the little raccoon playing with his earmuffs. Not as good as. Ye Feng had an idea in his mind. He picked up the Beginner's Guide to Smelting and walked in front of the raccoon. Give me your hand! He grabbed his earmuffs and put them aside. Then he took one of the raccoon's paws. Put it on this book. He wants to give it a try. See if the pet can learn skills. The little raccoon didn't have time to react and could only let Ye Feng grab its paw and place it on the book. The next second, the faint halo on the book disappeared. Ding! Congratulations! Your pet raccoon has a strong learning ability and has successfully learned the Basic Guide to Smelting. Reminder, raccoon can learn 1/6 of the skills and can learn 5 more skills. Ah? What are you posting? The little raccoon just froze in place. But its mind was now instantly filled with smelting knowledge. It seems to be saying that if it smelts ore in the future, it can directly improve the quality of smelted ore. Be good, master, this is for your own good. After all, I have to go out every day for our livelihood. Very busy. Ye Feng said this and touched the little raccoon's head with relief. It is indeed something he has to do every day. You can't just stay in the cabin all day long just to smelt high quality ore. In this way, your precious daytime time will be wasted. So if the little raccoon could learn the knowledge of smelting by himself, then later when he goes out, it can also help out in the cabin. This means he has a lot of free time to do other things. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. What if the little raccoon grew up to be a smelter? That would be great. Ding! Congratulations! Your little raccoon has successfully learned a life skill. Your pet intimacy level is +5. Hey, it can actually increase intimacy. Ye Feng was overjoyed. Now he knew that pet animals could also learn skills. Finally, I know what to do with a pet. In this way, at least I have a helper by my side. After all, in this mysterious world, if you still want to raise a silly and naive pet that can't do anything, that's just asking for trouble. Pets also need food. In this world, everything is scarce. I think among the current time-traveling humans, no one has the time to do that. Go get a little pet that only knows how to act cute. The one who can work is the king. Chapter 26, Making a Plan. Now Ye Feng has some plans for his little raccoon. And a perfect plan was forming in his mind. Now humans throughout the dark night world need a large amount of metal products. They needed the copper ores to make harder, sharper weapons and tools, including some daily necessities, etc. None of them are confined to the Stone Age. So, Ye Feng thought in his heart, if at this time, I use part of my raw meat reserves to exchange for some affordable, ordinary copper ore on the world trading platform, then let the raccoon smelt these ordinary copper ores. After ordinary copper ore is refined, you will definitely get ore of a higher quality. At that time, these good-grade copper mines can be sold on the platform. You can earn huge profits yourself. You know, the future prospects of the metal market are very good now. This is already a highly profitable industry. If you are lucky, you can smelt perfect bronze ore. Ye Feng can also stay by himself. Then I can use it to make tools and weapons. This is simply killing two birds with one stone. Wait until you have stored enough perfect-grade bronze ore. He upgraded everything in his cabin. By then, the cabin's defense and productivity will definitely be improved. Think about this. Ye Feng curled the corners of his mouth in satisfaction. I looked at the time on the action guide. There are less than 7 hours left until dawn. It's getting late. That's all for today. Have a good sleep. Start your own plan tomorrow. Ye Feng tidied up the cabin simply. I lay down on the small wooden bed. I can't bear to take off this tiger skin coat. Although the stove in the house was still burning. But with the temperature outside at more than 10 degrees below zero, it can only barely dispel a little bit of the cold. So, he planned to sleep in this outfit. After all, it is really warm and comfortable. Wait until there are more resource materials. He plans to improve his sleeping environment. At least get yourself a pillow and a mattress or something. Otherwise, his body wouldn't be able to bear it. That's all for now. Being warm enough is already a luxury. Shrank back. Ye Feng adjusted himself to a relatively comfortable posture. At one side, the little raccoon that sneaked over rubbed his sleepy round eyes with his little paws. Well, I can finally go to bed. Today, I exhausted it badly. He is both a butcher and a smelter. She climbed onto the bed slowly and clumsily, arched her body, and slept next to Ye Feng. Whoosh. Sniffed twice. It feels so wronged and so hard-working. Not only does it work during the day, but its owner also doesn't let it go at night. I have done so much hard work. The owner doesn't even feel sorry for the other person. Oh, life is hard for a bear. Ye Feng felt a warm thing approaching him. He reached out and held it in his arms. Hand warmer. Oh, it's so comfortable. Gradually, my consciousness became blurred and I fell asleep. The little raccoon also found a comfortable position and lay on Ye Feng's chest. He closed his eyes with a wrong look. After a while, I fell asleep too. Only Yuming was left, lying alone in the stable. He whimpered twice in dissatisfaction. Some are not convinced, and some are jealous. But there was nothing it could do. I had no choice but to close my eyes and fell asleep. The sleeping raccoon still has no idea what kind of test he will face during the day. It was late at night, quiet and peaceful. In a blink of an eye, the originally dark sky was filled with light. The sun rose quietly into the sky from a corner of the world. The whole earth was illuminated. The warm feeling returns and the world is filled with new hope. It was about 6 in the morning. The humans who survived last night's disaster slowly woke up. They don't have time to snooze. The beasts attack. Damage to the cabin. Shortage of food. The lack of supplies. All signs are warning mankind. What should be done at this time? Only by staying alive can you enjoy comfort. On the small wooden bed, a man and a beast were sleeping peacefully. Suddenly, Ye Feng felt the sunlight outside the window. He squinted his eyes in satisfaction and stretched lazily. I was really tired yesterday. But he was in a good mood because of last night's gains and the reward before going to bed. He was also wearing a reinforced leather jacket that he had sewn himself. It allowed him to sleep well last night. So comfortable. This dress is very warm. After waking up, the whole body is in a warm state. Wait until he wakes up. He found a little raccoon sleeping next to him. Ye Feng was a little amused. This little thing really likes sleeping in bed. However, he no longer minds the raccoon sleeping with him. It's a hand warmer anyway. Ahem! Ye Feng cleared his throat and picked up the sleeping raccoon. It's time to get up. The words fell. The little raccoon opened his round eyes tiredly. It doesn't want to get up. I'm so tired. Let it sleep a little longer. Ye Feng looked at the little raccoon who couldn't even open his eyes. shaked his head helplessly. Forget it, let it sleep for a while. After all, there are still things for it to complete today. Put the raccoon back on the bed. Ye Feng got up in one breath, came to the fire and added a few pieces of wood. Then he put the copper pot that he had made last night with good copper ore on it. After the pot was hot, put 2 pieces of wild tiger meat on it. The copper pot's thermal conductivity is indeed much better than that of the stone pot. On the other side, a copper kettle was filled with clean water, ready to boil a pot of hot water. Proceed to this point. Ye Feng washed his face with cold water. He wiped it briefly and sat down at the wooden table. He took out the Dark Night World Action Guide and opened it. Action Guide for the Dark World, Day 3 Reminder. Today's weather. Daytime. Today's sunshine seems brighter than the previous few days. Perhaps it is the beauty of the sunny day after the rain. I wonder how you all are doing now after what you experienced last night. Daylight will last 6.5 hours. Temperature, 11 degrees, wear more clothes, the temperature is still very low. Important reminder. Human beings who have successfully overcome difficulties, are you afraid when you think about the memories of last night? But don't forget, although you have survived safely, your first task is to survive. Not only do you have to escape the clutches of the beasts, but you also have to think about your livelihood. Have you noticed that the resources near your cabin are gradually decreasing? The supplies that can be collected are becoming less and less. It is time for humans to consider moving to an environment that is more suitable for survival. See the wheels on the cabin? Pull your cabin toward more affluent surroundings. Ye Feng saw today's key reminders. Think about it. Indeed, the resources that can be collected around have become fewer. Just like when the animal traps were still there. It is not certain that you will be able to catch any wild animals in a day. Chapter 27. Hit the target every time. I guess there really aren't any good resources for giving birth nearby. He thought to himself that he should consider whether to move the cabin somewhere else. The aroma of barbecue gradually wafted into the air. Ye Feng remembered that he had put meat in his pot. Get up quickly and check the situation. Woo woo! It was as if I smelled the aroma of meat. The little raccoon, who was originally sleeping soundly on the wooden bed, now made a whimpering sound. So fragrant. The best thing about a bear's life. Isn't it just that you sleep until you wake up naturally, and then you can have delicious food when you wake up? Rubbing his eyes, the little raccoon jumped off the bed happily. He trotted to Ye Feng's side. Yay! Today we eat meat. It likes this kind of roasted, fragrant, juicy and soft meat. Raccoons are actually omnivorous animals. Generally, wild raccoons are not very strong in fighting. So we can only look for small terrestrial animals like wild frogs, fish, etc. Sometimes if you can't catch any, you can also eat nuts, wild fruits, seeds, etc. The little raccoon jumped and hopped, asking Ye Feng for meat. Here, this piece is yours. Go slowly, be careful of the heat. Ye Feng smiled, cut the meat into small pieces and handed them to the impatient little raccoon. It was really hungry, and held the meat handed to it by its owner. Eat with big mouthfuls. Woohoo, it smells so good. Now it is so satisfying. Ding! Congratulations, your intimacy with the raccoon +2. Ye Feng looked at the little raccoon's unabashedly embarrassed eating appearance and smiled. He took another piece of roasted wild tiger meat and started eating it. He eats very elegantly. Take small bites and chew slowly. Ye Feng ate breakfast while opening the action guide. Opened the World Chat channel. It was already dawn and many people had gotten up early. The chat channel has already been bustling with activity. Family, are you all okay? Yeah, everyone is still alive, right? Oh, stop talking about it. I don't want to recall what happened last night anymore. There is a wild wolf outside my door. The howling sound really scares me. There's a brown bear outside my door. It was very strong and kept pounding on my door. I had to move the wooden bed right in front of the door to block it from coming in. This morning I opened the door and saw it was banged against my chest. Woo, stop it. I really thought I was going to die last night. That thing dug a hole in my wall and stuck its claws in. Then why don't you chop it off for him? Of course I chopped it off. I used the axe to chop it so hard that it pulled its hand back and screamed outside the cabin. I felt better immediately. Ha ha ha, you're awesome, bro. Awesome. I encountered a group of poisonous snakes yesterday. Many of them were lying outside my cabin. I simply lit 5 torches yesterday and burned them all. Awesome, right? Fuck, the guy upstairs is too extravagant. And there are still so many torches to burn. Forget it. Let's stop talking about last night's heroic deeds. Hurry up and get to work. Work where it's necessary to work, and repair the house where it's necessary to repair it. That's right. If we don't fix it today and another beast comes at night, we'll be in trouble. Come on, guys. We are the best. After reading their conversation on the chat channel, Ye Feng had almost finished his breakfast. Tidy up the table. A piece of raw meat was taken out from the warehouse. Took it to the stable and fed it to Yu Ming. Yu Ming stretched out his head contentedly and rubbed Ye Feng's hand. Very intimate. Ding, congratulations on your intimacy level +2 with Yu Ming. Ye Feng patted its head and returned to the wooden table with satisfaction. Well, he now felt full of energy. Is it because of this perfect raw meat? I always feel like I have a lot of energy. The meal is over, so let's start the action plan. Little raccoon, are you full? I looked at the little raccoon who was patting his belly with a satisfied look on his face. Hear the owner talking to it. The little raccoon turned around and nodded happily. It's so delicious. Now the whole bear is comfortable. Come, your task today is to smelt all these copper ores into copper blocks. Ye Feng opened the warehouse. After he made that plan last night, he immediately exchanged 3 pieces of raw meat for 3,000 pieces of ordinary copper ore on the world trading platform. He calculated that this price was the lowest. On the trading platform, 100 pieces of good quality copper ore can be exchanged for 1 piece of raw meat. And perfect grade copper ore costs 10 pieces for 1 piece of raw meat. It takes 10 pieces of perfect copper ores to smelt 1 piece of perfect bronze. So, the ordinary grade is the cheapest. Woo-woo? So much? Does the owner not want it to live? Help! Someone is hiring a bear cub. Someone wants to kill a bear. Don't worry, you can refine as much as you can. I didn't say that you can smelt it all in one go. Ye Feng seemed to see through the little raccoon's psychological activities. He patted its head and comforted it. Call. You should have said it earlier. This way it would have been acceptable. It's just copper smelting, take care of it. The little raccoon nodded and walked into the smelting room with confidence. Anyway, it has now mastered the basic techniques of smelting in its mind. Smelting these copper blocks is no problem at all. The little raccoon shook his head happily. While lighting the smelting furnace, he began to smelt the copper blocks seriously. After seeing that the little raccoon has started working seriously, Ye Feng was also ready and took Yu Ming out. He planned to try out the archery skills he learned yesterday during the day. He jumped onto Yu Ming's back. Ouch! Yu Ming felt Ye Feng's weight. He started running with excitement. Slowly came to the jungle. Ye Feng recalled the archery guide he learned last night. Every move flashed through my mind. The man and the beast were moving quickly through the jungle. Yu Ming's speed is extremely fast. Ye Feng felt the feeling of galloping. At this speed, even if there is a wild beast chasing behind, it is not certain that any wild beast can catch up with them. While riding on Yu Ming, Ye Feng took out his perfect grade black tiger bow from behind. He took out another perfect arrow from the quiver. He wants to practice his horse archery skills today. Quickly patrol the surroundings. Find a target to shoot at. Suddenly Ye Feng's eyes lit up. He saw a wild rabbit running happily through the bushes in the jungle. Aim. Call out. The black tiger arrow flew out directly towards the hare at an extremely fast speed. Puff! The hare was about 30 meters away from Ye Feng. The arrow went straight through the rabbit's back. The hare froze, stopped moving, and fell to the ground. Sure enough, it never fails. Oh my God, that's awesome! Chapter 28 Searching for the Black Tiger Cave. If only he had shot the arrow just now. Otherwise he himself wouldn't have believed that he had such skills. It is worthy of being the perfect black tiger bow. It is indeed a guide to archery. He directly killed the quick-moving hare. Ye Feng pulled Yu Ming and ran towards the hare. He bent down and picked up the dead body of the wild rabbit. He pulled out the perfect grade black tiger arrow and put it back into the quiver. Ding! Congratulations on hunting a wild rabbit. You got 3 pieces of raw meat and 1 piece of animal hide. He is in a very good mood now. After just practicing, I found that archery is not as difficult as I imagined. This way, you can hit the target every time, which is too easy for hunting. In other words, he will still be able to obtain raw meat resources normally in the future. Therefore, even if you don't have a perfect grade animal trap, you don't have to worry about not having raw meat later. At least the daily raw meat consumption for him and Yu Ming was settled. But Ye Feng and Yu Ming flew all the way to the depths of the jungle. During this period, we basically didn't see any wild animals. Except for the hare he had already killed. I don't know why. The small animals nearby seemed to have disappeared. Ye Feng was holding the wild rabbit he had hunted. Riding Yu Ming, he returned to the cabin. Wandered around again. Suddenly I saw a pool of blood left by the black tiger that died last night. But there's something a little weird going on. It seems to be footprint? Whose footprints are these? After thinking for a moment, Ye Feng remembered. I remember that after I killed the black tiger yesterday, a young black tiger ran out of the jungle. He guessed that the footprint might have been left by the little black tiger last night. Stayed. It continued all the way into the jungle. I thought that at night, the little black tiger might come near the cabin again. Find your own trouble. Don't worry during the day, they will return to their nests on their own. But what if the black tiger attacked the cabin at night? It's still a bit difficult. Not as good as. Ye Feng looked at his current situation. On his back was a perfect grade black tiger bow and 4 perfect grade black tiger arrows. He had a perfect bronze axe slung around his waist. He was riding on a rare creature called Yu Ming, which was extremely fast and agile. He was also wearing a black tiger leather jacket which had a certain degree of defensive power. Besides, he is now somewhat familiar with horse archery. So, Ye Feng now has a bold idea in his mind. Since wild beasts would come to the cabin and cause trouble at night, it would be better for me to go now while it is daytime, when the vision is good and there are many advantages. Take the initiative to attack and kill the remaining little black tiger. Ye Feng is confident. After all, his current equipment should be the most awesome among all the time travelers in the world, no doubt about it. Of course, equipment advantages are important. It was because he had learned the skill book, Archery Guide, which was the key. Because he just happened to make a perfect bow and arrow. If it were a sword, then he would definitely not take the risk. When approaching and fighting with wild beasts at close range, there is an inevitable possibility of injury. This kind of thing is not allowed to happen in front of Ye Feng. After all, killing the beast is important. But it's not as important as your own life. But now he has the archery skill of never missing a shot, and a high-grade bow and arrow. This way, he can ensure that he is remote. There are enough advantages. Although he didn't know, after the arrow was shot. Can we kill that little black tiger? But even if the kill fails, he could also ride Yu Ming back to the cabin quickly. After all, the speed difference is there. If we can't beat them, we can always run away. Sufficient ideological work has been done. Ye Feng took a deep breath. Come on, Yu Ming, let's do something big! After saying that, he rode Yu Ming and ran into the depths of the jungle following the footprints left by the little black tiger. The trees in the jungle are very dense. Because it is wild. So there are many branches. The amount of sunlight that can shine in is relatively scarce. There are only spots of light and shadow. Walking in the jungle, Ye Feng didn't dare to relax at all. After all, the atmosphere in here is quite different from that outside. He could clearly feel it. Ye Feng held the perfect grade black tiger bow and rode on Yu Ming. Carefully following the bloody footprints on the ground, looking for the little black tiger. From deep in the woods. The temperature has become lower than outside. The man and the beast were always on guard. They were afraid that some wild beast would suddenly appear and attack them. The bloodstain disappeared in front of a messy bush. Ye Feng frowned. Logically speaking, the disappearance of the bloodstains meant that the little black tiger must be nearby. But he looked around and didn't find any place to hide. Where exactly is it? Yu Ming under him kept sniffing the scent. Suddenly it seemed to have discovered something. He took Ye Feng to a place covered by messy branches. After a closer look, he saw a cave that was quite deep and inside which he couldn't see. It should be here, Ye Feng thought to himself. After all, the bloodstains disappeared at the bushes just now. However, looking into the cave from here, it is difficult to see clearly what is inside. It is only about 7 or 8 meters deep from the cave entrance. There were 2 faint lights looking towards the cave entrance. Ye Feng pricked up his ears. The warning cry of the wild beast coming from the cave was heard. Now he was sure of his judgment. It's the little black tiger. However, Ye Feng stood here and did not see any movement from the little black tiger inside. He just stayed in the cave and didn't come out. He didn't understand why. Is it because it is daytime now, so the ferocious beasts are afraid of the sunlight? Or, Ye Feng couldn't help but think of the title he got yesterday. And the accompanying buff bonus. Is it the deterrent power of the buff? In this situation, we cannot act rashly. It is impossible for me to go directly into the cave and fight the black tiger. After all, the implementation inside was not good enough, and it was not conducive to his archery. How can we draw it out? Set fire? As soon as Ye Feng thought of this, he denied his own idea. He remembered a sentence. If you set fire to a mountain, you will be sentenced to life imprisonment. This jungle must not be destroyed. So what other options are there? Ye Feng frowned. Keep thinking in your mind whether there is a better way. Can let this black tiger come out by itself. Suddenly he saw the corpse of the wild rabbit he had just hunted hanging next to Yu Ming. Yes. The black tigers came out of the cave because they were too hungry. I guess I saw the big black tiger die last night. The little black tiger in the cave didn't catch its food either. Why not use this hair to lure it out? You can't catch a tiger without risking your child. Thinking of this, Ye Feng rode Yu Ming and slowly approached the cave entrance. He placed the rabbit in his hand not far from the cave entrance. Then the man and the beast retreated quietly to 10 meters away from the cave entrance. Wait quietly. Chapter 29 Killing Black Tiger Alone. Perhaps he smelled the blood coming from the cave entrance. Ouch! All I heard was a roar. Then the next moment, a black-haired tiger appeared at the entrance of the cave. With bared teeth and bloodshot eyes, he stared at the dead body of a hare not far from the cave entrance. There was transparent liquid dripping from the corners of his mouth. Ye Feng saw a black figure rushing out of the cave. Hold your breath. Sure enough, I guessed it right. It was the little black tiger from last night. Although its size is not as big as the big black tiger yesterday. But it does not affect its ferocious and wild nature at all. Ah! The little black tiger rushed out, and was about to bite the rabbit's body and carry it back to the cave. Suddenly it felt 2 burning gazes staring at itself. The little black tiger stopped moving. He slowly raised his head and looked towards the source of the gaze. Under a big tree, Ye Feng was riding Yu Ming and looking at it. Oh! The little black tiger looked at this human who looked somewhat familiar. The next moment, its pupils dilated and revealed a very ferocious expression. Originally it did not recognize who the man and the beast were. But the leather jacket Ye Feng was wearing. This can be seen at a glance. It was the fur of its father who died last night. It's this hateful human being. He actually killed his own father last night. Now I have even boldly chased it to its cave. The little black tiger unabashedly released the beast's oppression. He looked at Yu Ming and Ye Feng viciously. But suddenly it seemed to feel that there was something different about the human in front of it. I don't know why, but I feel an inexplicable sense of oppression when looking at him. The little black tiger took half a step back. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes. Of course he noticed He Hu's action. Could it be? Did the tidal buff on him take effect? So the little black tiger was afraid of him. Ye Feng was a little shocked. But the next second, he changed his mind, pulled Yu Ming and ran to the other side of the jungle. Walk! Of course he was not afraid of the little black tiger. Instead, he wanted to lure the black tiger out and away from its nest. Otherwise, if they fight here, Black Tiger can escape back into the cave. The little black tiger saw Ye Feng running away. I thought he was going to escape. Will you run away when you see me? This means that the enemy is timid and cowardly. Then it has a great chance of defeating its opponent. The little black tiger looked at Ye Feng's running figure. The next second, I mustered up my courage and chased after him. On the other side, Ye Feng, who was pretending to escape with Yu Ming, turned around and saw the black tiger chasing them. The corners of his mouth curl up into a beautiful arc. Immediately summon Yu Ming to speed up. The tiger is not slow. It can easily catch up with small animals such as hares and pheasants when running quickly. However, its opponent is Yu Ming. In comparison, the speed is a bit behind. Therefore, no matter how hard Black Tiger tried, he was still unable to catch up with Ye Feng. Of course, Ye Feng didn't want to take He Hu anywhere. He simply wanted to keep the black tiger away from the cave entrance. I estimated in my mind and thought, well, it's time. About 100 meters. The black tiger cannot run back in a short time. Right now. Ye Feng shouted loudly, asking Yu Ming to stop. The man and the beast turned around suddenly, facing the black tiger that was chasing in this direction. Take out the perfect grade black tiger bow. The arrow is on the string. Aim. Emission. Call out. Ye Feng released his hand that was pulling the bow. The perfect black tiger arrow left the bow and flew quickly towards the little black tiger 30 meters away. The black tiger ran towards Ye Feng at full speed. I can't react at all. I saw an arrow with silver light flying towards his head. In an instant, Black Tiger wanted to break and dodge. He just raised his front paws, ready to dodge to the side. The next second, the arrow penetrated straight into the black tiger's right thigh. Puff! An arrow pierced directly through the black tiger's right leg. He Hu fell to the ground in pain. A lot of blood continued to flow from the legs. The originally ferocious black tiger now showed an expression of fear. Damn it! Got fooled. With Black Tiger's reaction ability, he could barely dodge this arrow. Even if he didn't dodge it, the entire arrow would not penetrate into the flesh. This is entirely because the archery Ye Feng learned is within a certain range and can hit the target every time, plus he can cause more damage to tigers and tiger people. At this time, the black tiger fell to the ground. There were bursts of whimpering sounds coming from his mouth. Originally, it thought that this human ran away because he was afraid of it. Unexpectedly, this was just a trap set for myself. The purpose is to trick me out and prepare to kill me. What a vicious human being. Black Tiger used up his last bit of strength. He planned to escape back to his cave as soon as possible. I didn't say you could leave, did I? Ye Feng smiled flamboyantly. Riding on Yu Ming, he slowly ran towards the little black tiger. Once again, he pulled out a perfect black tiger arrow from the quiver. The next second, the arrow flew off the string again. Call out! Puff! This time, Ye Feng aimed at the black tiger's head. An arrow shot past. Enough to be fatal. He still didn't believe that this arrow wouldn't be enough to kill the tiger. After the little black tiger was shot by an arrow again, his body twitched a few times and then he fell to the ground with a thud. Ye Feng stopped about 10 meters away from the black tiger. Didn't go forward rashly. After a while, a cold voice came to my ears. Ding! Congratulations on successfully hunting a young black tiger. You can cut it into 15 pieces of raw meat, 1 piece of hide, 1 good tiger tendon, and 4 good tiger fangs. Ye Feng heard the voice. I finally felt relieved. Very good. I succeeded. Thanks to the archery guide that I studied and this perfect black tiger bow. Now I am like a god of war. He never thought that he could win this battle so easily. You know, 2 days ago, such a ferocious beast made Ye Feng terrified. They didn't even dare to look at each other. If it were someone else, even 7 or 8 adults armed with stone axes might not be able to defeat this black tiger. Even if we kill this tiger, I'm afraid someone was injured. Ye Feng looked at the black tiger falling in front of him. I'm afraid that if he told others that this ferocious beast died from his arrow, no one in the world would believe him. After all, it's just one person. A bow and arrow. There is no way it can be accomplished alone. Get off Yoming's back. Ye Feng walked to the black tiger and pulled out the 2 arrows that were still stuck in its body. He wiped it and put it back into the quiver. Then he lifted the black tiger's body onto Yoming's back, prepared to take it back to the cabin for skinning. Wait, he seemed to have forgotten something. Suddenly Ye Feng remembered the wild rabbit he had just thrown at the entrance of the tiger cave. That is also the result of my own labor. You can't pick up the watermelons and throw away the sesame seeds. After thinking about it, Ye Feng decided to ride Yu Ming back to the cave entrance. Chapter 30 Better Living Environment. Ye Feng and Yu Ming didn't walk fast along the way. A man and a beast slowly shuttled through the jungle. As he walked, Ye Feng observed the surrounding environment. At the same time, I also want to see if there are any other useful resources that can be collected. Suddenly, just as he was about to reach the entrance of the Black Tiger Cave, suddenly I heard some tiny sounds of water. How can there be water in the jungle? Ye Feng was very curious. He made a judgment. I discovered that the subtle sound of water was coming from my right side. Narrowed his eyes. Ye Feng prepared to take Yu Ming to check it out. Walk about 200 or 300 meters to the right of the Black Tiger Cave. Pull aside the messy branches. What came into view was actually a cliff. At this moment, Ye Feng and Yu Ming were standing on the top of the cliff, and the source of the subtle water sound. There is a waterfall nearly 100 meters high in the middle of the cliff. Watch a magnificent waterfall up close like this. It's really shocking. The towering waterfall swoops down like a lion. The huge sound was like the roar of a mad lion. It's deafening. Going downstream, there is a huge deep lake below the waterfall. The water in the lake is dark green and bottomless. A small part of the stream branches out. I don't know where it leads. These several elements formed a huge canyon. The waterfall keeps rushing. This caused thick fog to spread in the canyon. This made it difficult for Ye Feng to see the situation clearly. No way. I went out these 2 days. He knew, in this dark world, there is zero visibility at night. However, you can see things clearly during the day. There will also be fog blocking the view. Only by looking carefully through the layers of fog can you discover that there is such a large lake underneath. From time to time, small fish jump out of the lake. It seems that the aquatic resources here are quite abundant. Looking towards the shore of the lake, rows of lush green trees grow luxuriantly. There were fruits on the tree that Ye Feng didn't know what they were. The sun shines through the layers of fog. Sprinkle on the lake shore. If he wasn't in the dark world now, he felt like this was a tourist attraction. Looking down from the edge of the cliff, the scenery is so beautiful. Ye Feng thought in his heart. This place is really nice. There are lakes. In other words, water resources are very abundant. There are also fruit trees. The fruits that grow should be edible. Moreover, there are fish and shrimps coming and going in the lake. The aquatic resources are quite rich. Very suitable for living. He understood it in his heart. The consumption in the cabin is huge now. He's not alone. Now there are 2 pets involved. Requires a lot of water resources. Although water resources are not a precious thing in this world. But he also needs to use his own raw meat resources to exchange them on the world trading platform. And they need drinking water. Our own smelting room and indoor greenhouse also require a lot of water resources. If I could settle down here, wouldn't it be possible to save all this? It's really a great location. If the cabin could be moved here, the resources on the fruit trees would be directly accessible. If there are no small animals to catch, Then I can also go to the lake and try to catch some fish and shrimp. Such a comfortable environment. Ye Feng was a little moved. The available resources near my cabin are almost exhausted. And this treasure was discovered today. It was the perfect log cabin to live in. Only, the cabin can only be pulled on wheels. It's impossible to jump directly from the edge of this cliff to the bottom. If you want to go to the lake below from where you are now, it's a long way to go. Walk about 10 or 20 miles from the other side of the mountain. It probably takes a bit of effort. Ye Feng was thinking in his mind. Thinking about finding a suitable time to start moving the cabin. Sudden. He saw the lake in the upper left corner below. There is a small house. It seemed that there were several figures moving nearby. The distance is quite far. It doesn't look real. Are there already humans living here? Ye Feng was a little surprised. It seems that a group of people have already set up camp here. If I go now, it still seems a bit troublesome. After all, from a distance, those people should know each other and live. The sudden appearance of an intruder like me might cause some disputes. In this dark world, it is not easy to survive. In order to compete for resources, I am afraid that humans may also kill each other. It looks like this plan has to be put on hold. Ye Feng took a breath of fresh air. Riding on Yuming, he returned to the Black Tiger's cave. Arrived at the door, Ye Feng saw the corpse of the wild rabbit that he had placed at the entrance of the cave in order to lure out the little black tiger. A man and a beast walked forward. He bent down and was about to pick up the rabbit carcass. Suddenly, a whimpering sound caught his attention. Ouch! What is that sound? It seemed to come from a bottomless hole inside. If there weren't intermittent sounds all the time. Ye Feng even thought he was hallucinating. Frowned. Looking towards the dark cave. Listening to this voice, it has a bit of childishness. Could there be other black tiger cubs in the cave? He got off Yoming's back. Carefully came to the edge of the cave. He picked up a small stone and threw it in. The next second, a click sound was heard. After a while, there was no other movement. Only the whimpering sound from inside could be heard from time to time. There should be no other large black tigers. Ye Feng felt relieved. Slowly entered the cave. With the help of a little light from outside shining into the cave, he saw a furry black ball in the corner. It seems to be a young black tiger cub. It made a sound of grievance and tried to crawl towards the cave entrance. Judging from its size, it should have been born not long ago. Ye Feng recalled. Maybe the big black tiger came out to find food for its two children, one big and one small. Then they went to his cabin to harass him. Today the little black tiger also tried to protect his brothers and sisters. Only then will he muster up the courage to rush out and duel with me. Thinking of this, Ye Feng felt that he was a little cruel. Ding! Congratulations on finding a black tiger cub, age 2 days old. May I ask if they need to be captured and domesticated? Black tiger cubs can be tamed and advanced. When they grow up, they have a large appetite and need to be fed with raw meat. High combat power, can learn combat skills 0 out of 6. Ye Feng felt a little confused when he saw this panel. Alas, no matter what. This little cub's father and brother both died at his own hands. If he doesn't even let this little cub go now, that's totally inhuman. Furthermore, if he left the cub in the cave and ignored it, it would die on its own. I'm afraid he can only live for a few days at most. Who knows, there is a risk of being eaten by other wild beasts in the middle of the night. Chapter 31 New Pet, Black Tiger Cub. Forget it, just consider it as a way to alleviate some of my sins. Let your heart feel a little better. Take this cub back and raise it temporarily. After all, he found a surprise in the little raccoon. Keeping pets is not without its advantages. The little raccoon is now a living pet and can help him with some things in life. Then this cub is labeled as a combat pet. In other words, when you become an adult, you can help yourself fight. Moreover, I had only seen tigers in zoos before. Now I can raise one myself. It will feel very cool. Boys' happiness is that simple. Anyway, a piece of raw meat is not a difficult task for Ye Feng. Little guy, if your father hadn't taken action first, I would never have killed them. However, it's not all their fault, I did fight back. No, I am here to atone for my sins. Ye Feng gently put the black tiger cub, whose eyes had not yet opened, into his arms. Then he quickly left the cave. It was absolutely dark in there. If the black tiger cub hadn't called out, he might not have been able to find it. Until you reached the cave entrance. His vision brightened again. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes. It really feels more comfortable to be able to see everything clearly. He took the black tiger cub out of his arms. Looked at it carefully. I found that the patterns on its back were those of a tiger. It's just that the whole body is covered with black hair. It was not like the ordinary tiger with golden hair that I had seen before. Turn over. I looked at tiger's lower body. Ah. No balls? Then this must be a female black tiger cub. Ye Feng held his forehead with his hand. I wonder if the raccoon will like this tiger cub when I bring it back. Ding! Successfully captured a black tiger cub, a female, which can be tamed as a pet. The perfect black tiger cub has very good evolutionary abilities. The lactation period is 2 days, the infancy period is 10 days, and the adult stage reaches a stable period. Perfect combat pet, possesses powerful tiger combat abilities and can be used for hunting and fighting. It also has excellent hazard detection capabilities. The black tiger is very loyal. Once it identifies a person as its master, it will protect the master for life. The black tiger pet has a high evolutionary ability and can transform into a human form when it grows up. Ye Feng took a look, and fortunately the time from a cub to an adult is relatively short. This way, at least some meat resources can be saved. Not bad. Moreover, he was satisfied with being able to fight and having the ability to detect danger. In the future, when I go out during the day, what if I encounter any trouble? The black tiger can serve as a warning reminder by your side. Your own safety is guaranteed. When Ye Feng returned to the cabin with Yu Ming, the black tiger's corpse, the rabbit's corpse, and the black tiger cub. It was about noontime. Lead Yu Ming back to the cabin. Black tiger's body was placed on the wooden table. At this time, the little raccoon was still working diligently in the smelting room to refine copper ore. Ye Feng glanced into the smelting room. I saw its round face facing the burning smelting furnace. Beads of sweat appeared on the little face. There was a wisp of steam coming out of the bucket nearby. It seemed that he noticed someone was looking at him. The little raccoon raised his head and looked outside the house. After realizing that it was the owner who had returned, he put aside what he was doing. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with his little paws. He ran towards Ye Feng excitedly. Woo woo! Master, I miss you so much! Wait until it comes to Ye Feng. I saw its owner take out a tiny black tiger cub from his arms, whose eyes had not yet opened. His round eyes widened with curiosity. Ye Feng was very pleased to see the little raccoon working. Gently stroked its head. Looked at the results of smelting. The raccoon smelts very quickly. Ye Feng was out for about 3 or 4 hours. It smelted 60 pieces of ordinary grade copper ore into 6 pieces of good grade copper blocks. The most amazing thing is that there is actually a piece that is a perfect bronze. What kind of divine luck is this? Marvelous! Ye Feng had looked through the world trading platform before, and found that a good grade copper block could be exchanged for half a piece of raw meat. No one is selling the perfect bronze yet. Even he himself only had a piece of perfect grade bronze. Used to make a perfect bronze axe. I'm afraid, according to the current market price, it's not too much to exchange 1 piece of perfect bronze for 10 pieces of raw meat. Ye Feng didn't know if there was anyone else in the world who could smelt perfect bronze. Even if there were, they would definitely be kept by themselves to make sharp tools and weapons. Only a fool would exchange such high-quality stuff for meat. Ye Feng was very satisfied to see the results achieved by the little raccoon's hard work. Now it can not only support the family, but also make money. Really good. However, Ye Feng also thought of a problem. That is, the smelting capacity of this smelting room is limited, and it can only smelt so much, or in such a long time. A small smelting furnace at level 0, which takes a long time and requires waste wood. The little raccoon was also very tired. If we continue at the current speed, how long will it take to refine those thousands of pieces of ordinary copper blocks? No, Ye Feng is not satisfied with this slow pace at all. If you want to increase the smelting speed of the smelting furnace, you must upgrade it. If it is upgraded to a medium or large smelting furnace, the speed can be increased by at least 1 or 5 times every day. Therefore, upgrading is the primary goal. Time is efficiency, efficiency is money. As long as you upgrade the smelting room, 1 day of the raccoon can be equivalent to 5 days. How many resources are this? If you don't seize the opportunity now, others will catch up with you. All your advantages are gone. That's such a loss. Thinking of this, Ye Feng took out the Dark Night World Action Guide. He wanted to find out what materials were needed for a large furnace. Turn to the manufacturing page. A large smelting furnace. Area, 10 square meters. 500 units can be added in one smelting, and perfect grade materials are required to build. Large-scale smelting has high temperatures and fast output speeds. Required materials 0/30 perfect stone, 0/30 perfect wood, 0/10 perfect clay, 1/1 perfect bronze. UXX. Ye Feng looked at the list of materials. Resist the urge to swear. This is the kind of building that only rich people can build. Everything must be perfect. Even with these seemingly simple materials, it would take most people at least 2 or 3 months to complete them. Even he himself had never collected a piece of perfect wood. What we used before was obtained by exchanging raw meat on the trading platform. It can be seen that perfect grade materials are not easy to obtain. But the fact that it is difficult to obtain does not mean that there is no one who does not have these things. You can still see it as long as you search on the World Trading Platform. Chapter 32 Upgrading the Large Smelting Furnace. Perfect grade primary materials can also be exchanged on the trading platform. Now Ye Feng has the resources of 2 black tigers. There are nearly 40 pieces of raw meat stored in the warehouse. He is simply a wealthy man. Raw meat is still desired by everyone in the dark world. The price of raw meat on the world trading platform remains high. There is always a shortage of supply. So Ye Feng planned to use a large part of the raw meat in his hands to try to exchange it for the perfect level materials he needed now. After all, raw meat cannot be preserved well after being cut. Fresh meat outside. Although it is winter and the temperature is not high, it will still rot if it is left for more than 3 days. Therefore, having a lot of raw meat resources is not a good thing. If you can preserve it well, then it's good. If one fails to preserve it properly and lets it rot in one's hands, it shows that the person has a low IQ. Therefore, trading is the right move. As supplies needed by the whole world, Ye Feng left a few pieces of perfect grade raw meat, and the rest were all put on the world trading platform. After editing for a while, Ye Feng clicked to publish the redemption information. After refreshing, your redemption information appeared on the homepage. Perfect grade black tiger raw meat. You read that right? This is perfect raw meat. It's of very good quality and has the effect of strengthening your body. Eating it will fill you with strength. 1 piece of perfect black tiger meat can be exchanged for 10 pieces of perfect stone, 10 pieces of perfect wood, and 10 pieces of perfect clay. Choose one of the 3. P.S. If the amount of materials in hand is not enough, you can cut it into 1/10 of the raw meat, and it can be exchanged. Many humans are browsing the world's trading platform at this moment. Seeing this information about the huge exchange volume, they were all shocked. Many people left messages and interacted under this transaction information. In an instant, many people wanted to rush to exchange for the perfect grade black tiger raw meat. Fuck! Am I seeing things? Perfect raw meat? Zhuozhuizi! I've rarely seen even ordinary grade raw meat, but today I actually saw perfect grade raw meat. Black tiger meat? Holy shit, it can't be Boss Ye Feng. Of course he is. He killed a black tiger last night, and is selling the meat now. Is this perfect raw meat so awesome? It can strengthen your body after eating it. It makes me want to kill a wild beast. It's such a huge profit. Brother upstairs, wake up. What are you daydreaming about in broad daylight? Indeed, we were trapped in the cabin last night, and the wild beasts outside were so rampant, but we couldn't do anything about them. I think, with our current fighting power, we need at least 10 people to fight the beast. Maybe we won't be able to defeat them and people might get hurt. So, let's just be envious. Don't let your greed cost you your life. If you get injured, have no medicine, and can't move, you can only wait to die. Are you still dreaming that someone will help you out? Weigh your own strength before you act wildly. But I think that Master Ye Feng is the only human who has killed the beast. It must be because he has some powerful weapon. Boss, the price of wood has gone up now, should you increase your price a little bit as well? Bullshit, this is perfect grade raw meat. It's not ordinary grade. That's right, can you please take a look at the market before you talk? Ignore him, I just exchanged 2 pieces of perfect grade wood for 1/5 of the raw meat. It's so cool. When Ye Feng saw these messages, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The place has changed, but the people are still the same. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully exchanged 1/10 of a piece of raw meat for a piece of perfect wood. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully exchanged 1/5 of a piece of raw meat for 2 pieces of perfect grade stone. Ding! Congratulations! At this time, the transaction information in Ye Feng's Dark Night World Action Guide was flashing. The prompt sounds of new successful transactions continued to ring. He had anticipated that it would be too difficult to collect 10 pieces of perfect grade materials from one person at once. So, in preparation, the raw meat was cut into small pieces. This makes it easier for others to trade. Although there are billions of people in the world, only a very small number of them have perfect grade materials. There are even fewer of the things he needs. However, everyone exchanges a little bit. After a while, the 7 pieces of black tiger meat that Ye Feng had listed on the trading platform were exchanged for various required perfect grade materials. He didn't expect it to be so fast. Sure enough, meat is the most useful circulation material. Ye Feng confirmed the transaction information one by one. Then, 30 pieces of perfect grade stones, 30 pieces of perfect grade wood, and 10 pieces of perfect grade clay appeared on the small wooden table one after another. He just happened to have a perfect bronze piece, so there was no need to exchange it. However, even if someone wants to exchange it, I'm afraid no one can afford it. The world trading platform is indeed convenient. Without leaving home, as long as you have something others want, you can quickly collect the materials you need. After finishing all this, it was just time for lunch. Ye Feng put the materials in order. Suddenly he felt something pulling at his trouser leg. When he looked down, he saw that it was the little raccoon staring at him with watery eyes, looking at him aggrievedly. Woo woo, I'm hungry! The little raccoon saw Ye Feng noticed it. He quickly touched his belly with his paw. He has been working diligently for the whole morning. The owner doesn't even feel sorry for it. It's still preparing those ingredients, and it's almost fainting from hunger. Eat. I'm hungry. Ye Feng watched the little raccoon's movements. I understood its meaning instantly. Smiled. Put aside the materials you were holding. Okay, eat first. You foodie! After saying that, he took out 3 pieces of raw meat and a small piece of bread from the warehouse. 2 pieces of raw meat were placed on the copper pot. Fry slowly until cooked. The remaining piece of raw meat was fed to Yu Ming. While waiting for the meat to be cooked, Ye Feng broke off a small piece of bread and handed it to the raccoon. The little raccoon was very happy to get the bread. Yay, there's something delicious! Then he started to chew it with a cluck sound. In a short while, it had wolfed down the small piece of bread. After eating something, I don't feel as hungry anymore. The little raccoon came to the wooden bed. See this black tiger cub sleeping on the bed. This little thing looks so unique. He slowly climbed onto the bed, stretched out his little paws, and touched the fuzzy black tiger cub. Where did the owner pick up this thing? So ugly. Chapter 33 Yuan Yuan and Heimei. But if the owner picked it up, he would probably keep it as a pet. The little thing was born not long ago, and can't even open its eyes. Hey look, let me tease it. After the little raccoon touched the black tiger cub's back, he turned it over, revealing the little belly. Scratch gently with your claws. Unfortunately, the black tiger cub is too small now and has no way to resist. He could only stretch out his limbs and wave them in the air, wanting the raccoon to stop its teasing. While dancing its claws, it made a humming sound. The little raccoon looked at the clumsy cub and found it somewhat amusing. "Little raccoon! Don't bully it. This is my new pet, and a little sister. You, as her elder sister, should take good care of her in the future." Ye Feng, who was cooking at the side, saw the little raccoon doing something bad. I couldn't help but remind him. The little raccoon blinked when he heard what he said. When I looked down, I found that the little thing had no balls. It turns out to be a younger sister. What? When the black tiger cub heard Ye Feng's voice, it immediately whimpered for help. The little raccoon blinked his bright eyes. Nodded. It didn't bully my sister, it was just teasing her. This little thing is so soft. I can't help but want to pinch it. If this were a sister. It seems to be quite cute. Round and soft. Hey. Okay, little raccoon, bring your sister over here, we're ready to eat. Hearing Ye Feng's call, the little raccoon stood up excitedly. He carefully held the black tiger cub in his arms. He jumped out of bed and ran happily to the wooden table. Happy, let's eat. Ye Feng gave most of the roasted meat to the raccoon. A small portion was left, ready to be chopped into meat paste and fed to the black tiger cubs. This black tiger cub is really too small. Just 2 days old. Logically speaking, he should still need breastfeeding. But Ye Feng has no way to find milk for it now. So you can only chop the meat into fine pieces, add some water, and make it into meat puree soup. Then feed it to the black tiger cub slowly and little by little. The black tiger cub smelled the meat and made anxious sounds. Obviously hungry. It opened its mouth wide and ate the broth that Ye Feng fed it. Soon, the black tiger cub finished the meat soup. He even licked the few drops that accidentally fell on Ye Feng's hand clean. After eating, the little cub turned over comfortably in Ye Feng's arms. It feels so good to have a round belly. Ye Feng was still a little surprised to see the little black tiger cub eating. Looking at the small ball. I didn't expect he had such a big appetite. I gave it a small half of such a large piece of raw meat, but it actually ate it all. This would be if it weren't for the fact that it can fight. Who dares to keep this thing? I don't know whether the decision Ye Feng made today is right or not. If I don't work harder in the future, I'm afraid I really can't afford to support these 3 ancestors. Now he just hopes that the cub can grow up quickly. As they entered adulthood, they began to help themselves hunt. Otherwise, this family will be bankrupt. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully fed the raccoon, intimacy +2. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully fed the black tiger cub, intimacy +2. After feeding the black tiger cub, Ye Feng handed it to the raccoon and waited for the 2 of them to play. I just started to eat lunch. While eating, thinking about things. By the way, little raccoon, I plan to give you 2 names. Yuming has a name. I can't keep calling you little raccoon and black tiger. When the little raccoon heard Ye Feng's words, he jumped happily. All right. The owner wants to give it a name. Finally, I don't have to hear him calling me a raccoon every day. Let me think. Then I'll call you Yuan, and this little thing, I'll call you Heimei. Ye Feng scratched his forehead helplessly. To be honest, he really knows nothing about naming. The names of small pets that we usually think of are just Yan, Wankai, etc. This is already an exceptional performance from him. The little raccoon listened and nodded happily. Good, it has a name. Round. It matches such a cute one. As for why Ye Feng called it Yuan, it was because he was deeply impressed by the little raccoon's big eyes. It seemed like he understood what the raccoon meant every time. All through these round eyes. So Yuan is quite suitable for the little raccoon. Looking at the 2 little ones, Ye Feng smiled with relief. Yuming on the side finished eating the raw meat, lying contentedly in his own nest and taking a nap. Okay, lunch is solved. Now it's time to get down to business. All the materials that were just exchanged for the perfect grade raw meat were laid out. Ye Feng prepared to start building a large furnace. As long as it is successfully built. From then on, the smelting output of the cabin soared. Think of this. The perfect bronze axe wielded by Ye Feng became even more powerful. Large smelting furnace is automatically constructed, accompanied by the sound of hammers and axes hitting. About an hour passed. Ding! Congratulations, the large smelting furnace has been completed. But it seems to be filling up your small space. A prompt tone is heard. Ye Feng stood up excitedly and came to the smelting room. Great, it's finally done. Now we can smelt copper blocks in large quantities. He was extremely excited and glanced at the little raccoon Yuan beside him. Yuan nodded and immediately understood what her master meant. He consciously took out some ordinary grade copper ore and walked to the furnace. Light the fire in the stove. The raging flames immediately raised the temperature of the entire furnace. It threw a pile of copper ore, about 500 pieces, that had just been taken out of the warehouse into the furnace. 500 pieces is the maximum capacity of a large smelting furnace. I saw the raccoon throw the copper ingot in. Ye Feng was worried that the flames below were not big enough, so he walked forward and put nearly 10 pieces of wood in one breath to make the fire bigger. In an instant, a fierce flame broke out. The furnace suddenly rose to its highest temperature. After upgrading, the originally ordinary smelting furnaces are now all made of perfect grade materials, able to withstand very high temperatures. So, even if there is a lot of copper in the furnace, it will not affect the speed of smelting. Time flies and 2.5 hours have passed. Some high-temperature molten copper slowly flowed out of a hole under the furnace. After seeing this, Ye Feng quickly took out the mold he had prepared and caught the liquid. Then throw it into the big wooden barrel next to it. The bucket is filled with cold water to cool the copper blocks. Sizzle! The smelted good-grade copper block is quickly cooled in cold water. Water also turns into water vapor. Suddenly the whole room was filled with fog. Smelting is very water-intensive. If you use this big bucket of water for drinking, it might take you half a month. But if it is used for smelting and cooling, it will definitely be used up today. The little raccoon Yuan has already mastered the smelting technology. Therefore, the copper blocks smelted are basically of good quality. There is nothing particularly bad. Chapter 34 Highly Prolific Boss. Ding! Congratulations on successfully smelting 45 good-grade copper blocks. Good-grade copper blocks are slightly softer in texture and are suitable for making daily household utensils. Ding! Congratulations on successfully smelting 5 pieces of perfect-grade bronze. Perfect-grade quality, very hard, suitable for making tools and weapons. Ye Feng first put more than 40 pieces of high-quality copper blocks aside. My attention has long been attracted by these 5 pieces of bronze ores with a faint luster. Great! This is perfect bronze. This amount of perfect-grade bronze is enough for him to make several pieces of equipment and tools. This luster is so beautiful. Compared to the good-grade copper blocks over there, this is what Ye Feng needs. It was worth it that he spent so many perfect-grade materials to upgrade it into a large smelting furnace, allowing him to harvest such a large amount of copper ore. There are so many! Ye Feng was very satisfied. The most surprising thing is that there are 5 pieces of perfect bronze. However, good copper blocks were of little use to him, because this grade of copper is still not hard enough. It cannot be used to make the weapons you need. Therefore, he directly placed these high-quality copper ores on the world trading platform, ready for trading, used to exchange for some equally good quality stones, wood, minerals, water resources, etc. Of course, this also includes some plant seeds that he can use. Ye Feng didn't have many of these things in his cabin. What he lacks the least right now is probably meat resources. I have been busy hunting these days and have not collected these basic materials. So, now he can use these smelted copper blocks to exchange for the necessary supplies. Currently, only a very small number of people in the world have upgraded their cabins. There are almost no people who can build a smelting room. Ye Feng is the only one who upgraded an ordinary small smelting room into a large smelting room. Currently, the tools in human hands are still dominated by wooden hunting forks and stone axes. Good-grade copper blocks are very rare items. Ye Feng took out the Dark Night World Action Guide and turned to the World Trading Platform. Publish the information about your transaction. At this moment, the ore trading market. Many buyers and sellers were shocked when they saw this transaction information. The ore market is busy because there are many people mining but few people buying ore. Therefore, this area is much quieter than other daily necessities. Most people are just sitting back and waiting for something to happen. Waiting for the big guys who can smelt to come here and choose their own ore. Oh my God! Am I seeing this right? Come and see, brothers! Oh my God, Boss Ye Feng is so awesome! He actually took out 30 good-grade copper bars to trade. Could it be that he has already built a smelting room? Oh my goodness! These are all good-grade copper blocks. They are not even ordinary grade ones. It has a hard texture and is best used to make copper tools. If only we could replace the stone pots we use now with copper pots. It can save half of the wood. I can't accept this. It's only been a short time. I upgraded the cabin to the next level and even built a smelting room. What kind of monster is this? It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. I'm so numb. Boss, leave me one piece. I'll bring the materials to exchange right away. Ding! Congratulations. You have successfully exchanged a piece of good-grade copper for a piece of good-grade wood. Ding! Congratulations on successfully exchanging a good-grade copper nugget for a good-grade cabbage seed. Ding! Congratulations. Another round of successful transaction information is beating. Ye Feng clicked on the transaction information one by one to confirm it. Filter out the resources you need. Good-grade copper blocks have a wide variety of uses for people all over the world. Use the extra good-grade supplies you have to exchange them. Ye Feng also quickly collected most of the things he needed. If you calculate it this way. Ye Feng started to think about it in his mind. A large smelting furnace can smelt 500 pieces of ordinary copper ore at a time. It takes 3 hours. One furnace can produce 45 pieces of good-grade copper and 5 pieces of perfect-grade bronze. So 1 furnace in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. 2 furnaces can be refined in 1 day. It was dark at night and we couldn't leave the cabin, nor could we go to bed early. If I work overtime and refine another furnace, that means 3 furnaces a day. In this way, nearly 140 good-grade copper blocks and 10 to 15 perfect-grade bronze blocks can be produced. What a concept! This is like becoming a CEO directly and reaching the pinnacle of life. Good-grade copper ore can be used to exchange for some supplies you need on the World Trading Platform. The remaining perfect bronze. He can stay and make some weapons or tools that he needs now. Ye Feng was thinking about what he should do with so many perfect-grade bronzes. Although the cabin has been upgraded to level 1, its defense is still very poor. There are countless beasts like the one last night in the dark world. A black tiger alone was enough to dig a hole in the cabin. What if a group comes? In fact, Ye Feng had already been thinking about this concern when he was repairing the cabin last night. The ordinary first-level cabins are now unable to withstand the heavy damage from wild beasts. It would be better to wait until he has collected enough perfect-level bronze. Just replace all the materials in the cabin with bronze. This should greatly improve defense. Then prepare a set of perfect equipment for yourself. Armor, helmet, arm guards, knee pads, boots. Nothing can be missing. By then, this will definitely be the first set of all bronze equipment in the entire Dark Night world. As long as there are enough perfect level bronzes. He can also prepare a set of bronze protective gear for his mount, Yuming. In this way, Yuming can become a bronze heavy armor mount. Marvelous. Ye Feng couldn't help but admire how clever his little brain could be. Have these. He will soon become the #1 bronze warrior in the entire Dark Night world. When the time comes, kill and capture the wild beast. That should be no problem. 1 furnace can smelt 500 pieces of ordinary copper ore. Before I knew it, it was dark again. The outside world seemed to be asleep and there was deathly silence. The chirping of insects and birds that existed during the day have now disappeared. Such a dark night. Even the small animals hid away in fear. Not far away, a huge monster that looked like a bird but was not a bird was gliding in the sky. From time to time, there were strange noises. It was as if it was looking at the ground to see if there was any delicious dinner for it. Ye Feng was now free and noticed that it was already dark. I felt a chill in the room. He shuddered, then stood up and added a few pieces of wood to the stove. Chapter 35, Perfect Bronze Armor. The flame was originally burning slowly. It got bigger after adding firewood. I felt a hint of warmth. Ye Feng returned to the small wooden table and sat down. He took out the Dark Night World Action Guide and opened the reminder for the 4th night. The weather tonight. Night. It was late at night, and the cold wind was howling, raging outside the house like a ferocious beast. This evening will last 16 hours. Temperature, -13 degrees. In such weather, it is like freshly boiled water that freezes as soon as it hits the ground. Important reminder. Weak human beings, and it is another scary night. Remember the horrible experience last night? Maybe now is not the time to be thankful that you are still alive. The beasts outside the cabin had already been driven nearly crazy by hunger. Do you think they will stop there? Think carefully about whether you worked hard during the day today. Is there enough water in the cabin for you to use? Have you ever been troubled about whether you should add another piece of wood? Is there no food to fill my hungry stomach tonight? Since there is a shortage of supplies outside the cabin now, it's better to think about it carefully. It's time to slow down and migrate to a place that is more suitable for survival. I have some bad news for you. I'm afraid tonight will be a sleepless night. Maybe, the friend who chats happily with you on the guide every day, the friend who trades with you, will end his life tonight. Many people may encounter accidents. If there is someone you are worried about now, you might as well contact him. Lend a helping hand at critical moments. Whether it is competition or alliance, this is something you need to consider for yourself. Use your brain, otherwise it will be difficult for you to survive this cruel and long winter. Ye Feng finished reading tonight's reminder. Frowning. What's the meaning? Someone will die. My mind was racing. Over the past few days, he has come to understand that the tips in the daily action guide are not groundless. These words serve as a warning to humans who travel here. But for now, he generally doesn't need to worry too much about the text in the guide. After all, he has no shortage of survival resources now. There are still more than 10 or 20 pieces of meat resources in the warehouse. The dozens of high-quality copper nuggets he had just obtained also bought him a lot of resources for survival, including wood, stone, food, seeds, and so on. There is no need to worry about not having heating supplies in the house. As for the equipment, Ye Feng does not brag that he is the best in the world now. But the 2 perfect weapons on his body alone are enough to crush 95% of humans. Yesterday and today, I killed 2 ferocious beasts with my bare hands. I'm afraid there will be wild beasts coming to harass us again. I'm no match for him. But he didn't know what the action guide exactly said. However, since it doesn't affect him, there's nothing to worry about. Check the doors and windows of the cabin. Ye Feng walked to the wooden table and sat down. I looked at the time and it was definitely a little too early to go to bed. Although the daylight hours in the dark world are only 5 or 6 hours a day. However, Ye Feng still maintained his biological clock that 6 or 7 hours of sleep was enough. He looked at Yuan, the little raccoon who was doing nothing nearby. Yuan seemed to notice his gaze. He scratched his little nose with his paw. It understands. It knows everything. Although I worked a whole day today. But since it is the master's intention, of course it is willing to do it. It's just smelting copper blocks. Simple. Yuan nodded with a fake smile, turned around and walked towards the smelting room. He lit the fire and added 500 pieces of copper ore into it. It's just refining one more furnace. The bear won't die. Come on, workers. See Yuan obediently smelting copper ore. Ye Feng felt somewhat relieved. What should I do tonight? looking at the pile of things in the warehouse. It would be better to make a bronze equipment first. But there are only 5 perfect grade bronzes. Only one piece of bronze equipment can be created. After thinking for a moment, Ye Feng decided to make a piece of bronze armor first. Come to the tool room. He raised his perfect bronze axe. Open the Dark World Action Guide. Find the page for crafting equipment. Perfect bronze armor. Required materials: perfect bronze 5/5, hemp rope 5/5. Perfect quality armor with strong defensive capabilities. Even the attacks of wild beasts are difficult to destroy. Defense plus 25. Okay, everything is ready. Get started. The bronze axes and stone hammers worked automatically. More than an hour passed. Ding! Congratulations on successfully creating a perfect grade armor. Defense plus 25, durability 50/50, reparable. Finally made it. I saw that the armor in front of me was emitting a faint luster. Ye Feng nodded with satisfaction. Put the armor away. I walked to the wooden table, sat down, and drank some warm water. I feel so happy. Alas, it's a pity that this is just plain water. It would be better if it were wine. In this way, after work every day, I can have a drink in the cabin. This is what it means to live a comfortable life. However, it is not impossible. After all, wine can be brewed by yourself. I was in a daze for a while. The raccoon in the smelting room also finished its work. The copper ore from this furnace was successfully refined into 46 blocks of good-grade copper and 4 blocks of perfect-grade bronze. It dragged its tired body to Ye Feng's feet. Woo! A sound of grievance came from his mouth. It's so tired, after working all day. Ye Feng was in a good mood when he saw the little raccoon Yuan coming towards him. He actually took the initiative to pick it up. Put it on your legs. Then he reached out and gently touched the round head. It's furry and feels good. Yuan felt the comfort from her master, and her fatigue instantly disappeared by half. He rubbed his little head against his master's big hand contentedly. It seems like this is not bad. Suddenly Ye Feng withdrew his hand. Yuan was a little dissatisfied. It hasn't enjoyed it enough, why is it gone? He raised his head with some doubt and looked at Ye Feng. Ye Feng didn't notice the raccoon's actions. He just suddenly remembered that he still had a mission. Sign in. I wonder what surprise the system will give him tonight. Click the sign in button on the action guide. Ding! Congratulations on signing in successfully. Choose one of 2 for the sign-in reward. Option 1, a gift pack of good-grade materials. Option 2, provide a reward that is appropriate for you based on your existing resources. Please make a choice, host. Seeing the 2 options, Ye Feng chose option 2 without hesitation. He has already exchanged good-grade copper bars for some good-grade supplies today. So there is no shortage of good-grade materials for the time being. He was even more looking forward to the system matching rewards for him based on his current situation. It feels like opening a blind box. Last time, there were 2 skill books. I wonder what the surprise will be this time. He is very much looking forward to it. Chapter 36 Synthesis. You are currently matching your cabin. Please wait. It is detected that you now have a large smelting room. Matching. Ding! Congratulations on receiving the sign-in reward. Primary Materials Advanced Synthesis Book. After learning, you can combine any 10 low-grade materials into one high-grade material. Note, there will be losses during the synthesis and upgrading process, with a loss rate of 20%. The next moment, a book surrounded by a halo suddenly appeared on the wooden table. Advanced Synthesis Book of Primary Materials, wow! Ye Feng looked at the book with gold-plated fonts in front of him. I felt as excited as if I had won a hidden prize. This kind of thing can be obtained for free? You know, there is a large smelting room in Ye Feng's cabin now. The smelting furnaces can work overtime, with about 3 furnaces operating every day. 1,500 pieces of ordinary grade copper ore can produce about 100 to 150 good grade copper blocks per day. But because it is of good grade, even if there are large numbers, they are of little use to Ye Feng. Most of the good quality copper blocks can only be placed on the trading platform to exchange for supplies. Now he doesn't have much demand for good grades. What is really needed is perfect bronze. Just to try the low probability of getting a perfect grade. The furnace must be able to handle enough work every day. In this case, even if you put the high-quality copper blocks you refine every day on the world trading platform, there is also the possibility of warehouse accumulation. However, this book completely solved his current problem. There are many good grades. But if he could synthesize all the good grade copper blocks and upgrade them into perfect grade bronze of a higher grade, then the situation would be completely different. He is now frantically collecting perfect level resources. If this works, then his goal of making bronze suits and tools, and reinforcing the cabin, will be within reach. Ye Feng suppressed the joy in his heart. Take the Advanced Synthesis Book of Primary Materials in your hand. This kind of thing must be learned by oneself. Reach out your hand and place it on the book. Confirm learning in your heart. The next second, a faint halo of light rose from the book and flew into his mind. Ding! Congratulations on successfully learning the Primary Materials Advanced Synthesis Book. Now you can try out how magical it is. After hearing the prompt tone, some images began to flash through Ye Feng's mind. I mastered the technique immediately. My heart was pounding. The exciting moment is coming. He immediately took out 50 blocks of good-grade copper from a pile of materials in the warehouse. Place them all on a wooden table. Reach out and place your hand on the copper block. Close your eyes and start recalling the operation instructions in your mind. Synthesis! The next second, the copper block on the table glowed. Gradually, the copper blocks in units of 10 slowly merged and disappeared. After half an hour, all the good-grade copper blocks on the table were gone. Instead, there were 5 perfect-grade bronzes. Success! Looking at the 5 bronze blocks on the table emitting a faint golden light, Ye Feng's mouth corners raised. Marvelous! This is so easy. With this skill, from now on, the high-quality copper blocks that the raccoon refined every day were no longer useless. He just needs to synthesize it. Then they can all become perfect bronze. According to this calculation, he can synthesize about 30 pieces of perfect-grade bronze in a day. This number is staggering. Not only can bronze equipment be produced in one go, there might even be some left over. So his plan to renovate the cabin. Thinking of this, Ye Feng quickly took out the Dark Night World Action Guide. Turned to the manufacturing page. A few days ago, when he was upgrading a level 1 cabin, he noticed that there was a reinforcement option for the cabin. Can instantly strengthen the cabin's defense. Therefore, when he obtained the perfect bronze level, this idea was planted in his mind. Perfect grade bronze cabin. Do you feel that even though the wooden boards of your cabin are thick, it is still difficult to defend against attacks from wild beasts outside? Why not consider reinforcing your own cabin? Just cover the cabin with a layer of perfect bronze plate to directly increase the cabin's defense by 30 points. The bronze covering does not reduce or increase the overall area of the cabin. Just increase defense. Don't underestimate this attribute. The perfect bronze hut will make the enemies who attack you helpless. If it wants to cause further damage to the cabin, I'm afraid it will have to see if it has the ability to do so. However, the materials required for the bronze cabin are luxurious. Please reconsider if you are able. Upgrade conditions 0/50 of a perfect bronze plate, 0/500 of a perfect bronze screw. The materials required for a level 0 cabin are half of those for a level 1 cabin. Upgrading the cabin and expanding its area will increase material consumption. Now when Ye Feng saw this number, he felt no longer worried. You know, when he saw the option of reinforcing the cabin before, he was very much looking forward to it. However, these outrageous numbers made him dare not to think too much. Even he has this idea. I guess no one in the world would pay attention to the defense reinforcement of the cabin now. Currently, people all over the world can collect 100 pieces of wood to upgrade their cabins. Almost none. 100 pieces of ordinary grade wood are enough for them to collect for half a month or even a month. The value of a piece of perfect grade bronze is at least 1,000 pieces of ordinary grade wood. What a ratio! How could anyone possibly daydream like this? Even whether or not one can have a smelting room is a problem. These are impossible to think about. However, Ye Feng is no longer the same person as before. For him, this goal is not a dream. Now he not only owns a large smelting furnace. I also got a free copy of the Advanced Synthesis Book of Primary Materials. You can get about 25 to 30 pieces of perfect bronze per day. All in all, it would take at most 3 days to improve the cabin's defense to a higher level. I can't help but laugh out loud just thinking about it. Wait until he upgrades the cabin to bronze. Not to mention a black tiger. Even if the black tigers came out in full force to attack the cabin. Even if it hit its head and bleeds, it is impossible to cause any damage to the bronze cabin. Thinking of this, Ye Feng took out all the remaining high-quality copper blocks in the warehouse. They are then advanced and synthesized step by step. After a while, 7 or 8 pieces of perfect-grade bronze were synthesized. Seeing so many perfect-level bronzes, Ye Feng was very happy. Who else? Chapter 37 Perfect Set. I looked at the number of perfect bronzes I had now. Ye Feng thought about it for a while. The amount of materials needed to upgrade the cabin is huge, so it is better to make a perfect bronze set first. Wait until the materials are upgraded in the next 2 days, and then upgrade the cabin in one go. Thinking of this, he took out his perfect bronze axe and bronze hammer and started working. Perfect bronze arm guard. Requires 2 halves perfect bronze and 1/1 linen rope. Perfect bronze knee pads. Requires 2 halves perfect bronze and 1/1 linen rope. Perfect bronze helmet. Requires 1/1 perfect bronze and 1/1 linen rope. Perfect bronze sword. Requires perfect bronze 3/3. Perfect bronze boots. Requires 2 halves perfect bronze and 1/1 linen rope. All materials are complete. Just do it. Boom boom! The sound of hammer hitting metal echoed throughout the cabin. Ye Feng looked at the bronze axe and bronze hammer that were working automatically in front of him. I feel very happy. Great, now he has a full set of bronze equipment. During the day, he replaced the stone hammer with a bronze hammer, and his efficiency was significantly improved. About 2 hours. A complete set of perfect bronze equipment is completed. Perfect bronze arm guard, defense plus 20. Perfect bronze knee pads, defense plus 20. Perfect bronze helmet, defense plus 20. Perfect bronze sword, damage plus 20. Perfect bronze boots, defense plus 20. After finishing the set of equipment, he almost used up all the perfect grade bronze that he had. But it's not a big deal. After all, the little raccoon smelts in the smelting room every day. In addition, I can now upgrade and synthesize good-grade copper blocks. Within a few days, a lot of perfect bronzes can be collected. At that time, the cabin can be upgraded at once. Ye Feng excitedly put on the full set of bronze equipment. At this moment, every part of the body is covered with bronze. The whole person is like a god of war on the battlefield. Even the face is protected by the shield on the helmet. Plus his own perfect bronze axe and perfect black tiger bow. Now there is also a perfect bronze sword. In an instant, the whole person became a perfect bronze warrior. But should I say it or not? This is worn on the body. It is indeed a bit heavy. It's bronze after all, and a complete set of equipment weighs at least 50 kilograms. It is equivalent to carrying 2 large bags of rice on your back. Hiss. Ye Feng took a breath. Prepare to try to see if you can move freely. Lift your feet and walk. Apart from being a bit strenuous, it is still possible to move. However, running won't work. But Ye Feng was not very worried because he still had a rare mount. A faint sound. When the time comes, after he puts on this armor, he can ride Yuming. It is fully capable of carrying itself. After trying on the equipment, Ye Feng took off his armor and put it aside. He walked to the wooden table and sat down again. Took a sip of water and rested for a while. Take out the action guide and look through it. He has now developed a habit of checking the World Chat channel before going to bed. It's not gossip either. Just pay attention to the current trends of all mankind. Look at their development process. Go to the World Chat channel. Ye Feng quickly looked at the chat history. There didn't seem to be anything special, just like usual. There are still many people complaining in the channel that they are being attacked by wild beasts. Many people still hold on to their cabins. At the same time, we can keep each other warm in the World Chat channel. Ye Feng pursed his lips, not surprised. After all, it would be strange if wild beasts stopped harassing humans one day. Just as he was about to close the action guide, suddenly he noticed the bottom of the World Chat channel. Messages in the regional chat channel have been jumping. It seems like there is a lot of news. This is somewhat abnormal. You know, regional chat channels were rarely used in the past. An area is about the number of people within a radius of 100 miles. Such an area would have a population of about 10,000 people. Including Ye Feng, many people are unwilling to speak in the regional chat channel. After all, humans in the same range are very close to each other. Maybe you can see another cabin within a mile. If you go out during the day, it is easy to run into other people nearby. If you encounter it, then there may be several situations. First, maybe the human you meet is just like you, sociable and hospitable. Maybe the two of you will hit it off and become allies who can form an alliance and survive together. Second, maybe you and another human just want to develop your cabin in peace. The two preferred to keep a safe distance. Third, maybe you and he are in the same area, and the already scarce supplies will be reduced further. They might even end up fighting each other and become rivals. After all, in such a small area, there is only one piece of wood, one berry, and one small animal. Everybody wants it. If you get it, you will have an extra advantage. Human beings who came to this dark night world. In the past, when he was on Earth, he might have been a high-ranking official. He could be a multimillionaire. Although we are all starting from the same starting line, it is impossible for anyone to be convinced by anyone else. If you encounter this situation, it's good enough if you don't take any action. Otherwise, everyone would not want to see this kind of competition for resources. Keep a certain distance from each other. Relative to competition, alliances are even less likely. Either you are an outstanding person in all aspects and have a lot of resources. It can make people listen to you wholeheartedly. Otherwise, who would be willing to be your younger brother right away? So, compared to the World Chat channel where everyone talks about everything and it's all hilarious, the regional chat channel seemed very quiet. No one wants the information in their hands to be known by people nearby for nothing. I don't want to expose my true strength to strangers. But the strange thing is, the regional chat channel is unusually lively tonight. What's going on? Did something happen around here? Ye Feng was a little curious and clicked on the message that was jumping. The next second, a long list of chat records appeared in front of him. Hey! Did you all see it? I also saw a few creatures that didn't look like humans but looked similar to humans in the woods during the day today. Yeah. He looks about 1.9 meters tall. It was so scary, I was chopping trees when I heard the noise and went to see. I thought they were the guys from the neighborhood, but they turned out to be a group of savages dressed as cannibals. Are they trying to find someone to eat around here? You never know, I saw them building a shelter and a big pot. That pot can hold me. Chapter 38, Attacking the Cannibals? I mean there were some strange noises outside my cabin tonight. Me. I heard it too. Ye Feng frowned and watched the humans communicating on the regional chat channel. I'm a little confused. He flipped the information up. A minute later, he roughly understood why this channel was so lively tonight. It all started when someone wanted to complain on the World Chat channel. He said it was getting dark and he heard a shadow swaying outside. As a result, I slipped and accidentally sent the message to the regional chat channel. Then someone started to joke, saying, how could there be a figure moving in such a dangerous place in the middle of the night? Later someone talked about when he went out to collect supplies during the day. Saw several human-looking species in the jungle. But the dress is not completely human. And they don't have cabins. Many people came here to talk about what they saw. Cannibals? This kind of race actually exists in the dark world? Ye Feng remained silent and did not speak on the chat channel. just silently looking at everyone's messages. What are the cannibals doing here? Is it really for the purpose of catching people to eat? Suddenly, someone named Chinjiala asked a question in the channel. Brother, where did you see those cannibals? I was in the woods when I saw them. But there is a cliff next to it and a huge waterfall. There is a very large lake below the waterfall. The cannibals were in a cave on the edge of the cliff at the time. It is very conspicuous. If you look to the left when you see the waterfall, you can see it. I only saw 4 savages. I don't know how many there are exactly. I remember that waterfall. And that lake. At that time, I was thinking about whether I could move my cabin nearby. After all, the lake is about 10 miles wide, and the aquatic resources there must be abundant. If you can't eat wild animals, you can still eat fish. There are also many fruit trees by the lake, with lots of fresh fruits on them. That place is simply the perfect place to live. Whatever you want, we have it. But I am a little scared when I heard you say there are savages camping there. When these words were spoken, many people who were speaking were moved. I didn't expect that there was such a feng shui treasure land near me. So cool? How about we gather some brothers and go and attack those savages together tomorrow? Chinjiala, who had just asked the question, spoke again. He wasn't just trying to be braggy when he said this. In this area of 100 miles, he, Chinjiala, can be considered a figure who has developed rapidly and has become a well-known figure. When I went out to collect resources a few days ago, I was extremely lucky to capture a wild reindeer. In an instant he transformed into a majestic wild deer rider. If at this time, he could gather everyone together and go and occupy this area together, you will definitely be able to harvest a lot of supplies. This way his development of the cabin will be smoother. By then, there is hope that you will be able to stand out on the achievement rankings of the entire Dark Night world. Others saw the message sent by Chinjiala. I was also eager to try it. If they succeed in occupying the lake, they won't have to worry about the supplies they need in the short term. It's not just large tracts of fruit trees. There is also endless fish meat, which is high in protein. This is the material that people all over the world want now. They had the right of occupation of the lake. The food you can't finish can be sold on the world trading platform. It will surely rise rapidly by then. This place is really impeccable, brothers who live nearby. How about we give it a try and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle? Team up to kill the cannibals. As long as we have enough advantage in numbers, I don't believe that dozens of US can't defeat 4 savages. Is there anyone you want to go? Sign up in the chat channel. Let's wake up early tomorrow morning and gather by the waterfall. Chinjiala struck while the iron was hot and continued to instigate in the regional channel. Many people were excited when they saw what he said. I guess the cannibals' fighting power should be quite strong. At least one person can fight against a black tiger. The 4 savages have the fighting power of 4 or 5 black tigers. If we can gather 20 or 30 people, our chances of winning are very high. Me! I'll do it right away. I'm right next to it, I'll come tomorrow. I seem to be a little far from the waterfall. I don't see any water nearby. I'm afraid I won't be able to make it in one day, so I won't be able to participate. Oh my God! We have so many people, how can we be afraid of 4 savages? I'm going too. +1. Me. Chinjiala watched as people kept popping up in the regional chat channel to sign up. I was very excited. I counted them and there were about 30 people. That's enough. We have more than 30 people, we can definitely fight them. It is not easy to gather so many people in a short period of time. Many people live far away and cannot come. After all, moving your own cabin is a very troublesome thing. Not only does it consume a lot of physical energy and time, but you may also get lost and encounter danger along the way. There are also those who are afraid of death. After all, no one knows whether they can defeat the cannibals. Although there were only 30 people, this number gave them a huge advantage when fighting against 4 savages. These people came for the resources of the lake. This is very attractive. Ye Feng has been paying attention to the information in the chat channel. But he didn't say a word from beginning to end. he narrowed his eyes and had some ideas in his mind. During the day he did go to the edge of the cliff and saw the environment below. This land has many resources. It's hard not to be moved. He did not rashly sign up in the chat channel. He now has no idea of the true strength of this group of cannibals. However, he did come up with an idea. When it was daytime, he moved the cabin down the mountain. When this group of people takes action, they observe from behind first. Such a large number of people would certainly be able to disrupt the actions of the savages. When the time comes, we will wait for him to appear, find the opportunity, and kill all the cannibals in one fell swoop. In this way, maybe I can escape unscathed and get some good spoils. Ye Feng didn't want to be the one who did the sneaky things. But the resources in this area are really abundant. It is enough to enable some people to rise quickly. If they all go and I don't, then after others have obtained a large amount of supplies, they can quickly upgrade the cabin. By then, his current advantage will probably be surpassed by others. Such a big piece of cake. Of course Ye Feng also wanted to have a share. No, more than that. I want to get more. Only in this way can he maintain his lead in this area. Chapter 39, Prodigal Son. Bronze Cabin. Well, let's go down the mountain and take a look tomorrow. After making a plan, Ye Feng nodded with satisfaction. I looked at the time on the action guide and it was almost time to take a break. Get enough rest so you can take action tomorrow. After closing the guide, Ye Feng stood up and added some wood to the stove. Then he lay down on his small wooden bed with his clothes on. The little raccoon Yuan saw his owner lying on the wooden bed and happily hugged his sister, the black tiger cub. They all jumped onto the bed. Well, I can finally go to sleep. I am so tired today. Go to bed quickly. Good night, master. Good night, little black ball. Chirp! The sky is getting light and everything is coming back to life. The sun slowly shines through the clouds. From time to time, there were some bird calls in the jungle. Everything is so beautiful and bright. Ye Feng's mind was full of thoughts about upgrading the cabin. I got up early and prepared to make some bronze plates needed for the cabin today. At this time, the little raccoon Yuan was blinking dazedly on the wooden bed. On the other side, the black tiger cub was already sleeping on his back. With his round belly exposed, he is sleeping soundly. Seeing the little raccoon wake up, Ye Feng smiled. Sitting at the small wooden table, I took out the Dark Night World Action Guide and checked today's reminders. Action Guide for the Dark World, Day 4 Reminder. Today's weather. During the day, there is plenty of sunshine, but the white fog seems to block out all the sunshine. The day will last 7 hours. Temperature, 12 degrees. The temperature today is very comfortable, suitable for hard-working people like you to go out to work. Important reminder. The fog today seems to be a little too heavy, resulting in a smaller field of vision. If you are going to the jungle or woods, please be careful of your surroundings. After reading this, Ye Feng pursed his lips. It looks like nothing special is going to happen today. I flipped back and came to the World Chat channel. Good morning, everyone. Today is another energetic day. Hey brother, you're in a good mood today, what's good? Oh, my buddy planted some dragon fruit outside the door a few days ago, and I calculated that it can be harvested today. Of course I am happy. Now I am ready to go out and see what I have gained. Hee, this Dark Night world is actually not bad. At least we can harvest vegetables and fruits quickly, whereas they used to take several months to mature. Now it only takes a few days to mature. It's still possible. Ha ha ha, I'll share with you what the dragon fruit I grow tastes like later. FCK. What the FCK are you doing? Let go of my dragon fruit. You bastard, I'm going to kill you. Can someone tell me what happened? What's going on? The spectators are in place. Wow. Brothers, I won't tell you anymore. I just opened the door to pick dragon fruit, and saw a pheasant eat all my dragon fruit. I'm so pissed off, I must catch it today. Let's have roast chicken tonight. What a talent! Why did I burst out laughing? Ha 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 ha. Ye Feng looked at the conversation in the World Chat channel. It's also a bit funny. It seems that everyone has begun to get used to life in the dark world. We can still laugh and chat every day. Shaking his head, Ye Feng stood up and prepared to make breakfast first. Otherwise the little raccoon will wake up and whimper in your ear again. Go to the stove and make the fire bigger. Put the copper pot on it. He took out 3 pieces of raw meat and some crisp peaches. The fruit was exchanged for good copper bars on the trading platform yesterday. To prevent it from spoiling, it is better to take it out and eat it as soon as possible. While grilling the meat, Ye Feng sat at the wooden table and continued to look through the action guide. Messages were also flashing on the regional chat channel. How's it going? Everyone, are you all up? Pack up your equipment and get ready for a big fight today. The person who spoke was Chinjiala. He thought that he could defeat the cannibals today and occupy a lake rich in resources. I was so excited that I didn't sleep much last night. We're ready to go. Let's meet at the waterfall later. Receive! Receive! It seems that many people, like Chinjiala, can't wait. Ye Feng didn't care, he didn't have time to care. There is a lot to do today. You can't just read the gossip in this chat channel. Close the action guide. He got up and checked the meat he had just grilled. He didn't need to rush to the waterfall as early as the others. After all, he has a rare mount, Yuming. The speed is very fast. I'm afraid that even if I'm the last one to start, I'll reach the destination before them. Take out the roasted meat and let it cool. After feeding the raw meat to Yuming, he sat at the table and started eating. I have a lot to do today, so I won't wait for the raccoon to join me. Just let it eat it with Hei Mei later. The little raccoon Yuanyuan woke up when he smelled the meat. He stretched lazily. It smells so good. The owner must be making something delicious. That's great. Rubbing her round eyes, Yuanyuan happened to see Ye Feng dividing the roasted meat. Jumped up from the wooden bed happily. The black tiger cub Hei Mei also woke up. The round black ball also stretched out its arms and legs. Today it can open its eyes. At this time, a pair of bright black eyes stared at the little raccoon Yuanyuan curiously. He looked at Ye Feng not far away again. Perhaps because everything was so new, he rolled around on the small wooden bed in excitement. The little raccoon picked it up and came to the table. I saw that the owner was almost done eating. You too, take your time eating. You take care of your sister while she eats. I'll eat first because I have something important to do later. Yuanyuan blinked and nodded happily. Then he followed the black girl and started to eat voraciously. Ye Feng smiled. He stood up and walked to the tool room. He wants to make some perfect-grade bronze plates today. Although it is impossible to get all the quantity needed for the cabin at once. But it's better to make some first. In fact, it is very simple to make a bronze plate. Just use perfect-grade clay and make some molds of specified area and shape first. Then pour the refined perfect-grade bronze liquid into it. Throw it into a bucket of water to cool, and you're done. It is much simpler than making a bronze weapon. The same is true of the bronze nails. You just need to make the nail mold first. Then pour the bronze liquid into it. Take it out after it cools down and it's done. Moreover, 100 nails can be produced at one time. Thinking of this, Ye Feng started to take action. About an hour passed. He produced 20 perfect-grade bronze plates. Prepare to use these to reinforce the walls and doors of the cabin first. Wait until the next batch of bronze plates are produced, and then reinforce the floor and roof. Chapter 40 Moving. The bronze plates were dragged laboriously outside the cabin. Yuanyuan, the little raccoon who had just finished breakfast and was playing and laughing with Hei Mei, saw this scene. My jaw almost dropped. This. Yuanyuan stopped chasing and rubbed her eyes with her paws. It's not wrong, so many bronze plates. What is the master preparing for? No. Yuanyuan wanted to confirm her inner thoughts, so she followed Ye Feng out of the cabin. At this moment, he was seen covering the outer wall of the cabin with bronze plates. They were fastened together with bronze nails. There were bursts of crisp knocking sounds outside the cabin. Ding! The perfect bronze cabin is 30% complete and not yet finished. Defense plus 25, durability 100/100. This is a perfect bronze cabin, with every corner completely covered in perfect bronze. The incredible defense power will turn your cabin into a solid castle. The wild animals had no choice but to give up their invasion after seeing this. Very good. Ye Feng clapped his hands in satisfaction. Although the completion rate is only 30% at present, a large section of the outer wall has been successfully covered and the initial shape has been taken shape. Yuan just watched Ye Feng take action without saying anything. I am already confused at this moment. A perfect bronze cabin? Such precious perfect grade bronze is made into bronze plates. All nailed to the walls of the cabin? Oh my God! It's not wrong! What kind of nouveau riche could do such a thing? Somewhat unbelievable. How could the master come up with the idea of creating something with such abnormal defensive power? It's so scary. A prodigal son! A prodigal son indeed! The little raccoon held his forehead and forgot what to do for a moment. It needs to digest the scene it sees. TSK, how about Yuan? Does our bronze cabin look good? Ye Feng crossed his hands and admired the bronze plate in front of him that was emitting a faint luster. Very satisfied. By the time he had covered all the bronze plates, the completion rate would have reached 100%. There is no need to worry about wild animals attacking the cabin anymore. The cabin's defenses would be able to withstand their destruction for a long time to come. If you want to test your teeth, just come. It looks good. It looks so good. Is this any different than sticking money on the wall? The little raccoon nodded stupidly. So awesome. Its owner is indeed no ordinary person, being able to build a bronze cabin. If it hadn't just had breakfast, it would have been awake. Otherwise, it must feel like it is still dreaming. By the way, Yuan, we need to continue smelting copper blocks today. If we work harder and refine 3 furnaces a day, our bronze cabin will be officially completed in just 2 days. Ye Feng looked at the little raccoon and issued a task. It had finally recovered a little. As a result, Ye Feng's words confused it again. He nodded dumbly. In other words, their bronze cabin would only take 3 days. It's done! The master is so awesome. What kind of divine human being is this? From now on, it will be able to live in this extremely hard and perfect bronze cabin. It's like a dream. The little raccoon suddenly reacted. He skipped back to the cabin. He walked straight into the smelting room. Since the master said he could make it, it would trust its master unconditionally. Stop talking nonsense and start working. Light up the furnace and add a large amount of common-grade copper ore to it. Start working diligently. It will definitely do its part to help its owner build the bronze cabin. After admiring his masterpiece, Ye Feng returned to the cabin in a very good mood. After Yu Ming finished eating a piece of perfect tiger meat that he fed himself, he took a nap contentedly. He came to the stable and released Yu Ming. Patted its head gently. Yu Ming, I'm going to have to work hard for you today. As if understanding Ye Feng's words, Yu Ming rubbed his hand obediently. Tidy up the cabin. Ye Feng took Yu Ming out of the cabin and came outside. He looked around. After all, I have been here for a few days. The nearby resources have been almost collected by myself. The rest are ordinary supplies, which are not of much use to him now. But it can also be considered as the Japanese invading the village. All the fruit trees and medicinal herbs were collected. Even small wild animals were nowhere to be seen. All that was left were the trees and soil that could not be taken away. There are no mineral resources nearby. It doesn't matter. Anyway, he had already planned to move to a more affluent area. The place with a waterfall and a lake under the cliff that he had seen before was very nice. There is plenty of water. He really needs water now. Not only in life, but also everywhere. Including the indoor greenhouse in his cabin and the large smelting furnace. Ye Feng straightened the 4 wheels of the cabin. He stretched himself lazily. Let's go, Yu Ming! After putting the rope around Yu Ming's body, the man and the beast officially set off. When Yu Ming heard the command, he immediately used all his strength to start dragging the cabin. Although he was moving, his cabin was still operating normally. The little raccoon is still working in the smelting room. An hour later, Yuming pulled the cabin forward more than 10 miles. Ye Feng sighed. It is indeed a rare mount. This speed is simply taking off. He didn't pull the cabin right up to the waterfall. Instead, he took them to a jungle. This place is about 2 or 3 miles away from the lake. Ye Feng asked Yuming to stop. Bring it back to the cabin for water and rest. The reason why we chose this place to stop first is, firstly, because the branches here are dense and the vision is not so clear. It is daytime now, but the fog is still thick. From a distance, you can only vaguely see some shadows. Cannibals are not easy to spot. The second was that he wanted to ensure the safety of his cabin. After all, this is his home, a safe haven for him to survive. He couldn't risk dragging the cabin to a place that was too conspicuous and causing trouble. It took about 10 minutes to fix it. Ye Feng took Yuming's hand again. At this time, he had already put on the full set of perfect bronze equipment that he had made yesterday. He also carried a perfect grade black tiger bow and a perfect grade bronze axe on his back. He planned to go to the front with Yuming to find out the situation. You must be very alert at times like this. After ensuring the safety of the cabin, I'll go over and take a look at the group of cannibals that everyone was talking about in the regional chat channel yesterday. Find out the number of enemies and their weapons and equipment. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will win every battle. He wanted to know what weapons the cannibals in this world used and how powerful they were. Chapter 41 Observing the Cannibals. Ye Feng and Yuming, one man, one beast, groped their way to a small slope by the lake. Hide yourself in a messy pile of grass. Sit quietly and observe your surroundings. After a while, he saw a shabby house made of thatch and branches at 10 o'clock. In this wide field of vision. Very conspicuous. The thatched house is in very bad condition. If it rains or blows, it will easily be blown over. Looking closely, there were some corpses of unknown animals hanging at the door. There are some wild fruits on the side. But it looks like a garbage dump. It's too dirty and messy. Like a place where beggars live. However, everyone who comes to this dark night world has his or her own cabin. And this shabby house is not a cabin. So, this must be the house built by cannibals. Ye Feng remained motionless, still quietly observing the situation beside the thatched hut. He was very curious about what these cannibals looked like. What's the difference with humans? About 5 minutes passed. He saw 3 people, coming from the other side of the lake. One of them was holding 2 fish. It seemed like I heard someone outside shouting. A slightly older man walked out of the thatched hut. Ye Feng frowned. From his perspective, these cannibals don't seem to look much different from ordinary humans. But their skin is very dark, so dark that it looks shiny. He has strong muscles all over his body. He is big and strong. The body is very long. Everyone simply wrapped their bodies with animal skins. However, they had incomprehensible symbols painted on their faces and bodies with black paint of unknown origin. 2 of the men were holding iron harpoons and bone clubs. The older savage built a bonfire in front of the thatched hut. They gathered around the campfire, constantly shouting things that Ye Feng couldn't understand. It seemed like some kind of ceremony. Walala, lilala. A savage beheaded the fish he brought back. The older man clasped his hands together in front of the campfire. Then, as if he had finished chanting the spell, the old man looked towards the lake not far away and pointed the bone staff in his hand towards the distance. The other 3 savages then knelt on the ground in that direction. He muttered something to himself, and bowed 3 times. The 4 savages had serious expressions and finished a prayer. Is this the cannibal they were talking about in the zone chat? Ye Feng sighed in his heart. In the past, he had only learned some information about cannibals from some books and documentaries. I didn't expect that after coming to this world, I would have the honor to see the real thing. But these savages look very strong. It seemed no easier to deal with than the black tiger he encountered. He had seen in the action guide before that the savages had a habit of cannibalism. I think it's no different from a wild beast. Perhaps they are more difficult to deal with than wild beasts. Because the older man Ye Feng just saw seemed to be intelligent. This is very dangerous and scary. Now all we see are 4 savages. I don't know if there will be more groups around here. Or even an entire tribe of savages? Ye Feng still lay in the haystack without moving, analyzing the current situation. There were 4 savages in total, and their weapons included bone sticks, bone knives, and harpoons. But judging from the appearance, the savages' living habits are too bad and they have no sense of hygiene at all. If he has intelligence, it shouldn't be high. But the old savage. For some reason, Ye Feng always felt that this older man was not simple. But these savages look very backward. At least that's the case for some of them now. All in all, it's roughly equivalent to the combat power of 5 black tigers. Now I'm wearing a full set of perfect bronze equipment, so I might have a chance to fight them. However, they are numerous and powerful. If it was just me, it would probably be easy. Ye Feng knew that the savages had no intelligence. However, they have well-developed limbs and should be quite strong. If I venture forward and am surrounded by these people, it would be difficult to escape. Moreover, the bronze equipment he was wearing was very heavy. It's really difficult to act alone. Don't take this risk lightly. Thinking of this, Ye Feng did not take any action. He planned to invite those who had previously signed up on the regional chat channel. Wait for them to rush forward and start fighting with the savages, and then he will look for an opportunity to catch all these savages in one fell swoop. While the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. That's the same logic. In this world, besides using brute force to solve problems, you still have to use your brain. I observed it for about half an hour. I also have a preliminary understanding of the savages. Among the 4 people, the old man seems to have a very high status and does not seem like an elder. More like a wizard. Because he was the one who always gave orders to the other 3. The other 3 followed the old man's orders. They roasted the caught fish on the campfire, and then they started to dance the savage dance. Seems to be in a good mood. Ye Feng watched the people in front dancing from a distance. He frowned in confusion. He couldn't understand what these savages were saying. I don't know what the gibberish means. With a sigh, Ye Feng stood up and climbed onto Yoming's body. He didn't intend to look at these savages again. Prepared to check nearby to see if anyone else has arrived at this place. Back in the jungle, Ye Feng took out the action guide. Scroll to the regional chat channel. Brothers, are you guys leaving? I'm already halfway there. It's really great to have a mount. It saves time and effort when moving. Chinjiala showed off. I'm out, but the cabin is really heavy. It's a lot of effort to drag it. We're on the way. We'll probably be there this afternoon. Me too. Ye Feng pursed his lips and watched everyone speak. It seems that none of them have arrived here yet. The speed is too slow. It took him and Yuming about an hour to pull the cabin over. However, not everyone can own a rare mount. In addition to Chinjiala being able to ask his wild deer gang to help out, the others could only pull the cabin forward slowly by themselves. This is not an easy task. Pulling the cabin is very physically demanding. During this period, people will quickly become hungry and thirsty. It seems that it will take them until the afternoon to finish gathering. Then I can't just sit there and wait. It's better to find something else to do. Thinking of this, Ye Feng and Yuming returned the same way and headed back towards their cabin. I can still do some work back in the cabin. A lot of things can be done in this little time. When it's almost time, come out and take a look. Chapter 42 Wild Deer Rider. Back to the cabin. In the smelting room at this time, the little raccoon Yuan is working diligently. Now it feels full of energy. After all, it feels like it's doing something very exciting. The master is about to complete the first bronze cabin in the dark night world. It must do its best to help its owner achieve this great goal. When it's done, you'll be very proud. Such a large smelting furnace can smelt up to 500 pieces of ordinary grade copper ore at a time. After refining, about 45 pieces of good grade copper were obtained. And about 5 pieces of perfect bronze. At that time, Ye Feng will use what he has learned from the Advanced Synthesis Book of Primary Materials to synthesize those dozens of good grade copper blocks into perfect grade bronze. 20 perfect-grade bronze plates were crafted last night. There is not much stock now. But when Ye Feng returned to the cabin, the 500 pieces of copper ore put in this morning are now being produced. Seeing this, he went to the smelting room. Helped the raccoon pour out the molten copper that is almost smelted. Installed in the mold. Then put it into the large wooden barrel behind you to cool. After a while, this batch of copper blocks was smelted. Ye Feng let the little raccoon continue working in the smelting room while he synthesized these high-quality copper blocks first. About an hour passed. All the fine copper blocks refined were synthesized into perfect-grade bronze. Nodded with satisfaction. I looked at the time, and it was time for lunch. Took 3 pieces of perfect-grade black tiger meat from the warehouse. Ye Feng gave one of the largest pieces of raw meat to his rare mount, Yuming, thinking there might be a tough battle in the afternoon or evening. It must be fed. Then he went to the stove and roasted the other 2 pieces of meat. After a while, when the meat was roasted, Ye Feng called the raccoon in the smelting room to come out for lunch. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Ye Feng rested for a while at the small wooden table. Opened the Dark World Action Guide. Turned to the regional chat channel. It's very lively inside now. Brothers, where are you? I'm already near the waterfall. The one who spoke was still Chinjiala. There are already 20 people gathered here. Where are the rest? I can already see the waterfall from here. It's still a few hundred meters away. Wait, let me see. Oh. I also saw the direction of the waterfall. We'll be there soon. Everyone spoke in the area chat, reporting on their progress. Ye Feng saw that more than 20 people had gathered at the location they had designated. Thinking it's about time, he packed up his things, rode on Yuming, and headed towards the waterfall a few miles away. After a while, he arrived behind an inconspicuous large rock. About 400 meters ahead from here, you can see the waterfall. He looked carefully and finally found a group of dark figures in a dense bush on one side of the huge lake. It seems that they are gathering humans to attack the savages. I looked around and saw there were about 30 people. There are both men and women among them. They were all wearing linen clothes and holding various weapons in their hands. There are wooden hunting forks, stone axes for chopping trees, long spears made of wood, and so on. However, at first glance in the crowd, there was one person who stood out. This person is riding a brown reindeer. Ordinary reindeer, speed 9 meters per second. Judging from his attire, the person next to him doesn't look like he's wearing linen clothes. It seems to be a fur coat made of some animal fur. In his hand he holds a good quality bronze spear, damage +5, durability 25/25. Wow! Ye Feng didn't expect this. Among such a group of people, there is actually a wild deer rider? I didn't expect that there was an expert who actually captured the mount. It seems that this person's strength should not be underestimated. Quite capable. Dozens of people surrounded the wild deer rider, like stars surrounding the moon. There was an undisguised look of arrogance on his face. After all, he is the strongest among this group of people. Wow, brother, how did you get this deer? It's so cool. Brother, how did you catch it? Teach me, I'll catch one too. The great god also made a fine bronze spear. What should I call you? This is the first time I've seen copper equipment. It looks so cool. Brother, now you are probably the strongest bronze spear wild deer knight in our area. Dozens of people surrounded him, talking about various things, extremely shocked and envious. There were also several women who were worshipping and acting coquettishly towards this wild deer rider. Everyone, I am Chinjiala. You can just call me Brother Chin. He used to be the boss of a company and earn millions a year. A self-made rich man. Forget it, we have already come to this dark world, there is no need to talk about the past. This wild reindeer had been attacked by a ferocious beast before. I happened to see it when I passed by, so I rescued it. Now he is willing to follow me, I guess he is repaying me. But it took some time to tame it, and not all wild animals are willing to obey your orders. This is considered a rare wild mount, which can greatly increase my attack speed. Besides, I now have this good grey bronze spear in my hand. This is a weapon that I made from a piece of high-quality copper that I bought from boss Ye Feng at a high price. You don't know how popular that thing is. As soon as it was put on the trading platform, it was snapped up. I added boss Ye Feng as my friend, and it was not easy to get this. With my current combat capability, I should be able to kill any small wild animals with one shot. I guess there won't be any big problem with these savages today. To be honest, I have confidence even if I fight one of them 1v1. As Qinjiala spoke, the corners of his mouth raised proudly. At present, it seems that among so many people, his conditions are the best. And everyone's reaction was to want to follow his instructions. If he could defeat this group of savages, he would definitely be able to obtain the most supplies. I see. That copper block is really hard to grab. I was there at the time and begged for a long time, but still couldn't get one. Brother Qin is indeed extraordinary. Yeah, those people are just like anything, they're gone as soon as they're put on the shelves. I also asked Master Ye Feng, but he ignored me. So, it's really awesome that Brother Qin can be added as a friend of Master Ye Feng. Alas, this stuff must be in short supply. After all, not many people have built smelting rooms in their cabins now. Everyone! I can testify! Boss Ye Feng already had his own smelting room 2 days ago. He even bought copper from me at that time. Chapter 43 Encirclement and Suppression Plan. The person who spoke at this time was none other than Zhang Tao, who had added Ye Feng as a friend. With this person's words, everyone admired Ye Feng even more. Well, it seems that next time I will buy a good piece of copper even if I have to spend all my money. Then I can make a copper weapon for myself. Dozens of people were talking at once. Their eyes were now all focused on the bronze spear in Qinjiala's hand. After all, except for him, everyone else present is still using the wooden hunting fork and stone axe given by the system at the beginning. Comparing yourself with others will really make you angry. But some of them are smarter. I made myself a wooden shield, defense +2, durability 3/3, but it has almost no defense. At most I can block a few attacks. At this time, the principle is that whoever is better equipped has the final say. Qinjiala is a man who has a wild deer mount, and is equipped with a good grade bronze spear. Naturally, it became a popular mobile phone. Brother Qin, you are the best equipped among us, and you have brains. When we go to attack the savages later, we will follow your command. That's right. You command and we follow you. Several of them shouted. Sure. Since everyone doesn't dislike me, I am definitely willing to take on this important task. After a while, everyone will listen to my instructions. It's not just about using force, it's about using wisdom. Let's make a concerted effort, and wipe out the lair of these savages in one fell swoop. Yes! Kill them all! I looked around and I think we're all here. Now everyone listen to my instructions, let's sneak over here. When you see the savages, disrupt their formation and keep them in a small group of at least 5 people. Don't be left alone. Today I will let these savages know how powerful we humans are. We have a huge advantage in numbers, and none of them can escape. Qinjiala spoke with great momentum. Yes! Beat the crap out of them. Let them know who's the boss in this place. Everyone, under the leadership of Brother Qin, we will definitely win this battle easily today. In the future, your names will definitely appear on the honor roll of the Dark Night world. Charge, work together and kill the savages. The 30 people present became excited when they heard this powerful speech. They raised their weapons high and cheered themselves and their teammates. At this time, Ye Feng was wearing a set of perfect-grade bronze equipment and riding a rare-grade mount, Yuming. Because bronze equipment is all green, it is not very conspicuous in the jungle. Everything that everyone said just now fell into his ears. Ye Feng was speechless after hearing these words. If we go by what Qinjiala said just now, the combat effectiveness of an individual human being is inherently weak. Now he divided the group into 5, wanting to encircle and annihilate the savage tribe from all directions. Isn't this equivalent to a relatively powerful whole? Directly divided into several parts. The power is drastically reduced. If even one of the small groups becomes disconnected, the entire group will be wiped out. However, Ye Feng doesn't care much about these things. After all, it has nothing to do with him. What he needs is this group of people to step forward and act as meat shields. Finally, he found the right time and went forward to harvest. As long as these dozens of people can hold back those savages, he will have the opportunity to wipe out the entire nest of savages. There is no need to rush now, he just needs to wait quietly. Ye Feng was not afraid of a head-on confrontation with this group of savages. You know, he is now fully armed, including weapons and his mount Yuming. If you challenge the savages, your chances of winning are very high. However, he didn't want to launch an attack rashly now. After all, I have to fight 1 against 4. It is impossible to defend 360 degrees without blind spots during combat. If you are not careful, you can easily get injured. This was the last thing he wanted to happen. Coming to this dark world, I haven't found any medicine that can heal the pain. Even the perfect grade Ganoderma lucidum he had grown before. It has not yet reached maturity. It will take at least a few days before the harvest. Therefore, there was no way he would allow himself to get hurt in battle. Only do things that you are 100% sure of. However, now I have these 30 people in front of me to scout the way for me. Of course he is willing. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. He will be the last to take the stage. Catch all these savages in one fell swoop. Everyone follow me, let's surround them from all 4 sides. I looked and saw only 4 savages. The 30 of us together have an overwhelming advantage. When they see us rushing over, they will definitely be scared and run away. When the time comes, we must split up and chase them, and we must not let them run away. If one of them runs back to the savage tribe and brings reinforcements, it will be difficult for us to deal with them. Yes. Don't let them escape. After listening to Chinjiala's command, everyone nodded confidently. The 30 people were divided into 4 teams, with the team with girls having more men to protect them. They each held a wooden fork, stone axe, wooden shield, and bronze spear, and quietly surrounded the thatched hut by the lake from all directions. Although everyone was tiptoeing and approaching cautiously. But there were too many rocks and branches in the jungle. When you step on it, it will inevitably make some noise. Just as everyone was about to reach the savage's thatched hut, one of the savages who was guarding the door of the thatched hut discovered something unusual. Yay! After turning around, he found a large group of humans rushing towards him. He jumped up in shock and shouted loudly. Next second, the other people in the hut heard the noise outside and quickly rushed out. Among them were 2 men, holding bone clubs and with fierce looks on their faces. The other one is the old man holding the bone staff. Ah la la! Several people stood in front of the thatched hut and first saw a human organization of 7 people led by Chinjiala. One of them yelled at them. Then he just raised his feet and rushed towards them. This ferocious momentum seemed to want to eat them alive. Too brutal and tough. Chinjiala, who was originally aggressive, was now holding a bronze spear and riding his wild deer mount, rushing to the front. But the savage not far ahead did not seem to be afraid at all. He even rushed towards him with a ferocious look on his face. He was stunned instantly. What is going on? Why is it different from what I imagined? Logically speaking, their large group of 30 people in total rushed out from all directions and surrounded these savages. Shouldn't the savages be trembling with fear, hiding in that broken house and not daring to come out? Why didn't they hide or run away? They even dared to rush towards him. The savage leader looked so scary. Chinjiala's team, which was at the front, had 7 members, and they were all panicking. Chapter 44 Elemental Attack? The most panicked one was Chinjiala. After all, he has a mount at the moment. Compared to others, his speed is faster. At this time, he was rushing in the front, and the rest of the people were jogging behind him. No matter how it seems, he is always the first to fight the enemy. The burly and strong savage who was shouting and running in the front. He rushed to Chinjiala at an astonishing speed, jumped up suddenly, and smashed the leader Chinjiala with a bone stick. Chinjiala, who was originally full of confidence, had never seen such a scene. He could only swing the bronze spear in his hand subconsciously. Stab at the savage in front of him. What he didn't expect was that the savage in front of him was not just capable of brute force. The whole person is surprisingly agile. He dodged the attack with ease. Bang! Chinjiala was hit directly in the face by the savage's bone stick. Ouch! MD, it hurts so much. Chinjiala screamed in pain. He fell directly from his mount to the ground, spitting blood and with distorted facial features. There were 6 people who were originally following Chinjiala. I also saw this scene. At this moment they stopped moving forward, standing there in a daze. Oh my God! Is this a cannibal? That's too tough. These savages seemed to have no fear of death at all, and they rushed forward bravely. But just because the savages are not afraid of death doesn't mean that the humans, are not afraid of death. They don't want to die here. If it weren't for the instigation of this guy named Chinjiala, they certainly wouldn't think of encircling and annihilating this group of savages. Wouldn't it be nice to just stay in your own cabin? How could I ever think of coming out to die? Don't even mention savages. Even if they were asked to kill a rabbit with their bare hands, they would probably struggle for a long time. I have only been in this world for a few days. I haven't even solved the problem of food and clothing. They have to fight to the death with this group of brutal savages. Oh my God! This is a joke. Run away quickly! One of the men suddenly reacted. He turned around and wanted to escape into the jungle. When the remaining 5 people saw his actions, they also ran away. However, their speed could not compare to the running speed of the savages. The savage who had just knocked Chinjiala unconscious rushed forward to chase them. Seeing this, the other 2 savages also rushed up to help. At this time, there was only the oldest savage at the door of the thatched hut, trembling slightly. He did not chase after him, but just stood there holding his bone staff. The other teams saw Chinjiala's team being chased by the savages. I felt a little secretly happy, since several young and strong savages have gone to chase them. That means they have the opportunity to get around and attack this group of savages from behind. Brothers, don't panic! Let's kill the oldest savage first. Now he is alone and can't even stand steadily, so we'll just pick on him. As long as we can kill this old savage first. There are only 3 left. At that time, they will gather together and deal with the 3 young ones together. Receive! Brothers, go ahead! 6 or 7 people shouted and rushed forward, wanting to kill the old barbarian first. At this moment, the old savage standing in front of the thatched hut did not move. He frowned and stared at the people rushing towards him. His eyes were full of disdain. The next second, he suddenly raised the bone staff in his hand. Akuri wow! He muttered an incomprehensible spell. In an instant, a blue halo appeared on the top of the scepter. A frost charm condensed on its bone staff. This ball of cold air appeared out of nowhere, emitting a trembling temperature. It feels like it will freeze if touched. But it seems that this series of actions is not easy. After the old savage finished chanting the spell and condensed the cold air, his whole body became a little shaky. Suddenly, the savage wizard waved his hand. Countless ice arrows condensed from cold air are fired towards the nearest team. Rakawa! Swish! The frost spell dissipated. Countless ice arrows flew towards the crowd. The next second, it fell on them. Aya! Grass! Oh my God! It's so cold! Hiss! Help! Ice arrow! This is a frost charm? All those who were attacked by the ice arrows fell to the ground. It seemed that some of the ice arrows did not pierce their bodies because the old savage wizard was not strong enough. However, such an arrow with extremely low temperature hits the body. It still makes the temperature of the whole person drop to freezing point in an instant. Everyone felt pain and rolled on the ground. The cold attacked every part of the body. It feels like you've been thrown into an ice cellar. A few people who were not seriously injured were so scared that they ran away in all directions. Wow, how can there be such a thing? I thought this old savage was easy to bully. It turns out that he is the most difficult mage to mess with. He can also use ice arrows. He is even more terrifying than those wild warriors just now. Fortunately, the ice arrow was not fatal. Otherwise, they would have been wiped out by now. Who can withstand this? Originally, these people were covering the supplies in this area, thinking that he could get rich from this place. Who would have thought that he was here to die? The savages are a terrible race. The adult savages who were thought to have little intelligence were actually extremely strong. The frail-looking old man turned out to be a wizard. How can we play this? Thinking about the plan they had just made in the jungle. Looks like he has everything planned out for him. It turns out that the clown is actually themselves? Chinjiala, who had just been knocked unconscious by a savage with a stick, woke up slowly at this time. I just happened to see the old savage wizard casting magic. It's over! It's all over! I am so smart all my life, but so foolish for a moment. Why would you have such a stupid idea to attack the cannibal tribe? Originally, if I just develop myself honestly, I will at least have a place in this area. Now you have to sell your stupidity. Unacceptable. Wild Deer Rider Chinjiala was lying on the ground with a bloody head. Seeing the chaotic scene in front of him, he closed his eyes in despair. If I could do it again. He would never make such a stupid decision. But it's too late to regret. This group of savages is so powerful, I'm afraid that among the 30 people who came today, at least half of them will die here. He greatly underestimated the fighting power of the savages. I never thought that there was a wizard with magic among them. It can actually release elemental attacks. This is a terrifying power that no one in the world has ever imagined. What else can I do now except wait to die? Not far away. The man and the beast had been watching the scenes that had just happened intently. Ye Feng was analyzing the situation calmly at this time. When he saw the old savage wizard release the frost element, he also opened his mouth in shock. Frost element? He had only seen this kind of thing in games. I didn't expect it to exist in this dark world. It seems that he is going to overturn his idea of understanding this world. Chapter 45 The God of War is coming. At this moment, he was really glad that he did not rashly go up and fight 4 people alone. Fortunately, he first sent these people to find out the enemy's true combat power. Otherwise, he would be the one lying on the ground now. He observed carefully. The power of those ice arrows was not very great. So far, no one has died from the arrows. But as a human being, I have never seen this kind of magic. So I was pretty scared. The attack range of the Frost Talisman seems to be a bit short. It is within a range of about 20 to 30 meters and cannot fly any farther. Ye Feng silently waited for the opportunity to take action. It's almost done, we can start now! This group of savages had been completely dispersed by the 30 people in front, and they were wrestling with each other on their own sides. Now they are unable to gather together immediately to deal with themselves. Now is the best time to hunt them. Yu Ming, let's go! Just when Chinjiala and 30 other people were falling into despair. This moment, a woo sound was heard not far away. Sounds like a wolf howling? Everyone who was fighting hard was stunned and looked up in surprise. But I saw it on a small hill not far away. A fully armed bronze heavy armor knight wearing a bronze suit and a bronze ghost mask. At this time, he was holding a perfect black tiger bow, carrying sharp arrows, and with a fierce momentum, he was riding a war wolf with silver hair down the hillside. The speed is very fast. The man and the beast howled in the wind, raising layers of flying sand behind them. Such speed is amazing. They appeared like a flash of lightning, and I could only see their shapes but not the people. Quickly rushed to the battlefield by the lake. Chinjiala, the wild deer knight lying on the ground, was stunned when he heard the hurried footsteps and the howling of wolves. He now lay on the ground with difficulty, and raised his head. He saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. It's a gust of wind. No, it was the gods in heaven. It was the gods with their mounts who rushed towards the suffering people. While running wildly, Yu Ming transformed into a silver lightning and flew past him at a high speed. Chinjiala, who had been in despair, seemed to see the light at this moment. That's hope. Save his hope. Ye Feng didn't notice Chinjiala's expression at this time. It just stopped not far from a savage. Hold the perfect grade black tiger bow in your hand. He pulled out a shiny black tiger arrow from the quiver beside him. Draw the bow and aim. Call out! Perfect grade black tiger arrow, damage plus 12. The black tiger arrow seemed to have a navigation system and flew straight towards the savage. The next second, there was a puff sound. It sank into the savage's chest. Ye Feng's archery skills. Within a certain distance, as long as you draw the bow, you will hit the target 100%. Wow, wow, wow! The savage was originally chasing 5 or 6 of them fiercely. It was like a strong black bear chasing a group of powerless chicks. No one noticed that a bronze warrior suddenly ran up from the slope nearby. And an arrow was shot towards it from such a long distance. The arrow hit the chest right there, just a few centimeters away from the heart. Suddenly, he cried out in pain. Blood continued to flow from the savage's chest. Not knowing the situation, it threw away the bone stick in its hand. Make a sharp cry. He ran around like a headless fly. All he remembered was that a man in bronze gear shot an arrow at him. What is going on? Why does a bronze warrior appear here? Where did this person come from? Were they sent by the Empire to attack their savage tribe? They can't beat the bronze warriors at all. Fuck, is this the god of war? This is too strong. Chinjala, who was lying on the ground, was stunned at this moment. But he knew. I am saved. He was originally doomed to die at the hands of the savages, but now his heart was pounding. He thought today would be his last day in this dark world. I didn't expect that divine soldiers would descend from the sky. A bronze warrior unexpectedly appeared and saved them. Swoosh! Ye Feng didn't stop at all. Seeing that the savage was trying to escape, he immediately pulled out another arrow from his quiver. Aim then fire. This time, the escaped adult savage was not so lucky. The arrow hit him right in the back. Pierced the body directly and hit the heart. The savage never expected this and thought the arrow he had just shot was not fatal. Able to escape from the clutches of this bronze knight. But the next second, he was hit by an arrow again. Boom! He fell to the ground immediately. There was no more movement. Deal with this savage here. Ye Feng rode on Yuming and galloped towards another direction. Whoosh! A man and a beast were moving along the lake. The wind is howling. He rushed towards the savages who were attacking other humans. While calculating the distance, he kept pulling out black tiger arrows from his quiver. Then raise your hand, draw the bow, aim, and shoot. One set of movements, smooth and flowing. There was no drag at all. Arrows flew out. Attack the savages who are attacking other humans. The next second, the savages who were originally fearless of life and death seemed to feel the threat to their lives. They screamed and fled. It's not that they are not afraid of death, they are just in front of these weak humans. I can crush them to death just by moving my fingers. But now the enemy in front of him is a bronze warrior. They have no way to resist. Watching his brothers being shot by arrows one after another. The other savage who was farthest away seemed to be overwhelmed by anger. It no longer chased the fleeing humans. Holding the harpoon high in his hand, he ran towards Ye Feng. It has to fight him. Call out! One arrow hit, but it was not fatal. The savages were approaching like crazy. However, Ye Feng was not panicked at this moment, and pulled out his arrow. Aim for the savage's head. Let go. The next moment, the black tiger arrow hit the savage directly on the forehead. Plop. The savage was killed on the spot. The only one left was the seriously injured savage who wanted to escape from here. Just about to escape into the jungle. But comparing speed with the rare Mount Yuming? Feel like you're doing it again? How could he possibly escape from his palm? I haven't even run 50 meters yet. Puff! This arrow directly killed the savage who was trying to escape back to the tribe to seek help. The whole operation took less than 10 minutes. The 3 savages died one after another under Ye Feng's arrows. It was as if he was the god of war sent by God, and today he came here to kill these savages. At this moment, the only person left was the old savage wizard. He now opened his already sunken eyes wide. He looked at the invincible bronze warrior in front of him with some disbelief. It had lived for decades, and this was the first time it had seen such a powerful bronze warrior. In just a short while, all 3 of its descendants were killed. Ye Feng slowly running towards it. The old wizard was extremely frightened. He quickly and tremblingly raised the bone staff in his hand. He started to chant incomprehensible spells again. Chapter 46 Obtaining Double Buff. Alala Waka! The next moment, a thin layer of blue mist appeared on the top of its bone staff again. Frost element. Slowly condensing. Perhaps it was because it had released magic not long ago. Consumed most of his own strength. At this time, the speed at which it condensed ice and frost was obviously much slower. It took about 10 seconds for the frost spell on the bone staff to condense. At this time, the old savage seemed to see hope again. Most of the fear on his face disappeared. His eyes changed from astonishment to sinister again. It slowly raised the bone staff in its hand, preparing to release the ice talisman towards Ye Feng. If it turns into an ice arrow, Ye Feng will definitely be dead or injured. How could Ye Feng, who was rushing towards the old savage, give it such an opportunity? Draw the arrow immediately, pull it to the full extent, and shoot. Call out! Another arrow. It flew away with a strong wind. This black tiger arrow directly hit the old savage wizard's throat, interrupting the rune spell he was chanting. Woo woo! The old wild wizard who was shot by an arrow trembled all over, waved his bone staff, and sobbed. However, no matter how it made sounds, it couldn't utter a single word. It almost concentrated its last bit of magic power on the skull staff, wanting to use this last frost spell to deal a fatal blow to Ye Feng. Unexpectedly, the spell was interrupted, the incantation ended, and the talisman scattered and disappeared. The next second, the old savage wizard fell to the ground. Die for me! Ye Feng shouted loudly. He rushed forward and carried the black tiger bow behind him. He drew out the perfect bronze sword that exuded a faint green hue. He stabbed the old savage who was lying motionless on the ground. Straight to the heart. I was afraid that the old savage wizard was not dead yet. The mysterious sound chased the wind, carrying a huge impact force. Puff! This sword directly stabbed the old savage wizard, sending him flying more than 10 meters away, and he fell to the ground with a bang. Now, the old savage had no power to turn the tide. In this way, a group of 4 savages were wiped out within half an hour. At this moment, the humans who had been fleeing in a hurry just now stopped their actions. He turned his head and looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Their eyes widened in shock, as if they were questioning whether they had just seen it wrong. This half hour, like a movie scene, happened right before my eyes. Everyone stared in astonishment at the mysterious bronze warrior who appeared like a ghost. What is happening? At this time, they were holding stone axes and wooden hunting forks, looking confused. Standing there stupidly. It was clear that just now these savages had beaten 30 of them and forced them to flee in panic. There is absolutely no way to fight back. But now, a warrior wearing full bronze equipment appeared out of nowhere. It's like a god descending to earth. These savages were killed with lightning speed. When will killing savages become as easy as killing ordinary wild animals? In front of this god of war, are the barbarians so vulnerable? So here comes the question. Who is this bronze warrior wearing a bronze mask and whose face cannot be seen? Is he a friend or an enemy? Is he a time-traveling human? Or are they the indigenous humans of this dark world? Some of them couldn't help but wonder. He murmured. Ye Feng's face looked grim at this time. Holding a bronze sword and riding a howling wolf, he was like a gust of wind and lightning, piercing through the entire battlefield in an instant. In full view of everyone, 4 savages were killed. At this moment he stopped by the lake. The cold light on the mask cannot be seen clearly. The front end of the bronze sword was covered in blood. He turned around at this moment, and looked at the somewhat chaotic scene in front of him. I feel sad. If it were me a few days ago, I would probably not have been able to do the series of operations just now. They even didn't dare to confront this group of savages head-on. Fortunately, I passed the daily check-in. Obtained a skill book on archery, able to quickly master the technique of mounted archery. Otherwise, even Yuming might not be able to ride steadily in front of the savages. Of course, he also wants to thank these 30 teammates, who marched forward bravely, knew nothing about the enemy but remained stubborn. If they hadn't attracted the attention of the savages, they would have attacked them frantically. I couldn't find any opportunity to enter the market. It won't be so easy to win this battle. After the battle, he was unharmed and even had extra energy. At this moment, suddenly a notification sounded in everyone's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the human Ye Feng for successfully killing 3 adult savages and a savage wizard. We seized a savage hideout. Immediately afterwards, announcements were broadcast simultaneously on the World Chat channel, including on the Dark Night World Action Guide. Congratulations to the human Ye Feng for becoming the first human warrior in the entire Dark Night world to kill a savage. The title of Savage Warrior is hereby awarded. This title will bring a buff bonus. At the same time, Ye Feng's heroic achievements will be published on the honor roll of the Dark Night World Action Guide. Ding! The human Ye Feng successfully killed 4 savages by himself. Become a human hero who fights 1 against 4. Hereby awarded the title of Above the Crowd. This title also grants a bonus buff. Published on the honor roll of the Dark World Action Guide. Hearing this, Ye Feng was a little shocked. He was lucky before and killed an adult wild black tiger, earning him the title of a hero. Unexpectedly, a group of savages were killed this time. Won 2 titles at the same time. And both titles have buff bonuses. These 2 world announcements were just broadcast. At the same time, it is hung at the top of the World Chat channel and displayed to the whole world. After a while, people who were busy working during the day also received these 2 notices. The chat channel, which was originally unpopular, suddenly became lively. Fuck! Family! What happened? What did I miss? Boss Ye Feng is in the news again. This time, 4 savages were killed by 1 person? Destroyed the wildling's lair? Fuck, I remember that the savages were man-eating monsters in this dark world. It's like cannibalism. And intelligent ones. That savage can at least beat 4 or 5 of me. How come Master Ye Feng killed 4 of them by himself? My, I'm numb, brothers, what kind of magic is this? Boss, where are you? I will kneel down and sing, conquer, for you. Fuck! I can't accept this. I'm still playing in the mud in the field, and Boss Ye Feng went straight to fight the boss. This? Master! How about I stop cutting trees and come over to be your little brother? I don't ask for meat, just some soup. Right. We'll all follow Boss Ye Feng. Brother Feng, there seems to be a savage nest near my cabin. Can you tell me how to kill them? Share some practical experience, and I'll see if I can fight them. Chapter 47 Invincible Title Reward. Brother upstairs, I think you should just forget it. The great Master Ye Feng must have powerful weapons and equipment, but you are just using your broken stone axe and harpoon to tickle the savages? I just want to ask one question now, Brother Feng. Where do you live? Tomorrow, no, just in a moment, I will pack my bags and come straight to you. I will never compete with you for resources. Just be your neighbor. I never thought that men could also bring a sense of security to other men. Brother, are you in an online relationship? Brother Feng, I don't fall in love online, I'll meet you in person. I can do everything. I can clean, do housework, and warm the bed. Brother Feng, look at me. Little sister, I'm afraid that Master Ye Feng doesn't like your type. Sister is more fragrant. Bullshit. Time and man are the true love. Boss Ye Feng, can you please see if I can do this? Can you please stop being disgusting? Great God, please send us your location. We are all waiting to come to you with our families. I promise not to steal your resources, I'm just here to be your younger brother. The World Chat channel exploded immediately. People all over the world stopped what they were doing and started interacting on it. Ye Feng happened to open his Dark Night World Action Guide. I saw a dazzling array of speeches. The corners of his mouth twitched. It's a pity that these people can say such words. What a talent! The netizens these days speak so nicely, they talk a lot every day. If I really throw a positioning up, I'm afraid there are not many people who dare to come. Ye Feng didn't say a word and ignored the lively chat channel. Turned the guide to the honors page at the back. He was very curious about what kind of buff bonuses the 2 titles he obtained this time could bring him. The title of Savage Warrior. Wow, powerful human, I didn't expect you could actually do it. It was so easy to kill a group of savages. Your feat has successfully dealt a heavy blow to the savage tribe. Buff bonus, pressure plus 10, crit plus 100%, triggering critical damage, for all savages, savage mages, and savage tribes. This bonus is incredible. If you encounter savages in the future, you don't have to be afraid anymore. Ye Feng smacked his lips. Next, look at the second title. The title of being the most outstanding among all. With his own strength, he was able to kill 4 savages at the same time. Human, it seems I underestimated your true strength. Buff bonus. When there are 5 or fewer enemies, pressure plus 10, critical strike plus 100%. All enemies in the world, upon hearing of your achievements, tremble in fear. Ye Feng was shocked after reading it. In fact, he did think about killing 4 savages and getting the title of Savage Warrior. But I never thought I could get a buy one get one free deal. Give him another title of the best among the crowd. This title can be described as overbearing. It feels more useful than other previous titles. After reading this, Ye Feng put away the Dark Night World Action Guide. Looking at the people who had now recovered from their shock. Not far from the lake, Wild Deer Knight Chinjiala stretched out his hand and wiped the blood off his face. With the help of the high-quality bronze spear in his other hand, he finally stood up. The wild deer, which had originally run far away, now saw that the battle was over. There is no danger anymore. Also returned to his side. He mounted his reindeer with some difficulty. Walked towards the man and the beast not far away. After hearing the broadcast, the others obviously knew the identity of the visitor. They all came towards the lake. Chenjiala was feeling very excited and complicated at this moment. He thought he was going to die today. I thought I was dead. But now, dead but not completely dead. What he didn't expect was that the person who came to rescue him was actually Boss Ye Feng. You know, Chenjiala has always been very arrogant. Since coming to this dark world, I have never been defeated by anyone. The only person who made him feel powerful was Ye Feng. It started from the first time he heard that Ye Feng killed a wild black tiger alone. Chinjiala developed a feeling of admiration for this man. In fact, as early as when he bought the high-quality copper block from Ye Feng, he had wanted to get to know this big guy. I just didn't expect to meet in this way. At the critical moment, the man appeared and saved him. Oh my God! This is exactly the drama between the male and female protagonists in a romance novel. It's too addictive. So happy. Chinjiala rode his reindeer weakly and came to Ye Feng's side. Tears welled up in my eyes. I was so excited that I didn't know what to do with my hands. The voice was a little trembling. Is it Master Ye Feng? Brother Feng, do you still remember me? My name is Chinjiala, and just yesterday, I bought a piece of high-quality copper from you. At that time you replied to me, no bargaining. Brother Feng, do you still remember? Wild Deer Knight Chinjiala looked up at Ye Feng excitedly. Ye Feng heard the voice of someone coming. He turned his head somewhat confusedly, and looked at the fat and strong young man in front of him. This person was the one he had just seen at the back, the only one with decent weapons. But he really seemed to have no impression of the person in front of him. Indeed, he had put some good copper bars on the world trading platform yesterday. And once it was put up, it was snapped up. Countless people have bought copper bars from him. How can everyone have an impression? Besides, no bargaining was just an automatic reply he said on the trading platform. This message was not sent by me. Just when the scene was becoming awkward, the remaining 20 or so people who had just tried to escape in a hurry rushed towards the two of them. Because I heard the announcement. I know that the person coming is not a native human of the Dark Night world. But they are people who have traveled through time and space to this world just like them. Now, everyone looked at the bronze warrior riding a giant wild wolf with admiration. Although the blue helmet mask covered the man's face. But they still knew that the person standing in front of them was Ye Feng, the famous warrior in the Dark Night world. When it comes to the name Ye Feng, almost no one doesn't know. After all, the first time this person appeared in the news was when the whole human race was still flying around like a headless fly. A man who had slain a vicious beast all by himself. I didn't expect that I could meet him today. Wow! Are you really Boss Ye Feng? Oh my god! This bronze equipment is so cool! Oh my god, I didn't expect the boss to be by my side! It's actually just 100 miles away from us. Yes! Master, are you planning to move here too? It's just right that we can be neighbors. We will all follow you from now on, there will be no problem. Boss, can I touch your bronze armor? Chapter 48, No Little Brothers. Master Ye Feng? Is that you? Holy shit. It's really me. Just as dozens of people were expressing their admiration, suddenly a short, dark-skinned man squeezed out from the crowd. The voice was so loud that Ye Feng's attention was diverted to him. Who are you? Ye Feng seemed familiar with the man in front of him, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him. It's me, Boss Ye Feng. I'm Zhang Tao. You have traded a lot of copper mines with me before. You are still in my friend list. Oh yes. Indeed, there is such a person among Ye Feng's friends. I remember you. You were around here too. Looking at Zhang Tao, who was very excited in front of him, Ye Feng smiled politely. At this time, everyone heard the conversation between the two. They all looked at Zhang Tao with envy. It turned out that the man whom they had been looking down upon had actually known Boss Ye Feng for a long time. Everyone was chatting happily. Now they all knew. The famous Boss Ye Feng is in the same area as them. Naturally, in this area, Ye Feng has the final say. Everyone tacitly regarded him as the boss. All the people who were originally going to participate in the crusade against the barbarians today have now given up the idea of competing with each other. After all, they only have the wooden hunting forks or stone axes in their hands. There is no way to be compared with Ye Feng. Even Qinjiala, the wild deer knight who was previously the best equipped among the crowd, only had a good bronze spear. Also, the source of the materials used to make this weapon. It was provided by Ye Feng. Everyone looked at Ye Feng's full set of bronze equipment with envy. It's like heaven and hell. In this dark world, what matters is not how tough your words are. It's more about your fists being hard. Therefore, now apart from joining the great master Ye Feng and being a good and obedient younger brother, don't think about anything else. But being a younger brother is not a bad thing. You know, there is such a big brother protecting this area. At least your own life safety is guaranteed. I never thought I would be so lucky to run into Boss Ye Feng here. Boss, your mount is actually rare. Holy shit, I can actually see a rare mount. This is probably the first rare mount in the entire Dark Night world. Boss, your fighting power is too terrifying. How did you do it? Seeing this god of war man in front of me, everyone couldn't help but smack their lips. Qinjiala standing by couldn't contain his excitement. He walked forward, clasped his fists and bowed, his face full of admiration and gratitude. Boss Ye Feng, thank you for saving my life. If you hadn't appeared in an emergency just now, I'm afraid so many of us would have been killed here today. My name is Qinjiala, and I am willing to follow Boss Ye Feng in the future. Be a little brother and serve the boss. When the others heard Qinjiala say this, they all raised their fists. He nodded respectfully. Yes, we are also willing to follow Master Ye Feng and work for you in the future. Looking at such a large group of people bowing to me, Ye Feng felt a little uncomfortable. He coughed lightly. Ahem, sorry, I don't accept younger brothers. After saying this, he turned his face to the side and looked at the huge lake not far away. I really can't stand this kind of scene. But when the others heard Ye Feng say this, their admiration for him became even stronger. A person who is obviously like a killing god can say these words so calmly. How can one not admire it? I checked, and apart from this group of savages, there should be no other safety risks nearby. You will choose a place and set up your cabin later. I'll put the cabin in the pear grove out front. Just don't get too close. I don't care about the rest. As Ye Feng spoke, he pointed to a forest of pear blossoms not far away. He saw the place from the top of the cliff that day. The scenery is beautiful, and the white pear blossoms are very pretty. Wouldn't it be beautiful if I could see such a view every day when I come out of the cabin? Since the battle was won because of him, then of course he has the right to choose which place he wants first. However, Ye Feng had thought about it before saying that he did not want to have any younger brothers. Let's not talk about the identities of this group of people in front of us in the past. At least for now, in this dark world, we have no brains and no fighting power. The pace of development is also very slow. It won't help me much. I was just acting as a meat shield when fighting the savages just now. If you agree to take them in as your younger brothers, I'm afraid I'll have to devote some time and energy to taking care of this group of people. Why bother yourself with trouble? As for this fertile land, he didn't mind these people moving their own cabins here. Anyway, this orchard covers a large area. In addition, the lake is very large and has abundant resources. There's no way he could use it all by himself. So, as long as you get the lion's share, it doesn't matter if others get a small piece of the pie. Relying on my current equipment and combat effectiveness, no one wants to challenge it easily. Saw others agree. Ye Feng jumped off Yoming's back, walking towards the dilapidated thatched hut left behind by the savages. I want to see if there is anything in there that I can use. Everyone saw him walking towards the small house. Also followed. When I arrived at the door of the dilapidated thatched hut, a musty smell wafted out from inside. There were messy animal furs scattered around the doorway and inside. And some basic living resources. These things are of no use to Ye Feng. He frowned and walked into the house with a look of disgust. The people standing at the door were very understanding at this moment. They understood that it was boss Ye Feng who was looting the things from the savages' thatched cottage. I didn't contribute anything, so I have no right to go forward and divide the spoils. So everyone just stood at the door and didn't follow Ye Feng in. Ye Feng saw that everyone was just standing at the door and didn't follow him in. I still feel comfortable. He ignored them and started searching the house. After a while, he found a drawing made of half an animal skin next to a wooden board covered with some straw. Hold it in your hand and look at it carefully. Half of an ordinary treasure map. Ye Feng raised his eyebrows. This is a treasure map. In other words, with this map, you can find the treasure. Suppress the excitement in your heart. Ye Feng used the light from outside to look at the picture in his hand. Painted on it in red is a route map of a cave. So, the treasure should be in a cave nearby. However, this drawing is only half and cannot fully show the location of the cave and the final location of the treasure. Ye Feng flipped over the other wooden boards. The other half of the treasure map was not found. Probably, the savages only have half of the blueprints. Roll it up and put it in your bag. Looking around again. Chapter 49 Mysterious Cave. After a while, he found a stone slab emitting a faint blue light in the corner of the wall. Walk forward. It turned out to be a fist-sized frost spell board. Is this the frost spell tablet that the old wild wizard just used? I was a little surprised. I can actually find something like this. He squatted down and reached out to take the talisman in his hand. Hiss. So icy. The temperature of this stone slab is quite low, and it makes people shiver when they touch it. Look carefully at the small stone in your hand. Although a small piece, but some exquisite and strange patterns were carved on it with a sharp knife. You can feel the mysterious power contained in this stone slab when you hold it in your hand. But the low temperature in his hand made the hairs on his body stand up. The temperature is too low. What made Ye Feng even more confused was, could such an exquisite thing be carved and produced by the intelligence of savages? Or did they just get it by chance? I've been tossing and turning, and I still don't know how to trigger and use this thing. Just as he was thinking back to when the old savage wizard was using it, he seemed to have recited a spell that he couldn't understand. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining an ordinary level frost charm. A powerful frost element is hidden within it. The slabs can be used to create spell equipment. Frost elemental damage plus 12. Talisman equipment? What is it? This was the first time Ye Feng heard this term. I don't know how to make or obtain this so-called talisman equipment. It shouldn't be like ordinary equipment. Let's put this stone slab in the warehouse first. I'll study it more carefully when I get back to the cabin tonight. Maybe I can get some idea about this talisman equipment. He placed the slab of stone with great satisfaction. The two treasures were put into the bag, and Ye Feng looked at them twice. I really can't find anything else that catches my eye. The rest are some basic survival supplies. For Ye Feng now. Those wood, harpoons, wild fruits and dried animal meat were of no use at all. When the time comes, let them come in and divide it among themselves. Ye Feng clapped his hands, and walked out of the thatched hut contentedly with the spoils he had found. Such a shabby place. It's nice to have these two treasures. See Ye Feng coming out. Qinjiala and dozens of other people were waiting obediently in the distance. Everyone was thinking that they would just wait for Master Ye Feng to get what they wanted. Everything else that doesn't catch his eye is still there. They will still be able to pick up some bargains when the time comes. Even if you can't eat the meat, it's nice to have some broth. Besides, this area is rich in supplies and has everything, so they can get a lot of benefits. So no one had any complaints. Wait until Ye Feng walked out of the small house. Everyone rushed forward. It was like the Japanese invaders invading the village. The wild fruits, dried wild meat, wild animal furs, and even a few damaged stone axes in the hut were all divided up. Although these things are not very expensive, they are free after all. After a while, everyone took their spoils and happily gathered outside at the lake. It was probably after 2 in the afternoon. It's still early. For a moment, everyone didn't know what to do next. Everyone waited quietly for Ye Feng to give the order. Ye Feng looked at such a large group of people and seemed to have no intention of disbanding on the spot. The corners of his mouth twitched. Suddenly, he thought of the half-treasure map he had just found in the savage's hut. The cave indicated above seems to be near this waterfall. Anyway, there are so many people with him. It would be better for everyone to accompany him to explore the way. I'm going to check out the cave over there now, if any of you don't want to come with me. You can go back and move the cabin here and set it up. If you want to follow, make sure you have the ability to protect yourself. Although it is still daytime, wild animals will not come out. However, there is no guarantee that there will be no danger. So, whether to go or not is up to them. After hearing what Ye Feng said, the 30 people present began to think. It was obvious that there were a few people who were not very courageous and were ready to back out. Some people can't make up their minds for a long time. It seemed as if he could see what was in the minds of these hesitant people. Ye Feng said somewhat helplessly. I'm not testing you, I just want to go and see for myself. If you don't want to go, move your cabin here quickly and start developing early. Don't worry about other things. When everyone heard this, they felt relieved instantly. It seems that Boss Ye Feng is not only brave and good at fighting, but also a very kind person. Several of the girls suggested that they would move their own cabins here first. Otherwise, it might be too late by night. After all, girls are indeed not as physically strong as men. Ye Feng nodded. Suddenly I seemed to think of something. He also gave instructions to everyone present. It would be best if everyone could move the cabin to the lake today. It would be safer if so many people's cabins were concentrated together. Also, today, including me, there are a total of 31 people participating in this war against the barbarians. If there are people who didn't participate today in the future, they are not allowed to migrate here. This is the territory we exchanged our lives for. We can't let others take advantage of it for nothing. Yes. Boss Ye Feng is right. That's right. We can't let them get away with it for free. When everyone heard his words, they nodded in agreement. All right. If you're willing to go with me to the cave over there, let's go. Ye Feng said this and rode on Yoming's back. A group of more than 10 people walked towards a place not far away. Soon, a group of people followed Ye Feng and came to several caves on the edge of the cliff. Everyone is observing these natural caves. Marvel at the wonders of nature. Suddenly, a sound like a woman crying reached everyone's ears. The crowd that was originally talking suddenly became quiet. Everyone heard the creepy sound. However, when it became quiet, the sound disappeared. Did you hear any strange noises just now? You mean, it sounds a bit like a woman crying? Don't do that. You must have heard it wrong. Look, it's gone now. Before one of the men finished speaking, the eerie voice sounded again. Whoa! Help me! There really was the sound of a woman crying. Everyone who was originally laughing was shocked at this moment. At the same time, he looked at the deep cave in front of him. The sound came from here. Boss Ye Feng's voice seems to be coming from inside here. Xinjiala stretched out his hand and pointed tremblingly towards the cave in front of him. It can't be something unclean. This dark world is so mysterious, full of strange species. Ye Feng also heard the woman's cry for help just now. He was frowning at the moment, staring at the dark cave in front of me. Let's go in and take a look. Chapter 50, The Trapped Woman. Brother Feng, this cave doesn't look like it's worth entering. Xinjiala, who was hiding behind Ye Feng, was very nervous. There are many similar caves here. However, there were some footprints at the entrance of the cave in front of him, and there were signs that someone had been there. Looking in from the door, there is no end in sight. This cave is very deep. Just looking inside, it was pitch black with no vision at all. Everyone else was scared. If there is any ferocious beast in there, it will be the end. Boss, from what I can judge, this cave seems to have been dug by humans. It should be said that it is an abandoned mine. Zhang Tao, who had been silent all this time, suddenly stepped forward and explained in Ye Feng's ear. Because he is proficient in mining and ore research. Therefore, we have some understanding of these natural or artificially formed mines. Ye Feng nodded after hearing this. He jumped off Yoming's back and took out a few torches from his backpack. Passed it to the dozen or so people behind him. He took one in his hand, lit it, and walked into the cave first. Ye Feng was not very worried about whether there were any wild beasts. After all, the bronze equipment he is wearing now has an abnormal defensive power. Even if a wild beast really appeared and bit him, it may not cause any harm to him. Seeing Ye Feng walk into the cave first, the others quickly lit their torches. She took small steps forward and followed closely behind him. Inside the cave, you can find some scattered ordinary grade copper ores along the way. It's just not worth the money because it's incomplete. The group did not stop and continued to move forward into the cave, which was about 100 or 200 meters deep from the entrance. Suddenly, not far ahead, the female voice calling for help was heard again. Is there anyone? Can you save me? Please! It sounded like the voice of a young woman. Everyone's face was filled with tension. Walk towards the direction of the sound. Keep going. The originally relatively narrow aisle suddenly expanded. What appeared in front of everyone was actually an altar the size of a square. That's why it's called an altar. This is because the center of the square is made up of a pile of stones. Countless skeletons of unknown animals were scattered on the ground nearby. None of this is shocking to anyone. What is unexpected is, at this time, a huge wooden frame was inserted on the altar in the middle. A young woman wearing coarse cloth and tattered clothes was tied with hemp rope on the rack. Although the woman's face was dirty at this time, but you can still tell that she is a girl with outstanding looks. And the tattered clothes vaguely revealed the girl's curvaceous figure. Fuck! Is he a human or a ghost? Xinjiala looked at the figure in front of him, and quickly used the torch in his hand to probe the woman's face. Some dim light shining. The woman's exhausted face was still stained with tears. The legs were hung on the rack, slender and well-proportioned. His skin was fair, and there were signs of being tied up on his body. It seemed like someone responded. The girl who had her eyes closed and looked listless suddenly opened his eyes. I found a large group of people holding torches, illuminating the endless darkness of the cave. Woo woo woo! Great! Someone finally saved me! Please save me, I've been tied here for almost 24 hours. I thought I was going to die. See the life-saving straw. The woman couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears. Finally someone came to rescue her. Who would have thought that just a week ago, he was an ordinary white-collar worker working diligently in a state-owned enterprise. I live a regular life from 9 to 6 every day. I can also make appointments with my good friends to eat and drink on weekends, and life is extremely fulfilling. But now I am facing it. We are actually considering the issue of survival in this dark world together with billions of people around the world. The first day I came here, I had no idea where to start. No experience, no friends. Although there were some vegetables, fruits and melons at the place where I was assigned. But there were always ferocious wild beasts that attacked his cabin in the middle of the night. Just yesterday evening, she had just returned to the cabin to prepare dinner. Unexpectedly, a group of 3 or 4 savages suddenly appeared, breaking down the door of her cabin. Then they forced her into this dark and scary cave. Tie yourself up here. She thought she would be eaten by these savages. I have never experienced this before. Physical fatigue and mental pain. Double whammy. The woman was crying out of breath at this moment. She allowed 2 of the men to lower her down from the wooden frame. As soon as my feet touched the ground, I didn't have the strength to stand up. My legs went weak with fear. She really didn't know what would have happened if this group of people hadn't come to this cave. Am I really going to die in here? Everyone looked at the sobbing woman in front of them. Everyone is curious as to why she is here. The woman took a deep breath to calm down my excitement. When I looked up, the first thing I saw was a warrior wearing perfect bronze equipment standing in the middle of the crowd. By the faint light of the fire, the person in front of me seems familiar. Like I've seen it somewhere. Boss Ye Feng, let's get out of here quickly. This cave looks more and more strange. Chinjiala, who was standing next to Ye Feng, spoke. Everyone echoed. Hearing this, the woman sitting on the ground suddenly became excited again. Ye Feng? Brother Ye Feng? Is that you? I am Li Man Man. Do you still remember that I exchanged 3 perfect seeds with you for a piece of raw meat? She stood up excitedly and with difficulty, and slowly walked to Ye Feng. Ye Feng looked at the thin woman in front of him. Frowned. I do remember having a good friend named Li Man Man. Is it you? It's me, Brother Feng. I didn't expect to meet you here. It turns out that Brother Feng's cabin is nearby. Just when Li Man Man wanted to talk to Ye Feng more. See everyone's expressions. He immediately stopped talking. She understood that the cave was mysterious and strange. This is not the right time to chat and reminisce. We have to get out quickly first. Li Man Man stopped talking and followed the crowd. Let's go. A group of people hurriedly followed Ye Feng out of the abandoned mine. There are many similar caves under this waterfall. However, Ye Feng did not take everyone to investigate one by one. After all, Li Man Man suddenly appeared. It disrupted his plans. I looked at the sky, and it would be dark in an hour. The night in the dark world is the beginning of terror. Wait until everyone is out of the cave. Came to the edge of a huge lake. The light comes again. Now, everyone could see Li Man Man clearly. Chapter 51 returned safely. Messy hair stuck to her cheeks. His facial features were delicate, but covered in mud and dust. The linen clothes, which were of poor quality to begin with, now had several holes in them. But the woman's beauty can still be seen. Your name is Li Man Man? How did you end up in this cave? The person asking the questions was Chinjiala. It is also a question that everyone is concerned about. Woo, my cabin was attacked by 3 or 4 savages. They banged on my wooden door frantically with bone sticks. They rushed in and stole all the supplies and food in my house. Then they tied me up and took me into this cave. I saw then that this place was an altar. I thought they were going to sacrifice me to their gods. It really scared me to death. Li Man Man recalled yesterday, fear and terror still lingering on her delicate face. He was caught off guard and abducted by savages. She had no idea what these savages were thinking. Then they tied me to the wooden rack and imprisoned me in the cave. But after they tied me up, they left. I don't know what they were doing. One of the oldest savages even stuffed a pear into my mouth. He watched me eat the pear before leaving. I don't know why they do that though. At that time, Li Manan thought that the pear was going to poison her. But after eating the fruit, she found that she was still fine. There's nothing wrong. These savages are really strange. Do they have the habit of raising humans? It's just like raising poultry. We don't want you to die so quickly, so we prevent your meat from rotting. When the time comes to eat you, will I kill you right away? Xinjiala expressed his guess. It is indeed possible. After all, the savage race has some intelligence. A species like this that has intelligence and eats people. This dark world is really terrifying. Yes, didn't Master Ye Feng tell us when he killed the wild black tiger? There are other mysterious and unknown races in this dark world. The existence of cannibals is actually normal operation. But fortunately, thanks to the presence of Boss Ye Feng, we successfully killed this group of savages today. At least there are no other savages in our area. It's also a hazard in the cleanup area. After one of them finished speaking, everyone nodded. Fortunately, they have a war god like Ye Feng in this area, able to defeat these savages. Otherwise, all the cabins in this area would probably be in trouble. Really? Brother Feng, you killed all the savages? Li Manan was very surprised when she heard what others were discussing, because he had been imprisoned by savages before. So I don't know what the situation is outside. Nor did he see any announcement in the action guide that Ye Feng had wiped out the savages' nest. Now that she knew, she was even more full of admiration for Ye Feng. Yes, there are no wild men here anymore. You all should hurry back to the cabin now. As for the rest, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Looking at the sky, it should be dark in an hour. Such a situation happened today. He also had no energy to look for the remaining half of the treasure map. If night falls and you haven't returned to the cabin yet, that is very dangerous. Besides, I have been out for so long. The little raccoon and the black tiger cubs were at home without anything to eat. I guess the two little ones are hungry and waiting for him to come back. When everyone heard what Ye Feng said, they nodded in agreement. It's dangerous in the wild, let alone at night. Hurry back to your cabin before coming to fight the barbarians. In order to prevent being discovered by the savages, they all placed their cabins in a safe area 2 or 3 miles away. It would take more than 10 or 20 minutes to get back now. See you tomorrow, boss. Yes. Boss Ye Feng, take care, we'll see you tomorrow. Bye, big boss. After saying goodbye to Ye Feng, everyone left the lake and rushed back to the cabin. Ye Feng was riding Yuming at this time. He also ran towards his cabin. His cabin was located 3 miles away, in a dense jungle. It only takes 5 minutes to get here from the lake. He got off Yuming's back and led it back to the cabin. As soon as I entered the door, I heard the familiar whimpering voice. Boo-woo! At this time, the little raccoon was looking out the wooden window of the cabin with a hopeful look. See Ye Feng coming back with Yuming. He immediately jumped happily in front of Ye Feng. The owner went out at noon and never came back. It was very worried about any danger. In one afternoon, the raccoon smelted a furnace of copper ore. Many bronze plates were produced. I looked and it was about time for dinner. He went to the window and looked out, looking for Ye Feng. On the other side, a furry little black ball slowly crawled to Ye Feng's feet. When I lowered my head, I happened to look into Hei Mei's round black eyes. Ye Feng smiled and put Yuming back into the stable. He turned back and picked up the black tiger cub and the little raccoon. Why, you miss me? Come and sit down at the wooden table. Patted the heads of the two little guys. Aha! The little raccoon nodded with a smile. Then the next second he pouted and touched his belly with his little paws. The big watery eyes looked at the owner in front of them with anticipation. It seemed to be saying that it was hungry. Ye Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I originally thought that this little guy was missing me. The result is that I'm hungry and want to eat. Okay, then you guys wait here first. Helplessly, Ye Feng put them down, walked to the stove, and prepared to start cooking dinner. Light the fire in the stove. Put the copper pot on to preheat. Take out 3 pieces of raw meat and 2 round potatoes from the warehouse. One of the pieces of raw meat was thrown to Yu Ming. It's really exhausted today. When it smelled the aroma of meat, it immediately started to eat it with relish. Put the other 2 pieces of meat and potatoes into the pan and fry them slowly. These 2 little guys are so greedy. Smelling the aroma of meat, she stayed obediently by Ye Feng's side. 2 pieces of raw meat were sizzling in the pan. The potatoes on the side were coated in fat and soaked up plenty of the gravy. Suddenly, a strong aroma of meat wafted into every corner of the cabin. Seeing that the meat was cooked, Ye Feng cut one of the pieces of barbecue. A small half was given to the black tiger cub. The other half was given to the raccoon, along with a piece of golden roasted potato. He also picked up the meat and took a bite. Well, that's really not a poke. However, eating meat every day for several days in a row is really a bit greasy. Since I moved here, there is such a big lake here, there must be a lot of aquatic products in it. How about catching a fish to eat tomorrow? Fish meat itself is rich in protein and is refreshing and not greasy compared to animal meat. Chapter 52, Perfect Fishing Rod and Crazy Fans? Ye Feng made up his mind immediately. I'll go to the lake tomorrow to catch some big fish. Then make a pot of fish soup to try. It should be pretty good if you think about it. The man and 3 animals enjoyed their dinner very much. After eating, Ye Feng sat at the small wooden table and rested for a while. Sitting cross-legged, feeling relaxed? By the way, since we are going to the lake to fish tomorrow, that requires tools. You can't just go into the water and catch fish. Ye Feng thought about it and opened his Dark Night World action guide. Turned to the page about making tools. He planned to make a fishing rod. After some searching, I realized that not a lot of materials are needed to make a fishing rod. However, the higher the grade of the material, the higher the grade will naturally be. Ordinary fishing rod, materials required, 2 halves wood, 1/1 animal tendon. It looks like an ordinary fishing rod, and it needs bait. Whether you can catch a big fish or not depends on your skills. Perfect bronze fishing rod, required materials, 2 halves wood, 1/1 perfect bronze, 1/1 animal sinew. Look at this flawless fishing rod, no bait needed. The fish were all impressed by the exquisite workmanship and were willing to take the bait. Jiang Taigong probably used a fishing rod like this. Puff. Ye Feng found it somewhat amusing when he saw the description of this perfect grade fishing rod. So perfect that it doesn't need bait. Doesn't that mean as long as you have hands you can catch the fish? What are you waiting for? You have enough materials. You must choose a perfect grade bronze fishing rod to make it. Take out all the materials needed for the fishing rod. Start making a fishing rod. Ding ding dong dong! The bronze hammer started working automatically. About half an hour passed. A perfectly fine fishing rod is now complete. A perfect bronze fishing rod. Function, usage range, 20 meters. Durability, 50-50. There is a 20% chance of catching a perfect fish. There is a 2% chance of catching a rare fish. Look at this fishing rod. Ye Feng was in a good mood. It seemed that he had this fishing rod. The fishing master must be myself. This thing is similar to my previous perfect grade animal cage. They all have the function of guiding animals to take the bait automatically. There is also a 2% chance of catching a rare fish. I don't know if there are any rare aquatic resources in this lake. After daylight tomorrow, he will take his fishing rod and try it. Set the fishing rod aside. Ye Feng sat down at the small wooden table and took a sip of water. At this time, it was completely dark outside the cabin. The surface of the lake was shimmering with ripples. Suddenly, a huge alien object flew past in the sky near the waterfall. Chi! A strange animal cry cut through the air. It makes the hair stand on end. I don't know what kind of terrible and ferocious beast it is. Ye Feng frowned. He took out his action guide and opened it. Action guide for the Dark World, 5th night reminder. Tonight's weather. Night, The night is getting darker and will last for 15 hours. Temperature, -11 degrees, still cold. Important reminder. Tonight seems to be a Christmas Eve. Nothing terrible is going to happen. Are you working hard for your own development while staying in the cabin? Or have you already enjoyed a delicious dinner and are ready for a nap? It's rare to be peaceful tonight. Only. How long will this quiet and peaceful night last? Perhaps, tomorrow night, terror will strike again? I don't know what else this guide can do besides scare humans every day. Ye Feng pursed his lips. Turned to the World Chat channel. Unexpectedly, it was still bustling inside. Everyone seems to still remember the 2 announcements published on the World channel this afternoon. Especially the 30 people who participated in the crusade against the barbarians today. They witnessed with their own eyes how the great Ye Feng fought against 4 people alone. The savages were wiped out in one fell swoop. At this moment, they are staying in their own cabin, excitedly sharing with others everything they have seen today. You don't know, that savage is more terrifying than a ferocious beast, and his fighting power is extremely fierce. There is also an old wild wizard who knows magic inside. Ah? There's a magician? That's too scary. Humph, this is the world of darkness. It's not surprising to have any strange power. But when will we humans learn this kind of elemental magic? That old wildling's frost magic nearly took down 10 of us. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of Master Ye Feng, we would probably be sitting on the savage's table now. That's because Boss Ye Feng is so powerful. You all don't know that Boss Ye Feng is wearing a full set of perfect bronze equipment today. Holding a bronze sword that glowed green, he killed the old wild wizard with one blow. Yes. And there's the boss's mount. It turned out to be a rare phantom werewolf. Damn, it's so cool, he runs like a flash of lightning. He is so fast that even the savages can't outrun him. At this moment, Chenjiala, a loyal fan of Ye Feng, is constantly praising his idol in the World Chat channel. He has admired Ye Feng very much since the beginning. Not only did I see him today, but I was also saved by him. I don't know how grateful I am to him. Now all that's left is to set up my own Ye Feng fan club. Brother Chen, since you witnessed this unprecedented battle with your own eyes, why don't you write an article about how Master Ye Feng killed the savages? Yes. Let's just say a few words in this chat channel. I have no idea how Boss Ye Feng did it. Why don't you write it down and bring some guides so we can go and watch it? The others who did not participate in the crusade today were all very curious. Yeah, sure. I will write down everything I saw and heard tonight. Let you know how Boss Ye Feng fights with the savages. That could be made into a movie. At the beginning, there were only 30 of us discussing the action plan not far from the savages' thatched hut. After everyone is clear about the battle plan, I took the lead and rushed to the front. Attract the strongest firepower among them. The others surrounded him from behind and prepared to capture the old savage who could perform magic. In this way, there is no way for these savages to gather together to attack us. Then at this time our boss Ye Feng appeared. He rode his rare mount Yu Ming and descended like a god of war. Holding a perfect gray-black tiger bow. Kill a savage with one arrow. Every arrow hits its target. The savages were immediately beaten and fled in all directions. Before the old savage could put up any resistance, he was shot in the throat. In the end, Master Ye Feng used his bronze sword to deal a fatal blow to the old savage. In just 10 minutes, all the savages were wiped out. Chapter 53 Late Night Private Chat with Friends. Chenjiala became more and more excited as he spoke, and was almost about to record a video and send it to everyone. Of course, he did not mention that his group was chased and hacked by savages at the beginning. He also didn't say that he was almost knocked unconscious by a savage's blow. None of this matters. Because the protagonist tonight is the great Ye Feng, no one pays attention to anyone else. Awesome! So cool! I didn't expect you guys to be so awesome! After listening to Chenjiala's description, the others praised him excitedly. At this time, Ye Feng happened to see Chenjiala constantly flattering him. I felt a little funny. What can this reflect about yourself? It's just because there are 30 people in front acting as meat shields. First I took the damage from the savages. He just came out again and took down these 4 savages in one fell swoop. But it doesn't matter. Ye Feng didn't want to chat with people on the World Chat channel at this time. The night is long. There is still some time before I go to bed. It would be more realistic to do more things. Yuan, you should take a break and prepare to refine another furnace of copper ore. Then we can have the bronze floor installed tomorrow. Whoa! Hearing the task Ye Feng assigned to her, the little raccoon nodded obediently. It has now become accustomed to its life like this. There is delicious food every day. I was very happy that I could help my master a little. The sooner the bronze plate can be refined, the sooner the perfect bronze cabin can be completed. Ye Feng was not idle either. He suddenly remembered. If I want to go fishing tomorrow, it seems that I am missing a wooden barrel to hold the fish. So now he plans to make a big wooden barrel. A perfect grade fishing rod does not require bait, but the fish caught cannot be put directly into the warehouse. So, he took out 5 pieces of ordinary grade wood. Then use an axe to shape it into the shape you want. Then secure it with hemp rope. Then apply a layer of resin on the inside of the barrel to prevent water from leaking out. Wait until everything is ready. Just waiting to load the fish tomorrow. I sat down at the wooden table with satisfaction, seeing the fishing rod and wooden barrel in front of me. Ye Feng has already started imagining the scene of catching a big fish tomorrow. I feel very happy. He turned his head and looked towards the smelting room. The little raccoon is smelting copper ore meticulously. It's a rare moment of peace and quiet, so sit for a while. Suddenly, he remembered something. Opened his backpack. He took out the fist-size frost spell slate that he had looted from the savage's hut today. Look at the slate again carefully. This should be the thing of that old savage wizard. Recalling the frost elemental spell released by the old wizard at that time, Ye Feng still remembers it clearly. Unexpectedly, in this dark world, there are others besides the tiger tribe. I also witnessed such a mysterious power. Since there are elemental spells in this world, there must be other more mysterious and terrifying things. But he was curious. Can humans master the power of this element? How can I know how to use this stone slab? After thinking for a while, Ye Feng opened the Dark Night World Action Guide. I read it back and forth several times. I didn't see any information about making talisman equipment in the action guide. There are only 2 possibilities in this situation. First, this power is too mysterious and is not included in the action guide. However, Ye Feng felt that since the action guide could even predict what would happen in advance, you should know the information about the spell elements. Then there is only the second possibility. That is, the current level of my cabin is too low. You do not yet have the authority to access this information. Wait until the cabin is upgraded to a higher level. Knowledge about talisman equipment will only be provided when possible. Before, Ye Feng was able to quickly upgrade the cabin from level 0 to level 1. Because the materials needed are very simple. All you need to do is provide 100 pieces of wood, there are no other conditions. But Ye Feng had also seen it. If you want to upgrade the cabin from level 1 to level 2, you will need a lot of materials. There are a few additional conditions, including the need to develop more functional buildings of cabins. Only then can the upgrade conditions be met. This is still a little difficult for Ye Feng now. There is no way. He plans to upgrade other functional buildings after his bronze cabin is completed. More than an hour later, Ye Feng sat at the wooden table and sorted the supplies in his warehouse one by one. At this time, the little raccoon jumped out of the smelting room excitedly. It came to Ye Feng's feet excitedly. It seems that the refining of this batch of copper ore has been completed. The raccoon poured all the smelted copper liquid into the clay mold, and made a lot of bronze plates. This furnace of 500 pieces of copper ore produced 5 pieces of perfect grade bronze, and 45 pieces of good grade copper. Ye Feng used the skills he learned from the Advanced Synthesis Book of Basic Materials. 45 good grade copper blocks were combined into 4 perfect grade bronze blocks. In other words, 9 bronze plates can be refined in a few hours. While he was out fighting the savages this afternoon, the raccoon also made a furnace in the cabin. The total amount is 18 pieces of perfect bronze. Make all of this perfect grade bronze into bronze plates and bronze nails. Nearly $20 in total. In this way, bronze plates can be nailed to all the surrounding wooden walls. Improves the cabin's defensive properties. Yuan, you're awesome! Ye Feng rubbed the little raccoon's head happily. The corners of his mouth raised in a beautiful arc. The little raccoon loves it when its owner touches its head gently. I feel happy in my heart as well. It can help its owner. Very nice. At this moment, his action guide suddenly rang. Ding! You have received a private message from a friend. Would you like to check it? Ye Feng was stunned. Friend information? So far, he only has 2 good friends. One is Zhang Tao, who had bought ore before. One was Li Man, who accidentally saved her life today. Who could it be? Let the little raccoon go aside and play with the black tiger cub. Ye Feng took out the action guide. Once opened, click chat with friends. I saw Li Man's portrait in the lower right corner flashing continuously. It's so late. She suddenly chatted with me privately. What's the matter? I clicked on her profile picture out of curiosity. Then a voice message popped up. After clicking, Li Man's gentle and pleasant voice appeared in the cabin. Brother Ye Feng, thank you for saving me today. I want to tell you a secret that I have never told anyone. Although I have been hesitant to tell you. But if you hadn't brought them to the cave today, I might have. When we come to this strange world, it is already very difficult for us to survive. But you still came to the rescue. To me, you are my lifesaver. But I can't take out any other practical supplies at the moment. To repay you for saving me, I plan to tell you this secret. Chapter 54 Exchange for half a treasure map. Ye Feng listened to the voice message sent by Li Man. The corners of his mouth curled up. He could hear that Li Man's voice was very conflicted. It seems like a big decision has been made. But this still made Ye Feng feel somewhat relieved. After all, Li Man is a grateful person. Although it was an accident that I rescued her in the cave today. But the fact of saving lives is not false. The fact that she has this kind of heart proves that she is someone worth making friends with. If Li Man took it for granted that she was rescued, maybe he would also re-examine such a person. Well, I'm listening. Go ahead. Ye Feng's voice was calm. At this moment he looked at the 2 little ones who were playing and fighting. It was like my 2 younger sisters were playing. There is a little bit of home warmth. The corners of the mouth are raised. Continue listening to the voice message sent by Li Man. Before I was captured in the cave where there is an altar today. One day during the day, I happened to come to this cave under the cliff. At that time, I was picking fresh fruits and looking for supplies that could be used. I walked too far accidentally and got lost. I came to the bottom of the waterfall in a daze. I saw many mysterious caves along the way. They all look dark and deep. It looks dangerous at first glance. I was a little scared and just wanted to go back the same way and find the way back to the cabin. As I was trying to find my way, I accidentally found myself in the corner of one of the caves. I picked up a treasure map made of only half of an animal hide. I looked at the route drawn above. I found that only the second half was painted, and I didn't know which cave the first half depicted. But there must be treasure hidden here. Although it was daytime, the caves were darker than each other. I always feel that a ferocious beast will suddenly appear. So I didn't dare to go treasure hunting alone. I have no choice but to keep this half of the treasure map. Speaking of this, Li Man became a little excited. This half of the treasure map is the most valuable item she has found since coming to this dark world. This also became a secret in her heart that she had never told anyone. She had made up her mind then. Can't tell anyone. Wait until I have the ability, then go treasure hunting by myself. But accidents always happen faster than planned. Yesterday afternoon, a group of savages suddenly appeared at the door of her cabin. He smashed her wooden door with a bone club. After entering the cabin, they began to frantically plunder their supplies and food. I was taken to a cave and imprisoned there for a whole day. This had to remind her. She had no ability to resist such an attack. From the very beginning, her development speed was lagging behind. Now it's getting worse. Even his only tool, a stone axe, was taken away by the savages. She had no idea if she could survive the night. Now in my cabin, there are only 2 pears that I picked from the tree on the way back. The cabin was completely bare. All the supplies were stolen by the savages, and there were still big holes on the wooden door from the attack. Now alone, she looked out of the hole. You can see the pitch-black night outside. She had no wood with which to repair the hole. Fear and terror surrounded Li Man. I don't know if a ferocious beast will appear in the next moment and break into the cabin from the cave. Even if we are lucky tonight, no wild beasts will attack. Then survival is also a big problem. The temperature at night was more than 10 degrees below zero, which was chilling. The cold wind kept blowing into the cabin from the cave entrance. Li Man sat alone on the small wooden bed. All he had to keep warm was a straw quilt and dirty, tattered linen clothes. Maybe she won't make it through tonight. I will die like this in the dark world. So, she thought for a long time, as she was extremely frightened both physically and mentally. He took out the half of the treasure map that he had hidden behind the fireplace wall. Intend to give it to Ye Feng. Not only to repay him for saving my life. At the same time, Li Man also has some selfish motives. Be aware of your own strengths. Even if you have the entire treasure map in your hand, you probably don't have the fighting power to successfully find the treasure. What's more, it's only half a sheet. If Ye Feng could take the treasure map she gave him, found the real treasure, maybe she could get some benefits. This is her last hope to survive in the dark world. Brother Ye Feng, I am going to give you this half of the treasure map that I picked up. Only, I have a small request. I hope you can take me with you when you go treasure hunting. If this treasure map can really find something good, the bulk of the profits belong to you. I just need to get a little bit of benefit. 30% is no, 20% is good. May I? Li Man's voice was very humble. Afraid that Ye Feng would reject him. However, Ye Feng was shocked when he heard her words. Half a treasure map? Suddenly he remembered that when he was searching the savage's hut today, he also found half of the treasure map. He took the half out of his backpack. I found that what I had in my hand was the first half of the entire treasure map. This half of the information alone is not enough to find the hiding place of the treasure. Only by closing the 2 halves can you see where the treasure is. I don't know if the half that Li Man mentioned is the part he needs. Ye Feng was a little excited. I took a deep breath and calmed myself down. Can? Then please trade me the half of the treasure map in your hand. I'll look into it later. We will meet at the foot of the cliff tomorrow. I'll take you to find the treasure. If I can really find it, I will give you 20% as you said. I'll give you some supplies tonight as a deposit. If a treasure is found and it has a certain value, I'll give you an extra 20%. If this treasure is rubbish, then I can only give you what you have now. Ye Feng sent the voice message over. At this time, Li Man on the other side sent what she wanted to say to Ye Feng. I sat there somewhat nervously. She didn't know whether boss Ye Feng would agree to her request. Ding, you have a transaction request. Do you want to check it? A prompt tone is heard. Li Man sat up instantly and clicked to view. I didn't expect that Ye Feng would take the initiative to request the transaction. 10 pieces of wood, a piece of linen clothing, an ordinary stone axe, 20 liters of cold water, a wooden barrel, and a piece of raw meat in exchange for half a treasure map. Seeing these things, Li Man was stunned. The transaction that Ye Feng initiated for her included a lot of supplies needed for survival. She looked. Almost all of them are what she urgently needs now. This simply saved her life once again. Whoa! Li Man, who had come to her senses, could no longer hold back and burst into tears. Grievances and emotions erode my heart at the same time. Chapter 55, Girl's Thoughts and Straight Man. Originally, she thought that as a way of repaying her benefactor, she should just give the treasure map away. You shouldn't be so shameless as to share the treasure. Even if Ye Feng rejected her, it would be understandable. What I didn't expect was, not only did Ye Feng agree to her request, he even paid some supplies in advance as a deposit for the treasure map. Li Man did not ask Ye Feng for any resources, because I was afraid he would refuse. However, Ye Feng seemed to see through everything. I know her clothes are in tatters now. There was a huge hole on the door of the cabin. The few supplies he had left were all looted by the savages. The temperature at night is enough to freeze people. It turns out he understood all of this. It's like I've always been watching myself living an extremely difficult life. Among so many people in the world, only Ye Feng could see her despair. I even knew that she hadn't eaten much during the whole day of her captivity. He even traded a piece of raw meat for her. With these basic supplies given to her by Ye Feng, she will be able to survive tonight. Thank you, brother Ye Feng. Woohoo. Thank you so much. Li Man suppressed her emotions, replied to the message, and clicked on the transaction. The next second, he saved himself and burst into tears. She originally thought that she would be left alone and die here. But tonight she was moved. When you are in despair, there is someone who can lend a hand to you. Saved her from the brink of death. Such a person is still a capable man. It's really reassuring. Li Man was sobbing. Half of the treasure map in his hand disappeared. Then a pile of various supplies appeared on the wooden table. Li Man quickly picked up 2 pieces of wood and a stone axe. Go to the door and fix the big hole. If a ferocious beast appears at this time, I'm afraid he's really dead. The small wooden door was repaired with great difficulty. She stood up slowly, hugging her arms that were almost frozen. Come to the stove. The fire was lit with 2 logs. The temperature in the cabin was very low. The tattered linen clothes she was wearing could not protect her from the cold at all. In an instant, the temperature in the cabin rose a little. Li Man felt that her breathing became smoother. Sit by the fire and warm yourself up. She took out the raw meat that Ye Feng gave her. Put it on the stone pot and bake. By the way, I took some cold water, heated it up, and drank it to warm my stomach. After a hearty meal, Li Man finally regained her spirits. But she was not happy. The thin body was huddled on the stool. Tears flowed involuntarily again. Sadness, grievance, and sorrow came flooding back. I feel mixed emotions. Looking at the remaining supplies sent by Ye Feng, there were also more than 10 liters of cold water, some wood, and a linen garment. Li Man sniffed. Why did Brother Feng give her so much cold water? Some doubts. Suddenly, she seemed to realize something. He pulled his clothes and hair and smelled them. What a strong smell of sweat. You know, since she came to this dark world 5 days ago, surviving has been an extremely difficult thing. How can I even take a shower? When I was kidnapped by savages yesterday, I was so scared that I broke out in a cold sweat. Now there is a bad smell all over my body. So. Oh no, could it be that Brother Ye Feng dislikes the smell of me? That's why you gave me so much cold water. Li Man blushed when she thought of this. Well, it seems I have to wash it quickly, otherwise I won't still smell so bad when I see Brother Ye Feng tomorrow. Li Man wiped her stained face. He got up and boiled a bucket of hot water in front of the fire. After a while, she finally soaked in the big bucket of hot water with satisfaction. Well, so comfortable. This is the only thing that has made me relax physically and mentally in the past 5 days. Li Man enjoyed the pleasure of a hot bath. Washed away the dust and sweat on the body. Li Man put on the linen dress that Ye Feng gave her. How nice! She has become a bright and beautiful girl again. Li Man wrapped her clothes around herself, revealing her beautiful curves. He lay down on the wooden bed contentedly. The hard wooden board hurt her skin. But at this moment, Li Man's mind was full of thoughts. Before coming to this dark world, she was considered an independent woman with thoughts. She is young and beautiful and is very popular in their unit. Even my boss has shown his goodwill to me several times, intentionally or unintentionally. Li Man is a very self-disciplined person, and she always directly rejects men who are not interested in her. So even though he has had a lot of romantic opportunities, he has always remained single. Originally lived a peaceful and stable life. But suddenly I was forced to come to this world full of unknowns. I live in fear every day. Even if he managed to make a living, his spirit was on the verge of collapse. Life alone is too hard. Loneliness and fear filled my heart. Thinking of the group of savages yesterday, Li Man still feels a lingering fear in her heart. One person can hardly hold on any longer. If only she had a man to support her. Become her safe haven. At this moment, Ye Feng's figure appeared in Li Man's mind. Brother Feng. She didn't know what Ye Feng thought of her. It's not her personality to ask directly. But everything that happened tonight made her constantly think of this gentleman. If the other party does not have these intentions, it's just a simple transaction relationship. It would be too embarrassing for her to take the initiative to show her affection to him at that time. Alas, Li Man was very conflicted. However, I made up my mind secretly. I must perform well in front of Ye Feng tomorrow. At this time, Ye Feng was sitting at the wooden table studying the other half of the treasure map he had just obtained from Li Man. He had no idea that Li Man was a young girl. Now, because of my unintentional action, my heart is beating fast with emotion. Even want to sacrifice myself. As a straight man, Ye Feng couldn't think of so many things. The reason why some supplies were prepaid when trading the treasure map. I just didn't want Li Man to feel that I was taking advantage of her. Among all the supplies sent over, the most valuable thing was just a piece of raw meat. Even if the deal wasn't as profitable as they thought. For Ye Feng, it wasn't too painful. At least it had no impact on the development of his cabin. It doesn't cost much. Since Li Man has a desire to repay her, he certainly won't stand by and watch her die. At least let her survive tonight. I'm not a stingy person. Even this little thing has to be fussy. Besides, what Li Man gave him was half of a treasure map. This is the luck of the draw thing. If we can find something good, it would turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Chapter 56. Finally had a good night's sleep. However, even if Li Man kept this treasure map, it would probably be of no use. Because only half a picture is not enough to find the location of the treasure. Only when it is combined with the half in his hand. Only then can it be complete. Ye Feng pursed his lips and nervously placed the two halves of the map on the wooden table. Slowly compare them together. Sure enough, the two halves of the treasure map can be combined into a complete treasure map. This should be a rare and good thing that can be found in the dark night world, Ye Feng said excitedly. Now look carefully at the complete drawing again. They found that the painting was near the cave under the cliff where they went today. But there is only one cave in it. It is the real entrance. During the journey, you have to pass through a very complicated passage. Then walk to the innermost part of the cave. From the treasure map, we can see that there is a treasure chest at the innermost part. It says, Mysterious Treasure Chest. Mysterious treasure chest? Ye Feng frowned. I don't know what valuable things are in this treasure chest. Now I can't see anything at all. TSK. There is no other way but to wait until tomorrow morning. Just go to the cave, and you will find out. Ye Feng carefully kept the two halves of the map. Looked at the time. It was already late in the morning. It's time to sign in. Ye Feng took out the action guide and clicked to sign in. Sign in tonight. According to the sign-in mode you recently selected, the system is automatically matching the required materials for you. Testing the functionality of your cabin. Your smelting technology and weapons are already very advanced. But your quality of life is not much different from other humans. We are matching daily necessities for you. Ding! Congratulations on signing in for 5 consecutive days and getting a life skill book. The complete guide to farming. Effect: no matter what low-level animal you catch, as long as it's a baby. After breeding, they can reach good grade or above quality. There is a 12% chance of being perfect grade. Ye Feng was a little surprised when he heard this description. This skill book seems to have the effect of greatly improving the quality of farmed animals. Looking at the ancient book emitting a faint glow that appeared on the wooden table, Ye Feng thought for a moment. I decided to let the little raccoon Yuan learn. After all, it stays in the cabin all day. I have to go out every day to collect supplies. It can have plenty of time to engage in breeding. After making the decision, Ye Feng placed the raccoon's paw on the ancient book. Ding! Congratulations to the little raccoon Yuan for successfully learning the life skill book. Animal Husbandry Encyclopedia. Skill 26. Just when Ye Feng was thinking about catching some small animals to raise, the reminder sound rang in my ears again. Ding! Congratulations on winning a perfect 4-piece cashmere bedding set. Wow, look at how soft it feels. Lying down on it feels like sleeping on a cloud. It has strong cold resistance, and can keep warm even at -10 degrees Celsius. Perfect cashmere bedding, light and warm. Can greatly improve your quality. Cashmere pillow protects your neck and helps you sleep soundly. With these 4 pieces, you can have enough mental strength during a short sleep. Did he hear it right? Originally, Ye Feng thought that today's sign-in reward was only a life skill book. But unexpectedly, there was also a cashmere quilt. Then, a thick, extremely soft cashmere quilt appeared on the wooden table. Ye Feng's face was full of smiles. This. Could it be that the system thinks his quality of life is too low? So you couldn't stand it, and just gave him a 4-piece bedding set? Ha 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 ha. This system is somewhat humane. After all, he knew that the production process of cotton wool was very complicated. What's more, it is this perfect cashmere. If I want to collect enough materials to make it, I'm afraid I may not be able to sleep next year. He thought about the wild duck he had caught before and the pile of duck feathers he had kept. It's simply a waste of time. It feels so good. Ye Feng stood up and walked to his small wooden bed. He threw aside the hard and prickly straw quilt in front of him. He sleeps on it every day, just like practicing Buddhism. The person who chokes suffers from back pain. And it's not warm. If he hadn't put 2 logs of wood in the stove every night before going to bed. I'm afraid it's not daybreak yet. I will be awakened by the cold temperature. Ye Feng tidied up his wooden bed. Carefully, he spread the perfect cashmere quilt on it. Put the pillows away too. Then he closed his eyes and lay down. Feel the softness and warmth brought by the quilt. So comfortable. It really feels like I'm lying on a cloud. There is no musty smell like a straw quilt. Fits every inch of skin. And after lying on it for a while, my body warmed up. Marvelous. For the previous 5 days, I had been sleeping on a tattered straw quilt. Today I suddenly slept on perfect cashmere bedding. I feel like my quality of life has improved by more than 1 level. For a moment, he felt like he was back to his old life. It seems that this is not the dark night world, but the earth. Now I am lying on my bed at home, enjoying the warm and soft experience. The little raccoon next to it also saw the snow-white cashmere quilt. He jumped onto the crib excitedly. Wow! So soft. So warm. It rolled happily on the bed of cups several times. Very comfortable. It's great to have a master. It loves it so much. However, there is one problem that makes it a little unsatisfactory. That is, this small wooden bed. It's simply too small. It can only accommodate 1 person. Sometimes it squeezes up to be with Ye Feng. They will all be suffocated by their masters. The black tiger cub who was still beside the bed watched the man and the beast enjoying the softness of the bed. Cast an envious look. Woo-woo. It also wants to sleep on a cashmere quilt. The black tiger cub tried hard to climb up. Unexpectedly, a claw flew towards it and kicked it off the bed. Ugh! Go down! The bed is so small, and you still want to come up and take up a spot. Is it crowded? The little raccoon stretched out its evil claws and kicked the black tiger cub directly to the ground and sat down. The confused black tiger blinked. The owner and the raccoon are seen enjoying the cashmere bedding. Tears suddenly welled up in my eyes. Yuan, how could you kick your sister? Ye Feng was a little angry. He glared at the little raccoon and gently picked up the black tiger. Placed it next to my pillow. There's no way, this bed is too small. We can only take up a seat and make do with it. When he wakes up tomorrow, he will insist on dismantling this wooden bed and replacing it with a bigger one. Didn't the system mock him for his low quality of life today? Improve it tomorrow. Chapter 57. Finally there is a bedroom. Make up your mind. Ye Feng patted He Hu's little head. He rubbed the raccoon's head again. Go to sleep, I will solve this problem when you wake up tomorrow. The little raccoon Yuan pursed his lips. Now that the owner has said so, it can't do anything anymore. Then just make do with it for one night. In this way, the man and the two animals fell asleep contentedly in the cashmere bedding. Chirp! The sky brightened. There were bursts of bird chirping outside the cabin. Soft sunlight shone into the cabin. The bronze panels outside the house sparkled brightly in the sunlight. Ye Feng slept soundly all night. I slept till dawn. Open your eyes. He stretched lazily with satisfaction. This perfect cashmere quilt is truly extraordinary. I feel refreshed after waking up from a good sleep. Even the dreams I had last night were beautiful. At this moment, he felt something pressing against his legs. Soft, a small lump. Woo woo! Ye Feng raised his legs. It turned out to be the little raccoon Yuan. The crib was so small that the little raccoon was squeezed right up to his legs. Could it be that I just slept with it pressed down all night? Looking at the little raccoon's aggrieved face, Ye Feng wanted to laugh. The little raccoon rubbed his sleepy eyes. Seeing the owner in front of him, he was holding back his laughter. Sniffed. Stinky master. Bad master. I slept under his legs all night. My waist is almost broken from the pressure. He didn't feel sad at all and was even smiling. Ugh, my waist hurts so much. Damn the crib. It was so crowded that I almost lost my life while trying to sleep. Ye Feng seemed to understand the raccoon's facial expression. Lifted it up gently. I know what you mean, I will modify this crib in a moment. You're almost up and ready to work. He pinched the little raccoon's face and smiled. Aha! The little raccoon nodded reluctantly. Jumped off the wooden bed. Walking with a limp. Ye Feng still couldn't help but laughed out loud. Ha ha. I did sleep well last night. However, such a narrow wooden bed is not worthy of her perfect cashmere quilt. Ye Feng touched his chin with his hand. TSK, why not just build a separate bedroom? Replace this shabby little wooden bed in front of you. No matter what, I must get a perfect one-wally bed. He nodded and got to work. Ye Feng took out his action guide and searched for the wood he wanted in the materials area. 5 perfect grade one-wally in exchange for 2 pieces of raw meat. High-quality one-wally wood has solid wood, exquisite patterns, strong durability, and high strength. Seeing this, Ye Feng was a little moved. He immediately took out 2 pieces of raw meat from the warehouse and clicked to redeem them. Ding! Congratulations on successfully trading 5 pieces of perfect grade one-wally wood. You know, such good wood is like a luxury. There are simply few people who can use it. Human beings today are worried about their survival in the dark world. How can I afford something of this quality? And this is the best quality among perfect grade wood. Ye Feng also gritted his teeth and stomped his feet to buy it. These perfect cashmere beddings are all free. It's not too much to splurge on yourself and buy a few pieces of good wood. 5 pieces of shiny wood appeared on the table. Turned to the manufacturing page in the action guide. I looked up the materials needed to upgrade the bedroom. Build it according to the blueprint. Half an hour later. Ding! Congratulations on successfully upgrading to an independent bedroom. Use common grade lumber to make a partition in the cabin. A perfect one-wally wooden bed. Function: it has super strong mental recovery ability, and can restore spirit in a short time. Looking at this luxurious big bed, it is made entirely of high-grade one-wally wood. It can accommodate 5 adults. A perfect 4-piece cashmere quilt for 5 people. Marvelous! Ye Feng admired his perfect big bed. Clapped his hands. Now, such a spacious bed will never be crowded again. Spread the snow-white cashmere bedding on it. Lie down for a while and try the feeling. With the corners of his mouth raised, He began to imagine how nice it would be to sleep on it tonight. Oh, it's simply the ultimate enjoyment. The whole person becomes happy. It seems that in the dark night world, in addition to upgrading your own equipment, improving the quality of life is also important. It greatly improves people's mood and happiness. And most importantly, it can save sleep time. That means he can spend more time developing his own cabin in the future. But it seems that this big bed is a little too empty. Stretch out your arms straight. There's no way to touch the edge. I always feel like something is missing. With cashmere bedding. There is a large manhwaedit bed. Are you still in need of someone to sleep with? Hey! Stop. It's just that my quality of life has improved and I start to think about all kinds of things. Once this person completes a goal, then there will be the next goal you want to achieve. This is too horrible. No. I can't think about it any further. Get up quickly and get ready for work. Ye Feng quickly got up and walked to the small wooden table. Sit down and drink some warm water. Open the weather guide. Action guide for the dark world, day 5 daytime reminder. Today's weather. Daytime, the sun is shining, the birds are singing, and the flowers are blooming. The daytime will last for 8 hours. Temperature, 11 degrees, nice weather today. Important reminder. The sun comes out as expected, and the warmth will make you temporarily forget the cold and fear brought by the darkness. Why are you still staying in the cabin on such nice days? Go out quickly and collect the necessary supplies. However, the daytime is also full of unknown dangers. Be careful when you go out. I looked around and didn't find anything special to remind me. Ye Feng turned the action guide to the World Chat channel. This is always the most popular place. Wake up in the morning, embrace the sun, and fill your body with the brilliant sunshine. If the corners of your mouth are pointed downward, you will lose your way. If the corners of your mouth are pointed upward, you will be prosperous and full of positive energy. Today is also a day to move towards becoming Master Ye Feng. Oh no, I don't know when I can touch the boss's ankle. Brothers, come on and collect supplies. I cut down trees like crazy yesterday. I counted and found that there are more than 60 pieces of wood and some stones left over these few days. I feel like if I save for 2 more days I can upgrade the cabin to level 1. By then, we can also build other functional buildings in the cabin. Wow, you're so fast. Yeah, I think your speed is a bit outrageous. I only saved more than 30. You guys are awesome. I plan to set a trap in the jungle next to the cabin today. Whether or not we can catch the small animal depends on today. Come on, brothers, the light belongs to us. Ye Feng watched everyone chatting there. He lowered his head and calculated silently. Chapter 58. The perfect bronze cabin is blinding. It has been the 5th day since I came to the dark night world, according to the collection speed of ordinary people. Excluding the amount necessary for daily life. Probably more than 10 or 20 pieces of wood can be saved. I believe that in a day or 2, many people will be able to gather 100 pieces of wood. By then, there will definitely be a large number of people who will upgrade their level 1 cabins. After the cabin is upgraded successfully, what followed was an increase in functional buildings. But don't worry too much. After all, Ye Feng's cabin was far ahead. It doesn't mean that you will be overtaken by others all of a sudden. Close the action guide. He started to cook breakfast. Then the 3 beasts finished their breakfast. Ye Feng asked the raccoon to go to the smelting room and continue working. I took out the nearly 20 perfect grade bronze plates and bronze nails that I had refined yesterday. Drag them all outside the cabin. Start nailing the bronze plates on the wall that has not been covered yet. Under the sunshine. The bronze plates nailed to the wall reflect a beautiful green color. The perfect bronze hammer kept working. Fasten the bronze plates securely to the wall of the cabin. About an hour. Ding! Your perfect bronze cabin is 60% complete. The 4 exterior walls of the cabin have been completely covered with perfect bronze plates. It might be a bit of a headache to break into the cabin from outside the wall. However, the roof and floor of the cabin are still made of ordinary wooden boards. The defense has not caught up yet. Ye Feng looked at the shiny and bright exterior wall of the cabin in front of him. He stretched himself lazily. Well, now the 4 walls are covered. All that remained was the roof and floor of the cabin. Wait until tonight to smelt all the day's supply. You can also arrange it for the roof. After finishing this task, Ye Feng then prepared to move the cabin to the edge of the lake. At this moment, the cabin is about 3 or 4 miles away from the location chosen yesterday. He got up early in the morning and did not move the cabin immediately. It was because he owned a rare mount Yu Ming can quickly reach the lake. It took about 20 minutes to get there. Among these 30 people, Ye Feng was the first to move the cabin here. After arriving at the lake, Ye Feng chose a place with a slope. This location has a good view and beautiful scenery, suitable for living. At this moment, in a forest of blooming pear trees, a small bronze cabin stands here. It looks like a villa surrounded by green light. Walking out of the pear orchard, you can see the lake. The breeze was blowing gently, and the surface of the lake was sparkling. Now that we've moved here, let's go to the lake and see if we can collect some food. After all, he had made a perfect fishing rod last night. Just tried the effect. Taking out the perfect grade fishing rod from the backpack, Ye Feng picked up the stool and wooden barrel from the cabin and came to the lake. With a cool posture, he threw the fishing line directly into the lake, crossing his legs, waiting for the fish to bite. Ye Feng smacked his lips, imagining how to cook the fish he caught today. Eating animal meat every day is a bit boring. Should this fish be braised or made into soup? Oh, how comfortable it is! A person enjoys this quiet and leisure moment. In the morning, the 30 people from yesterday also came towards the lake one after another. Among them, Qinjiala was the second person to arrive at the destination. After all, he is a man with a mount. The reindeer were able to help him pull the cabin. After arriving at the lake, Qinjiala wiped the sweat from his head. Woohoo, finally moved here! They looked around here yesterday. It is indeed a land of abundant resources. Not only is there a large lake, but there is also a huge amount of water and aquatic resources. There is also a pear orchard next to it. This way, you won't have to worry about food anymore. However, Qinjiala was thinking in his mind. I have to find an opportunity to trade a good grade copper block from boss Ye Feng. Make yourself a good grade axe. This will allow the wood to be cut down quickly. After collecting 100 pieces of wood, you can successfully upgrade the level 1 cabin. By then he will also be able to construct functional buildings and have his own smelting room. After thinking about it, I can also smelt copper ore. Qinjiala was very excited. At that time, I must be the best and most outstanding person in this dark world. I feel a little excited when I think about it. He smiled with satisfaction and looked around at the surroundings. Next second, he felt something bright flash across his sight. Qinjiala covered his eyes with his hands. He frowned slightly and looked towards the light source. He saw a piece of shining bronze in the pear orchard not far ahead. It becomes brighter under the sunlight. This, looking at the light in front of me. Qinjiala was a little confused. What is this thing? It's shining with golden light. Could it be that there is some treasure hidden in this pear forest? Out of curiosity, he walked forward for a while. Wait until you can see it clearly. In front of me is a perfect bronze cabin, level 1, 60% completion. Fuck! What the fuck is this? A perfect bronze cabin? Qinjiala rubbed his eyes in a daze. I was afraid that it was because the sun was so bright today that I was dazzled. But after wiping his eyes, I found that the scene before me had not changed at all. Dig the hole. What kind of fairy cabin is this? Which big shot couldn't figure it out and actually thought of building a perfect bronze cabin? Qinjiala can be so sure. That's because ordinary copper blocks, like the ones he used to make weapons, are yellow. The small wooden house in front of me is green in color. The difference is so obvious. You know, nowadays there has been no perfect bronze level on the world trading platform. No one sells this thing. The high-quality copper blocks that boss Ye Feng had listed on the trading platform before are already the best quality mineral resources to date. For something like perfect grade bronze, I'm afraid very few people can refine it. Not to mention selling. Anyone with a little common sense knows the value of perfect bronze. It is many times better than that good-grade copper block. But now there's a small wooden house made of perfect bronze right in front of me. 1 piece of perfect bronze equals 10 pieces of good copper. 1 piece of good-grade copper equals 10 pieces of ordinary grade copper. 1 piece of ordinary copper equals 10 pieces of ordinary wood. According to this calculation formula, the cabin in front of us. Oh my god, this is not a bronze plate. This is literally the equivalent of gold bricks on the walls of a log cabin. At a glance, there are at least 40 bronze plates. That is to say, ordinary wood worth 40,000 yuan. Damn, I can't accept it. Chapter 59 shocks the world. Qinjiala swallowed and his hands and feet trembled slightly unconsciously. He hasn't even upgraded his level 1 cabin yet. The 100 pieces of wood needed have not been collected yet. It will take at least a few days to gather them all. But the cabin in front of you is built with 40,000 pieces of wood. What level is this? Boom! Qinjiala's legs went weak and he sat down on the ground. It's so scary. Which deity on earth could come up with such a trick? What a fucking upstart. Not to mention now, even the former Qinjiala, who was worth tens of millions, was not as corrupt as him. Wow, I don't have any bronze equipment in my hand now. Now people use it directly as wall tiles. Is there too much to use up? What a prodigal son! I feel numb. Just as Qinjiala was shocked. Suddenly there was a shout from beside me. Hey, Brother Qin, what are you doing sitting here, admiring the flowers? That's right. Brother Qin is in a good mood to enjoy the flowers instead of working. The two men were a little out of breath at this moment. They had just dragged their cabin to the lake with great effort. Because they don't have such a thing as a mount. So it all relies on manpower to pull. Don't mention how tired I am. Getting ready to take a break by the lake. As a result, I saw a familiar figure not far away. It happened to be Qinjiala, who was sitting on the ground in a daze. The two were a little confused. So I walked up to him and wanted to say hello. In this area, Ye Feng is definitely the recognized big brother. Qinjiala, who was also better equipped than them, was naturally regarded as the second brother. The status is also very high. They walked over and just greeted Qinjiala. Then I felt something bright in front of me, which was a bit dazzling. Looking up, I saw a large area of green light. In an instant, the three of them looked dazed at the same time. This is a perfect bronze cabin. Fuck! Is this true? My brothers, my heart can't take it. No, I'm still chopping wood and looking for food. There is already a godlike boss who built the cabin into bronze. What a fucking loser! The other two were also stunned. Then Qinjiala sat down on the ground. This matter really needs to be slowed down. Except envy and admiration. Just shocked. I am simply overwhelmed with admiration. Just now, Qinjiala was still thinking about just asking for a piece of high-quality copper to make tools. Now a perfect bronze hut has appeared here. I feel numb. Whose cabin is this? Could it be Boss Ye Feng's cabin? The three of them thought of the same person. Boss Ye Feng! Master Ye Feng! Right. It must be his. This is completely in line with the style of Boss Ye Feng. Besides, in today's dark world, there are no other big brothers like him. No one can afford to live in a cabin like this anymore. Wow! Why do I feel like crying? After seeing Boss Ye Feng's house, I instantly felt like a primitive man. The three of them sat on the ground with complicated expressions. I feel mixed emotions. How can there be such a big difference? They looked at each other. They were just about to hug each other and cry. This is really unscientific. We are all ordinary human beings. The time of arriving in this dark night world is the same. All 5 days. You start with a small wooden house, a stone axe and a wooden hunting fork. How come they haven't even collected all 100 pieces of wood to upgrade the level 1 cabin yet? The boss has already started building houses with perfect bronze. Comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. Woo woo woo. Which link went wrong? About 10 minutes passed. Immediately afterwards, more than 10 or 20 people dragged their cabins to the lake one after another. Now it seems that there are nearly 30 cabins docked by the lake. And somewhat spectacular. Hey, Brother Chin, you guys are all here? What are you doing sitting here? Admiring the flowers? When they arrived, they happened to see a row of people sitting at the entrance of a pear orchard not far away. I don't know what I'm doing. Just staring blankly ahead. There were also a few people hugging each other and crying. Did someone die? Everyone was very curious and walked forward to see what was going on. Next second, they all saw the perfect bronze cabin that was glowing with a cyan light. Wow! This. What the fuck is this? The next moment, everyone just stayed where they were. Everyone had a confused look on their face. Perfect grade bronze cabin? What the hell is this? Who the hell is so extravagant? Not a human being, right? This is simply like sticking gold on the outside of your own wall. They all knew how valuable perfect bronze was. As long as it is a piece of perfect bronze, they can all be exchanged for countless supplies on the world trading platform. And they are extremely high-quality materials. Some people have never even seen what a perfect bronze looks like. Here you can actually see a perfect bronze cabin. It's really an eye-opener. Looking at the house in front of me, which was built with probably dozens of perfect bronze plates, everyone silently shed tears of envy. Is this Boss Ye Feng's cabin? No doubt about it. Apart from him, probably no one else could create such a perverted thing. This is a double blow both physically and mentally. They have always known that there is a huge gap in strength between themselves and Boss Ye Feng. What I didn't expect was, the gap is so huge. Boss Ye Feng's cabin has developed so rapidly. It seems that he wants to catch up with him. It will take a very long time. Everyone was very tactful and moved their cabins to other places, afraid of getting too close to Ye Feng's bronze cabin, disrupting the boss's life. What if the boss is unhappy one day? He could probably tear down his cabin with just a wave of his hand. Still hiding far away in the corner. It's enough to be taken care of by the boss. At this time, a group of people were talking not far from the bronze cabin. Some of them took photos of the cabin with envy, sent to the World Chat channel. In addition to sending text and voice, you can also send voice messages here. Pictures and videos can also be shared. It is equivalent to a large social platform. The picture was uploaded and immediately caused an uproar. Come on, everyone, take a look and guess whose cabin this is. Yes, you all know this boss. I am also very lucky to be his neighbor. Woo woo woo, I feel so safe to settle down near a cabin like this. If only I could live in a perfect bronze cabin. That will make me feel more at ease. If you live in here, you'd still be afraid of the beast with the hammer. This defense is simply abnormal. Chapter 60, Lemon Essence. Many other humans around the world also saw this message. After seeing it, they were all shocked. Countless pieces of information instantly flooded the screen. The number of unread messages immediately became 999 plus. Dig a hole! Did I see that right? Whose cabin is this? Wow, I burst into tears. What kind of fairy cabin is this? I'm really envious. Guys, I don't understand. I haven't even had time to upgrade my level 1 cabin. Why did the big guys start sticking gold on the exterior walls? Are all the great gods nowadays so luxurious? I was so scared that I sat down on the ground. The 10 pieces of ordinary wood in my hand suddenly lost their fragrance. This bronze cabin is so cool, it blinded my titanium dog eyes. It's terrible, is this the gap? I suddenly felt like a beast of burden. I had gotten up this morning and finally upgraded my cabin to a level 1 cabin. I still think I'm pretty awesome. I was also thinking about how to show it off to everyone in an elegant way. Now you let me see this. I suddenly felt like I was a scumbag. I was nothing. It feels like the boss must have spent several days building the bronze cabin. But we haven't heard any news. If someone hadn't secretly taken a photo and posted it today. I'm afraid we don't know when we'll find out. Hey, why do I feel that the place in this picture is so familiar? It seems to be the lake where Master Ye Feng wiped out the savage's nest yesterday. Damn, this bronze cabin belongs to Boss Ye Feng? I'm so numb, Master Ye Feng is too scary. What kind of family is this? Being able to create something like this. Yes, I remember that when Boss Ye Feng was suppressing the barbarians yesterday, he was wearing a full set of perfect bronze equipment. What is really unexpected is, surprisingly, his cabins were all made of perfect grade bronze. This is too hard to handle. Family, how many days have we been here? This is the 5th day. Oh my goodness, it's only been 5 days. This is starting to become inhumane. I really can't accept it. Why are there so many differences between us now when we all started from the same starting line? Could it be that Boss Ye Feng was also developing while we were sleeping? Oh, stop being sour. If you are really envious, you might as well go and dig some ore yourself. Maybe you can smelt bronze ore. By then, you won't have everything. I want to set a goal. Within this month, I will definitely catch up with the footsteps of Master Ye Feng. I want to build a copper cabin too. Information on the World Chat channel is constantly being refreshed. It seemed as if everyone was shocked by this perfect bronze cabin. Wait until people have vented their emotions. Then it gradually calmed down. What should I do? No matter how envious you are, you have to live. Only you know your current situation. It's better to stop talking nonsense and make good use of the precious daytime time to work. Have you cut enough wood today? Have you found your food for today? Has the cabin been upgraded today? Now is not the time for anyone to feel sorry for themselves. It is better to take advantage of the few hours of daylight. Give some thought to how you want to develop your own cabin. Waste time on chatting and complaining. It's really stupid. People set off and rushed to the nearby area to look for possible survival supplies. Only by collecting enough resources can you survive in this dark world. From the time when the World Chat channel was boiling over to the time when it calmed down, Ye Feng has been fishing by the lake. He didn't pay any attention to the information in the action guide. At this time, he was enjoying this simple and easy way of hunting. It's much easier than going into the jungle to catch wild animals yourself. Just sit quietly by the lake. Just have enough patience. This won't consume too much energy. You won't get hungry right away. With this perfect fishing rod, all you have to do is throw the fishing hook into the lake repeatedly. Then just wait for the fish to bite. The warm sunshine shines down. Hit yourself. Not comfortably. If only there was a cup of tea next to it. That would be even more satisfying. It has been 5 days since I came to the dark night world. This is the first time I feel so relaxed. A perfect fishing rod can automatically fish. No bait is required. All you have to do is cast the rod and wait for the fish to bite. Ye Feng raised his head quietly. Look around at the surrounding environment. Not far away is the huge waterfall. The sound of flowing water was loud. A breeze blew, rustling the leaves of the pear tree orchard behind him. The air is full of the fragrance of flowers, so comfortable. Really. It was the same as he had seen it the first time he had seen it from the cliff. It is a comfortable living environment. Leave behind the dangers and mysteries that the night holds. This place is simply a paradise. Ye Feng was in a very good mood, with the corners of his mouth raised. Suddenly I remembered the treasure map I exchanged from Li Man last night. I thought I would wait for her to come over and then go treasure hunting together. As for what is in that treasure chest, it is still unknown at this time. However, he did not take the matter too seriously. After all, the main source of all his supplies comes from signing in every night. In this comparison, this treasure chest cannot play the role of providing timely help. At most, it's icing on the cake. The other side. Li Man also started early in the morning, pulling his cabin closer to the lake. It took a lot of effort to reach the destination. She stretched out her slender white hand and wiped the sweat from her forehead. His face was full of excitement, and excitement. Finally arrived at this paradise. Not only are there countless resources, the most important thing is that Ye Feng is also nearby. She set up the cabin, prepared to get up and find Ye Feng. We were just arriving at the entrance of a pear orchard. At a glance, I saw the bronze cabin not far ahead. Swallowed. After relieving the shock in my heart, Li Man was even more delighted. I didn't expect that boss Ye Feng is so powerful now. It seems that following him into the cave to search for treasure is a sure thing. I don't know what brother Ye Feng is doing now. Li Man blinked her watery eyes. Look around. Suddenly I saw a man sitting by the lake. His back is tall and straight, with an extraordinary bearing. That must be brother Ye Feng. Is he fishing? Good. Then she also went back to make a fishing rod. Go fishing with brother Ye Feng. One morning. Yesterday, more than 30 people all moved their cabins near the lake. Everyone has found the best place to put the cabin. Chapter 61. Is fishing really that easy? Now there are more than 10 or 20 people bringing their own fishing rods, planning to go fishing at the lake. In the dark night world, even if you don't chop trees or mine for a day. But you can't go a day without collecting food. Food is always the most important thing. The most important reason why everyone wants to move here. It is also to obtain the rich aquatic resources from this huge lake. They understand that fishing is much easier than trying to catch wild animals with your bare hands. Brother Feng, good morning! Have you started fishing yet? I'm sitting next to you. Would you like to try your luck? After Qingjiala saw Ye Feng fishing alone by the lake, he immediately returned to the cabin and made an ordinary fishing rod. I also dug up some common earthworms from the soil in a nearby pear grove, prepared to use as bait. After all the equipment was ready, we rushed to the lake without stopping. Well, good afternoon, sit wherever you want. Ye Feng turned his head and glanced at Qingjiala, who was smiling. He nodded slightly and didn't care. Got permission from the boss. Qingjiala happily sat on the ground next to Ye Feng. He felt that he could sit next to the big boss. The luck will definitely not be bad. In fact, Ye Feng didn't think that much. After all, this lake is at least 10 miles wide. There must be a lot of fish in the water. Anyone can fish. However, whether you can catch fish and how much you can catch depends on your own ability. Right at this moment, Ye Feng's perfect bronze fishing rod suddenly moved. His eyes focused and he quickly raised the fishing rod, feeling a little bit of weight. Wow! A green silver carp weighing nearly 2 kilograms was pulled out of the lake. Keep struggling. Ye Feng did it in one go and pulled the fish directly to the shore. Good chub. Silver carp has delicious meat and few bones. You can cut a whole piece of fish meat. Rich in protein, it gives your body the energy it needs. Is this first fish of good quality? Not bad, not bad. Ye Feng smiled with satisfaction. He took the fish off the hook and put it into the large wooden barrel beside him. I didn't expect it to start so smoothly. With this perfect bronze fishing rod, it seems that fishing is not a difficult thing. When we get back, we will make this fat silver carp into a feast. It must be delicious. I thought about the 3 ancestors in my family. They will definitely like it. After everything was ready, Ye Feng threw the fishing rod back into the lake. Wow, brother Feng, I didn't expect you to be so good at fishing. Qingjiala on the side looked at the big fat fish he caught. There was admiration and envy in his eyes. This fish looks plump. It would be great if it were made into hot pot fish. I haven't eaten hot pot for a long time. Sure enough, brother Feng knew whether it was possible or not as soon as he made a move. It looked like he caught the fish so easily. This place is definitely a great place for fishing. Qingjiala was no longer in a daze. Sit still and stare at your fishing rod intently. With Ye Feng's demonstration, he will definitely be able to reap a lot. The two of them just looked at the lake quietly. No one spoke. It was as if a silent game was going on. Less than 5 minutes passed. Ye Feng's perfect fishing rod moved again. He was a little confused. How long have you put down the fishing rod? How come another fish is caught? There was no choice but Ye Feng picked up the fishing rod again. Wow! I saw a golden fish flipping in the air. Pulled to shore. It was a large yellow croaker weighing about 1 kilogram. Good croaker. The white fish bladder in the fish belly can be used as fish glue, which has a hemostatic effect and can prevent hemorrhagic purpura. I didn't expect to catch small yellow croaker. Ye Feng was a little surprised. He took the fish down and threw it into a large wooden barrel. Thinking about today's goals. Including myself, all 3 animals in the family need food. These 2 fish alone are not enough for a day's food. Plus, the little raccoon and the black tiger are still growing and need to eat a lot. I'm afraid it won't be enough if we don't catch 10 fish today. Thinking of this, Ye Feng pursed his lips. Cast the fishing rod again. Qinjiala on the side looked at his motionless fishing rod. He looked at Ye Feng beside him with great surprise. Brother Feng, this is amazing, another excellent fish! There are so many fish in this lake? Qinjiala frowned, not missing a single detail. However, no matter how hard he stared at the lake, his fishing rod remained motionless. How strange! Why is that? He looked at his fishing rod, then at Ye Feng's fishing rod. Finally, I found a difference. What I have in my hand is an ordinary wooden fishing rod, 20% chance of catching ordinary fish. Durability 15/15. But the boss has a perfect bronze fishing rod in his hand, 20% chance of catching a perfect fish, 2% chance of catching a rare fish, durability 50/50. I'll go. Qinjiala suddenly wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. I'm still here and want to compete with the big guy. It turns out that fishing is not based on skill or luck at all. This is simply a crushing victory in terms of equipment. This has a 20% chance of catching a fish, and a 20% chance of catching a perfect grade fish. Could this be a concept? Qinjiala felt like crying again. The 2 of them have been sitting here for an hour. Qinjiala's fishing rod still did not respond. However, Ye Feng has already caught 5 or 6 good quality fat fish. Another half-hour passed. Qinjiala's fishing rod finally moved. He pulled up the fishing rod excitedly. It turned out to be an ordinary grass carp weighing only half a pound. More thorns, less meat. Looking at the palm-sized grass carp in front of me, Qinjiala curled the corners of his mouth. This is so embarrassing. Even if this fish is used to make soup, you can probably only drink 1 sip. So tragic. I want to cry, damn. Why did he excitedly ask to sit next to Boss Ye Feng just now? Isn't this just setting a trap for yourself? Boss Ye Feng always catches a big fish. It was like an arrow pierced his body. Now he can be considered a hedgehog. No, get away from this pervert. Qinjiala raised his butt slightly. Moved aside. After a while, he moved from Ye Feng's side to the side of others. Well, he should go fishing with this group of people. How could such a deity be achieved by mortals like them? Just stay with the noobs. So that you don't appear to be such a bad person. A while later, someone in the crowd shouted. Hurry, hurry, your fishing rod is moving. Quickly collect the fishing rod. Ha ha ha, this fish must be at least 100 grams. What a big fish. You're in for a treat at noon today. Chapter 62, Turns out she's a beauty. A few people finally caught some small fish weighing several ounces. Screaming with excitement. After all, this was the first piece of meat they captured in the dark world with their own abilities. Qinjiala looked at the small fish caught by the people in front of him. I suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. It seems that this is where he belongs. Going fishing next to Boss Ye Feng, the pressure was like a mountain pressing down on me, making it hard to breathe. He even had some doubts about whether he was a waste. At this time, everyone on the lakeside had a fishing rod in their hands, looking at the lake intently. Afraid that I would miss a sound. The fish will slip away. Before this, they thought fishing was something that could be done with just the hands. It's certainly easier than chasing wild critters in the jungle. You don't have to move, just sit quietly by the lake and wait for the fish to bite. But after a morning of practice, they suddenly felt that fishing was also a difficult thing. When I was sitting by the lake, I could see fish jumping out of the lake from time to time. There were also traces of fish swimming around my fishing rod. But what? People just want to hang around in front of you. Just don't bite the hook. Hey, just play. This is simply a great exercise in one's patience. How are you, brothers? I feel like this fishing is a little different from what I imagined. You mean, why is it so easy to fish when you see others doing it, but it's so hard when you do it yourself? Yeah, they're just swimming there, but they don't seem to be biting the hook. Could it be that the bait we use is different? One of the slightly plump girls said. Huh! What kind of bait do you guys use? I dug the earthworms under the tree over there, but I think the better the quality of the bait, the greater the chance of catching fish. I'm a little curious, what kind of bait did Boss Ye Feng use? I was just next to Brother Feng, and I saw that he was holding a perfect bronze fishing rod, which didn't need any bait at all. The fish will automatically take the bait. We are begging for fish to bite, while the fish are lining up to be caught. Chinjiala had a sad face and sighed heavily. Look at the ordinary fishing rods in their hands. I remembered the perfect bronze fishing rod in Boss Ye Feng's hand. I feel sad. Okay, just pretend I didn't ask anything. Everyone who had been in a very happy atmosphere just now was now speechless. He looked at the ordinary wooden fishing rod in his hand. He looked again at Ye Feng's position not far away. There was no response on one side. On the other side. Soon a big fish was caught. After a while, there was another one. There is a world of difference. Let everyone envy. In such a short period of time, Boss Ye Feng has already harvested 7 or 8 fish. Each one was plump and fresh, bubbling in the wooden barrel. On my side, there were only 1 or 2 palm-sized fish. These are already good results. Alas, as expected, having good equipment is like cheating. I can't help but accept it. This has to be Boss Ye Feng. Even fishing is so amazing, it seems like there is nothing he can't handle. The most embarrassing thing is that he caught more fish by himself than more than a dozen of us did. And they are all good quality fish. Look at how many kilograms each one weighs. The fish we got with great difficulty only weighed a few taels, and the heaviest was only half a pound. This is the difference between people. Everyone sighed and was full of envy. On the other side, Li Man, who was still in the woods, searched for a long time and found a branch and a small bunch of hemp rope, and struggled to make an ordinary fishing rod. Ordinary grade fishing rod. Materials needed: 1/1 hemp rope, 1/1 branch. Simply tie the rope to the branch. A simple fishing rod was made. Then he chose a pear tree that was in full bloom. I dug up a few earthworms under the tree. Hanging on the fish hook. She came to Ye Feng with some excitement. Sat on the ground carefully. He gently cast his fishing rod into the lake. Set the fishing rod aside. Take a deep breath and calm your emotions. Li Man twisted her hands together, lowered her head, and looked a little nervous. Then, he seemed to have prepared himself for the psychological activities. He raised his head, his eyes filled with mixed emotions. Looking at the stern-faced, serious man in front of me. Brother Feng, thank you for the supplies last night. If it weren't for those things, I'm afraid Last night, she was actually very conflicted. Originally, he planned to give the half-fragment of the treasure map directly to Ye Feng. If only I could go treasure hunting with him. Unexpectedly, Ye Feng was so generous as to advance a lot of supplies she urgently needed. Pulled her out of the desperate situation yesterday. No matter what, it can be considered a life-saving grace. On a night with the temperature below 10 degrees Celsius, Li Man felt a little warmth in her heart. I was filled with gratitude the whole night, and fell asleep late at night. And I made a decision in my heart. However, she didn't know what Ye Feng was thinking now. For her. What kind of attitude is it? Would there be something interesting about her? Will you like her and accept her? Can they be together? These thoughts filled Li Man's mind. She is now feeling both anxious and expectant. There are countless words in my mind that I want to say to the man in front of me. But the words came to my lips but I couldn't speak. She didn't dare to ask directly, for fear that Ye Feng didn't mean that. He rejected her directly and bluntly. Just when Li Man was struggling with herself, Ye Feng was staring at his fishing float intently. He heard Li Man talking to him, and turned his head to look at the woman calmly. Raise your eyebrows slightly. I remember when I saw her in that dark cave yesterday. She was tied up with ropes by the savages and hung on a wooden rack. At that time, there was a faint firelight, and I could only see a woman with a dirty face, tattered clothes, and messy hair like a chicken coop. It's really unbearable to watch. So, after he rescued the person yesterday, he didn't even look at him again. But yesterday, after Li Man returned to the cabin, she took a bath. I tidied up my appearance. My hair is no longer a mess, and the stains on my face are clean. Even the smell of sweat on my body is gone. Today she is a beautiful woman with a perfect figure and pretty face. It's considered an above-average appearance. She looks like a young girl who has just entered society. A good girl who has never experienced any big storms. He should be 1 or 2 years older than Ye Feng. But it looks smaller than Ye Feng. Chapter 63, Rare Pufferfish? Baby face and delicate features. The body is tall where it should be tall, and thin where it should be thin. Although he is now wearing a rough linen dress. But it didn't look bad. Instead, it shines through the sun. Some are looming. You're welcome. The half of the treasure map you gave me is worth these things. I'm not a person who likes to get something for nothing. After Ye Feng looked at Li Man, he withdrew his gaze. Continue to focus on your fishing rod. The tone was very calm and it was hard to tell what his attitude was. But it's exactly as he said. He always speaks his mind and is fair and just. Don't like to be cheap. Furthermore, Li Man always believed that he was the one who saved her, so she wanted to repay him for saving her life. But from the beginning, Ye Feng just came here to set up the cabin. It is imperative to wipe out the savages. Saving people was just a coincidence. The resources here are so abundant that he couldn't help but be tempted. After killing the savages, he also gained his own achievements and rewards. Now I have finally achieved my wish and settled down by the lake. For Ye Feng, this was already a very satisfactory ending. For saving Li Man, Ye Feng never thought about asking for anything in return from her. However, after being rescued, he was able to learn to repay the kindness. This proves that Li Man is a good person and is someone worth interacting with. Brother Feng, when are we going to look for treasure today? Li Man moved closer to Ye Feng and asked in a low voice. Ye Feng stared at the fishing rod without turning his head and replied in a cold voice. No hurry, I looked at the treasure map last night. The treasure chest is probably located in one of the caves under the cliff. I'm still short of a few fish. After we catch the fish and have lunch, we will set off. After saying that, he looked at the wooden barrel beside him. I counted them and there were 7 in total. He planned to catch 2 more to make up for today's food. Yeah, good. Come on, Brother Feng. Li Man smiled happily. A beautiful smile. From what he said, it seemed like he wanted to have lunch together. I wonder if I can take this opportunity to get closer to Ye Feng. Li Man's voice had just fallen. Ye Feng's perfect bronze fish hook suddenly moved. Another fish has taken the bait. Ye Feng grabbed the fishing rod and lifted it up with force. Unexpectedly, the fish was not pulled out of the lake at this time. He frowned slightly, sensing something unusual about the fish. This fish was very strong, and the weight it gave him was different from the fish he had caught before. It feels like it weighs more than 10 pounds. This fish is very smart, and it took the hook. He kept pulling the fishing rod, trying to escape to the depths of the lake. This seems to be a really big fish. Ye Feng felt a little excited. A look of concentration. We must catch this fish. However, he now held his fishing rod with both hands and tried his best to fight with the fish. The fish seemed unwilling to be caught like this. He struggled desperately and swam back and forth in the lake. Even this perfect bronze fishing rod was bent. Fortunately, this fishing rod is perfect. If it were an ordinary fishing rod, it would probably have broken by now. Seeing no progress, Ye Feng thought about it for a moment, and stopped pulling hard. He kept holding the fishing rod in this position while the fish swam. Don't rush to finish. I wanted to wait until the big fish was tired of running, and then pull it ashore in one go. About 5 minutes passed. He felt that the big fish was swimming slower at this time. The strength of the struggle also weakened. Then he took advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness and pulled the lever suddenly. Wow! I saw a small fish with stripes, black on the upper part and white on the lower part, flying out of the water. It has a diamond-shaped appearance, with sunken eyes that half expose the eyeballs, and 2 teeth on each upper and lower jaw that resemble human teeth. The belly is yellow-white, with small white spines on the back and abdomen. The fish body is smooth and scaleless, and is black and yellow. This. Isn't this a pufferfish? However, unlike ordinary pufferfish, this one actually has 4 little legs. The markings on his body glowed brightly. Can you still catch this thing? Ye Feng looked somewhat speechless. Pull the fish to shore. Only then did I realize that this pufferfish was only 4 inches long. It's hard to imagine. This little thing actually had so much strength just now. If Ye Feng wasn't so strong, he would probably have been dragged into the lake. But can this be eaten? Small, black, and ugly. There wasn't much meat. Striped pufferfish. A rare juvenile spotted pufferfish. Congratulations, you actually caught a rare fish. Although it is a pufferfish? It's simply amazing. This is not an ordinary pufferfish, it seems to be a race with background and status. The blood is strong and the meat is delicious. It's just that there are a lot of toxins in the body, so if you want to eat it, please be careful. Young pufferfish can be tamed and raised as water-based pets. See description of this fish. Ye Feng was stunned. This thing looks inconspicuous, even a little ugly. Since it is a rare thing? This is too outrageous. Ye Feng took the pufferfish to the bucket beside him and washed it. Look more carefully. Suddenly the pufferfish seemed to be angry. It instantly expanded to 3 times its original size. It seemed to be threatening Ye Feng. Don't let him do anything to himself easily. Forehead. This little thing has a bit of a temper. But it does look a little different from the photos of pufferfish I've seen before. The pattern on the pufferfish's back glows with a faint golden glow. 4 little feet on a yellow and white belly? There is no pufferfish with long legs. What the hell is this? It seemed that he noticed Ye Feng's ridicule. The pufferfish got even angrier and swelled up again. What, are you still a man with a temper? Ding, congratulations, I'm capturing a rare spotted pufferfish. Should we keep it as a pet or hunt it for food? Little guy, you look so chubby and angry, and you still want to be a pet? I might as well cut you up tonight and make some pufferfish sashimi. I heard that pufferfish sashimi is very nutritious. I also want to try it and see how delicious it is. Ye Feng smiled and joked about the plump fish in his hand. However, when he finished saying this, the pufferfish in his hand suddenly widened its eyes, seeming to be a little scared and a little angry. He quickly patted his belly with his fins. Ye Feng did not miss the pufferfish's expression. A little surprised. Can you understand me? Goo goo. I saw its belly swell up again. The next second, he pouted suddenly. Call out! A ball of aqua blue water elemental light condensed into the shape of an arrow. Shoot towards Ye Feng. The unexpected operation made Ye Feng a little stunned. Is this a water element spell? The water arrow that just came out of the pufferfish's mouth. It was focused directly on Ye Feng's perfect bronze armor. Chapter 64. He actually knows water element magic? Boom! The next second, Ye Feng felt like he was punched by a 200-pound man. He hit himself hard on the chest. The force of the impact caused him to take several steps back. Ye Feng widened his eyes, seeming a little unable to believe what had just happened. He quickly lowered his head and looked at the armor on his chest. There was no damage to the armor, only a wet stain. However, Ye Feng was sweating profusely at this moment. He looked at the puffer fish in his hand again. This little thing can actually cast a water element spell. Damn it! If I hadn't been wearing the perfect bronze equipment. Has abnormal defensive power. I'm afraid I'll be beaten to the point of spitting out blood. This spotted pufferfish. Can he use water element spells at a young age? What the hell is this? Is this a powerful gene? However, after spitting out a water arrow, the little pufferfish, which had swelled several times, seemed to be extremely tired. Release all the gas in your body instantly. It turned back into the skinny and small appearance it had just been caught. The look in his eyes just now was fierce and angry. I am also feeling a little tired at this moment. It can be seen that it can no longer release the water element. Li Man, who was standing by, witnessed the entire thing that just happened. She was so frightened that her face turned pale and she fell to the ground, covering his mouth in surprise. Brother Feng, what kind of monster is that in your hand? As if she had thought of something, Li Man quickly stood up and retreated 5 meters behind Ye Feng. I was very afraid that the puffer monster would shoot another water arrow. Accidentally hurt yourself. When Ye Feng was surrounding that group of savages before, Li Man knew that magic existed in this world. The old savage wizard can release the frost element spell. But this fish in front of me is so small and ugly. He actually knows the water element spell. This scared her. Awesome, little fatty, I didn't expect you to have this skill. It seems that I won't kill you for the time being, but you have to promise me that you won't puff up your belly and blow bubbles anymore. Ye Feng was still frightened. He swallowed and threw the spotted pufferfish into the big wooden barrel. Ye Feng was surprised by the power of this thing just now. I was thinking about it, and decided to just keep it for now. A water-type pet? I don't know what I will become in the future. Will its water element spell become stronger as it grows? Looking at the wooden barrel in front of him, the spotted pufferfish that had used all its strength to spit out a water arrow was now a little exhausted. Stay quietly in the bucket. It seems that he no longer has the strength to escape. The other fish in the barrel seemed a little afraid of this little thing. They all huddled in another corner. He looked at this rare pufferfish with some horror. Ye Feng sighed. Well, anyway, he already has a mount and 2 pet animals at home. 1 more little pufferfish. It doesn't matter. Nearly another hour later. Let's go, I'm almost done fishing. He looked into the large wooden barrel beside him and counted 11 fish in total. Except for the rare pufferfish, which is only the size of a palm. The remaining 10 were big fat fish of good quality. Each one weighs about 3 or 4 kilograms. Although it seems that the harvest is fruitful, it is only enough for today's meals. After all, we are in the cabin now. Ye Feng is not the only one who needs to eat. The little things in my little cabin are growing very fast and eating a lot. It is totally fine to eat a fish in one meal. Plus himself. These 10 big fish are enough for one day's food. Fortunately, I have a perfect bronze fishing rod, otherwise I would have to share the fish today. Good! Li Man, who had been paddling nearby, was now looking at her motionless fishing rod in boredom. From the time she came to the lake until now, Ye Feng was ready to go back. During this period of time, his ordinary fishing rod has not moved. So far, what I have gained in this morning is 0. However, when she heard Ye Feng say that she could go back, he stood up excitedly instantly, and patted his butt, which was a little sore from sitting on the ground for so long. He packed up his fishing rod with a smile. Ye Feng also packed up his equipment, and walked happily towards the bronze cabin carrying the wooden barrel. Li Man didn't say a word and followed him silently. Returned to the cabin. Called the raccoon and the black tiger cub and asked them to take care of the other fish first. After all, the little raccoon has learned all about breeding and can now play a role. Although these fish look like adults. But at least it won't be killed so easily. 2 little guys, a tiger and a bear, were clinging to the edge of the wooden barrel. The black tiger cub curiously stretched out its little paws, trying to catch the fish in the big wooden barrel. What's that thing running around in the water? How do you not drown in the water? Hey, there is also a small and black one, so ugly. The spotted pufferfish was now puffing up its cheeks and glaring at the black tiger cub angrily. Tuah! Suddenly, the pufferfish sprayed a small stream of water from its mouth, and the water splashed all over the black tiger cub's face. Just now at the lakeside, it attacked Ye Feng and exhausted the water element power in its body. It is now impossible to condense water arrows. At most, it can only spit out a little water. How could the black tiger cub know that it had this skill? He was frightened and quickly hid far away from the bucket. Ah! The little raccoon also stretched out his little head and stared at the fish in the big wooden barrel curiously. Seeing the fish jumping around in the wooden barrel, he kept swallowing. Wow, so many fat fish! It looks delicious. It hasn't eaten fish for a long time. It must be delicious. At this time, Ye Feng was already busy in the cabin and started a fire in the stove. I picked up a big yellow croaker. Use a bronze knife to scrape off the fish scales. Then scoop out the fish's innards and discard them. He didn't intend to give the internal organs to the raccoons. So just remove it and eat only the fish meat. Ye Feng was concentrating on cooking grilled fish. Make fresh fish soup at the same time and make a hearty lunch. You can tell at first glance that he is someone who cooks often. He has been wanting to cook some fish soup for a long time, and he will definitely make it for lunch today. Li Man, who was standing silently outside the cabin, was looking at Ye Feng's back. His eyes were bright. It seems that Brother Feng's cooking skills are very high. The food that Brother Feng cooks must be delicious. Li Man licked her lips and just watched, thinking happily in her heart. After Ye Feng returned to the cabin, she kept hesitating and lingering at the door of the bronze cabin. Do you want to go in or not? In the morning, all her attention was on Ye Feng. No good fishing at all. So there is no lunch today. Chapter 65. Are you here for vacation? But she had a glimmer of anticipation in her heart just now. Maybe I could have some lunch in Brother Feng's cabin? But after Ye Feng came back, then he started to busy himself with his own things. I didn't care about her at all. This is so embarrassing. If Ye Feng hadn't invited her into the cabin, she is not qualified to enter. After all, I am an outsider now and it is impossible for me to come in uninvited. There is still some courtesy in this regard. So, at this time, Li Man could only lie on the door frame and secretly take a look into the room. Hey, how come the high-quality raccoon has a little black puppy? Brother Feng has 2 pets? Wow, as expected, the area of the cabin upgraded to level 1 is larger. What's behind that door? A bedroom? I actually envy you for having a separate bedroom. From her angle, she could just see the scene in the bedroom with the door open. Why is Brother Feng's bed so big? A perfect one-wally wooden bed. It's so big, it feels like it can sleep 4 or 5 people. The snow-white bedding on the bed, the perfect cashmere bedding? Seeing this, Li Man could no longer control her expression. His mouth opened wide and his eyes stared. To be honest, this wouldn't be the case if we weren't all in this dark world. Otherwise, she would have really thought she had arrived at the door of a high-end hotel in a resort. I recalled my tattered, narrow wooden bed and the armpit-sized straw quilt. Hard and cold at night when sleeping. Then look at Ye Feng's big bed and bedding in front of him. It looks soft and comfortable. It was such a pleasure. Li Man stood at the door of the cabin in a daze. A face full of envy. Inside the house, Ye Feng gave the grilled fish to the raccoon. Then the other slightly smaller fish was made into meat puree, cooked and fed to the little black tiger cub. The little black tiger cub and the little raccoon enjoyed their meal very much. The fish itself is very fresh. The 2 little ones kept licking their lips after eating. He looked as if he was still unsatisfied. He himself served himself a bowl of fish soup that was boiled until it turned white. This taste is so fresh. This is a taste that animal meat cannot bring. Sure enough, after getting tired of eating big pieces of meat, drinking some of this light and fresh soup is also nice. Ye Feng finished his lunch happily. I sat at the small wooden table and rested for a while. He began to prepare the various equipment and weapons needed to go to the cave to hunt for treasure. Ye Feng put on a perfect bronze suit over his tiger skin coat. In this way, the defense power is doubled. Wear a perfect bronze sword at the waist. He carries a perfect grade black tiger bow on his back. He was afraid that his perfect grade black tiger arrows would not be enough. Previously, 20 perfect grade bronze arrows were produced. This adds up to a total of 28 arrows. With this outfit, he can handle both long-range attack and close-range defense without any problems. Ye Feng looked at the equipment on his body. I was wondering if there was anything missing. Suddenly, he clapped his hands. That's right. You will also need to bring a hook rope that can be used for climbing. Take 2. One is prepared for Li Man. This will be useful if you need to climb outside the cave. Then he put a few torches and some flint into his backpack. The dark cave needs light at all times. Bring extra just in case. Pursing his lips, Ye Feng took 2 pieces of grilled meat and a few pears from the warehouse. Then fill your kettle with hot water. I don't know how long I will stay outside. So you need to prepare food and water. If you go on for too long and run out of energy, it'll be the end. You must ensure that you have sufficient physical strength. Ye Feng was fully prepared and walked out of the cabin carrying his backpack. When he just walked to the door of the cabin, then he saw Li Man standing alone at the door of his cabin. It's the same equipment I used when I first started fishing. With empty hands, he was looking at me as I walked out. Did you finish lunch so soon? Let's go then. Ye Feng frowned slightly. I feel like my movements are pretty fast. Unexpectedly, Li Man was not slow either, and was actually waiting for him ahead of him. Ah? Oh, okay, let's go. Li Man blinked her big eyes. I wonder if I heard it wrong. But after watching Ye Feng walk out and close the door of the cabin, just go ahead. Only then did he react and pursed his lips. He lowered his head and touched his empty stomach. I feel a little sad. Her stomach is growling with hunger now. At first she thought she could have a lunch in Ye Feng's cabin. It turned out that they had no intention of inviting her in at all. And I didn't dare run around. I could only stand at the door of the cabin and look on stupidly. Ye Feng didn't ask her to come in. She herself was too embarrassed to bring it up first. The result is what it is now. However, it would be of no use even if she returned to her cabin, because the food that Ye Feng traded to her last night had been eaten up. There was nothing in the cabin except some cold water. Li Man could already hear her stomach growling. Ever since eating that barbecue last night. Until now, I haven't eaten anything. She regrets it very much now. Why weren't you paying attention when you were fishing in the morning? In 2 hours I caught nothing. As a result, I didn't even have lunch. She was so hungry just now that she picked a pear from the pear orchard and ate it while making a fishing rod. But pears are fruits after all. It can't be eaten as a meal. It will be digested in a while. Alas, it's all my fault for being too stupid. Li Man had a sad face at this time and followed silently behind. Ye Feng was walking in front and turned his head to look at her once or twice, feeling a little strange. What's wrong with this woman? When I saw her in the morning, she looked very happy. A smiling look. Why is he walking behind now, looking so aggrieved? His hands were still touching his belly. Could it be that relatives are coming? I heard that girls have a bad temper when they have their period. It seems that I should just pretend that nothing happened. Avoid getting into trouble. Thinking of this, Ye Feng suddenly felt that this made sense. He didn't look at Li Man behind him anymore. But girls are still too spoiled. Although I feel unwell. But thinking about this morning, she sat next to me. After 2 hours, I didn't catch a single fish. This survival skill is too poor. Alas, it has little to do with me anyway, so I'm too lazy to care about it. I have done everything I can. Now the main thing is to find the location of the treasure. Maybe you can find something good. Chapter 66, The Shocking Discovery of Bones. Either of them spoke again during the conversation. Just walking one after the other. Ye Feng took Li Man out of the pear forest and came to the cliff waterfall. Look from here. There are many naturally formed caves. There are dozens of cave entrances alone. Each hole looked dark from the outside. Can't see what's going on inside. However, Li Man looked at the dozens of dark caves in front of her. A little scared. I always feel that there is a danger that cannot be seen now. Maybe some wild beast will suddenly rush out. Normally, no one dares to enter these caves at will. If you lose your direction inside, I'm afraid it will be difficult to come out again. Fortunately, they came prepared today. Now Ye Feng has a complete treasure map in his hand that can guide them. He pursed his lips. He took out 2 pieces of treasure map from his backpack. Stitched them together. By the way, how did you accidentally come here before? Ye Feng was a little curious. Logically speaking, with Li Manman's courage, there was no way she would think of exploring such a dangerous place alone. Normally, he would just pick fruits or something near his cabin. Why are you going here? That's because I saw the good quality copper bars you listed on the World Trading Platform before. Watching everyone rushing to buy it. I will. Hearing this, Ye Feng understood instantly. I told him before that I accidentally got lost and came here. He had some doubts. Generally speaking, as far as I am concerned, my activities outside during the day will not be too far away from the cabin. And Li Man is still a girl. You must be more careful to prevent yourself from getting lost. It turned out that he was jealous of the high-quality copper bars he had listed on the trading platform. I thought I could dig some ore out of the mine. It's just looking inside the cave entrance. Without a certain amount of courage, you wouldn't dare to enter casually. Oh, so that's how it is. Ye Feng did not continue to ask Li Man. Holding the complete treasure map in his hand, he compared it with the caves in front of him one by one. After watching for a while, pointing to one of the caves, I looked around, and it should be this cave. However, follow the route drawn on this treasure map. After we go in, we still have to walk a few thousand meters. The treasure chest is at the deepest part of this cave. I guess there must be some treasure hidden inside, otherwise it wouldn't be so complicated. After saying that, Ye Feng put his backpack in front of him. 2 torches were taken out from it. Then light the torch with the flint. He took one of them and handed the other to Li Man beside him. Ye Feng made this torch himself in advance when he had nothing to do at night. Just in case there is a need. With a thick layer of grease on it, it should have no problem burning for a few hours. He glanced at Li Man who looked a little nervous. Ye Feng took a deep breath. Come on, let's go in. So he lifted his foot and walked ahead. As he walked, he held the perfect bronze sword at his waist in his hand. It was very quiet inside the cave. When walking inside, the sound of accidentally stepping on gravel was particularly loud. However, judging by the thick spider webs in the cave, this cave has been abandoned for a long time. No one had come in for a long time. Suddenly, the firelight shone on the top of the cave, and a pair of scarlet eyes were staring at the 2 of them. Li Man was so shocked when she saw it that she almost screamed out loud. He quickly hid behind Ye Feng. He clutched his backpack with both hands. Ye Feng raised the torch and took a look. It turned out to be a large group of ordinary bats hanging on the wall of the cave. At this time, they had their hands and claws wrapped around their chests, looking fiercely at the 2 people who were breaking into the cave. This scene is really chilling. A normal grade bat. A representative nocturnal creature in the dark world. They are weak in combat, but don't get close to them because bats always travel in groups. Even if they don't cause you any particular harm. But if there are hundreds of them in a group, you will suffer. Bat meat is tough and is not recommended for consumption. Ye Feng frowned and glanced at them. The bats seemed a little afraid of the torches in their hands. It didn't fly over to attack them. However, considering Ye Feng's current full body of perfect bronze equipment, even if these bats wanted to attack him, you also have to see if your teeth are sharp enough. The 2 did not stop for long and continued to walk deeper into the cave. Li Man held the torch and followed Ye Feng closely. She was very scared at the moment, and she was concentrating on paying attention to the noises around her. She even forgot that she was hungry. The torch in his hand alone was not enough to illuminate the entire cave. It's still daytime outside. But the cave was so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of you. It wasn't long before she started to regret having come in here. When he saw so many bats hanging above his head, he wanted to exit the cave immediately. If I knew this place was so scary, She definitely wouldn't ask Ye Feng to take her with him on the treasure hunt at that time. However, when I think about my current living situation, I thought about how I didn't have anything that could be considered supplies in my cabin. This forced her to harden her heart and move on. There was a kidnapping incident by wild men. I haven't gone out to search for survival supplies in the past few days. If the treasure has not been found this time, the development of log cabins will definitely be more difficult in the future. To survive tonight. Li Man clenched her fists and tried to calm her fear. Fortunately, she knew Ye Feng's strength. Even if they are unlucky, they may encounter some wild beast in here. With his fighting ability, he can defeat it. I am still safe with his protection. As long as she can successfully find the treasure, she can obtain the resources. Life will get better. The two people just held the torches in their hands, one in front and one behind. Keep moving towards the deepest part of the cave. Nothing unusual happened during this period. When they were about 700 or 800 meters into the cave, the scene in front of them suddenly attracted their attention. Ye Feng walked in front and saw a white skeleton lying on the ground on the left side of the stone wall. They look like human bones. Ye Feng was also shocked. This skeleton, is it a human? That's not right. It only took 5 days for all the people in the world to travel to this dark night world. Even if it is dead, it is impossible for it to rot. And the skeleton in front of them looked so clean. If he hadn't been dead for several years, it wouldn't have been possible for him to be like this. At this moment, the skeleton was lying there at an angle, and it was impossible to identify the person from the appearance. Chapter 67, Relics of Bones. Ah! Skeleton! Li Man, who was walking behind Ye Feng, also saw the skeleton with the help of a little firelight. I was so scared that I screamed out loud. Suddenly, the originally good-looking face turned pale. He buried his face in Ye Feng's back. Most girls are afraid of these things. She was already walking in fear. Suddenly I saw a pile of human bones on the ground and was scared to death. Ye Feng didn't say anything, just glanced at Li Man indifferently, prepared to keep moving forward. But just as they were about to pass by the skeleton, suddenly Ye Feng saw that there seemed to be a torn cloth bag next to the white bones. It seems like there's something inside. Looks like a notebook. Ye Feng's brain was working rapidly. In other words, this skeleton could not be the human being that they had just traveled through time and space to come here. It's impossible that he is a savage. Because with the little intelligence that savages have, it is probably not enough to be able to write. Before, all I heard them talking was just barking. I guess there is no civilization at all. Apart from their human-like body shape, the savages have no other similarities with humans. They eat human flesh and are no different from wild animals. There was actually a notebook next to the skeleton in front of me. Could it be that, in this dark world, are there still indigenous humans? So, will these indigenous humans also eat human flesh like the savages? Ye Feng had thousands of doubts in his mind. He walked closer, squatted beside the bones, and opened his bag. Suddenly, some odds and ends fell out of the room with a loud crash. A piece of flint that has been used several times. A perfect bronze dagger, durability 12/50. However, judging from the degree of wear on the surface, it must have been used for a long time. A perfect bronze dagger. Created by skilled craftsmen from the British Empire. The surface of the dagger glowed green and was extremely sharp. Unfortunately, it has become a little worn out after killing so many enemies. There are also two things that look like drawings. Ye Feng opened one of them. A blueprint for a perfect-grade heavy bronze crossbow. A perfect weapon developed by countless skilled craftsmen from the British Empire. It can be used to defend the city and resist the invasion of foreign organisms. It was originally a gift that the British Empire wanted to give to the free city-states. The other seems to be a map of the British Empire and a city-state called Lorien. A coastline leads from the British Empire to the city-state of Lorraine. What's this? Ye Feng saw a mahogany box on the ground. Picked it up. Perfect grade hand glycerin. Made from pure natural plant materials of perfect grade, natural spices are also added. It can make the user's hands white, smooth, translucent, and soft. At the same time, in the cold winter, it is a good product that can effectively prevent hands from cracking. This is a skincare product that is deeply loved by noble ladies in the British Empire. To be presented to the respected Lord Ash. Then there was a letter of alliance that had never been opened. Let's put these things aside for now. What Ye Feng was more curious about was what was written in this notebook. I looked at the contents above by the little light of the fire. After taking a quick look, it seemed to be a suicide note. Life in the dark world is always like this with no end. I never thought that darkness would eventually defeat light. These days, the savage tribes are spreading again all over the world like weeds that can never be burned out. The British Empire was suffering among countless wild beasts and other ethnic groups. These ferocious beasts are tireless, and are always thinking about how to attack the city. What makes people even more uneasy is, it's not just these ferocious beasts. They also participated in this crusade against the Empire. These things are much more terrifying than the savages and ferocious beasts outside. The entire British Empire is now surrounded by them. The city is now in chaos, people are scared, terrified, and at a loss. Whenever the sun sets and darkness falls, the earth is shrouded in this black fog. Even the British Empire trembled under their intimidation. This time, I have the honor to be ordered by the Queen of the British Empire to go to the city-state of Lorien as an envoy of the Empire to request the conclusion of an alliance. I hope that with the help of the power of the city-state, we can achieve victory for mankind. Open up trade exchanges. Work together to fight these beasts and them. Unfortunately, on the third night of my mission, I had the bad luck to run into them. I can't forget that was a horrible night. They attacked me without mercy. I used all my strength to kill them. Unfortunately, he was also seriously injured. With the last bit of my strength, I hid in a cave on the Wangchuan cliff. Unfortunately, my injuries are too severe and I can no longer help the Empire complete this mission. Therefore, I can only record everything in my own words. If any adventurer could see this letter, please be sure to hand over this sacred letter of alliance to Her Excellency Ash, the Chief Archon of the Free City of Lorien. Ye Feng looked strange after reading the suicide note. He analyzed with a frown. I kept thinking back to the people mentioned in the letter. The British Empire and their Empress? Ash, Archon of the Free City of Lorien? And the letters between them wanting to form an alliance? I contacted each other before and after. Ye Feng had some ideas in his mind. This should be something that happens between the indigenous humans in this dark night world. What does that have to do with him, a human who traveled through time? Indeed, we are all human. However, don't forget that this is not the real world. But in a terrible world where even having enough food and clothing requires daily effort. Ye Feng didn't think that the indigenous humans here could get along well with the time-traveling humans. No one wants to live in this kind of environment and suddenly be invaded by a group of invaders. There are only so many resources. The more people there are, the less supplies they will get. I'm afraid the indigenous humans of the dark world are not so kind. Stop studying this notebook. Ye Feng picked up the relics of white bones lying on the ground. Prepare to divide these things up. The perfect heavy bronze crossbow blueprint. This thing was originally a gift from the British Empire to the city-state of Lorien. It is definitely not garbage. Then he must have put it in his bag. Then, Ye Feng looked at the worn-out bronze dagger. He waved it in his hand a few times. He handed it to Li Man, who was still shivering behind him. I'll give this to you as your first trophy in the treasure hunt. By the way, carry this man's bag. You don't have anything with you, and you can't hold anything in your hands. Chapter 68. There are actually indigenous humans. For Ye Feng, the bronze dagger was not a rare item. His own cabin can produce a large amount of bronze every day. This worn-out dagger was of no value in his eyes. If you want one, you can go back to the cabin and make one. Can I have this? Thank you, Brother Feng. Li Man, who was originally a little scared, saw the dagger Ye Feng handed to her. His eyes suddenly lit up. As a result, he played with the bronze dagger back and forth in his hand. This knife looks a bit old, but it can still be used after being sharpened. It is very convenient whether used for subsequent battles or life. Of course, the reason she was even happier was because this was her first bronze weapon. Now everyone understands the gold content of bronze utensils. Even if this treasure hunt did not find any valuable treasure, she got this bronze dagger, which was a great profit. Li Man held the bronze dagger in her hand and couldn't let it go. Ye Feng took the red wooden box in his hand. This thing. No matter how you look at it, it seems to be used by girls. But I looked at the effects. Can prevent cracking on hands in winter. It's not without use. That. At this time, Li Man put the dagger into the cloth bag and spoke to Ye Feng. Ye Feng looked at her with some confusion. Can you give me this too? Li Man stretched out her hand somewhat embarrassedly and pointed at the mahogany box in Ye Feng's hand. This? Here you go. Looked at Li Man's expectant eyes. Ye Feng did not reject her. Originally, this thing is not a necessity for men. However, this suddenly reminded him. Counting the time, he has been in this dark world for 5 days. During this period, I was busy surviving and collecting necessary resources. There is simply no time to take care of my own care. Although he doesn't need this hand cream anymore. But he really hasn't taken a shower for 5 days. However, the temperature here remained cold, so he didn't sweat much. So my body doesn't smell that bad. Today I suddenly thought that since my bronze cabin has been upgraded, then you should enjoy life. Add a shower room to the cabin. This way at least you can keep your personal hygiene clean. Take a bath and then lie comfortably on your large one-wally wooden bed, covered with his own cashmere blanket. That would be great. Before, I just ignored it and finished the day's work. He fell asleep on the bed. If this continues, it will definitely not work. Since you want to improve your quality of life, then do it in one go. Arrange a bathtub when the time comes. Take a bubble bath to relieve the fatigue of the day. Li Man happily took the box of glycerin at this time. I force myself to open it and apply it on my hands right now. After all, this situation isn't very convenient right now. Immediately afterwards, Ye Feng took the route map on the ground in his hand. There was a river drawn crookedly on it. Some of the places along the way are marked with text. Suddenly, Ye Feng felt that the Dark Night World action guide in his arms was beating. It seems like there is some emergency. He quickly took out the action guide. On the other side, this route map also emitted a faint halo. Ye Feng frowned and put them together. In an instant, this road map was integrated into the action guide. Seeing this scene, Ye Feng opened his action guide in surprise. I found that the drawing I just saw was not there. However, on the third to last page, I suddenly saw an extra map page. A new page, World Map, has been added to the Dark Night World Action Guide. Dark Night World Map. Add a new map page based on a route map you collected. Able to display the local Dark Night World. The rest of the unknown map remains unclear. Ye Feng was surprised to see many symbols appearing on the world map. Forgotten Cliff? Qingchuan Lake? A river extends downstream of Qingchuan Lake. It passes through a jungle and flows to a city called the Empire on which the sun never sets. Continue downstream along this river. At the western border where it almost merges into the ocean, a city-state called Lorien is marked on it. However, apart from these places, the rest of the map is still pitch black. Li Man, open your action guide and see if there is a new world map on it. Ye Feng turned around and asked Li Man behind him. Hearing his words, Li Man quickly took out her action guide from her arms. He flipped through it twice and shook his head in disappointment. No, is it true that the maps I collected will only appear in my own action guide? Listening to Li Man's words, Ye Feng nodded slowly. That should be it. That is to say, there are currently billions of people traveling through time and space among humans. Only he was given a road map. That's why there is an extra map page in his action guide. Ye Feng no longer thought about this question. Look at the names that appear on the map page. Thinking in my heart, these two cities should be where the indigenous humans of the Dark Night World live. However, thinking back to before, whether it is on the World Chat channel or from the mouths of the group of people who migrated to the lake today, No information has been heard about these two cities. It must be because of time-traveling humans like him. It is still some distance away from the indigenous human settlements. Although he only learned about the existence of indigenous humans in the Dark Night world today. However, this is not enough to know the relationship between the time-traveling humans and the indigenous humans. Is he a friend or an enemy? If they dared to go and interact with these indigenous people, doing so could be dangerous. This question is a bit difficult. This is not a good time to think in this place. Ye Feng pursed his lips. He closed his action guide and put it back in his arms. He also put the unopened letter of alliance into his backpack. No time to open it now. However, since you have them all, just take them out together. They searched the skeleton thoroughly inside and out. Divide all the things that can be used. The two stayed here for about 20 minutes. Then he stood up and continued moving deeper into the cave. The interior of the cave marked on the treasure map is very complex. There are many winding passages. If it weren't for the treasure map in my hand to use as a navigation, I'm afraid it's impossible to correctly identify the direction when faced with the forks in the roads in these caves. Just when the two of them came to a fork in the road, a group of common flying ants suddenly flew out of one of the caves. There are many creatures in this cave. Chapter 69, Mole People. Ordinary flying ants. A very difficult flying creature that always appears in groups. It has a certain degree of toxicity. When humans are attacked by it, symptoms such as redness, swelling and itching will appear on the surface of the skin. Flying ants are rich in protein and can be eaten. Ye Feng didn't want to catch these insects and eat them. Raise the torch in your hand and scatter them with flames. Didn't stay too long. The two continued to go deeper into the cave. We walked about a few hundred meters. Ye Feng used the light of the torch to look at the treasure map in his hand. Follow the instructions above. Li Man was taken to a cave of about 50 square meters. It is obvious that the road here is much easier to walk on. The view in front of me also became wider. However, the cave in front of them gave people a strange feeling. Looking from the outside, the caves here are all naturally formed. But now this cave is obviously man-made. There are 4 huge stone pillars in the middle of the cave, and a large staircase surrounded by the stone pillars. On the steps there is a bench that looks like a throne, made of many small stones. The throne is about 1 meter high, and is located right in the middle of the entire cave. No matter how you look at it, this throne seems a bit mini. It feels like only dwarves could sit on it. Ye Feng and Li Man looked around at the situation. They found themselves in a small underground palace. Hulu! Just as the two of them were observing this place, suddenly a noise caught his attention. Ye Feng frowned. Looked towards the source of the sound. I noticed that there seemed to be something very small sitting on the 1 meter high throne. The light is too dim, and I can't see clearly what it is. All I saw was 2 plump thighs raised on the stone throne. A dwarf was sleeping on it. Beneath the throne, there were other, smaller creatures, about the size of hares. Next to the stone throne, serving it carefully. What is this? Ye Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at the group of little things in front of him. He stretched the torch in his hand forward. I want to get a good look at these dwarfs. The next second, a creature wearing coarse clothes and a wooden crown on his head appeared on the stone throne. It has a pointed head, a long snout, short limbs, and a stocky body, and looks like a mouse. At this moment, it was lying on the throne in a swaggering manner. Like a person, with his limbs spread out, sleeping soundly. Its little brothers were wearing tattered linen, which were not even complete clothes. Just covering your important parts is considered wearing clothes. There are more than 10 of these creatures that look like mice. At this moment, he was holding a broken leaf and fanning his eldest brother who was sitting on the throne. Mining moles 12. The mole family is more than 10 centimeters long and looks similar to a mouse. Cowardly and treacherous, he loves worldly treasures. The chief of the mining moles 1. As the most authoritative person in the mole clan, it seems to have more fighting power than other moles. The other mining moles all have great respect for him. Each mining mole spends its entire life collecting treasures that it considers valuable. Then he gathered people who were willing to follow him. Build your own cave palace and enjoy the life of a king. Ye Feng looked at the group of mining moles in front of him. The expression is a little strange. It was the first time he saw such a thing as a rat king. However, he was on the ground next to the sleeping chief of the mining moles. Found an old wooden box. Could this be the treasure mentioned on the treasure map? Mining the mole chief's level 1 treasure chest. This wooden box looks a bit tattered, but it is the precious wooden box of the mining mole chief. Inside are stored the treasures that the mole chief has collected throughout his life. If you are planning to take its treasure chest, be careful, or it might explode. Mining the mole chief's level 1 treasure chest? It turns out that the treasure chest marked on this treasure map is the treasure chest of the mole chief. Ye Feng pondered for a moment. It seems that what I thought before was correct. In this dark night world, there are many orcs. Originally, he was somewhat skeptical about this information. Because I haven't seen it here either. I don't know what the orcs are like. But today, we actually discovered the mole people in this cave. Looking at the body shapes of these mice, they are more or less similar to humans. Including their ability to build palaces, dress up, and so on. Almost like humans. This mole man? Li Man looked at the dozen or so mice in front of her, and pointed at them in shock. Oh my god, how can there be such a species? It looks like a mouse, but its every move reveals its human appearance. This looks so weird. Why is this dark world filled with strange creatures? Li Man looked at the scene in front of her in horror. Some couldn't believe their eyes. She hid behind Ye Feng in fear, holding his backpack tightly with both hands. Only Ye Feng can give her a sense of security. Shichichi! Suddenly, maybe Li Man's voice was a little loud just now. It woke up the mole chief who was just sleeping soundly. Just when it looked unhappy and wanted to scold its subordinates. Suddenly, he saw a warrior wearing a perfect brown suit appear in his palace. And a beautiful human woman behind him. The two people were looking at him with wide eyes at this moment. This gave the mole chief a fright. Where did they come from? How did you find yourself in the palace? The mole chief looked a little panicked at this moment. Look at the way the man in front of me is dressed. No matter how you look at it, he's a bronze warrior. Could it be that the sun never sets empire sent them to exterminate the mole people? But besides collecting some treasures, I also like to do other things. I haven't done anything bad. They hide in caves 1,000 or 2,000 meters deep all day long. This was also the first time it saw a real human bronze warrior. The mole chief's heart was beating fast. My palms started to sweat. If the man in front of him is really the bronze warrior of the British Empire, then it would be dangerous. After all, I have heard some rumors from other orcs. It is said that the perfect bronze equipment of a bronze warrior has extremely abnormal defensive power. The armor is indestructible and very hard. Even with their orc magic spells, it is difficult to cause fatal damage to them. Even more terrifying are the bronze weapons in their hands. It is said that it can cut iron like mud. For people like them, the mole people can be killed one by one with just one strike. The mole chief looked at the bronze sword in Ye Feng's hand, which was glowing with a faint green light. I swallowed unconsciously. Chapter 70. One Man and One Rat Sniper. Standing next to the mole chief were several mole minions, who were trembling with fear. They all moved behind the mole chief's throne. They were afraid that the bronze warrior in front of them would attack them directly. They are clearly living well in this cave. How come he was suddenly found by the bronze warrior? The palace is very secluded. It can't be discovered easily. Could it be those damned savages? It must be them. Oh shit. A group of savages came to this area a few days ago. It must have been their actions that attracted the bronze warriors. As a result, his hiding place was exposed. How abominable! At this moment, the mole chief cursed the savages 800 times in his heart. However, the human in front of him had already broken in. There was definitely nowhere for me to escape now. He looked at the palace that he had spent half his life building with great difficulty. This is the result of its life's hard work. No matter what, I can't just lose it like this. We must find a way to defend its lair. At this moment, the mole chief raised the scepter in his hand above his head. He kept chanting spells. God of dark night, please grant me strength. Earth elements, please gather together into a sharp sword. Wait until the mole chief finishes his spell. At the top of its scepter, there suddenly appeared a small, sharp-looking earth sword. See the scene before you. Ye Feng raised his eyebrows. I didn't expect that the mole people could also use magic. Earth element? Quite interesting. Squeak, squeak, squeak! Chirp! The group of minions who were originally hiding behind the mole chief saw their boss take the initiative to attack. They immediately became excited at this moment. There was a constant sound of mice chirping. Great, the patriarch has taken action. Right. Come on, chief. Kill this bronze warrior. Kill him. Several of the minions looked at Ye Feng with a determined look on their faces. Seems to be saying, Humph, this is the most powerful mole chief in our tribe. Human, prepare to die. Looking at the group of mice in front of me that are not even as tall as my knees. Ye Feng found it a little funny. He curled the corners of his mouth and looked at the mole chief who was casting a spell and accumulating strength in front of him. Are the mole people more powerful than the savage people? It seemed that this head could just hit his knees if he jumped up. Do you think you can win by shouting louder? Ye Feng didn't take these rats seriously. Still standing there motionless. He leisurely put his bronze sword back on his waist. Then he took off his perfect black tiger bow from his back. Took out the perfect grade black tiger arrow. He drew his bow and aimed at the mole chieftain, who was now standing on the stone throne holding a scepter. The perfect grade black tiger bow can hit the target every time within this range. Although Ye Feng was not very clear about the elemental attack range of the short mole chief in front of him. I don't know how powerful the attack of this earth element is. But based on previous experience of fighting with the old wizard of the barbarian tribe, the savage mage's frost elemental arrows are not particularly powerful. So, Ye Feng was not very worried. After all, he was holding the perfect grade black tiger bow in his hand. Even if we take a step back, I am wearing a full set of perfect bronze equipment. The whole body is wrapped tightly. Extremely strong defense. Even the water arrows of the rare spotted pufferfish he had caught in the morning attacked him at close range. It did not cause any damage to his armor. And now the mole chief in front of him was only wearing a coarse cloth garment. No armor at all. Even if both sides' moves hit. Ye Feng was confident that he could withstand its elemental attack. But this dwarf was hit by the perfect level black tiger arrow. I'm afraid it will be pierced directly. Humph, it seems that these orcs in the dark night world have low IQs. He actually dared to confront me head on. I don't know where the courage comes from. He won't hide today. Just stand here and snipe at him. He curled his lips and waited for the mole chief to attack. Squeak, squeak, earth sword, shoot! Following the order from the mole chief, the khaki sword condensed above the scepter emitted a faint light. The next second, it flew straight towards Ye Feng. At the same time, the perfect black tiger bow in Ye Feng's hand also moved. Swoosh! Ding! The earth element sword released by the mole chief flew over. It hit Ye Feng's bronze armor directly. Ye Feng shook a little in pain. But he did not retreat. Still standing there. There was some pain in my chest, as if I had been hit by a huge rock. However, it did not cause any damage to the bronze armor. After all, the defensive power of this set of equipment is no joke. Even if bronze weapons were used to attack, the damage would probably be perfectly offset. Ye Feng did not dodge and took the attack from the mole chief head-on. But with its small body, it dared not fight against the bronze warrior. It's just a rat made of meat. But it can't withstand such an attack. After it launched an elemental attack on Ye Feng, it saw a black tiger arrow flying towards it. He was so scared that he ran away in all directions. However, Ye Feng's archery skills are 100% accurate within a certain range. There is no way to avoid it. Puff! The arrow went straight into the mole chief's chest. Ouch! After being shot by an arrow, the mole chief screamed and fell to the ground. He threw the scepter in his hand aside and quickly covered the injured part of his body. Oh my God, that's horrible! It was actually hit by an arrow. The bronze warrior in front of me is so powerful. Not only did he take his own elemental attack head-on, even unscathed. It can't beat this human at all. What should I do? Boom! The mole chief, who had fallen to the ground in pain, suddenly crawled to Ye Feng's feet. She knelt down in front of him with a plop. He began to kowtow and beg for mercy. Stop hitting me, sir! Please stop hitting me! I know I was wrong. Sir, please spare my life. I won't dare to do it again. I will give you whatever you want. Oh? Really? Ye Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at the mole chief in front of him, whose attitude changed 180 degrees. Yeah. Yes. Except my treasure chest. Everything else is fine. After saying that, he kowtowed to Ye Feng twice. Hey, aren't you surrendering a little too quickly? However, you look like you are an adult, and can be a pet? Ye Feng looked at the rat in front of him with some doubt. Yes. Sir, I am a rat man and can be taken as your pet, the mole chief replied quickly. If you say so, then doesn't your treasure chest belong to me too? Ye Feng curled the corners of his mouth. Oh, sir, you can't do that. This treasure chest is my entire fortune. It's more important than my life. Chapter 71, The Tonic Rat Tail? But you also said that you are willing to surrender and become my pet. Since you are mine, then isn't your treasure chest also mine? I need your treasure chest more than you. Ye Feng narrowed his eyes, a little impatient. He didn't want to waste any more time talking to this cunning rat. I just want to get the treasure chest quickly and then get out. I'm afraid this may not be what you wish. Guys, release your energy and kill this bronze warrior who invaded our palace. We can't let him take our treasure chest. The mole people also seemed to have discovered it, and couldn't explain it to Ye Feng. I simply stopped pretending and stood up again. He picked up the scepter that fell beside him, and raised it above his head. It originally thought of surrendering and letting the bronze warrior give it a chance to live. But I didn't expect that this human would actually set his sights on its treasure chest. Can't stand it. God of darkness, lend me more earth elements. The earth spirit mole. The mole chieftain exerted all his strength, shouting loudly. Then, the elemental power gathered at the top of the scepter suddenly spread out, rushing towards the 12 mole minions around it. The next second, the originally timid and frightened minions changed from trembling to grinning. The body, which was originally only 1 foot long, suddenly became twice as large. Veins bulged all over his body, and his arms and legs became extremely strong. There is also ochre-colored elemental power surrounding the body. Ye Feng frowned as he looked at the mole minions in front of him that had suddenly grown twice their size. It was discovered that their defense, combat effectiveness, and reaction capabilities are now better than before. It seems that the earth element mastered by this mole chief can not only be released as a normal attack. It can actually be used on one's own people. Squeak! Guys, kill this intruder! Let him know the power of our mole people. At this moment, the mole chief looked angrily at Ye Feng not far away. A hideous face. The other 12 minions, blessed with the power of the earth element, all stared with scarlet eyes, yelling at Ye Feng and Li Man. The next moment, they all launched an attack and pounced towards the 2 damn bronze warriors broke into their palace. Now you're even trying to take away the Ratmen treasure chest they're guarding. Kill him. Huh, you like giving it away for free, don't you? Ye Feng looked at these Ratmen rushing towards him. Without any panic, he took out arrows one by one from the quiver. Draw the bow and shoot. Arrow after arrow flew towards these minions. Swoosh! Puff! 1 arrow, 1! While they were rushing towards him, Ye Feng kept shooting arrows. Within this range, every arrow hits the target. Instantly killed a row of ratmen that rushed over. Finally, the only 2 angry moles rushed to him. Looking at the 2 grumpy mice in front of me, Ye Feng was not panicked at all. He carried his perfect black tiger on his back. He drew his bronze sword from his waist. Under his perfect bronze suit, the rat's attacks were like tickling him. Holding a sword in the right hand, rush forward. Puff! Boom! For these are just irritable and crazy rats. Ye Feng chopped them one by one like chopping melons and vegetables. After only 5 minutes, all the 12 transformed rats were killed by Ye Feng. He had no intention of capturing these ratmen alive. Adult orcs have developed their own thoughts and intelligence. Even if it surrenders, it is impossible for it to be a loyal pet. Just now, the mole chief was clearly treating Ye Feng as a fool and fooling him. Killed all the ratmen? Ye Feng turned around and looked at the position where the mole chief had just been. I found that there was nothing here at the moment. It seems that the mole chief just transformed his men in order to hold me back. Give it enough time to escape. But this mouse is injured and cannot run far. Ye Feng frowned, turned around and looked at Li Man, who was standing in a daze behind him. Where is the mole chief just now? I just saw it crawl into that hole and run away. Li Man was still recalling Ye Feng's battle scene just now. Suddenly asked. He suddenly came to his senses and pointed to a small hole in the corner of the cave. The hole is very small and you can't see what's inside from the outside. Although the mole chief was injured. But it can crawl into this hole and escape. But I couldn't get in and chase after him. TSK, looks like I have no choice but to let it live for now. As long as it doesn't take the treasure chest away. Ye Feng sighed and came to the place where he had just fought. I saw 12 moles on the ground that had died and then turned back to their original appearance. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing 12 ordinary mining moles. Obtained 24 pieces of common mole meat. Ordinary mole meat, ordinary taste, seems to have no other advantages except for filling the stomach. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 12 good-grade mole tails. I didn't expect that mole meat has no advantages. All the nutrients are in the tail. It is a hot tonic in winter. Mole tails are loved by all creatures in the dark world. It can increase sensitivity after consumption. It's a good choice as a snack. Snacking on rat tails? Ye Feng looks somewhat speechless. What the hell is this? It's both rat meat and rat tail. He picked up one of the mole tails and swung it. Looking at Li Man standing aside, he said, Li Man, do you want this rat tail? It's quite nutritious and can also increase sensitivity. No. This thing is disgusting. Li Man saw Ye Feng handing one of the tails to her. He was so scared that he took 2 steps back. How could she, a young girl, eat such food? Although this rat tail does have some use. But I thought it was a rat's tail. Just forgive her for not being able to accept it. Okay, if you don't want it, I'll keep it for myself. Ye Feng smiled and put the 12 rat tails into his backpack. He won't eat them himself, but he can take them back to give as snacks to the raccoon and the black tiger cubs. Since you don't want the mole tail, I'll give you this ordinary grade rat meat. If you take it back and sell it on the trading platform, you should be able to make a lot of money. Ye Feng thought about it. The remaining 24 pieces of rat meat were given to Li Man. Li Man heard what Ye Feng said. Although I feel a little disgusted. But she still reached out and threw the ordinary rat meat into her cloth bag. Just like Ye Feng just said, she could take them back and sell them on the trading platform. After all, there are so many humans traveling through the dark world now. There are countless people who cannot catch or afford to eat animal meat. If you are really hungry, you will probably still enjoy eating it even if you know it is rat meat. This rat meat would be enough to sustain her for a while. Chapter 72, Open a treasure box and get one free. Ye Feng put the dozen or so rat tails into his bag and walked directly to the throne of the mole chief. Standing in front of the mole chief's treasure chest. The treasure chest in front of me looks ordinary, no different from the most common wooden box you see every day. But seeing that the mole chief was determined to protect the box even at the cost of his life. Will something good really come out of it? The mole chief's ordinary treasure chest. It was an ordinary wooden treasure chest, but it was something an adult mole man would protect his entire life. Maybe there will be some surprises. Recalling the expression of the mouse just now, Ye Feng felt a little excited. He rubbed his hands. I am really looking forward to seeing what treasures I can get from this treasure chest that looks nothing special. This was the first treasure he found after coming to the Dark Night world. Never experienced this before. What good stuff is inside? I feel like I have good luck, and it's not impossible that I might win the jackpot. Everything was ready. Ye Feng walked forward. Carefully untied the ropes tied to the wooden box. Opened the wooden box. Ding! Congratulations on successfully opening the Mole Chief's treasure chest. Obtained 30 pieces of stinky dried fish. A famous snack in the dark world, it smells bad but tastes delicious. Obtain a perfect bronze mining shovel. Even the hardest stone can be broken with this perfect shovel. Get 10 pieces of berries and 10 pieces of whole wheat bread. Obtain 10 perfect copper blocks. Obtain a piece of rare copper ore. Rare quality, with very good elemental magic conduction. It can be used to create spell equipment. These are basically what's in the wooden box. However, Ye Feng was still very satisfied with the rare copper mine. Just when he was about to take out everything found in the corner inside this wooden box, there was actually a smaller silver treasure chest hidden inside. Buy one get one free. Ye Feng took out the silver treasure chest. It looks much more advanced than the wooden treasure chest outside. I don't know if I can get any more useful treasures. A good quality treasure chest. If you are lucky, you may find a good level treasure chest. After opening it, there may be rare treasures waiting for you. However, the risks and benefits are proportional. Be careful not to let it out. Can rare materials be obtained? Ye Feng was a little excited. He quickly opened the silver treasure chest in his hand. Swoosh! As soon as the treasure chest was opened, a cloud of black smoke came out from it. The black smoke did not dissipate, but instead circled around the treasure chest twice. Ha! Who rescued me from this damn seal? I want to thank him very much. Ha ha! Dark Night World, you didn't expect that I would be back again. Foolish human, quickly think about where you should hide, otherwise if you are caught by me and my men, you will know what pain is. Ha 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 ha! The cloud of black smoke swirled around in the cave, speaking something the two men couldn't understand. Help! Li Manan was terrified when she saw the scene. She quickly grabbed Ye Feng's arm and held it tightly, refusing to let go. Looking at the black smoke in front of me, my whole body was shaking. What on earth is this? Why are the creatures in the dark world so scary? This can't be a ghost. And he can speak human language. Li Manan didn't dare to think further, fearing that she would have nightmares at night. On the other side, there's a hole in the corner of the cave. A small head quietly popped out. I just happened to see this scene. Oh my God! This damn bronze warrior! They actually released this thing? How dare he? Doesn't he know how terrible this thing is? When the Mole Chief saw the wisp of black smoke in the cave, he was so frightened that he forgot the pain of his wound for a moment. It seems that we can't stay here. We still have to find a way to escape first. Humanity is about to face a disaster. The Mole Chief was frightened and did not stay any longer. Slip away along the narrow path. What the hell is this? Can it talk? Ye Feng stared at the black smoke in front of him and frowned. Subconsciously, I took the torch and tried to see the black smoke more clearly. Oh! What are you doing? Put away the fire! Ah! It's burning me to death. The cloud of black smoke was accidentally burned by the torch in Ye Feng's hand. A scream was heard immediately. The next second it curled up into a ball, and then scattered with a bang. Disappeared into the air. Ye Feng looked at the scene in front of him and felt a little confused. What the hell is this? Is it that weak? I just accidentally burned it with a torch, so how could it disappear? Or is it afraid of fire? But if it disappears, it disappears. Ye Feng didn't pursue the matter any further. After all, what he cares more about now is what treasures are in this exquisite silver treasure chest in front of him. The black smoke dissipated, and the contents of the treasure chest appeared in front of the two people. 1. A rare crystal gem. A gemstone that contains abundant water elements. 2 rare frost crystals. A crystal stone containing abundant frost elements. Ye Feng was overjoyed when he saw these 2 things. I can actually get rare items containing elemental energy. Simply awesome. For other people today, I'm afraid they don't even know what to use these 2 things for. But for Ye Feng, it is simply a perfect way to improve his combat power. At this moment, Li Man, who had been in a state of panic beside Ye Feng, finally came back to her senses. She pulled Ye Feng's arm and raised her head. His eyes were filled with fear. Brother Feng, did you see it? A cloud of black smoke just ran out of this box, like a ghost. Aren't you afraid? After saying that, Li Man swallowed again. Did you read all the books before in vain? Where did all the nonsense you mentioned come from? Ye Feng looked at the girl in front of him, pulling him. He kept looking around with fear on his face. I'm a little speechless. How would he know what that black smoke was? But this is the world of darkness, so even if there are some strange things here, it shouldn't be surprising. After all, we have even seen the orcs. Besides, if that thing just now was really a ghost, it was too weak. I took the torch and burned it, and it disappeared. There is nothing to be afraid of. Ye Feng waved his hand and said calmly. At this moment, Li Man saw Ye Feng, who had led her all the way without losing his composure. His eyes were full of admiration and respect. Yeah, Brother Feng, you are awesome! Ye Feng didn't look at her. Instead, he took out everything in the mole chief's treasure chest one by one. I counted them and found that there were not many items. Chapter 73, Sudden Wealth Makes People Happy. Everything is here. I'll pick out a few that I need, and the rest is yours. Ye Feng said this and took 4 of the rare items into his hands. The total value of these items accounts for approximately 80% of the entire treasure chest. Take away 1 rare frost crystal, 1 rare crystal gem, 1 rare copper ore, and 10 perfect copper ores. These 3 items are rare elemental items that are impossible to see under normal circumstances. The rest were either ordinary or very common, and he planned to leave them all to Li Man. Okay, Brother Feng, you have the final say. Li Man nodded, very happy. She hadn't been able to help much at first, but now she could get a share, so of course she was very happy. On the way here, Ye Feng also gave her a piece of hand cream and a slightly old perfect grade bronze dagger. After killing all the moles here, we got 24 pieces of mole meat. Just these things made her feel that the trip was worthwhile. I didn't expect that I could actually get the things in the treasure chest. Li Man happily packed all the remaining things into her backpack. 30 yuan for stinky dried fish. 10 pieces each of berries and whole wheat bread. A perfect bronze mining shovel. These things, together with the previous ones, are enough for her food for at least 10 days. You won't be hungry in the next few days. Also got 2 perfect bronze tools. Li Man's face turned red because she was so happy and excited. Ye Feng looked at the happy Li Man and smiled. He didn't care about who got more and who suffered a loss. For him, this time, the treasure hunt might bring him a few things that he likes. It's already a huge profit. So, it doesn't matter if I give other things to Li Man. Thank you, Brother Feng, thank you for bringing me here to find the treasure. Li Man did not hide her inner excitement. It has to be said that letting Ye Feng take her treasure hunting was undoubtedly a very correct decision. This time we came to this cave. She made a fortune straight away. The first thing was to solve the problem of food for the next few days. At least now I don't have to worry about food. The second thing is the 2 bronze tools I obtained this time. Currently, no one on the world's trading platform sells perfect grade bronze utensils. Even if there is, I will keep it for my own use. This kind of tool cannot be bought at any high price now. Unexpectedly, I managed to get through this difficult but lucky stage. Able to continue to survive in the dark world. He looked at Ye Feng beside him. Li Man pursed her lips. This person looks like he doesn't want anyone to come near him. His face always looks gloomy, making people afraid to approach him. He is also cold and ruthless to himself. You say he is stingy, but on this trip to the cave today, it seems that Li Man got more and richer spoils. He was willing to share all these things with her. What has been promised must be done. But do you want to say that Ye Feng is a generous person? That noon, she stood at the door of the cabin for so long, but she didn't even invite me to have lunch with her. What a person who is hard to understand. However, Ye Feng is still a kind person. If it were someone else, it's possible that you wouldn't get any benefit at all today. Oh, brother Ye Feng is so nice. It turned out that I was not wrong about him. Li Manman's heart was beating fast at this moment, as she looked at Ye Feng's stern profile. I wanted to rush up and give her a kiss. But I am a girl. You must know how to respect yourself and be reserved. It's better not to do such things. Moreover, they are still in this dark cave. The atmosphere around was very scary, so I quickly went out and returned to my cabin. There is still a long way to go in kissing. About 20 minutes passed. Ye Feng held up a torch that was half burned. He was wearing a heavy full set of perfect bronze equipment, and carrying a perfect black tiger bow. He was carrying a bulging backpack in his left hand, and his bronze boots made a crisp, crunching sound when stepping on the ground. Behind him was a beautiful girl. The two men walked out of the cave below the cliff. Their vision was restored and the fresh air outside made them feel refreshed. During the treasure hunt, they unexpectedly came across the remains of an envoy of the British Empire and searched his backpack. He obtained the perfect bronze heavy crossbow blueprint of the British Empire, a page of a trade map, and a book of alliance. He also wiped out a nest of mining moles and obtained the treasure chest of the mole chief. 3 rare items were opened from the treasure chest. This time the harvest can be said to be fruitful. Finally I came out of the dark cave and saw the light of day again. But looking at the sky, it doesn't seem as bright as before I came here. It seems that time passes quickly. At this moment, Li Manman was carrying a worn cloth bag with a smile on her face. Following Ye Feng obediently. Hee, this treasure hunt is awesome. Make a fortune. When she goes back today, she will not only be able to survive well in this dark world. You can also upgrade your cabin to level 1. In this way, she can be considered to have joined the ranks of the great people in the dark world. Thinking that I would never have to worry about food and supplies at night again. Sometimes I can't sleep because of worry. Li Manman was extremely happy. This is all thanks to Ye Feng, who not only saved his own life, and helped her save her cabin. Once she gets back on track, she will definitely find a way to repay Ye Feng. When the two returned to the lake, there was still nearly an hour before dark. The lakeside was very lively at this time. There are still quite a few people fishing on the shore. Everyone chatted happily. Among them, Chinjialo was also there. After a day of hard work, there were 4 palm-sized fish in his wooden barrel. It was enough for him to have a good meal or two. Chinjialo was extremely happy. Survived in the dark world for so many days. He has basically never eaten meat. Just try to fill your stomach as much as possible every day. I didn't expect that I could eat fish today. So delightful. A group of people were happily fishing and chatting by the lake. Suddenly one of them saw Ye Feng and Li Manman walking back from the direction of the cave on the edge of the cliff. He said loudly, "Hey! Brother Feng, did you go somewhere with Manman?" Hearing this, everyone's attention was immediately drawn. Many people saw that the two were in a good mood. Especially Li Manman, who followed behind Ye Feng. At this moment, his face is full of joy. You can tell at first glance that he is very happy. Another person immediately joked, "Ha ha ha, didn't Boss Feng take you to play in the cave? Oh, is that fun?" The tone of voice of the crowd became increasingly strange. He winked at Li Manman. Chapter 74 Lakeside Bonfire Party. Li Manman saw the expressions of the crowd and listened to their cryptic questions. My face turned even redder, as if it was about to bleed. But she didn't refute it. Li Manman actually has selfish motives. If people today misunderstand that there is something going on between her and Ye Feng, it won't do any harm to her. After all, Ye Feng is now the big brother of this area. If she gets close to him, others will give her some face. Naturally, no one dared to bully her. It was fun. We played in the cave for an hour. What, are you jealous? Li Man proudly replied to the question asked by one of the people just now. Without waiting for the others to tease him, he rushed back to his cabin with a red face. Wait until Li Man returned to her own cabin. Everyone turned their eyes to Ye Feng again. Looking for a fight, huh? You're actually playing a joke on me. Ye Feng slapped him. Everyone burst into laughter and dodged. Looking at the cheerful atmosphere of everyone in front of him, Ye Feng smiled helplessly. By the way, Brother Feng, I checked and it's still about an hour before dark. Our group did some fishing at the lake during the day. How about preparing to hold a bonfire party here later? Qinjiala spoke excitedly. Yes, Boss Feng, let's just think of it as a celebration for all of us to have migrated to this resource-rich area. By the way, we can also celebrate the successful rescue of Miss Li Man. After hearing Qinjiala's proposal, several people around him immediately agreed. Although a day ago, they were a group of people who didn't know each other. But today, at this moment, they are gathered together. It's also because of fate. Besides, holding a bonfire party can relax people and bring them closer together. Even if you are not familiar with someone yet, you will definitely become familiar with them through the party. Boss Ye Feng is usually a bit cold, doesn't like to hang out with people, and won't take the initiative to get close to them. But as the second in command, he still has to do his part to liven up the atmosphere. Yes, Brother Qin is right. Yes, second brother is right. We finally moved to such a nice place. We should celebrate. Several young people in the crowd cheered. Ever since coming to this dark world, living in fear of the unknown every day, they had no idea what would happen to them in the past few days. But now, they are together here. You can go fishing at the lake every day. There is a large pear orchard behind me. I can pick a pear if I'm thirsty. At least now they can temporarily forget the pressure of survival that the dark world brings to them. No more food headaches. When everyone gathers together, the fear of the dark night is also dispelled. At this time, it shouldn't be a big problem to have some fun. Okay then, you guys prepare the bonfire first, and I'll go back to the cabin. Just put your things down and come back. Ye Feng looked at everyone's expected expressions and didn't want to ruin the atmosphere. He nodded and agreed. He turned around, picked up his backpack, and walked towards the bronze cabin. At this time, Li Man was taking out her spoils one by one. There are a lot of things, and they need to be sorted out one by one. First, put aside the things you want to leave in the cabin. A perfect bronze mining shovel and a perfect bronze dagger. Then take out the hand cream and put it on the small wooden table. The berries and whole wheat bread are stored in the warehouse. Then it is. These are 30 pieces of stinky dried fish and 24 pieces of mole meat. Raw meat needs to be disposed of immediately. Otherwise, if you keep it in your hands, it will rot and become inedible. However, Li Man looked at the dozens of pieces of mole meat in front of her. He swallowed with some disgust. She still doesn't have the courage to eat rat meat. Therefore, she planned to directly list all the mole meat on the world trading platform. Exchange them all for the basic survival resources you need. This rat meat should be able to be exchanged for 100 pieces of ordinary wood. By then she will be able to upgrade her cabin to level 1 and build more functional buildings. By the lake, Qinjiala and his companions directly reused the bonfire left by the group of savages they wiped out yesterday. This bonfire seemed to be used by the savages for sacrificial offerings. There was still some unburned wood inside. After being struck with flint, it can still be used. But the flames seemed a little small at this time. Qinjiala took a few new pieces of wood and threw them into the fire. Soon, a huge bonfire was lit by the lake. The people nearby gathered around the bonfire and found a comfortable place to sit down. He took out some of his own food, such as meat, fish, fruits, vegetables, etc. They were pierced with small wooden sticks cut with a stone axe. Grill it over a campfire. Although there was not much food, at least they were now able to settle down in this area. Here you will never lack protein. This is the atmosphere we want to create tonight. Everyone shared their food with those around them. It's obvious that the distance between us is gradually getting closer. At this time, Ye Feng also walked out of his bronze cabin. Came to the lake. He placed the copper pot he brought with him next to the campfire. Then he poured something he didn't know what it was into the pot. I scooped some lake water and put it into the pot. Start cooking a delicious pot of soup. Then he took out his bronze knife and killed the fish he had caught in the morning. Then slice it and prepare to roast it. I learned that the host was going to have dinner out tonight. The little raccoon and black tiger cubs who were originally staying in the cabin also followed Ye Feng out. At this moment, the two little ones are playing happily around the campfire. Fuck, a raccoon? And that little black dog? Are you blind? That's a tiger. And a black dog. Wow, are these all the pets of Boss Ye Feng? That's awesome. We can't even feed ourselves. I didn't expect Brother Feng to have two pet animals at once. Brother Feng, are you still in need of a pet? An obedient, low-eating, and hard-working animal? Wow, you are disgusting. Get out of here. Ha 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 ha. Everyone was surprised to find out. Everyone was quite shocked to find out that Boss Ye Feng actually had two pets. You know, in this dark world, it's hard to survive on your own. Not to mention taking care of the pet's food and daily life. Young pet animals have big appetites and eat a lot. They can't even eat meat themselves. I can't afford to keep such a pet, I can only watch and envy it. Come here, the fish is ready! Chapter 75, Cumin Soup. Ye Feng called the little raccoon and the black tiger cub to his side. Cut a large, fat fish that has just been grilled into 2 pieces. Divided them. Watching them eating so happily, Ye Feng felt dazed. I always feel that this moment is so peaceful and comfortable. It was as if I had returned to my original world. Once upon a time, I chose a cool afternoon with a group of good friends. Groups of people come to the lake to barbecue and enjoy the scenery. But I'm afraid we'll never go back to those days. The little raccoon and the black tiger cubs ate with great relish and kept licking their paws. After a while, the soup in the copper pot began to bubbling. The fragrance immediately wafted out of the pot. However, this taste is a bit special. It's hard to say whether it is fragrant or smelly. Boss, what are you cooking in the pot? It smells so good and so smelly. Chinjiala on the side sniffed his nose. I asked curiously after smelling this special fragrance. How to describe this taste? It's a bit like cooking snail noodles. It's too addictive. Chinjiala walked to Ye Feng. I wanted to get closer to see what he was cooking. Why, do you want to try a bowl of my secret tonic soup? Ye Feng suppressed his smile and pulled Chinjiala to the pot. Opened the lid of the copper pot. This soup is called shunchi cumin soup. It is very nourishing. Inside the copper pot were the 12 mole tails he had collected in the cave this afternoon. At this moment, the mole's tail was rolling continuously mixed with the other ingredients in the pot. The main reason is that the rat's tail is easy to rot. Might as well get rid of them all tonight. Good quality let it be soup. This is a very popular delicacy in the dark world. Not only can it replenish your body, but it can also increase your sensitivity. Be sure to drink it while it's hot, otherwise it will go bad. At this time, Chinjiala looked at the boiling water in the pot with a confused look on his face. He frowned, with a complicated expression. After a minute, he slowly raised his hand and pointed at the black wool-like things rolling in the pot. Boss, what did you put in here? There are many short, black objects of uneven thickness in the pot. Boiling with boiling water. It's like... Oh, these are the 12 good mining moles I killed in the cave over there today. Cut off their tails and boil them into cumin soup. Don't underestimate it, it's a famous local delicacy. And drinking it is good for your body. Come, I'll serve you a bowl and you can try it first? While Ye Feng was explaining to Chinjiala, he stood up and prepared to find a bowl to serve him some. Unexpectedly, Chinjiala heard what he said. He took 2 steps back suddenly. Huh! A rat's tail? Suddenly, Chinjiala's face changed drastically, and his face turned red and blue. Ugh! I felt my stomach churning. Unable to hold it in any longer, he ran to the lake and vomited thoroughly. He vomited out all the fish he had just eaten. This is too hard to handle. If you give him something like fried cicada pupae or fried grasshoppers, he might try it. Who would have thought that these strands are actually rat tails? I have to admire Ye Feng, he can cook all kinds of dark dishes. If I drank this soup, I would probably wake up in the middle of the night feeling nauseous. He said there was no way he could drink it. Boss! Thank you for your kindness, you should eat this delicious food yourself. I am not worthy of this. Qinjiala came back here after vomiting. He quickly waved his hand to refuse Ye Feng's cumin soup. I saw Qinjiala coming back with a green face. Ye Feng found it a little funny, but he didn't force him to drink the soup. He stood up and shouted to the people around him. Do any of you want to try my pot of cumin soup? At this moment, everyone who was happily chatting and barbecuing around the campfire heard Ye Feng's voice. They all came over. There seems to be a special fragrance in the air. A little bit high. Everyone looked over curiously. I want to see what kind of divine and delicious dishes the boss can make. I didn't expect to see the 12 black fuzzy rat tails in the copper pot stirring the other seasonings. Their expressions at this moment were similar to Qinjiala's. Watch the pot bubbling. My stomach was churning as well. Ugh! Boss, what kind of dark cuisine is this? Help! I feel like I'll dream about rat tails when I sleep tonight. They didn't expect that the big boss Ye Feng, whom they had admired for a long time, was actually such a heavy-mouthed person. It seems that getting close to the big guys is not something that most people can bear. Alas, why don't you understand the essence of this soup? Ye Feng looked at the disgusted expressions of the crowd and shook his head regretfully. It seems that this pot of soup of mine did not receive good reviews from everyone. However, he himself would not drink this shunchi cumin soup. It's not like I have no food to eat, so I won't try this kind of dark cuisine. Since no one wants to eat it, then I'll have to give it to the black tiger cubs to try. He scooped a bowl of cumin soup from the pot and gave it to the black tiger cub. The little raccoon nearby smelled the scent and hurried over. I want to see what delicious food the owner is preparing for the little black tiger. Just when it wanted to wave its hand to indicate that it also wanted a bowl, a furry mouse tail popped out of the black tiger cub's bowl. The raccoon was so scared that he took a half step back. He quickly stretched out his claws and waved them. No, no! What a mess this is! It doesn't want to eat these things. The little black tiger next to it didn't think as much as it did. I could only smell the delicious food in the bowl. It must be delicious. It is still small and doesn't know what a mole is. He drank all the soup in the bowl in just a few gulps. Wow! The taste is amazing. The black tiger cub handed the bowl to Ye Feng happily. He indicated that he wanted another bowl. Ye Feng smiled and served it another bowl. Gudong gudong! This soup seems to have some magical effect. After drinking it, hey who felt warm all over. I feel full of strength in my body. After drinking 2 large bowls of cumin soup, the black tiger cub was touching his round belly. He fell to the ground in satisfaction. Lazily, unable to move anymore. Looking at the black tiger cub who is already drowsy at this moment. It is impossible to tell whether the sensitivity has increased or not. Ye Feng felt helpless. I looked at the half of the shunchi cumin soup left in the pot. This thing must be useful, we can't just waste it like this. Otherwise. Chapter 76, Bronze Roof finished. Ye Feng tried to put some cumin soup in his bowl. Just as he picked up the bowl and was about to drink it in one gulp, I found a furry black rat tail lying on the edge of the bowl. Ugh! No, no. My stomach starts to churn just by looking at it. Forget it, give up. Even though this shunchi cumin soup is a popular delicacy in this dark world. But he really didn't have the courage to speak. Since I couldn't drink it myself, I had to put it on the world trading platform. See if it can be sold. Ye Feng took out the action guide and turned to the trading platform. Divide the remaining soup into 10 bowls. Hung in the food trading area. A bowl of good-grade shunchi cumin soup can increase a certain degree of sensitivity, can be exchanged for 5 perfect-grade basic materials, wood, stone, seeds, etc. In fact, this price seems a bit expensive. However, Ye Feng used high-quality mining moles to make this pot of cumin soup. Not just any ordinary rat's tail will do. Therefore, he is the only one selling this delicacy. The price is a bit more reasonable. People are always more interested in rare things. Everyone is willing to try this new thing. Just after Ye Feng put these 10 servings of shunchi cumin soup on the trading platform, his message board immediately became lively. Damn, this name sounds a bit weird. Is shunchi cumin soup really drinkable? Don't you mean nonsense? Can the thing sold by Boss Ye Feng be fake? The key is that it can also increase a certain sensitivity. Low-end players are still discussing whether something is real or fake. High-level players like me have already paid. Come on. I bought a bowl too. This is the kind of food a tough guy should eat. Fuck. Inventory 0? Your hands are too fast. Family, I just arrived. What did I miss? No, can you guys slow down a bit? It's only been 2 minutes and you've already snatched up all 10 copies. This is too horrible. Even the dark cuisine is sold out. I'm curious if anyone who bought shunchi cumin soup can tell me what it was like. Me. When I got it in my hand, it did look a bit dark. I pinched my nose, closed my eyes, and drank the bowl of cumin soup in one gulp. Guess what happened? The taste is ridiculously good. It tastes like stinky tofu soup, ha ha ha. I just drank 2. No, I have to hold it in. I can't vomit. It would be a waste if I vomit. Ugh. Fuck, guys, I'm not lying. I feel like my sensitivity has really improved. Now I can actually climb to the roof of my cabin with my bare hands. It's amazing. Oh my god! Big Brother is really talented. He actually drank it. I admire you, you are simply a werewolf. Even more than a ruthless person. Everyone is so brave! At this time, new comments were constantly appearing under Ye Feng's trading column. Even he himself couldn't help but sigh when he saw it. The forest is so big that there are all kinds of birds. The experts are among the people. Those who can even eat this kind of dark food will definitely become their new hope for crossing the human race. In a short while, 10 servings of the high-quality shunchi cumin soup were sold out. Of course Ye Feng made a profit. 10 portions of soup were exchanged for 50 portions of perfect-grade ingredients. In this way, many functional buildings in the cabin can also be upgraded. Thinking of this, Ye Feng temporarily stored all these materials in the warehouse. After finishing the pot of soup made from rat tails, everyone gathered around the bonfire and toasted to celebrate, chatting and eating food. Gradually the sun set. The sky grew dark. The lakeside, which was originally at a suitable temperature, was now accompanied by gusts of cool breeze. The wind made people tremble slightly. Night is about to cover the earth, and the terrible aura is once again attacking humans. Chiu! At this moment, in the sky, a huge figure of unknown origin slid over the waterfall. Then he disappeared. I didn't see clearly what kind of monster it was. In this area rich in resources, I believe that in addition to the savages who were strangled before, there are still a lot of ferocious beasts and monsters. Never let down your guard for a moment. Ye Feng took out the Dark Night World Action Guide and looked at the time. It showed that it would be dark in half an hour. He stood up and shouted to everyone. It will be dark in half an hour. Now hurry up and pack up and go back to the cabin. After saying that, Ye Feng packed up the things he had brought out. A hand reached out, trying to hold the little raccoon who was having fun playing by the campfire. The little raccoon looks very cute with its furry appearance. At the banquet just now, he was loved by many young ladies. Keep feeding it delicious food. This made the little raccoon feel like he was in Wonderland, and he didn't want to go back to the cabin. Free up your other hand. He held the black tiger cub, who had eaten too much and was lying lazily on the ground, in his arms. The man and 2 beasts walked towards the bronze cabin. Everyone saw Boss Ye Feng start to pack up and prepare to return to the cabin. They also stood up and started to pack their things. The temperature dropped sharply as soon as the sun went down. It's so cold. Let's go back to the cabin. Yeah, it's a bit scary to see such a lake at night. Clean it up quickly, don't waste time. Everyone quickened their pace and rushed to their own cabins. Back to the bronze cabin in the middle of the pear orchard. Ye Feng threw the little raccoon and the black tiger cub onto the rosewood bed. Come up with an action guide. There are 24 minutes until dark. The sky wasn't completely dark yet. Thinking about his bronze cabin, now only the 4 walls are covered with bronze plates. The roof and floor have not yet been nailed with bronze plates. He planned to make use of these last 20 minutes or so. Nail bronze plates to the roof of the cabin. I calculated the time and it should be enough. The little raccoon worked hard to smelt copper all day long and had already produced many bronze plates. At this time, they are all piled up in the warehouse of the cabin. Ye Feng checked the warehouse and moved all the 20 perfect bronze plates he had refined to the outside of the cabin. Then laboriously laid them on the roof. A bronze hammer is used in hand to drive bronze nails into the wooden roof. Ding ding dong dong! He used a bronze hammer and bronze nails to nail pieces of perfect bronze plates to the roof of the cabin. It took Ye Feng about 10 minutes to nail all 20 perfect grade bronze plates to the roof of the cabin. Clapped his hands with satisfaction. Chapter 77 Giant Monster Attack. Perfect bronze cabin, 80% complete. Today's log cabins not only have 4 extremely solid walls, but even the roof is as solid as a rock. Now even if the sky falls, the bronze cabin can help you hold it up. Perfect. Ye Feng dusted off his hands with satisfaction. The roof was shining brightly with green light, which was very gorgeous and beautiful. That left only the cabin's floor unpaved with bronze. After the raccoon refines copper ore for another day tomorrow, the bronze cabin will be completely completed. As night approached, the entire sky began to become completely dark. This also leads to certain obstructions to human vision. Even with torches or bonfires, you can only barely see objects 20 or 30 meters away. I looked at the action guide and saw that it would be completely dark in 5 minutes. Hurry back to the cabin. Ye Feng packed up all the tools and returned to the bronze cabin. Close the cabin door tightly. When I returned to the room, the first thing I did was to light the fire. The temperature at night is very low, and it would be very cold without firewood. Added 2 pieces of wood to the stove. After a while, a raging fire began to burn. Ye Feng came to the small wooden table and sat down. I opened my action guide and wanted to see the reminder for tonight. Action guide for the dark world, 6th night reminder. Tonight's weather. Night. The temperature tonight is minus 13 degrees. In such cold weather, have you taken measures to heat the cabin? This night will last 14 hours. Important reminder. Today is a rare sunny day. Have you done anything meaningful? Have you collected a large amount of supplies? Or was the cabin moved to another place? Indeed, it is a wise choice to move the cabin to a place with abundant supplies. However, don't think you are safe in your new environment. They often target places with abundant supplies. Perhaps at this moment, you are acting under their surveillance. Human, are you ready to fight them? It's that they again. Ye Feng frowned as he read tonight's reminder. What is this? Could it be the huge flying species he saw by the lake tonight? Besides, the richer the resources, the more dangerous it is. What does this mean? Is it saying that the lake area where they live now is in danger? The more I think about it, the more something seems wrong. Ye Feng had a bad feeling in his heart. Recalling that when I was at the bonfire party just now, I looked up and saw a huge figure gliding across the sky. I don't know what happened. My heart was pounding. Fortunately, after coming back today, he made use of the last bit of time. He also nailed bronze plates to the roof of his bronze cabin. This made him feel a little more at ease now. Just then, the little raccoon who was playing on the bed suddenly stood up. His eyes were fixed on looking out the small wooden window. Even the black tiger cub beside him stood up at this moment, looking outside with a grin. Ye Feng felt something was wrong with the 2 pets. He immediately stood up and walked towards the small wooden window, trying to get closer. See more clearly. Suddenly, a huge and mysterious shadow suddenly swept across the lake outside the house. Ye Feng was shocked. The figure was very huge, and it seemed to be more than 10 meters long. Chiu! This thing is now hovering above the lake, bringing with it the cold wind. Finally, it slowly landed next to the bonfire they had just lit outside, which had not yet been extinguished. Only a few sparks of fire were burning in the fire. It is not enough to illuminate the surroundings. The sky has completely darkened at this moment. Even though the cabin was only about 100 meters away from the lake, nothing could be seen clearly. Ye Feng could only see a huge figure. It seemed to be searching for something in the campfire. Looks like it's looking for food. However, everyone had already taken away all the food from the lake. They are not rich enough to waste food at will. The huge thing flipped over for a while, but to no avail. Suddenly furious, he let out a roar towards the sky. Chew! Flapping its two huge wings. Turning around, I saw a group of small wooden houses of varying sizes gathered not far behind me. I don't know when it started. There are more than 30 cabins here. There are so many humans, but not one is sensible enough to offer food as a sacrifice to it. It felt it was being tricked. Very angry. The next second, he flew up and headed towards the top of the nearest wooden house. Then he suddenly fell down and stepped on the roof of the cabin. Bang! This is a small wooden house that has not been upgraded yet. How can it withstand the attack of such a huge monster? In an instant, a piece of the roof of the cabin collapsed. Then, the huge monster used its sharp claws to tear at the roof of the cabin. There was a squeaking sound. Ah! Help! The next moment, human screams broke out from the cabin. The sound is very loud. It directly alarmed the people in the other cabins nearby. Suddenly, a man ran out from the small wooden house that was suddenly attacked. At this moment he kept running towards the other people's cabins, while shouting for help. The view from the lake is very broad. There is no obstruction, so it's not that easy to hide. The only way I could do was to run to someone else's cabin and take shelter temporarily. And at this moment, there are other cabins that have not been attacked. Everyone was quietly observing the scene outside through the small wooden window. They were very surprised at this time. Oh my God! What the hell is this? Oh my God, why is this thing so big? It trampled a hole in the cabin with one kick. Now the people hiding in the cabin can only tremble in fear. The fear of the unknown took over everything. The monster before them now was completely different from any other ferocious beasts they had encountered before. It is obvious that the monster in front of him is much more ferocious. At present, should I continue to hide in the cabin? Or escape? But it's night now and it's not safe outside. The huge flying monster rummaged around in the cabin that it had just trampled to pieces for a while. Still haven't found what I want. Without stopping, it flew towards another cabin. Boom! The second cabin it targeted did not escape the disaster either. The roof was torn apart. Help! Please, please, please open the door and let me go in and hide. Someone escaped from the destroyed cabin again. If I still stay in the cabin, it will definitely be dinner for this monster. Now that I no longer have the protection of the cabin, I can only run wildly with my head down. Look for another cabin where he can take shelter. Chapter 78: Large Wooden Houses Attacked. The roof of the second cabin was again roughly torn and overturned by the huge flying beast. Help me! Please open the door! Please let me in! The people in the cabin ran out in panic. It was dark and the vision was unclear. Can't tell the direction clearly. The people who were attacked could only rush towards other people's cabins like a headless fly. It only takes a cup of tea. The 5 or 6 cabins clustered in this area by the lake were attacked by monsters one after another. The attacked humans had no choice but to abandon the broken cabin. He ran out of the cabin crying. Everyone was very scared and quickly looked for a harbor to take refuge. However, the humans in the other cabins that had not been attacked did not open their doors easily. I was so scared that I attracted the huge monster over here. In the current situation, everyone is in a difficult situation. I don't have the time to care about other people's life or death. Chew! The flying monster, which had destroyed several cabins in succession, flapped its huge wings again. Call! The giant beast was seen flying directly in the air, heading towards Chinjiala's cabin. At this time, Chinjiala was holding his excellent grade bronze spear tightly in both hands. He looked out from the small wooden window intently, afraid of missing any sound. Suddenly, he felt a huge pressure coming towards his head. Next second, all I heard was a loud boom. Chinjiala clearly felt that something had stopped above his head. Boom! A huge, sharp claw directly stepped on the roof of his cabin and made a big hole. When Chinjiala saw this huge and terrifying claw, he was stunned with fright. After being stunned for 2 seconds, Chinjiala blurted out a swear word. He looked fiercely at the huge monster in front of him that was still trampling on his cabin. But I am just a weak human being who is powerless. It's simply not enough to fight the monster in front of him. There is no point in acting on impulse now. The only thing we can do is escape from this dangerous place first. Chinjiala quickly called over his frightened wild deer, holding a high-grade bronze spear in his hand. He ran out of his cabin without looking back. The most infuriating thing is that this is the cabin he has worked so hard to run for 5 days. But it was stepped on and destroyed by this monster. I really can't swallow this. At this time, Ye Feng, who was in the bronze cabin, also heard cries for help coming from the lake not far away. Looking out from the small wooden window, you can even vaguely see that huge monster is still attacking the cabin. In just 20 minutes, 6 cabins were destroyed. If you don't think of a solution, I'm afraid more cabins will suffer. Looking at the scene in the distance, Ye Feng frowned. As it was already dark, I couldn't see what was happening outside. All I could vaguely see was a gigantic monster destroying things in the distance. It has a pair of huge wings, like a flying dragon, able to glide freely in the sky. Moreover, its claws are very sharp and very strong. Even the roof of the cabin can be easily damaged. Ye Feng pursed his lips and thought about countermeasures. How could such a terrible monster suddenly attack us? He was very confused. At the same time, he entered a state of high alert. He took his perfect grade black tiger bow in his hand, quietly observing the unusual movements around from the small wooden window. Ye Feng analyzed the reasons why their group was suddenly attacked. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. His right hand stroked his chin. By the way, when they came here before, it was to wipe out the savages. At that time, they happened to see the group of savages dancing around a bonfire by the lake. They also took out the animals they hunted and slaughtered them, then worshipped sincerely towards the sky and the waterfall. At first Ye Feng didn't care about this. I thought it was just a custom of savages in this world to worship their ancestors. As it stands now, their worship is not a custom at all. Instead, they were paying homage to this huge flying monster and offering food as sacrifices. The purpose of doing this is probably just to please this monster, prevent it from attacking the barbarians. Recalling the pious expressions on the faces of several savages at that time, all doubts were resolved. They were just afraid of this huge flying monster. I'm afraid they tied Li Man up at that time. It was also to sacrifice her to this monster. Ye Feng touched his chin and recalled the first time he saw this area. At that time, I was on the top of the cliff looking down. I fell in love with Qingchuan Lake at first sight for its rich resources and beautiful environment. At first he was a little puzzled as to why there was no human cabin in such a perfect place. Now imagine if I were born in this place. I'm afraid I'll become the monster's meal on the first night. And it just so happened that Ye Feng and his group were chatting in the area. So they decided to come here together to attack the savage tribe. Only after the danger was eliminated did they move their cabin here. No one had ever encountered this terrifying flying monster before. As luck would have it, today, more than 30 people decided to have a bonfire dinner by the lake. And the huge monster must have seen the bonfire lit again by the lake. It was thought that the savage tribes used this as a food sacrifice. That's why it flies to the vicinity of Qingchuan Lake at night. But the bonfire was the same bonfire as before. The savage tribe has been wiped out. How could humans know that the big brother here is actually such a huge monster? There was no food at all by the campfire. The reason why this monster was so angry was that it must have thought that this group of people had played a trick on it. So in a fit of rage, they destroyed their cabin crazily. Now Ye Feng finally figured out the reason behind the incident. No wonder this monster is so violent. This is equivalent to humans challenging its authority. Ye Feng stared closely at the situation outside the cabin. At this time, there was chaos outside. My heart tightened. This is not a solution. The flying monster was extremely fast. Especially when attacking the cabin, the dive was like an eagle striking. Judging from this speed, it is definitely faster than his rare mount, Yu Ming. Circling back and forth in this endless darkness, there is no telling where it will appear next. This is a difficult situation. Ye Feng looked at the perfect black tiger bow in his hand. He himself had no confidence that he could shoot this huge flying monster. It is even more uncertain whether the perfect grade bow and arrow can cause any damage to it. Chapter 79 Disaster Strikes Again. But now we can no longer allow it to destroy the cabin so wantonly. This was the area they had occupied with great difficulty. It's impossible to let go easily. You must find a way and an opportunity to kill it with one blow. Chiu! At this time, the flying monster above Qingchuan Lake was still circling. Is there a strange cry? Waving its huge wings. Looking for the next target to attack. Before that, it easily overturned the roofs of several cabins. At this time, the lakeside was filled with human cries for help and tears. The small wooden houses that were originally placed in a row by the lake have basically collapsed at this time. This monster seemed to be still unsatisfied after watching everyone run away. It flapped its wings wildly, breaking parts of the cabin into pieces. It was pitch dark. Unknown giant flying monster. Human beings are like ants that can be crushed at any time. Desperately looking for his own refuge. Save me, save me. Please, please open the door. It's over. It's all over. Having lost their safe haven, humans were filled with fear and panic. Fleeing in this endless darkness. Fear took hold of them. No one wanted to become food for the huge flying monster in front of them. They had no choice but to run towards the other surviving cabins. They cried and begged the people inside to open the door so that they could go in and hide. However, no one was willing to open the door of their cabin. All the cabins had their doors locked. I was afraid that the monster would target me next. Endless panic filled the entire lakeside. Now is not the time to be a living bodhisattva. If you open the door, you will let the people outside in today. Just at this moment, the giant monster in front of you is staring at you. Then, no one can escape. This monster is simply terrifying. It can destroy the cabin just by moving its claws. If it really targets you, that leaves only one way to go, which is a dead end. The humans whose cabins had not yet been destroyed could only cover their mouths. Pray that you will not be targeted by this monster. They were trembling all over and breaking out in cold sweat. It was a cold night. But the sweat on his body soaked the linen clothes. The man sat aside in silence, dejected. The woman was crying with tears streaming down her face because of fear. They cannot enter and exit other people's cabins at will. It must be approved by the owner. Now these refugees have no choice but to huddle together for warmth. They sat in an open space by the lake, comforting each other, resisting the cold wind of the night. Suddenly, a roar from the sky broke the silence. Fuck you! Get out here, monster! You ripped off your father's roof and ran away? What is the point of staying in the sky all the time? The person who said this was Qingjiala, who was riding a wild deer. Now he was riding on his trembling wild deer. He roared angrily at the huge monster gliding in the sky. You know, I had finally upgraded to a first-level cabin. It took a lot of effort to gather enough materials needed for the upgrade. It took him so many days of hard work. Suddenly Qin Yaojin appeared. How can this be tolerated? While roaring, Qingjiala waved his excellent grade bronze spear at the monster in the sky. At this moment, the flying monster in the sky heard someone shouting at it. He glanced at Qingjiala, who was standing in the distance and cursing at it. He glanced at the copper long hair in his hand. It seems like she doesn't want to pay attention to him. He withdrew his gaze and no longer looked at Qingjiala on the ground. He turned around and continued looking for the target, wanting to attack the cabin again. On the other side, the unarmed Li Man was huddled in the corner of her cabin. She wrapped her arms tightly around her legs. All the color was gone from her pretty face. There was the sound of the cabin being destroyed outside. There were also the screams of humans fleeing for their lives. It all went into her ears. Every once in a while, you could hear the sound of a cabin being smashed. At this moment, she was extremely scared. Alone in this place, fear and anxiety surrounded her. The fair wrist had already turned red from being pinched by his own hand out of fear. My blood circulation is almost stopped. This horrible feeling came over me again. Li Man couldn't help but recall that she was suddenly attacked by savages the day before yesterday. It is still such a dark night. They didn't care and smashed open the door of the cabin. Took away all her supplies. They even tied her up and locked her in a dark cave. Li Man thought that day was the most terrifying and helpless night since she came to this dark world. Unexpectedly, he survived the disaster and was rescued by Ye Feng and others. Today I followed him into the cave to look for treasure. I was happy as I didn't have to worry about supplies and food for the next few days. Just when life seems to be getting back on track. They never expected that the terrible beast would attack them again. Moreover, this time the monster is even more terrifying than the savages. The cabin can be destroyed with just a wave of the claws. Night. It is always the most dangerous moment in this dark world. Countless wild beasts that are eyeing humans are wreaking havoc outside. Now she is alone. What should I do? Just when she suddenly remembered that she and Ye Feng went treasure hunting today. The somewhat worn, perfect grade bronze dagger that was obtained. She wanted to stand up and take the dagger with her for use. But now she felt that her legs were no longer hers. My legs are weak and unresponsive. I have no strength in my body. Just at this moment, all I heard was a loud bang. Li Man looked up in astonishment and looked at the roof of her cabin. The huge monster is right on the top of his cabin at this moment. Then, there was another loud bang, and the roof was torn apart. Cold and darkness rushed to Li Man at the same time. She looked at the roof of her little wooden house in astonishment. An enormous flying monster was using its huge claws to destroy her cabin. Just at this moment, the monster lowered its head. Look at Li Man. The man and the beast stood there in a daze. Li Man couldn't see the monster's appearance clearly. It was just that the pair of dark blue eyes were staring at him viciously. Help! The next second, Li Man screamed in fright. I don't know where the courage comes from. Li Man rushed directly to the side of the small wooden table. He threw dozens of stinky dried fish that he had not yet put into the warehouse in front of the monster. Then he nimbly slipped past from the side. Followed the direction of the wooden door of the cabin. Escaped into the terrifying darkness. Chapter 80. Please let me in. There is not a ray of light. I can only keep my head down and charge forward. Darkness and fear surrounded her. There is no one in the dark world who can save her. Despair and grief finally pushed her to the brink of collapse. Qingchuan Lake under the night sky. 20 or 30 people had already become a mess. It wasn't just Li Man's cabin that was attacked by monsters. Many other people also kept sending distress signals to the surviving cabin. At this time, Li Man had already lost her composure. She kept running, heading towards the pear orchard ahead. Thinking that he could use the woods as cover. Escape from the pursuit of this behemoth. Save me! Please save me! I don't want to die yet. Li Man ran wildly while calling for help. But there was no response to her. The pear orchard was very quiet at this moment. Li Man took a deep breath and ran forward regardless of anything. Just at this moment, there was a stone under her feet and she tripped. She fell to her knees with a plop. It felt like all the strength in my body had been drained away. She was in despair. What could she do to survive? Li Man raised her head lifelessly. But he saw a perfect bronze cabin emitting a faint green light standing not far in front of him. At this moment, she seemed to have seen her last straw. I desperately want to reach out and grab her. It was this strength and courage that enabled her to stand up again. He ran towards the bronze cabin desperately. Li Man came to the door of Ye Feng's cabin. Knocked hard on his door. "Brother Feng! Are you there? Please save me! Please open the door and let me in, whoop." Warning: the Dark Night World Action Guide reminds you to stop your current behavior immediately. Forcibly entering someone else's cabin will violate the Dark Night World Action Guidelines and will result in the cancellation of all cabin use rights. Warning! Warning! But at this moment, Li Man was no longer able to listen to the system's warning. No time to take care of other things. Just knocking hard on the door of the bronze cabin. But there was no response from the cabin. No one answered Li Man's cry for help. "Please, Brother Feng. I know you are in the cabin, please save me." Li Man knocked for a long time but got no response from the person inside. Feeling a little exhausted, he sat down at the door of the cabin. At this moment, her face was covered with tears and she didn't even have the strength to sob. It turns out that people in this world are all realistic. At the most critical moment, the only person you can trust is yourself. No one here offered her a helping hand anymore. Even Ye Feng gave up on her like this. Loneliness, despair, and unwillingness surged into my heart. The next moment, Li Man burst into tears. It seemed as if he wanted to use up his last bit of strength. Since no one can save her, it's better to let yourself vent at the last moment. In the dark night of the dark world, the unknown cold can make you shiver. There are other ferocious beasts who are targeting you. And the huge monster just now seemed even more strange and powerful in this endless darkness. It kept flapping its wings above Qinchuan Lake. A pair of ghostly blue pupils scanned every move below. It seems that he is still looking for his next target. It is so angry. Just destroying these dozen cabins is not enough to vent my anger. This group of ant-like humans actually dared to play tricks on it with the bonfire by the lake. We must let them know within this area of 100 miles. Who is the king? Chiu! The monster's roar was heard again in the sky. Suddenly it saw a pear orchard not far ahead. At this moment, a human girl, crying bitterly, was sitting in front of the door of a bronze cabin. I guess this group of weak humans are now facing disaster. I don't even dare to help others. So now this woman has become his meal again, right? The skin looks delicate and must taste delicious. Let's have some fun with her today. The huge flying monster swooped down towards the pear orchard with a strange cry. He was ready to use his claws to grab the woman sitting at the door of the cabin. At this moment, Ye Feng still did not dare to relax his vigilance, and stood by in the cabin. Look at the action guide in your hand. It's getting dark. If we analyze it rationally, I don't have to open the door to rescue Li Man. The last time I saved her was purely an accident. But this time, he couldn't even save himself. I feel very conflicted. Now when the door is opened, there is no view outside at all. I can only guess the monster's location. Even if I light a torch now, it can only barely illuminate the environment within a few meters around. There is no way it can shine into the sky. Ye Feng listened to Li Man's crying outside. Frowning tightly, she knew that Li Man was sitting at the door of her cabin at this moment. On the other side, he came to the small wooden window again and observed the movements around him. His eyes were full of coldness. He is now considering whether he can create an opportunity for himself to kill this huge monster through Li Man. It's understandable that Li Man was crying outside alone at this time. The sound will definitely attract the monster. Then, all you have to do is calculate the monster's flying and diving speed. There will be a chance. Dive at a speed of 25 meters per second. 100 meters, 75, 50 is now. Ye Feng looked at the huge monster flying towards the bronze cabin. Calculating the speed in my mind. Just count to 50. He flung open the door of the bronze cabin. Then he raised the perfect grade black tiger bow that had been waiting in his hands for a long time. The bow is like a full moon. Strength reaches maximum. The arrowhead of a sharp perfect black tiger arrow on the bowstring was pointing about 50 meters into the sky. Ye Feng couldn't see clearly what was in front of him. He could only vaguely feel that there was a huge object flying down at a rapid speed. It was about 50 meters away from his bronze cabin. The black tiger arrow was aimed at the monster's head. Swoosh! Released the arrow, and a perfect bronze arrow flew out and shot into the sky. Ye Feng had no time to see the results at this time. Just a set of smooth operations. He quickly threw his bow and arrow into the cabin. Then he dragged Li Man, who was standing at the door of the cabin with a dazed look on her face, directly into the cabin. Next second. Bang! Close the door of the cabin and lock it. The whole set of movements can be said to be seamless. 2 seconds at most. In the blink of an eye, it was done. Chapter 81. A thrilling moment. Accurate calculation. The flying monster that was about to swoop down was blocked just outside the bronze cabin. Only then did Ye Feng feel relieved. He sat down at the door of the cabin. Take deep breaths. This is simply too thrilling. Not even a second later. As long as he and Li Man had entered the bronze cabin. The giant monster outside definitely has no way to deal with the bronze cabin. At this time, Li Man, who was lying on the ground in a daze, had not yet fully recovered from her senses. She now has it on her forehead and back. All in cold sweat. The last second, she felt the huge monster flying towards her. She no longer had any hope at that time. She didn't blame Ye Feng for his indifference. After all, in that situation, his own life has been endangered. But in the next second, Ye Feng was like a god descending from the sky. Appeared from behind her. He opened the door of the cabin and shot an arrow at the monster. Then he dragged her directly into the cabin and locked the door. The series of actions are done in one go. It's so cool. Li Man thought she was going to die this time. However, Ye Feng reached out his hand again and pulled her back from the clutches of death. Scared, helpless, and surviving a disaster. All the fear and pressure came over her. She broke down and cried again. I am still alive! Outside the door. Just now, according to his own calculations, Ye Feng shot the black tiger arrow into the sky, aiming right at the monster swooping down. Puff! The black tiger arrow has a 100% chance of hitting the target within a certain range. The arrow hit the monster's left eye. Chew! In the dark night, a sharp cry broke the silence. The huge monster flew towards the cabin with all its heart. He didn't even notice that an arrow was flying towards him. Moreover, he dived so fast that he had no time to dodge. The monster felt pain. For a moment, he forgot to flap his wings. With a bang, it fell from the sky to the ground. The huge impact force prevented it from breaking in time, and it crashed directly into the bronze cabin. The crash was deafening. However, at this moment, the bronze cabin seemed as if nothing had happened. Still standing there motionless. There was not even a trace of impact on the wall. The two people in the room were startled by the loud crash. Ye Feng hurriedly checked whether the cabin was damaged. After carefully checking around, no damage was found. I feel relieved. It seems that the bronze plate saved their lives this time. After being shot by the black tiger arrow, the huge monster crashed into the cabin again. At this moment, my whole body feels like it is falling apart. He stood up with difficulty. The arrow just now hit its dark blue eyes directly. If it weren't for its huge head, I'm afraid this arrow will go straight through its entire head. This shows the power of this arrow. However, it is not much better now. The injuries are very serious. Blood continued to flow out of the wound. It dripped down its head onto my body. At this moment, the monster screamed towards the sky. Disbelief and anger surrounded it. It exerted its strength and flew to the top of the bronze cabin. I wanted to just lift the roof of the cabin off. However, no matter how much it tears and scratches with its claws, along with using its pointed beak to madly attack the cabin, the bronze cabin beneath it remained motionless. No damage occurred. It was like attacking a piece of steel. I scratched and bit hard, but it was myself who was hurt. But there was no response to the cabin. The bronze cabin has 5 times the defense of an ordinary cabin. This is the defensive capability of heavy armor. It is also the highest defense that humans in the world can achieve at present. At this moment, the huge monster exerted all its strength. It used its extremely sharp claws to attack the roof of the cabin. At most, there were a few minor scratches left. There is no way to cause any more damage. But the wound on its eye was bleeding profusely. The situation is getting worse. The monster realized that he couldn't go on like this. The body is becoming increasingly weak. This made the fearless animal retreat a little. Before this, it had never thought about this lake area. There is actually an ordinary human being who can cause damage to it with just one arrow. It even caused it to lose one of its eyes. But facing such a weak human being who is like an ant. But it couldn't even fight back. The perfect bronze cabin in front of it did not waver at all under its attack. It's hard to imagine how abnormal this defense is. Chew! The flying monster used its remaining strength to try to spread its wings. It flew away crookedly in the direction of the waterfall. Only a strange cry of unwillingness and anger was left behind. On the other side, people by the lake. After experiencing the horror of being attacked by this huge flying monster, the area finally returned to peace. The originally chaotic lakeside also stopped moving at this time. Those humans who had just gathered by the lake, crying, cursing, and complaining. At this time, it gradually became quiet. They are afraid if they speak too loudly. Even if we fail to lure the huge monster back, we might still attract other beasts. The people who had been shouting for help were now just sitting quietly at the door of the surviving cabin. The people in the house confirmed again and again that the monster had left the vicinity. Only then did he dare to open the door of the cabin a little to allow people outside to take shelter inside. Gradually, the noise by the lake disappeared. Many cabins are built to prevent attracting more ferocious beasts. He immediately turned off all the lights in the house. Inside the bronze cabin, Li Man finally recovered from her excessive fear. She is not dead. She wasn't eaten by that horrible monster. It was Ye Feng who saved her this time. Li Man sobbed, raised her head and saw the tall and stern man in front of her. Wiped the tears from the corners of my eyes. Brother Feng, thank you for not abandoning me. Thank you? He was a little excited and wanted to reach out and grab the corner of Ye Feng's clothes. After thinking about it, I decided that this action was not appropriate. He stretched out his hand halfway and then pulled it back. It's just that the roof of my cabin was destroyed by that monster. Can I stay here for one night? Li Man said the following sentence in a very low voice. She was very nervous, afraid that Ye Feng would reject her request. But it is a fact that the cabin is broken. If Ye Feng refuses to take her in, she really didn't know how she was going to get through the night out there. Chapter 82. The man who cooks is so handsome. Ye Feng looked at Li Man, who was in a very miserable state. Some of them just can't bear it. Well, you just have to stay here for tonight. You can go back and repair the cabin tomorrow morning. After thinking for half a minute, Ye Feng replied. After all, it's dark now. The night in the dark world is full of countless dangers. He couldn't let such a young girl spend a night out alone. Otherwise it would be too unmanly. Besides, I want her to go back and repair the cabin. It's not realistic either. We can only wait until dawn and think of a solution. But my cabin is only this big, so take a look at where you can rest today. I am about to cook now, and I still have things to do after dinner. It will be a bit busy, please find a place to sit by yourself. Tonight, outside by the campfire, he was busy making the cumin soup. Only 2 fish were taken out for grilling. Except for the black tiger who was full after drinking the soup, he and the raccoon were only 3 or 4 points full. Ye Feng briefly explained a few words to Li Man. He ignored her and busied himself by the fire. The night in the dark world is really long. It's impossible to stay in the cabin and do nothing. Got to find some work to do. He doesn't have the time to comfort and take care of Li Man now. The work at hand must be finished. Okay, Brother Feng, you go do your thing, I'll just sit here for a while. Li Man listened to Ye Feng's words. The chick pecked at the rice and nodded. I barely managed to stand up with the help of the wall. He glanced around the cabin. Indeed, as Ye Feng said, the bronze cabin wasn't particularly spacious. There are many functional buildings indoors, occupying most of the area of the cabin. The largest of these are the smelting room and the tool room. The remaining half of the space is also occupied by a wooden table and a separate bedroom. Inside the bedroom is a super large luxurious one-wally wooden bed. The kitchen cannot be called a kitchen. It can only be said that there are some pots and pans placed in front of a simple stove. Then there are some simple buckets, bathtubs, etc. These things basically filled the cabin to the brim. However, what Li Man envied the most was Ye Feng's perfect one-wally wooden bed. This is simply luxury. She couldn't help but think in her mind. I didn't expect Ye Feng, a boy who looks rough. I actually know how to enjoy it. Such a big bed was built in this cabin. If I could lie on it, it would definitely be soft and comfortable. But it is just such a crowded and simple cabin. It was already the most luxurious cabin among their group. It's the difference between an ordinary hotel and a 5-star hotel. Li Man is like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden, watching the bronze cabin with curiosity. At this moment, 2 little creatures were rolling around in the perfect cashmere bedding. After Ye Feng dragged Li Man into the cabin, he just lay on the bed silently and watched the woman who suddenly entered the cabin. The raccoon frowned. The round eyes stared at Li Man warily. It didn't know why its owner rescued the woman. Curious about the relationship between her and her master, Li Man didn't notice that the 2 little ones were watching her. She just found a small wooden stool and sat down, watching Ye Feng's busy back obediently. At this time, Ye Feng was thinking about what to cook tonight. After all, today, besides myself and the 3 little ones, there is also a guest. Since I agreed to let Li Man stay here for one night, it's not good for them to eat by themselves and not give her food. As a way of entertaining guests, we should also cook something delicious for them to try. Ye Feng turned his head and looked at the indoor greenhouse next to him. I found that the perfect potatoes in the shed had grown plump fruits. It looks like there should be 7 or 8 large potatoes. Perfect potatoes! It contains a large amount of starch, which can provide rich calories for the human body. It is also rich in protein, amino acids, vitamins and minerals. Look at this big potato. I have an idea in my mind. How about making some roasted potatoes? It's also nice to have some home-cooked meals. Thinking of this, Ye Feng walked into the indoor greenhouse and dug out 2 big potatoes from the soil. Washed the potatoes and cut into cubes. As for raw meat, I still have stock in my warehouse. However, this dish still needs to be a little spicy to taste good. So Ye Feng took out his action guide again. Open World Trading Platform. Search for wild chili peppers. Sure enough, the world's trading platforms have everything. Immediately exchange for 200 G of wild pepper. Chili peppers cannot be eaten as a staple food, so they are relatively cheap. I bought another pound of ordinary, wild rice. Originally, rice was the staple food. However, there are very few rice plants that can be grown by oneself in the dark world. Basically only wild ones. So the price will be slightly more expensive. However, no matter how expensive these things are, their prices can never exceed those of raw meat. Only meat is the eternal leader of this world. Light a fire. I put rice in a copper pot, added some water, and simmered the rice. Then take out the other copper pot. I chose raw meat with a little fat in it. First use the fat part to force out some of the fat in the pot. Then stir-fry the peppers and meat together. When the meat is cooked, add the chopped potatoes. Add some clean water. Simmer for about half an hour, and it's ready to serve. One dish may not be enough to feed so many mouths. Ye Feng thought about it. He also took out 4 of the remaining fish that he had caught at the lake today. The fish was placed on a stone slab and grilled. Normally, he doesn't have much to be particular about food. But it's rare that there are guests in the cabin today. You can't eat too simply. After a while, the aroma of rice wafted out. Wrapped the entire cabin. Li Man was concentrating on watching Ye Feng cooking. Sighing, such a good man. She can go to the battlefield and also cook in the kitchen. Which girl wouldn't be moved after seeing this? At this time, the aroma of food also drifted to her nose. Go Yalu! Li Manman's stomach rumbled at this moment. Suddenly, she covered her stomach and looked at Ye Feng with some embarrassment. At this time, Ye Feng heard the strange noise and turned around to look at her. Are you hungry? You can eat in a little while. Hear Ye Feng's gentle voice. Li Manman blushed and nodded. Of course she is hungry. I haven't eaten anything from this morning till now. When I got up, I hadn't eaten anything and had expended a lot of energy in order to move the cabin to the lake. It was not easy to pull the cabin here. She was also waiting for Ye Feng to take her to the cave to hunt for treasure. I thought I could get a free meal at noon, but I didn't. When others are holding a bonfire party at night. She stayed in her cabin again, busying herself with selling the day's catch on the trading platform. When she wants to eat. Once again, a monster attacked his cabin. Chapter 83. Pay attention to privacy and build a separate bathroom. This day was really hard. Li Manman now feels that if she doesn't eat something, I'm afraid I'll faint from hunger. About 20 minutes passed. Ye Feng brought the grilled fish to the small wooden table. He also brought over a pot of stewed potatoes and meat that he had prepared. Then he served a bowl of rice for himself and Li Manman. Come on, it's time for dinner. Hearing this, the little raccoon and the black tiger, who were playing on the big bed, jumped off the bed one after another. He trotted to Ye Feng's legs. See the dishes on the table. Swallowed. Wow, today's dinner is so sumptuous. Ye Feng looked at the two little glowing eyes and smiled. Each of them was given a grilled fish. Each of them was given a small bowl of stewed potatoes and meat. He found that both pets had good appetites and seemed to be able to eat a lot. Not to mention the little raccoon, Ye Feng estimated that it was only 10 days old. He should be an adult soon. But this little black tiger is also a big eater. The body also grows very fast. In just a few days, he's almost catching up with the raccoon. Now it is no longer a small black ball that can be easily bullied by Yuan. Li Manman just watched Ye Feng's actions. There was surprise and indescribable emotion in his eyes. She didn't expect that Ye Feng's cabin would develop so rapidly. Not only the pots and pans, but even the plates, bowls and chopsticks are made of copper. I didn't expect that he could have such a gentle side. He is so kind to his two pets. Then Ye Feng picked up the bowl and chopsticks and glanced at Li Manman. Eat quickly. She nodded and put a piece of potato in the bowl. He took a mouthful of rice. Woohoo, delicious! Li Manman was eating, but her eyes were slightly red. She didn't mean to cry. But I couldn't help it. In the past, meat and potato stew was just an ordinary home-cooked dish. She also eats it often at home. Although the seasoning is not as rich as what I used to eat at home. But since she came here, don't talk about these things. Sometimes it is common to not have enough food to eat. Therefore, being able to eat hot meals today is already a great satisfaction. I'm afraid that now no one in the dark world knows about it. She could actually sit at the same table with their idol, boss Ye Feng, and eat home-cooked meals. If you knew, you would probably be very envious. Ye Feng looked at Li Manman, who was a little agitated, and picked up a piece of stewed meat and put it into her bowl. Sighed. If it tastes good, eat more. When you are full, go to bed early. After saying that, he stopped looking at her. He lowered his head and ate rice. He also didn't know how to comfort a girl. What's more, this is the case. We all came to this dark night world full of dangers. Many things are not the same as before. No one can predict what will happen in the future. But now that we are here, we must find a way to make a living. Unfortunately, the rice purchased on this trading platform doesn't taste very good. Otherwise, it would be delicious with this dish. It seems that I have to find some time to see if there are any perfect grade rice seeds for sale on the trading platform. If you have any, buy them and plant them in an indoor greenhouse. I'll cook a few more dishes then. Just like before on Earth. Ye Feng took a deep breath and shoveled the food into his mouth. But this is not bad. At least now I can eat enough and keep warm. I don't know how many people I am happier than. Brother Feng, I'm done eating. Li Manman finished the rice that Ye Feng served him, and ate a grilled fish and some stewed meat and potatoes. He drank a few more sips of water. I feel like I'm already full. I haven't felt this satisfied in a long time. Put away the dishes and chopsticks. Looking at Ye Feng with a smile. Ye Feng had almost finished eating by this time. Nodded. Okay, just eat. You take a rest first. I'll go take a shower. After a busy day, I feel a little sore. It would be nice to take a bath in a tub. He was about to get up. Suddenly I saw Li Man in front of me blushing and lowering her head. Touching his hair. Ye Feng frowned, a little confused. However, he reacted immediately the next moment. He stopped what he was doing. He had already taken off half of his animal skin clothes. TSK. How come I got used to it? There was clearly a stranger in the cabin at this moment, and she was a girl. It's not like he's the only one. He shouldn't have started undressing so skillfully. But today Li Man is going to stay in the cabin. Then how did he take a bath in the wooden barrel in the house? Since that day the system gave him a perfect cashmere quilt. So I kept the habit of taking a bath every day. But before that, he was the only one in the cabin. The raccoon and the black tiger are both pets. It doesn't matter. So he would just take off his clothes and take a bath in the wooden tub in the house. But today I can't be so casual. After all, there is a living human woman in front of me. We have to think of a way. It seems that the goal of building a bathroom in the cabin will be brought forward. Ye Feng clapped his hands and decided to get to work. It's not difficult to build a bathroom anyway. As long as you have enough materials. He pulled out his action guide and turned to the manufacturing page. Confirm that you have enough materials needed to build the bathroom. He took out all the materials from the warehouse and started processing. Li Man saw Ye Feng taking off half of his clothes and walking towards the big wooden barrel in the house. She turned her head with a red face. She didn't want to be mistaken for a strange girl. However, after a long time, no sound of water was heard. Instead, the sound of a hammer hitting a wooden board came from behind. She frowned and turned around. He looked in Ye Feng's direction with some surprise. She was a little surprised. Brother Ye Feng did not take off his clothes in the wooden barrel. But what are you making? It seems to be a separate bathroom. It seems that he also realizes the difference between men and women. Ye Feng was squatting in the corner at this time, studying how to build this bathroom. He plans to use wooden boards to block off a small area here. Cover up the inside. Then it must be able to accommodate a large wooden barrel. This bathroom is probably only 2 or 3 square meters. Then he put the big wooden barrel in. Make a small circular hole in the bottom of the large wooden barrel. Plug it with a wooden stopper of similar size. Wait until you have finished using it. Just pull out the cork. You can drain the water in the barrel. Water will flow outside the house through the gaps in the ground. In this way, a simple independent bathroom was built. Ye Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead. He curled the corners of his mouth. Separate bathroom. It is what a log cabin with quality of life should have. Can improve your happiness in life. After all, who doesn't want to take a relaxing bath after a busy day? Chapter 84, Bullied by the Raccoon. This bathroom doesn't look very big. In fact, it is very practical and can be easily used by one person. In addition to the fact that each bath requires a lot of wood to boil water. There are no other disadvantages. Anyway, Ye Feng's cabin is now right next to such a large lake. If you need water at night, you can just go to the lake with a wooden bucket during the day to get it. There is no need to exchange on the trading platform as before. Okay, I built a simple private bathroom. I'm going to take a shower first. After saying that, Ye Feng went into the bathroom and poured the boiled water into the large wooden barrel. Just about to close the wooden door. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he turned back. Said to Li Man who was still in a daze. I'll be done with my washing soon, you can go wash up too. He was not concerned about whether Li Man needed to take a bath and feel more comfortable. But he didn't want Li Man to be covered in sweat and dirty his bedding. Li Man heard what Ye Feng said. As if receiving some hint. The little face rubbed against it and turned red like an apple again. She nodded shyly. Yeah, okay. After saying that, she pursed her lips, turned around happily, and no longer looked at Ye Feng. In the private bathroom, there was a sound of rushing water. At this time, Ye Feng was soaking in the wooden barrel very comfortably. Close your eyes and enjoy the most relaxing moment of your day. Touched his belly. Suddenly he opened his eyes in surprise. I looked at my flat belly. Huh! When did the fat on his belly disappear? I remember when I came here before. At that time, I had just graduated and was on vacation. I stay at home and eat and drink a lot every day. No exercise. He used to be in good shape, but now he has started to gain weight. A whole piece of abdominal muscle has appeared on the stomach. But look at it again today. How come my belly fat disappeared? He didn't try to lose weight on purpose. Could it be after coming to this dark world? Are you working too hard during the day? Did you lose weight because you exercised too much? But this was only 5 or 6 days. There is no way you can lose weight and get abdominal muscles so quickly. Ye Feng felt a little strange, thinking about his daily food. Could it be that it was due to the various good grade and perfect grade animal meats and fish that I consumed every day? It is these foods that make your body strong. My figure has also improved. Before, when he got the perfect grade wild black tiger meat. Indeed, I saw in the description above that long-term consumption can have the effect of strengthening the body. At first he thought it was false advertising. I didn't expect that it could actually improve my physical condition. Now he is in very healthy shape. She looks thin when she is dressed and has muscles when she is undressed. I don't know if he is the only one like this, or if other people will also become like this after eating meat. However, this question needs further investigation. After all, there is probably no one who can eat meat of this quality every day like him. Therefore, I have no idea whether it is really possible to change my physical condition through diet. Ye Feng stopped thinking about this problem. Anyway, this is a good thing. Continue to enjoy your bath time. At this time, Li Man was alone in the cabin, sitting on a small stool, waiting for Ye Feng to finish his bath. Recalling what Ye Feng had just said to her, she blushed again. Heartbeat quickens. Many beautiful pictures emerged in my mind. What am I thinking about? Li Man quickly patted her cheeks with both hands. Interrupt the increasingly strange thoughts in your mind. However, she was still very much looking forward to it. Maybe. To prevent myself from having any more random thoughts. She quickly stood up and walked back and forth in the bronze cabin. Take a deep breath and wait for Ye Feng to finish his shower. Only in this way can she go and take a bath. After walking for a while, Li Man felt a little tired. She looked at the oversized, perfect grade 1 Wally wooden bed in the bedroom in front of her. Walked to the bed. He bent down and carefully touched the white cashmere quilt with his hand. So comfortable. He looked at Ye Feng, who was still taking a shower in the bathroom. Li Man sat on it gently. It's just for a short while, brother. Ye Feng shouldn't blame me. Oh my God! This is too soft. Compared to the small wooden bed in my previous cabin. I recalled the rough straw quilt that kept me company every night. There is simply no comparison. This bed is not only soft but also huge. I think 4 people can sleep on it. If I could sleep on this big bed, I would probably have sweet dreams every night. The time-traveling humans outside only saw that Ye Feng's cabin was made of perfect bronze. I didn't know it was inside the cabin. There is also such a luxurious big wooden bed. If I knew, I would probably cry with envy. Li Man was also very envious. At the same time, her expectations became even stronger. I even imagined in my mind that I could lie on this big bed with Ye Feng. How happy that would be. Just when Li Man was sitting on the quilt, daydreaming foolishly. She had no idea that a pair of round eyes were staring at her angrily from behind her. The little raccoon, who was lying on the bed to rest, suddenly felt some movement on the bed. I thought it was the owner who came back from taking a shower. But who knew that when he opened his eyes, it was this woman who suddenly visited him tonight. I didn't expect that this woman would sit on the edge of the bed naturally. The little raccoon was a little surprised. How dare this woman climb into her master's bed without permission? She wants this. Are you trying to compete with me for favor? The more I think about it, the angrier I get. The little raccoon came directly behind Li Man Man. He kicked her. At this time, Li Man Man was fantasizing about something bad. He was completely unaware of the danger behind him. Ouch! All I heard was a light cry. The raccoon's kick landed on Li Man Man's slender waist. With a thud, she was kicked to her knees. Originally, it was to escape the monster's pursuit. When he ran into the pear orchard, he fell. My knees were bruised all over from the fall. Now he fell to the ground again. The pain intensifies, super multiplying. Tears immediately burst out. Li Man Man rubbed her legs in pain. He turned around and looked behind him with grievance. Who kicked me just now? I noticed that the furry little raccoon behind me was currently lowering its head and playing with its paws. As if to say, it wasn't it. Li Man Man, what happened outside? Ye Feng was soaking in a wooden barrel at this time when he heard Li Man Man's voice outside the door. There was also a sound of something falling to the ground. I couldn't help but ask in some surprise. Did Li Man Man fall down? Chapter 85, Consciously Sleeping on the Ground. It's okay, Brother Feng. Li Man Man sniffed, and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes due to pain. She rubbed her knee with one hand. With his other hand he held onto the edge of the bed, and slowly stood up. I just accidentally tripped over the foot of the bed and fell. I finally stood up. Now she didn't dare to sit on the bed casually anymore. She was really afraid that the little raccoon would kick her again. Who can withstand this? Besides, it was impossible for her to complain to Ye Feng that she was kicked off the bed by his pet and fell, right? This is too miserable. She didn't seem to do anything weird. Apart from what you think in your heart. I just sat by the bed for a while. Why did this little raccoon kick me like this just because of a disagreement? Could it be that this little raccoon has such a strong sense of defense? No, it's obvious that I have no hostility towards them. That. It can't be because I was too close to Ye Feng. Is this little raccoon jealous? Is it a female? Li Man Man leaned against the wall behind her, frowning as she looked at the little raccoon in front of her. She has no way of verifying this. It's impossible to pick it up and see if it has a penis, right? About 5 minutes passed. Ye Feng walked out of the bathroom. At this time he put on his animal skin clothes again. The whole person feels refreshed. When the little raccoon heard the noise, he immediately jumped off the bed. I saw the owner coming out of the bathroom. Run forward happily. He hugged Ye Feng's legs. Ah. The owner smells good after taking a bath. Very nice. Ye Feng looked at the raccoon's reaction and found it somewhat amusing. Push it aside. Li Man Man was sitting on a stool next to the small wooden table at this time. I also saw Ye Feng walking out of the bathroom. His originally fair and handsome face now looked even more pale because of taking a bath. It looks a little red. The wet hair was still dripping with water. He is tall and strong. Even with a jacket on, you can still vaguely see his muscle lines. It's so beautiful. For a moment, Li Man Man forgot to speak and stared at him. Ye Feng was attracted by this burning gaze. At this moment, Li Man Man was staring at him blankly. A little scared. He immediately coughed lightly. Hey, Li Man Man, you should go take a shower too. Indeed, Li Man Man should take a shower. At night, the cabin was attacked and destroyed by monsters. Running for my life outside alone. He even fell down on the way and got himself all dirty. I was sweating because I was frightened. If I don't take a shower today, I'm afraid I'll smell like sweat again. Ye Feng's words brought Li Man Man, who was still infatuated, back to her senses. Oh, okay. Li Man Man came to her senses and quickly agreed. Then he slowly stood up and limped towards the bathroom. She still has bruises on her legs. Heat and the sound of water came from the bathroom. Li Man Man put her whole body into the big wooden barrel. Ah, it's so comfortable. This is the first time in so many days. Take a bath for the second time. I feel like I'm alive again. Such moments are enough to make people forget all worries. Forget everything that happened tonight, including fear and pain. Alas, she herself hadn't thought about it. I am so satisfied to have such a day just to take a hot bath. Once upon a time in that world, I take a bath every day. Although it is not a wealthy family, but we live a comfortable life. I've never felt like crying just because I could take a bath. However, after coming to this dark world, I worry about surviving and staying alive every day. Not only her, there are many other people like her, or even worse off than her. You might worry about even a little bit of water resources. Not to mention using so much water for a bath. Moreover, it takes a lot of wood to boil water for bathing. These are the life resources that everyone strives for every day. If you say in the World Chat channel that you can take a bath in the cabin every day, I'm afraid countless people will look at you with envy. Who would have thought that Ye Feng could take a hot bath every day? Soon Li Man finished her bath. After wiping himself clean, he walked out of the bathroom. Also because of the bath, Li Man's little face was red and she exuded the unique fragrance of a young girl. Although she was still wearing the old linen clothes that Ye Feng had given her. However, the good figure still cannot be hidden. Li Man walked out feeling relaxed. It seemed that he wanted to say something to Ye Feng, but he was about to speak. I found him sitting alone at a small wooden table, studying something seriously. Because I was too focused. He didn't even notice that Li Man had already finished taking a shower and walked out. Well, since brother Ye Feng is busy with his own things, then don't bother you for now. Let's talk about it when we have a chance tomorrow. Li Man looked at Ye Feng's focused expression. There is a slight sense of loss in my heart. But in the end, she pursed her lips. He swallowed the words back into his stomach. After all, I'm just staying here for one night. Don't be a nosy person either. She looked at the big bed she had always dreamed of. The little raccoon was lying beside the bed at this moment, looking at him with a friendly face. She shrank her neck and didn't dare to go over. Li Man was indeed a little scared of this little raccoon. If you don't have any idea yet, I'm afraid I'll be bullied by this little raccoon again. After thinking about it, I decided to forget it. Alas, my wish to sleep in soft cashmere bedding tonight was dashed. The expectations in my heart still could not be realized. Li Man took a breath. A little lost. But it doesn't matter, at least I don't have to stay overnight in the wild. She looked at the big bed, then looked at Ye Feng who was busy working, and silently spread a layer of dry straw on the floor of the cabin. He also took out the straw quilt that Ye Feng had used before from his warehouse. Just slept on the ground. The ground might be slightly harder than the small wooden bed. Li Man's back hurt a little. But because it was inside the cabin, there was always plenty of firewood burning in the stove. The temperature in the house remained warm. There is no shortage of wood in this bronze cabin. The temperature outside has been more than 10 degrees below zero. But it was warm inside the cabin. Although the cover is very thin, I didn't feel cold at all. Besides, there is such a powerful man by her side. My heart is also filled with warmth. Very reassuring. In this dark world now, Ye Feng is recognized as a big boss by mankind. There has yet to be another who can match him. So, in Li Man's heart, she always felt that Ye Feng was a person who could lead everyone through the endless darkness of the human war god. Chapter 86 Researching Elemental Spells. Close your eyes. There are so many thoughts in my mind. But now is not the time to think. Gradually, sleepiness overwhelmed everything. Too many terrible things happened tonight. Severe physical and mental overdraft. Now I feel completely relaxed and relieved from all the tiredness. Gradually my thoughts became scattered. No longer sane. Li Man just lay on the ground, covered with a straw quilt, and fell asleep. It has been so many days since I came to this world. I've never fallen asleep so quickly. Because now she is in Ye Feng's bronze cabin. In this dangerous and complex world of darkness, there is probably no other place that can make one feel more at ease than here. There is no need to be afraid of the ferocious beasts outside. There is no need to worry about being woken up by the cold temperature in the middle of the night. This man is by his side. All problems and difficulties will be solved by him one by one. On the other side, Ye Feng was sitting at a small wooden table. In his hand was the talisman slate that he had found in the savage's hut, as well as the crystal gems and frost crystals found in the cave today. These things seemed to be connected. The fire flickered. The only sound in the entire cabin was Li Manman's shallow breathing after she fell asleep. There was no other noise. At this moment, Ye Feng held the fist-sized frost elemental spell slate in his hand. Observe repeatedly. Slabs are crafted from perfect grade stone. Very hard. A beautiful snowflake pattern was carved on it with a knife. And some spells that he couldn't understand. If this were viewed today, it would definitely be a work of art that could be displayed in an exhibition hall. This thing is very finely crafted. And the tools used for carving must be of very high quality. Because this stone is perfect. This means the tool must be of perfect bronze or above. Low-level tools are simply not capable of carving this perfect stone. Looking back at the group of savages that he had wiped out before, the tools they used were all stone axes, bone sticks, and ordinary harpoons. No high-grade utensils appeared at all. How could such a backward civilization be able to create such a perfect talisman slab? Ye Feng was very puzzled. I can't figure this out. Not only do the savages possess this thing, they can also use it. Is it possible that this thing was not produced by the savage tribe at all? But it was obtained from other places. For example, the empire on which the sun never sets? Such a place suddenly popped up in Ye Feng's mind. Very likely. Because today he mentioned it in the suicide note of the weathered bones. Previously, it was an indigenous human empire in the Dark Night world. The British Empire has been subjected to constant invasion and harassment from barbarian tribes. Maybe it was when the savage tribes invaded the empire. Stolen from them. Then the savage mage learned the above frost element spell. Ye Feng pursed his lips. Turn your attention to the other two rare items. This crystal gem and frost crystal were both found in the treasure chest of the mole chief. These two items contain a large amount of water and ice elements. And the grade is rare. I don't know where the rat got such a precious thing. These two shiny stones should be able to get very powerful elemental spells from this. This will greatly enhance your combat effectiveness. However, Ye Feng didn't know how to operate it. What is needed to trigger this? Could it be that the weapons we are using now are not of sufficient quality? He was in deep thought. Perhaps we need to get rare ore first. Create rare weapons. Then fuse the spell slate and crystal gem into the weapon. You can unleash the power of the elements. Ye Feng put down the stone slab. Picked up the rare copper ore. Now on world trade. There are no rare items at all. I'm afraid that no one in the entire human race has something of this quality. Not to mention selling it on a trading platform. It seems that it is unlikely to buy resources of this quality from others. The only way is to find a way to smelt rare metals by yourself. Thus, rare weapons can be created. However, he only has this piece of rare copper ore in his hand. In order to be able to smelt rare-grade copper blocks, at least 10 pieces of this ore are needed. And only one copper block can be smelted. Rare level. It is one grade higher than the perfect grade he is using now. Ye Feng took out his action guide. Opened the world trading platform. I searched back and forth for a long time. I didn't see anyone selling rare ores. The highest grade is just the perfect grade. The quantities are very small. It is now the 5th day since humans came to the Dark Night world. There are also many people who have saved up 100 pieces of ordinary wood through daily accumulation. There are also quite a few first-level cabins. After upgrading the cabin, of course you will start building buildings with different functions. More and more people started to own small smelting rooms. Everyone knew that Ye Feng already had a full set of perfect bronze equipment. I began to understand the importance of equipping weapons. The demand for smelting is also gradually increasing. The mining area that was initially ignored has now become popular. Gradually, more and more people started buying good grade ore, which used to be cheaper than stone, is selling very well. Of course, not to mention the perfect level. It'll just be twice as expensive. Whenever this kind of high-grade ore appears, it will be bought in the next second. However, Ye Feng is not worried about the current price increase of ore. He had previously studied the Advanced Synthesis Book of Primary Materials, which enabled him to directly synthesize low-level materials into higher-grade materials. There is no need to compete with those people for these expensive materials. However, this skill book does not seem to support synthesizing perfect-grade materials into rare-grade ones. This rare ore is still nowhere to be found. Ye Feng frowned. There are so many thoughts in my mind. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. Clench your right fist. By the way, he does know such a person. Maybe he could be of some help to me. The person Ye Feng thought of was Zhang Tao, from whom he had bought a large amount of ordinary copper ore and 10 pieces of perfect-grade copper ores. He remembered that Zhang Tao also participated in the battle against the barbarians a few days ago. Then he should have moved the cabin to the lakeside. Maybe with this person's mining skills, I could help him dig out rare ores in the future. However, he didn't know whether Zhang Tao's cabin had been attacked tonight. Is anyone okay? I can only wait until tomorrow daytime to ask. Chapter 87 Archery Enhancement. After Ye Feng made the decision, he curled the corners of his mouth in satisfaction. He turned his head and looked at Li Man, who was sleeping on the ground. At this time, she had completely fallen into a deep sleep. He was lying on his side on the straw-covered ground. Place your hands at your side. The long, thin legs held the straw bedding between them. There were marks on his legs from rough straw. However, it seemed that Li Man was sleeping soundly. Because her expression was very gentle at this moment, with the corners of her mouth raised. I guess I had a sweet dream. Ye Feng sighed and retracted his gaze. After looking at the instructions on the action guide, it was already late at night. It's past 12 o'clock and it's time to sign in every day. Open the action guide. Click the sign in button. I don't know what surprises tonight's sign in reward will bring me. Ding! Congratulations on signing in successfully on the 6th day. Inspecting your bronze cabin. Matching the right rewards for you. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a copy of the manufacturing skill book. Intermediate forging techniques. Intermediate forging technique. It can greatly increase your manufacturing proficiency, improving your skills in making tools and weapons. The weapons and tools manufactured are all of good grade or above. Will not create failure. And there is a 30% chance of being perfect. This book is totally a cheat for myself. Ye Feng thought about it. Words for making tools and weapons. It is usually done by oneself. The raccoon is responsible for the smelting work. Then study this book by yourself. Then, Ye Feng placed his hand on the book. Intermediate forging techniques. I learned the skills in the book immediately. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the combat skill book. Intermediate archery guide. The Intermediate Archery Guide. Improve your archery writing skills further based on the original Archery Guide skills. Double the range of the original target range. No arrow misses its target within 100 meters. At a distance of 100 meters, the chance of hitting the target is more than 40%. See this book. Ye Feng was very surprised. This is equivalent to greatly improving one's archery skills. The previous Archery Guide only allowed one to hit the target 100% of the time within a range of 50 meters. Well, now this Intermediate Archery Guide doubles the range. That is to say, within a range of 100 meters, you just need to shoot the arrow yourself. It must be a hit. This allows you to stay at a greater safe distance to a great extent. Hit the enemy. If it was before tonight, I would have learned this skill book. So when I was dealing with that huge flying monster, it won't be so thrilling. Because the monster is very fast. He must grasp the timing well to ensure that he can shoot the black tiger arrow within the range. This is the only way to be sure of hitting. If you have this skill book, then he can take action in advance. And it can also shoot 2 arrows. This might be enough to teach the massive monster a painful lesson. Ye Feng was very satisfied with today's sign-in reward. I immediately learned this skill book. The faint light around the ancient book in front of me gradually disappeared. More riding and shooting techniques also emerged in my mind. Everything is almost done. There are also things that can only be completed during the day. Then take a rest first. Get enough rest. It's easy to work during the day. Ye Feng rubbed his sleepy eyes. He stood up and tiptoed to his perfect big bed. Lie down on it. Wrap yourself in soft cashmere bedding. Ah, it's so warm. The little raccoon had been waiting for Ye Feng up there. Seeing the master lying down, he came in. She immediately jumped to his side and snuggled into his arms. He stretched his legs in contentment, closed his eyes, and prepared to fall asleep. The little black tiger on the other side looked at the little raccoon. He pursed his lips. I am a little envious of the little raccoon who can sleep in his owner's arms every day. But it doesn't matter. At least I can sleep in this soft big bed. It sniffed. Came to Ye Feng's pillow. He lay down on the side and fell asleep. Accompanied by bursts of bird calls. The morning sun shines on the earth. The sun was high in the sky, bringing a brief moment of warmth to this terrible place. A ray of sunlight came in through the window. It hit Ye Feng right on the face. Feel the strong light. Ye Feng frowned and stretched out his hand to block his eyes. Well, is it daybreak? Open your sleepy eyes. At a glance, I saw a vast expanse of white outside. This whiteness does not mean it is snowing. But it was a large area of fog. Ye Feng sat up and woke up. He glanced at the two little ones sleeping in his arms and on his head. Smiled. Then he looked at Li Man, who was still sleeping soundly on the ground outside. Without waking them. After stretching his body, Ye Feng took out his action guide. I opened it and looked at the weather forecast for the day. Action guide for the dark world, day 6 reminder. Today's temperature. Daytime, temperature 11 degrees. The weather is still clear, but foggy. The day will last 7.5 hours. The temperature is still moderate today, and the white fog will slowly dissipate over time. Important reminder. Did something terrible happen yesterday? Human, how are you in your cabin? As winter is approaching, the wild beasts are becoming more and more ferocious. Maybe they are plotting something even more terrible. However, these are not things you need to worry about now. It's better to pack up quickly and go out to work. To make yourself more comfortable when winter comes. Stock up on more daily necessities. Be careful in the jungle, there may be wild animals ambushing you. Ye Feng looked at the reminder. I feel a little heavy. Of course he knew what happened near him last night. I don't know how the other people out there are doing now. He took a deep breath and got out of bed in one go. Ye Feng gently walked around the sleeping Li Man and opened the door of the bronze cabin. Walked out. Seeing the scene outside, my heart sank. Sure enough, the pear orchard was in a miserable state at this moment. There used to be a large patch of white flowers in full bloom, but now they have been blown away and scattered all over the ground. Some pear trees were even destroyed and fell to the ground. The ferocious flying monster suddenly attacked last night. The people near the lake were completely unprepared. Most of the cabins near the lake were damaged. Pieces of the cabin were scattered around the lake. There were some dried bloodstains around some of the cabins. Next to it lay a corpse that had been brutally killed by a monster. There are many complicated footprints in the woods, by the lake, and next to the cabin. It is enough to see the fear in the hearts of those who escaped last night. Among the more than 20 cabins near the lake, about 10 were destroyed by monsters. Basically, the roof is gone. In other words, last night, a dozen humans lost their cabins. Staying in someone else's house.